Upon inspection, although the host possesses a male physique, their appearance bears a striking resemblance to that of a young woman, and deep within lies a heart that truly embodies femininity, thus meeting the criteria for system binding. The novice rewards are now announced. Please prepare for the initial tasks. Sumo, disheartened by a failed confession, felt an overwhelming sense of gloom as he purchased 2 bottles of beer from the supermarket. His tolerance for alcohol was minimal, and he estimated that 2 bottles might suffice to intoxicate him. Strolling to the grassy area beneath his dormitory, he sank onto the ground, allowing the cool evening breeze to caress him. As he observed couples in the distance, intimately entwined, Sumo cracked open a can and drank deeply, tears welling in his eyes. The sound of "Until You Arrive" resonated from a nearby speaker. I have never believed so deeply, so assuredly, who will be my destiny. Listening to the melody, a torrent of emotions surged within Sumo. Who could possibly be his fate? Counting back, this marked the 6th rejection since he first confessed to a girl. What a failure he felt. Perhaps his destiny was to remain solitary. The thought intensified his tears, soon streaming down his face. A self-deprecating smile crept onto Sumo's lips as he pondered how his roommate managed to find a partner, maintaining a sweet long-distance relationship for a year, while another roommate was unable to shake off his clingy girlfriend. As he continued to drink, the beer quickly muddled his mind, leading him to reflect on a myriad of chaotic thoughts. A gust of cold wind swept through, jolting Sumo back to some semblance of clarity. He touched his face and, illuminated by the moonlight, examined his delicate hands, leading him to a troubling question. Did he truly lack any semblance of masculinity? Was it possible that, despite his somewhat handsome features, he held no allure for women? The answer was glaringly evident, as today's rejection had made his reality painfully clear. Standing at a height of 1.7 meters, with refined features and fair skin, was he not devoid of masculinity? Having faced this harsh reality, despair filled Sumo's heart. He downed the last gulp of beer, feeling his head still spinning, before wobbling back to the dormitory. As he walked, his inebriated mind continued to ponder his predicament. He considered himself a serious person when it came to love once committed. He would never betray nor abandon. Yet why did these women believe he could not offer them happiness? Where was the joy he so desperately sought? Who would come to love him? Alas, being a man was truly not an easy endeavor. Throughout his journey, many cast curious and astonished glances at the drunken Sumo, but he paid them no mind compared to the pain of heartbreak. Their stares were inconsequential. Safely returning to the dormitory, his roommates, upon witnessing his drunken state, expressed their concern for him. Fatigued in body and spirit, Sumo barely registered their inquiries before collapsing onto his bed, succumbing to sleep. In a haze, he felt a warmth enveloping him, as if a familiar and comforting voice echoed in his mind. Upon inspection, although the host possesses a male physique, their appearance bears a striking resemblance to that of a young woman, and deep within lies a heart that truly embodies femininity, thus meeting the criteria for system binding. The novice rewards are now announced. Please prepare for the initial tasks. Chapter 2. The Goddess Development System. To my astonishment, it seems that Sumo has never indulged in alcohol before. How is it that he is so inebriated upon returning to the dormitory today? Zhang Yang, the dormitory leader and also its chief, expressed his bewilderment. Boss, are you being foolish? One can easily surmise that Sumo has experienced a heartbreak, sighed Su Bin, the 3rd roommate. Such a beautiful face wasted. If I possessed such looks, I would have sired 3 children by now. Enough already. Look at him. He is utterly exhausted. Let us not disturb his slumber. Let us turn off the lights and retire to our beds. Zhao Wen, the 5th roommate, reminded them. Though they jested, these companions were truly kind-hearted. During the days of Sumo's heartbreak, their words of comfort had alleviated his sorrow more than he could express. The 3 of them quietly completed their nightly routines, extinguished the lights, and returned to their respective beds, careful not to awaken Sumo, who remained silent throughout the night. Sumo lay with his eyes gently closed, a faint smile gracing his lips as he drifted into a beautiful dream. In this reverie, he was marrying his beloved, celebrating their union in a radiant ceremony. He held the delicate, fragile hand of his bride, and their eyes locked in a profound gaze, surrounded by the cheers and adoration of family and friends as they approached the stage. As the officiant recited the familiar words, "Do you take this woman to be your lawfully wedded wife, in sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer?" to love and to cherish. Till death do you part? Sumo's eyes brimmed with tears as he choked out the three heaviest words in existence. I love you. Merely uttering those words drained him of all his strength. Although he could not discern his bride's features, he knew she was the most exquisite woman in the world, and at that moment, her eyes too were filled with tears of joy. Awakening suddenly, Suemo found his pillow dampened with tears. The unparalleled bliss of his dream shattered as he crashed back into the stark reality, leaving his heart feeling hollow. That joy proved to be ephemeral, akin to a child's balloon that soars briefly before bursting, leaving only a vague sense of loss. In a moment of reflection, he heard the sounds of his roommates stirring. Quickly, he wiped away his tears and gathered his lonely emotions to avoid drawing attention to his distress. Peering out, he saw Subin, the third roommate, clutching his textbooks, anxiously exclaiming, Xiaomo, if you don't get up now, we'll be late. Hurry! Due to last night's revelry, Suemo felt a throbbing headache and a parched mouth. Glancing at his phone, he realized there were only 10 minutes left before class. The first period was Chinese modern literature, and tardiness was not an option. Subin and Suemo typically attended classes together, with Suemo usually rousing Subin from slumber. However, having both forgotten the time after last night's indulgence, they found themselves in a predicament. After a hasty wash-up and grabbing their textbooks, they dashed towards the classroom. The modern literature class was located on the 4th floor of Building 2, quite a distance from their dormitory. They arrived breathless at the classroom entrance, fortunate to find that roll call had only just begun. As they prepared to enter, Suemo suddenly froze in place. Subin turned back, panting heavily, and asked, What's wrong? Xiaoxi, did you forget something? With a look of uncertainty in his eyes, Suemo shook his head, assuring him, It's nothing. Let us go in, our names are about to be called. Suemo entered the classroom with an outward calmness, yet within, his emotions surged like tumultuous waves. Just moments ago, as he stood by the classroom door, a warm female voice echoed in his mind, strangely familiar, as if he had heard it before. What perplexed him further was the voice's message. Dear host, your novice reward has been issued. Would you like to claim it immediately? Claiming it signifies binding to the system. Failure to complete the final task will prevent unbinding. What was happening? Was this merely an auditory hallucination? Taking his seat, reserved by a friend, Suemo felt a profound confusion envelop him. As the class bell rang, seemingly to address his inner turmoil, the voice returned. Only 6 hours remain before the novice reward expires. Will you claim the novice gift? After expiration, it will be automatically regarded as a forfeiture of the system binding. What in the world? Seeing apparitions in broad daylight? Sumo's mind raced, yet his face remained impassive. He barely grasped the teacher's lecture or the concerned inquiries from his classmates. After a moment of disarray, Sumo's heart began to settle. Recalling tales from online novels, a hypothesis emerged. Had he awakened the fabled protagonist's golden finger, a cheat system to ascend to the pinnacle of life? Excitement surged within him. Could this system, having noted his 2 decades of solitude, be here to assist him in winning over a beautiful, wealthy partner and achieving greatness? Was the novice reward perhaps a luxury car, like a Maserati or a Ferrari, to flaunt before all the girls at school? He half believed he had awakened a system of extravagant wealth. Suppressing his exhilaration, he silently commanded the system, claim the novice gift. The system responded, Host has successfully claimed the novice gift, binding to the goddess cultivation system. The gift entails transforming into a girl from tomorrow onward. Please strive diligently to become the world's most beautiful goddess. With that, the voice faded away. Suemo stood there, utterly bewildered. What was this goddess cultivation system? Was it akin to a simulation game where he would gradually win over a goddess? Transforming into a beautiful girl? Becoming the most exquisite goddess? What was going on? He was a boy, for heaven's sake. Did the system have it all wrong? The absence of a response only fueled his irritation, prompting him to unleash a torrent of curses upon this system that threatened to usurp his identity. What kind of pathetic system is this? Not only can I not become fabulously wealthy, but I can't even retain my masculinity? You wish to strip away my identity as a handsome man? He spat. To hell with it. Whoever wants to bind themselves can do so. Faced with such an absurd predicament, even the typically mild-mannered Suemo found himself cursing vehemently. The system, unresponsive to his outburst, only intensified his frustration, leading him to insult its very lineage. One warning is sufficient, host. Should you continue to berate me, there will be consequences. The system's voice retained its warmth, now laced with a mischievous playfulness, akin to a little demon that relished in teasing. Enraged, Suemo scoffed at the system's threats, exclaiming expletives in retaliation. Alas, matters seldom occur thrice. Since the host has scolded me thrice, I am compelled to transform the host's brother into a sister permanently, never to revert. Upon uttering these words, the system erupted into laughter, its sound as melodious and clear as silver bells. This proclamation extinguished Sumo's fury, rendering his countenance a pallid shade. This time, things have escalated. Why did you not clarify earlier that it was permanent? Observing the system's seemingly agreeable demeanor, perhaps I should attempt to plead for mercy. Not a chance. Host. I had forgotten this entity could read minds. Seated beside Suemo, Zhangyang and Zhao Wen noticed his complexion fluctuating from crimson to ashen, akin to a face-changing performance. Thus, they inquired, Xiaomo, you have appeared unwell since you entered the classroom. Are you feeling unwell? Would you like to visit the school infirmary? Initially, Suemo averted his gaze, but he lifted his pale face to glance at them and offered a bittersweet smile, saying, Physically, I am fine. It is merely my heart that is heavy. Who would not feel sorrow when beset by such misfortune? The two were oblivious to Sumo's true feelings, mistakenly believing that the disappointment of yesterday's confession weighed heavily on him. Hence, they refrained from further discussion. They understood that Suemo preferred to silently console himself, fearing that excessive dialogue would only deepen his despair. After a day of classes filled with a daze, even upon returning to the dormitory in the afternoon, Suemo still struggled to fathom the events that had transpired. Chapter 3. Such matters should not occur before returning to the dormitory. Suemo dined with his three rather foolish roommates at the cafeteria. Despite enduring the pangs of heartbreak and facing the prospect of potentially becoming a girl the following day, one still needed to eat. After all, humans are made of iron and meals are akin to steel. Skipping a meal would lead to a gnawing hunger, especially for Suemo, who was naturally a bit of a glutton. Following their meal, his spirits lifted somewhat, and he emerged from a day-long silence, engaging in light conversation with his roommates. Among the brothers in the dormitory, aside from the somewhat aloof and expressionless second roommate, the others were jovial jokesters. They exchanged numerous jokes along the way, eliciting smiles from Suemo and dispelling the gloom that had lingered in his heart, making his steps noticeably lighter. The group soon returned to their dormitory. The dorm key was carried by the eldest, Zhangyang. Although each person had been given a key for emergencies, the others were too lazy to carry theirs, so Zhangyang naturally took on the responsibility of unlocking the door. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by the sight of a familiar figure standing on the balcony, none other than their second roommate, Li Linyun. It must be said that Li Linyun was indeed quite handsome. Unlike Sumo's delicate charm, he possessed a tall stature and striking features. His chiseled facial lines gave him an imposing presence, radiating a robust masculinity. Hearing the door open, Li Linyun turned to look, greeted everyone, extinguished his cigarette, and returned to the dormitory. Second, what brings you here? Have you finished your work at the company? Zhangyang was the first to enter the dormitory and naturally the first to greet Li Linyun. Hey, you know it well, when the second feels lonely, he comes back to find us. If I were you, I'd suggest finding a girlfriend, so you wouldn't have to keep running back and forth between home and the dormitory. Subin teased, though he was genuinely pleased to see Li Linyun return. Aha, the third has a point. With your qualities, how could you not find a partner? Yet you choose to remain a single nobleman among us brothers. It's truly touching. Zhao Wen chimed in, covering his face with both hands and pretending to be moved to tears, which sent the group into fits of laughter. After the laughter subsided, Suemo glanced at Li Linyun and, feeling a bit shy, said, Second, you're back. In response, Li Linyun smiled lightly, How have you been? Xiaomo? Just the same, eating and drinking as usual, feeling healthy, though it seems an important organ may soon be lost, Suemo thought to himself. only daring to murmur this sentiment internally. In truth, Suemo had previously shared playful banter with Li Linyun, much like his other roommates. But certain events had altered the dynamics of their relationship. At the beginning of their freshman year, the school typically mandated 2 weeks of military training. Even with a leave of absence, one would be required to make up for it during the next cohort's training. A few days before the semester commenced, Suemo accidentally fractured his leg and secured a hospital certificate for leave, while Li Linyun, engrossed in company affairs, was unable to attend. Thus, after a semester of interaction, they were assigned to the same team for military training. Due to Sumo's frail condition, he felt utterly exhausted after each training session, struggling even to lift a water bottle, prompting Li Linyun to carry the bottle and assist Suemo in drinking. Initially, this was not a significant matter. However, in the eyes of certain fervent female admirers, the situation appeared quite different. A ruggedly handsome man offering water to a more effeminate counterpart seemed decidedly inappropriate. Consequently, rumors regarding an improper relationship between the two began to circulate throughout the school. The power of gossip is formidable, yet fortunately, Li Linyun hailed from a distinguished family, and the principal dared not offend him, thus urging them to clarify the matter. Following this incident, although the two remained friends, the lingering awkwardness was a shadow they could not seem to escape, and their interactions were never as natural as they once were. After military training, Li Linyun spent most of his time away from school, leaving the two without the opportunity to restore their previous camaraderie. Thus, they continued to interact in this somewhat strained manner. Suemo, having just begun to regain his spirits, found himself once again enveloped in melancholy. He truly feared losing Li Linyun as a friend. Despite not having a falling out, the shift to this slightly awkward relationship caused him considerable distress. Whenever he reflected on past events, his thoughts scattered like dandelion seeds in the wind, drifting far away. Li Linyun's voice broke through Sumo's wandering thoughts. By the way, next Saturday is my birthday. I'm hosting a party at home and you all must come, especially you. Suemo gazed at Li Linyun, whose face still bore that signature faint smile, as if everything were under his control. This air of confidence filled Suemo with envy. I will definitely be there, he replied cheerfully. We will all attend. It's rare for us to be back together. Let us stay up all night and chat. I even have a few bottles of beer, Zhang Yang added. Upon hearing this, a wry smile crossed Li Linyun's face. Unfortunately, I have matters to attend to at work tonight. I must leave now, but we shall gather again at the birthday party on Saturday. The group felt a twinge of disappointment, yet they continued to converse with Li Linyun until he departed the dormitory. As night fell, the sky was adorned with sparkling stars, and the air was refreshingly crisp. The campus, illuminated by the moon, starlight, and street lamps, exuded tranquility and serenity. However, Suemo's heart was anything but calm. He recalled what had transpired during class that morning, the voice of the system echoing in his mind. Is change truly upon me? Lying in bed, he glanced at his phone. It was now 11:30, and the school had dimmed its lights. Suemo was unaware whether the system referred to events occurring in 30 minutes or at the dawn of the following day. Never mind, I won't think too much about it. Though tomorrow is Saturday, the events of the past few days have worn me out. I should focus on getting some rest. Yet, as thoughts of potential happenings in half an hour swirled in his mind, Suemo drew the curtains around his bed and closed his heavy eyelids. Accompanied by the sounds of his roommates engrossed in their games, he soon drifted off to sleep. In his dreams, Suemo, in a state of hazy consciousness, heard a melodious and ethereal voice resonate in his mind. Do you like beautiful women? Suemo furrowed his brow and then chuckled foolishly. Yes. Then wouldn't you want to become a beauty yourself? The voice was enchanting, imbued with an irresistible allure. Suemo hesitated. No, I haven't even experienced love yet. How could I find a girlfriend if I become a beauty? Since you cannot find a girlfriend, why not transform? Perhaps you might discover a blissful romance. In her slumber, Suemo murmured drowsily, to become a girl and then fall in love? However, as her consciousness gradually sharpened, she abruptly sat up in bed. No, please not this. Startled awake, Suemo nearly cried out, and then, as if recalling something vital, she swiftly dashed towards the bathroom. Chapter 4. Sumo's new goddess cultivation task. How? How could this be possible? Such a thing is inconceivable. Sumo murmured to herself, her small face contorted in disbelief, her eyes devoid of their usual sparkle. The occurrence of such an event had unsettled her mental state, leaving her in a turmoil of confusion. It was as if she could no longer distinguish between reality and illusion. Moreover, that individual. Damn it! Does this wretched system require my consent? It is utterly devoid of humanity. Despite having mentally prepared herself the night before, the actual unfolding of events left Sumo engulfed in a profound sense of helplessness and indignation. Then, another grave thought struck her. She was currently residing in the boys' dormitory. If her roommates were to discover her secret, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. With no clear course of action in light of her predicament, Sumo's mind began to spiral into a whirlwind of anxious thoughts. It wasn't until a knock on the door jolted her back to reality that she regained her composure. Is little Mo in there? Are you done yet? My friends. Nature calls. Zhang Yang rapped on the bathroom door. Oh, I'll be out in a moment, Sumo called back. But just as she was about to open the door, she hesitated, pausing mid-motion. Would they suspect anything if they saw me now, having transformed? In a flurry of concern, she glanced into the mirror. Her face had changed compared to before, though not drastically. Her skin had become fairer and smoother, and her facial contours were softer. Yet the alterations were subtle enough to evade notice upon casual observation. The most significant change was in her Adam's apple. Previously, it had been slightly pronounced, but now it was entirely flat and smooth, rendering it imperceptible. Surely it must not be noticeable. Sumo thought anxiously, and with Zhang Yang's prompt urging, she finally opened the bathroom door. Taking a deep breath, she stepped out. Zhang Yang, clutching his abdomen, rushed past her into the bathroom as soon as she emerged. Thank goodness, it seems like nothing is amiss for now. Sumo exhaled in relief. At least Zhang Yang had not detected her transformation. She adjusted her clothes and feigned calmness as she sat at the edge of her bed. At that moment, her other roommates began to stir, yawning and sluggishly dressing. Sumo watched them nervously, fearful of betraying any sign of her change. However, they appeared oblivious to her unusual demeanor, chatting and teasing each other just as they always did. With the burden of anxiety lifted from her heart, she lay back on her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. As she gazed at the ceiling, the system's mischievous voice echoed in her mind, congratulating her on her successful transformation, declaring her a genuine girl now. Upon hearing the system's voice, a thought flickered in Sumo's mind. Perhaps I am more suited to being a girl than a boy? She shook her head vigorously, chastising herself. What am I thinking? I am a true man. How could I entertain such thoughts? All that remains of me is a man's heart, and I must not forsake it. The host has been identified by the system as the most suitable candidate for binding with the goddess cultivation system. In this world, no one is more fitting to become a girl than you. Now, dear host, strive to complete the system's tasks and endeavor to become the most beautiful woman in the world. It seems I had nearly forgotten about the system tasks. I can only hope that none of them involve anything as daunting as kissing a man, for that would certainly send Sumo into a tailspin. A new novice task has been issued. The requirements are to visit a women's clothing store and purchase a complete outfit as a female. Upon successful completion, the reward will be an ultra-smooth bustier. What use is this bustier to me? Might I receive something of tangible value instead? That would truly provide the motivation I need. The system responded, noting that based on the host's performance in completing tasks, there will be monthly enhancements to the host's attractiveness, along with potential bonuses. There is indeed money to be earned. Why did you not mention this sooner? The more tasks, the better. The prospect of earning through tasks lifted Sumo's spirits significantly. Perhaps she could acquire figurines, games, or computer peripherals from the system rewards. Motivated by the system's incentives, Sumo rose and greeted Su Bin and Zhang Yang, who were already awake, while casting a glance at Zhao Wen, who was still peacefully slumbering. A playful impulse surged within her. She leaned close to his ear and, in her most feminine voice, whispered, "Little lazy pig, if you don't get up soon, the sun will shine on your bottom." With a light-hearted step, she left the dormitory. Zhao Wen, groggy from his dreams, stirred awake and thought, did an angel sister just call me to get up? While there was no angel sister, there was indeed an angel brother. It was just little Mo who had called him. Was Lao Wu so crazed with thoughts of women that he mistook his good buddy for one? No matter. When little Mo returned, he would kneel and apologize. What a strange thought. If it was little Mo who awakened him, then why did he hear such a lovely female voice? Zhao Wen felt perplexed. Could it be that he was truly losing his mind over women? Upon arriving at the mall, Su Mo found herself in a quandary as she prepared to enter the women's clothing store. Peering inside, she observed that while the girls sported a variety of hairstyles, they all had long hair that fell past their shoulders. Glancing at her own long, layered hair that barely grazed her ears, she wondered what to do. Do I have any wigs or anything? As for clothing, it was summer, and the girls mostly donned ultra-short shorts and skirts, showcasing their long, fair legs. Su Mo gazed at her loose t-shirt and cropped pants, disheartened. What girl would enter a clothing store dressed like this? With no clear solution, she decided to consult the system. System, if I go in like this, will I be mistaken for a boy? Can you assist me?
Sumo implored.
As an exemplary system, it promptly responded to the host's request. You are granted a limited-time hairstyle change skill and a beautiful outfit. Please complete the task as soon as possible. With the system's assistance, Su Mo felt a sense of relief wash over her. She glanced at the mall's directory and followed the signs toward the restroom. Before entering the restroom, Su Mo found herself in a quandary, pondering which facility she ought to use. After much internal struggle, she silently recited to herself, "Do not gaze upon what is inappropriate. Do not gaze upon what is inappropriate. I am a girl and need not be fearful." With that thought, she lowered her head and stepped into the restroom. Chapter 5. The first purchase of lingerie. Gazing at the myriad hairstyles displayed in the system, Su Mo found himself lost in contemplation. Most of the styles were unfamiliar to him, but he could recognize a few, such as the high ponytail, sleek black straight hair, and the mullet. Without much hesitation, he opted for the sleek black straight hair. The reason was simple. His favorite anime character, Yukino Shida, sported that very style. As for clothing, he chose a cream-colored short-sleeve knitted top paired with a pair of washed denim skinny jeans. Despite the modest attire, Su Mo felt a wave of shyness wash over him. The system offered an array of skirts and shorts, with even the jeans being form-fitting. Timidly stepping out of the changing room and approaching the mirror, Su Mo scrutinized his reflection. His delicate pink lips shimmered enticingly, and his gentle eyes exuded a serene warmth, the clarity of his gaze rendering him refreshingly ethereal. A beauty mark beneath his left eye added a touch of allure to his innocent visage. A faint smile graced Sumo's fair face, tinged with a hint of bashfulness, reminiscent of blossoming peach blossoms, enhancing his charm. He felt a profound satisfaction with his transformed feminine appearance, granting him the confidence to enter a women's clothing store without hesitation. Whistling a cheerful tune, he made his way to the boutique. Upon entering, however, the once self-assured Su Mo was instantly thrown into disarray upon discovering that it was, in fact, a lingerie store. A plethora of lingerie styles met his gaze. While the more conventional options were manageable, the daring designs left him blushing profusely. After merely a brief glance, his face turned as crimson as a freshly boiled shrimp. Was it truly appropriate for a spirited young man to peruse such items? Feeling a surge of panic, he contemplated making a discreet exit. Just as he was about to slip away, he heard the system's voice. "Host, you must not escape, otherwise, there will be consequences." Although he was uncertain of the nature of the punishment, he understood that the system was not to be trifled with. Reluctantly, Su Mo steeled himself and returned to the task of selecting lingerie. He sighed, realizing that his first experience purchasing lingerie was not for a girlfriend, but rather for himself. Faced with the array of colorful undergarments, he found himself in a quandary. Most of the options seemed to cater to sizes above a B cup, and upon checking his own measurements, he feared that nothing would fit appropriately. Meanwhile, Xie Wanning, who was working at the lingerie store, idly played with her phone. This was not due to slacking off at work. Rather, her friend had whimsically opened the shop, only to relinquish it to Xie Wanning after its inception, leaving her to manage it. Although many employees were hired, her sense of responsibility compelled her to visit occasionally. Putting down her phone, she scanned the surroundings and was drawn to a blushing young beauty, seemingly overwhelmed by the multitude of lingerie options before her. Noticing her bashful and endearing demeanor, Xie Wanning felt a pang of empathy, realizing that this must be the girl's first time shopping for lingerie alone. With this thought in mind, she approached her. Which one should I choose? Would opting for this cartoon-patterned one be perceived as childish? Yet the others appear rather risque. Would I be mistaken for a pervert? Once purchased, I must hide it well. If the others find out, it would be disastrous. As Suemo was lost in thought, she felt a gentle tap on her shoulder. Turning around, she was momentarily stunned by the captivating beauty before her. The girl's delicate features were striking, with elegant willow-like brows and peach blossom eyes, a small beauty mark beneath her eye adding an enchanting allure. Tall and graceful, her lustrous black hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders. Under the gaze of such a stunning beauty, Suemo felt a wave of shyness wash over her, lowering her head as her cheeks flushed a deeper crimson, resembling a radiant rose that one might be tempted to pluck. Xie Wanning, observing Sumo's bashful demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle softly before speaking. Are you looking to purchase some lingerie, little sister? You seem unsure about your choices. Would you like some assistance from your elder sister? Though Suemo was quite embarrassed, she realized that she truly didn't know what to select, so she reluctantly agreed to Xie Wanning's offer. May I ask your size? I can help you pick out something suitable, Xie Wanning inquired. It should be an A, I suppose, as I don't think I've changed much since my days as a boy, Suemo replied, uncertainty lingering in her voice. It appeared that this lovely girl was indeed a novice at buying lingerie, not even aware of her own size. Xie Wanning felt a pang of sympathy and said, let me help you measure your size. Come with me to the fitting room. Upon hearing that Xie Wanning would assist her in measuring, Suemo was taken aback. But I'm still flat. What if she suspects I'm a boy? She thought anxiously. Additionally, the idea of being confined in the narrow fitting room with such a stunning beauty made her worry that she might not be able to handle it. At that moment, Suemo felt a mix of trepidation and shyness. And no, that won't be necessary. I can do it myself, she stammered, her embarrassment causing her speech to falter. I'm not a pervert. I won't do anything untoward in the fitting room. Just a little measuring here and there, Xie Wanning teased, her playful intent evident. Seeing such a cute and easily flustered girl, Xie Wanning felt a desire to tease her further, insisting, how can you measure yourself accurately? If it's wrong, you'll have to return and buy again, which is quite troublesome. Faced with Xie Wanning's earnest gaze and slightly pouty lips, Suemo found it hard to refuse. Yet, the risk of revealing her secret made her voice take on a slightly coy tone as she said, Sister, when I came to buy before, I was an A cup. I haven't changed much since then, so just grab me an A, please. Hearing Sumo's sweet, soft voice, Xie Wanning's heart softened, and she decided not to press the issue further. At the checkout, she offered Suemo a discount, momentarily lost in thought at the sound of Suemo calling her sister. Oh no, I forgot to ask for her contact information, Xie Wanning lamented, feeling a twinge of regret. Well, I can only hope we meet again by chance. Upon returning to her dormitory, Suemo had changed back into her original hairstyle and clothes. Noticing her friends engrossed in their video games and oblivious to her presence, she quietly placed the lingerie she had purchased into her wardrobe and prepared to take a shower. Though my roommates may exhibit a certain lewdness, endlessly discussing which beauty possesses the finest looks and figure, they still maintain a level of decorum that precludes any notion of rummaging through another's wardrobe. As for that exquisitely smooth chest wrap, Suemo has resolved to temporarily store it within the confines of the system. The thought of a boy donning such a garment and inadvertently being discovered is mortifying to imagine. As Suemo turned on the shower, she allowed the cool water to cascade over her body. Emerging from the bathroom, she towel-dried her damp hair and recalled that her hairdryer was broken. She approached Su Bin, who was closest to her desk, and said, Hey, third, my hairdryer is on the fritz. May I borrow yours? Su Bin picked up his hairdryer and, as he turned to hand it to Suemo, he was momentarily taken aback. Her captivating eyes sparkled like clear water, slightly misty from her recent bath, imbued with a lively essence reminiscent of a fawn in the forest, appearing as if they could pierce directly into one's soul. Noticing Su Bin's distraction, Suemo waved her hands before him and exclaimed, "Why are you dazed? Quickly, pass me the hairdryer. I might catch a cold with the air conditioning on." Regaining his composure, Subin handed her the hairdryer, returning to his game, though his focus remained elusive. "Dude, third, your aim is all over the place. You haven't even hit that low-health enemy. Are you dreaming?" Zhang Yang and Zhao Wen chimed in simultaneously. The three were engaged in a match of Valorant. Suemo played infrequently. Usually, it was only when the second roommate had free time that the five of them would occasionally team up for a match. That was a mistake. "Next round, I'll snipe the enemy," he muttered, yet his thoughts lingered on Sumo's enchanting gaze. "Ugh, I must be out of practice. Seeing her nearly made my heart race." "She's just your bro, Subin. You're being ridiculous." Meanwhile, the unwitting instigator, Suemo, hummed a cheerful tune, blissfully drying her silky hair. Chapter 6. Li Lingyun's birthday banquet. After a few uneventful days, Saturday arrived with great anticipation. The residents of the dormitory were particularly excited, for today marked the birthday celebration of the charming and affluent second master. As evening approached, everyone began to adorn themselves in preparation. While an ordinary birthday gathering might not warrant such effort, a high-profile affair like this would surely attract numerous guests eager to extend their congratulations. As dear friends of the second master, they could not afford to embarrass him. Suemo glanced at her roommates, who were impeccably dressed. Even those who typically neglected their appearance had taken special care with their hair. Despite their usual scruffy demeanor, they managed to present themselves rather handsomely, leading Suemo to reflect on the truth that attire can indeed transform one's appearance. "Look at you, fifth brother, all dressed up and dashing today. Though you still fall a tad short compared to me," Subin teased, playfully slicking back his hair. "Handsome? Hardly. Just look at that ridiculous appearance," someone retorted. Yet, there was no denying that fifth brother did look quite dapper, perhaps hoping to catch the attention of some lovely ladies at the second master's birthday celebration. "That is a misguided assumption, big brother. My efforts are not for the sake of women," he protested. In truth, Suemo had not put in much effort herself, primarily concerned about overshadowing the second master on his special day. Observing the antics of her three roommates, Suemo couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Enough of your preening. If anyone discovers you are friends with the second master, they might hesitate to join us in the future. This was a significant occasion, and they must not tarnish his reputation." In recent days, Suemo had accomplished several tasks, and as a reward, the system had enhanced her beauty. Her roommates had evidently noticed her increasingly attractive appearance. While Suemo felt somewhat helpless about her transformation, wishing to remain understated and not draw attention to her beauty too quickly, the system had other plans. "Dear host, you must understand that you are destined to become the most beautiful goddess in the world. Progress has been slow, and at this rate, it will take you years to achieve your goal," the system often reminded her. "Although you are becoming quite striking, you cannot possibly wear such casual attire for the event," her friends remarked, observing her in a loose t-shirt and baggy shorts. "I haven't changed yet. Just wait a moment, and I will dazzle you with my new outfit," Suemo replied, grabbing her newly purchased clothes and heading to the bathroom. Before closing the door, she playfully made a cute face at them. "Goodness, Suemo is increasingly resembling a woman. Not only is she being adorable, but now she also hides a way to change," one of them noted. "Exactly. What's there to be shy about? We're just a bunch of guys. It's not like we'll bite," another added. "It must be that she is too intimidated by our handsomeness. Such is the power of charm," they joked, though deep down, they were eagerly anticipating Suemo's transformation. Inside the bathroom, Suemo slowly shed her clothing, casting a shy glance at her reflection in the mirror. Her skin, smooth as cream and radiant as jade, glimmered under the warm light. Sighing inwardly, Suemo pondered how to conceal the subtle curvature that was nearly imperceptible now, yet would inevitably become more pronounced in the future. Just as her thoughts spiraled into frustration, the system's voice chimed in. "Allow this omnipotent system to handle such matters." The host's novice reward, the ultra-smooth chest wrap, would undoubtedly come in handy at this moment. The system's words illuminated Sumo's mind. While it was indeed quite useful now, what about later? Would it not be uncomfortably constricting? Yet, The system assured that its offerings were of unparalleled quality, proclaimed the chest wrap to be ultra-smooth, assuring her that it would not cause discomfort, and even boasted breast-enhancing properties akin to papaya and rib soup. This was an indispensable tool on the host's path to becoming a goddess. Reassured by the system's initial claims, Suemo felt a sense of relief, but upon hearing the mention of breast enhancement, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she retorted, "I have no intention of enhancing anything, you lewd system, humph." With that, she retrieved the ultra-smooth chest wrap from the system and donned it. Indeed, the system's products proved to be exceptionally effective. Not only was it refreshingly cool, but the fabric was also exquisitely delicate, providing a most comfortable contact with her skin. Once properly secured, Suemo took out the outfit she intended to change into, a baseball jacket paired with fitted casual pants. Not wanting to keep her friends waiting, she hastily dressed and exited the restroom. As the three men beheld Suemo stepping out, their eyes brightened with admiration. Her features were distinct and elegant, her skin fair and smooth, with delicate eyebrows slightly arched and lips painted in a rosy smile. The fitted attire accentuated her slender and elongated form, reminiscent of a jade figure, unparalleled among gentlemen. When it comes to looks, it must be our little C," one of them remarked. "With him around, it seems we have no chance with the pretty girls," the trio mused in envy. "Hey, did you notice that little Mo is becoming more and more like a girl? Perhaps it's just my imagination, but he seems to have transitioned from handsome to beautiful," Zhao Wen observed, scrutinizing Sumo's face with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing Zhao Wen's comment, the others couldn't help but fix their gaze on Suemo. It was undeniable that she now surpassed most girls they had encountered in beauty. As they watched, they could not suppress their smirks. Feeling the trio's gaze laden with mischief, Suemo was overwhelmed by a wave of goosebumps, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment and anger. "Get away from me, you creeps. This is merely androgynous charm." With that, she swiftly fled the dormitory. Seeing her retreat, the three followed suit. As they regarded the slender figure ahead, they exchanged glances. Zhang Yang hesitated before speaking. "Little C, I'm not trying to pry, but have you moved on from your last failed confession?" "I've long since moved on. Why dwell on someone who doesn't love you? Now, I simply wish to await the arrival of someone who truly cares for me." Suemo spoke truthfully. She had come to understand that she would embrace a sunny disposition, no longer letting heartbreak consume her. Though she had transformed into a woman herself, such thoughts were rendered moot. "Recovering so quickly, little C, it seems your romantic endeavors were not very profound," Zhao Wen teased. With a dismissive air, he remarked, "Oh, there are plenty of beautiful women in the world. With my striking looks, I need not worry about finding a partner in the future. Once I secure a companion as exquisite as a celestial being, those who overlooked me will surely regret it." Suemo spoke with an unmistakable tone of arrogance. Observing this demeanor, his friends, familiar with Sumo's character, recognized that he had truly begun to move on, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. They responded with a hint of warmth in their voices. "It is truly wonderful that you can think this way." Xiaomo feeling a touch of gratitude at their words, Suemo halted his steps and turned to face them, revealing a radiant smile. His friends were momentarily taken aback by the brilliance of his expression, illuminated by the sunset, which painted his face in hues of rose. Soon, they caught up with Suemo, walking side by side as they ventured outside the campus. Their laughter echoed in the air, and the setting sun stretched their playful silhouettes, much like the enduring friendship they would share for years to come. That Friday evening, at the Lee family villa, the hall downstairs was abuzz with the butler and maids preparing for the upcoming birthday banquet. Li Linyun stood alone on the balcony, igniting a cigarette, his countenance heavy with unspoken thoughts, exuding a sense of melancholy. Gazing at the distant, brightly lit nightscape, he felt a profound loneliness enveloping him. He glanced at his phone's messaging interface, where the person labeled as brother had yet to respond to his messages. "You promised to manage the company for 3 years and then return, yet here we are in the 3rd year. When will you come back?" Li Linyun mused, lost in thought, until the burning ash pricked his hand, jolting him back to reality. He extinguished the cigarette and took a shower, before wearily collapsing onto his bed. Perhaps due to his brother's departure, Li Linyun had come to value friendship deeply. The anticipation of his dormitory friends attending the birthday celebration lifted his spirits somewhat. As for matters of the heart, although Li Linyun attracted considerable attention from girls, many from high society admired him, he had yet to encounter a girl who truly captivated him. His thoughts then drifted to his relationship with Suemo, and he sighed deeply. Li Linyun was acutely aware that an invisible barrier had formed between them following a certain incident. Perhaps it was the significance of their bond that led both of them to feign ignorance of the issue. He recognized that continuing in this manner was unsustainable, yet he remained uncertain of how to address it. Weary, Li Linyun succumbed to a haze of thoughts, gradually drifting into slumber, accompanied by the rhythm of his steady breathing. Chapter 7 Reunion with Xie Wanning. Due to regulations permitting a maximum of 3 passengers per taxi, the 4 individuals opted for 2 vehicles. Following the destination provided by Li Linyun, they arrived at a luxurious villa complex. Upon alighting, Suemo and Zhao Wen were greeted by the driver, who rolled down the window and cheerfully remarked, "You 2 handsome gentlemen and beautiful lady, please remember to give a 5-star review." Startled by the driver's comment, Suemo nearly stumbled as she took a few steps away. She intended to turn back and clarify, even though it was a trivial matter. She still considered herself one of the boys in her heart. However, Zhao Wen jovially responded to the driver, "Sure thing, master. This lovely lady and I will definitely leave you a 5-star rating." Feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation, Suemo shot Zhao Wen a glare and playfully waved her small fist at him. "Old 5, are you trying to get yourself killed? Do you believe I won't give you a couple of punches? Being struck by little 4 would be quite delightful, wouldn't it? The force would be just right. Neither painful nor harsh, yet still soft and gentle. I'm rather curious to experience it," Zhao Wen pondered seriously. Suemo expected him to beg for mercy, but to her surprise, he wore an expression of anticipation. What on earth? Has he suddenly developed a masochistic tendency? How bizarre. Ooh. Alarmed by Zhao Wen's unexpected demeanor, Suemo hastily made her escape. Eagerly awaiting the reward from Suemo, Zhao Wen followed her, playfully shouting, "Don't run off, little Mo. Give me a couple of punches to make me feel good. Little Mo, make me feel good." Not far from where they had just disembarked, Zhang Yang and Su Bin overheard this exchange, their shock causing their phones to tumble from their hands. "Wait, did I hear that correctly? Old 5 wants little 4 to make him feel good? You're not mistaken, old boss. Old 5 has been single for far too long and is desperate. We need to rescue little 4 from his clutches." The 2 quickly hurried after them. As they approached the villa, they were taken aback by the sight before them. It was a magnificent private residence. Even those lacking experience could discern it as the dwelling of the affluent. The grand entrance hall featured an imposing door, and the surrounding fence was adorned with exquisite and rare flowers. A fountain graced the courtyard, complemented by intricately carved marble sculptures, all of which attested to the owner's immense wealth. Goodness, I knew old 2 was wealthy, but I never imagined he was this affluent. The group excitedly approached the villa. At the entrance stood 2 elegantly dressed young ladies in maid outfits. Not the trendy short designs of modern times, but rather long, graceful garments reminiscent of the medieval era. As the maids observed the 3 boisterous young men accompanied by a strikingly beautiful, androgynous girl approaching, they curtsied and inquired, "Are you guests? May we please see your invitation?" Confused, Suemo glanced at her 3 roommates. "Do we have an invitation? I don't think old 2 provided us with one." Zhang Yang shook his head. "No, he wouldn't forget something so meticulous. He is far too thoughtful for that. We don't possess an invitation, but the 4 of us are Li Linyun's roommates. He must have informed you of our arrival," Suemo explained. The maid, upon hearing this, turned to the striking girl, her eyes revealing a hint of doubt. The young master mentioned that his roommates would be coming. However, how is it that one of you is a girl? Several individuals observed the maid casting a puzzled glance at Suemo, and it dawned upon them that she had mistaken him for a girl. "Sister," one remarked, "do not be misled by his striking appearance. He is, in fact, a bona fide male." Suemo nodded, endeavoring to project his most masculine voice as he affirmed, "Indeed, I am an unequivocal male, complete with an Adam's apple. If you do not believe me, take a look." He tilted his head back, attempting to showcase his throat. However, The onlookers were met not with an Adam's apple, but rather with his smooth, fair neck, causing a few of his roommates to swallow hard. It seems you do not possess an Adam's apple after all, and your skin is even more delicate than mine. Nevertheless, the maid accepted their words, recalling that the young master had previously mentioned a roommate who bore a slight resemblance to a girl. Please come inside. Our young master is currently in a meeting in the conference room. You may explore the villa in the meantime. With that, she cast a few more glances at Suemo, marveling at his exceptional beauty. As they entered the villa, they found it far more opulent than they had imagined. A grand crystal chandelier adorned the ceiling, while the spacious hallway was lined with exquisite paintings. Elegant oak wine racks filled with fine spirits artfully divided the space. Rows of delectable desserts and gourmet dishes were arranged on tables draped with pristine linens, and a number of well-dressed guests were already mingling within the villa. Feeling a rumble in his stomach, Suemo realized he had yet to dine and sought to invite his companions to partake in some food. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze fell upon a familiar, lovely face from a distance, and he froze. Wasn't that the salesgirl from the lingerie store? What was she doing here? Did she know his friend? The system's voice chimed in, to avoid the risk of gender exposure. It is advised that you attend this gathering in female attire. A frown creased Sumo's brow as he contemplated the need to disguise himself as a woman. He would have to slip away unnoticed, but how could he explain this to his friends? Moreover, where could he change? He didn't even know where the restrooms were located. The location of the restroom has been marked for you. Please complete your task promptly. Surely, you do not wish for the truth of your female identity to be revealed, do you? The system's tone struck him as rather insipid. Although he felt a pang of guilt for abandoning his friends, Suemo knew he had no choice but to concoct an excuse. Oh dear, my stomach hurts terribly. I must make a trip to the restroom. You guys enjoy yourselves for a bit. He feigned a pained expression, clutching his abdomen. Alas, how unfortunate that it had to arrive today of all days. Did you bring any large band-aids? If not, I can run out and fetch some for you. Do not hesitate to ask. Shaomo. Be good. Shaomo. Avoid cold drinks tonight. Once we return, I shall prepare some brown sugar water for you. Suemo was left speechless. Ever since he acquired the system, his friends had taken to teasing him as if he were a girl, despite the fact that he was undeniably a boy without any feminine traits. Go away. Buy it for yourselves. I merely have a stomachache, no need to wait for me. I shall find some pretty young lady to play with shortly. With that, he strode towards the restroom indicated by the system. Dressed in a light blue long gown, Xie Wanqing wandered aimlessly through the villa. In preparation for the gathering, she had applied a subtle touch of makeup, enhancing her already stunning features to a more alluring degree. Unlike her usual demeanor, she now exuded a mature, sensual aura, her delicate collarbone and long, fair legs drawing the appreciative glances of many. However, most merely cast fleeting looks. Individuals of this social echelon were acutely aware of their social etiquette and image. Gazing at the familiar Li family villa, Xie Wanqing felt a wave of nostalgia. It had been so many years since Li Linfeng had departed. Surely he would return this year. As for Li Linyun, he now perpetually wore an aloof demeanor, utterly unappealing. He was far more endearing as a child. Lost in her musings, Xie Wanqing was suddenly drawn from her reverie by the sight of a familiar figure not far from her. A sentee that the shy little beauty who blushed at the mere act of purchasing lingerie? If she is here, it must mean she knows Li Linyun. Could she possibly be his girlfriend? Driven by curiosity and her fondness for charming young ladies, Xie Wanqing followed her, certainly not out of a desire to tease this adorable little beauty again. Chapter 8. Li Linfeng in the restroom. Suemo had transformed into a charming young lady. Dressed in a knee-length white dress, adorned with delicate lace-trimmed socks and flat black shoes, she exuded an aura of innocence and allure. As she gazed into the mirror, the gentle light illuminated her exquisite features, casting a radiant glow upon her delicate face. Her large, expressive eyes framed by long eyelashes, a petite and graceful nose, and her lips, tinted with a rosy hue, combined to create a portrait of beauty. With a smile that could captivate hearts, she resembled a picturesque fairy. Unable to resist, Suemo playfully kissed her reflection, only to feel a tinge of embarrassment wash over her. How could I be so infatuated with myself? Wiping away the remnants of her playful act from the mirror, she tidied her shoulder-length hair and exited the restroom. Upon stepping out, she encountered a familiar figure, Xie Ning. The system had indicated that she was the one who knew Sumo's true identity, prompting her to exercise caution. She could not appear before both Xie Ning and her companions simultaneously. It was one thing for her roommates to discover her secret. They might merely consider her fondness for cross-dressing. However, if Xie Ning were to learn of her true gender, it could lead to a misunderstanding of a more scandalous nature. After contemplating her strategy, Sumo resolved to remain close to Xie Ning, ensuring that if they encountered mutual friends or the birthday celebrant, she would have room to maneuver. With this thought in mind, she gently tugged at the hem of her dress, inhaled deeply, and silently encouraged herself as she approached Xie Ning. As the venue buzzed with guests celebrating the birthday, Xie Ning lost sight of Sumo, who had vanished into the crowd. She found herself wandering aimlessly, waiting for Sumo to reappear. To her surprise, Sumo not only returned to her view but walked directly toward her. In her resplendent white dress, Sumo approached, and the exquisite beauty of her face, now even more radiant under the lights, stirred unexpected emotions within Xie Ning. What is this sensation? Xie Ning had never experienced such feelings before, warm and inviting, akin to basking in the summer sun on the Montéligre beach. In a daze, she realized that Sumo had stood before her, her cheeks flushed with a shyness reminiscent of a sunset. A particular lyric came to mind, perfectly encapsulating her current emotions. Only because you are so beautiful. The sight of you ignites a flutter within me, a feeling I have never known. 'Cause I got a crush on you. Dear sister, I never expected to encounter you here. Thank you for your assistance the last time at the store. Sumo's voice jolted the entranced Xie Ning back to reality. As she looked at the stunning beauty before her, Sumo felt her cheeks warm with embarrassment. Despite having gained numerous attributes since their last meeting and becoming even more enchanting, she still felt overshadowed when compared to Xie Ning. What truly captivated Sumo, however, was the mature elegance radiating from her. She had always been fond of the allure of an older sister figure. Gazing upon the bashful maiden before her, Xie could not help but feel a surge of joy at their swift reunion. A genuine smile graced her lips as she remarked, "Sister, I spotted you shortly after my arrival. Why have you changed into a different outfit? I distinctly remember you wearing an exquisite little white dress." "Well, you see, I generally do not favor wearing skirts, as they make me feel rather shy. However, considering it is someone else's birthday celebration, I thought it more appropriate to don a dress, hence the change," Sumo replied, her voice tinged with a hint of embarrassment as she offered a feeble excuse. Xie, taken aback for the first time by a girl who shunned skirts, particularly one as charming and lovely as Sumo, felt a twinge of regret. "Do you not realize how stunning you look in a dress? Just look at those legs of yours. They are so slender and fair." As she spoke, her hand involuntarily rested upon Sumo's delicate thigh, giving it a gentle pinch. Feeling the warmth radiating from her thigh, Sumo's face, already flushed, deepened in color. Am I being taken advantage of? Could this sister perhaps be a little Yuri? Yet, being favored by such a beautiful woman seems rather delightful. Maybe I should also. Her thoughts faltered under the weight of her shyness, leaving her mind in a whirl. While appearing slender, there is still a hint of softness, and it feels quite pleasant to the touch, Xie mused softly. After savoring the soft sensation for a moment longer, she reluctantly withdrew her hand, realizing that if this continued, the enchanting beauty before her might start viewing her as a rogue. "By the way, I still do not know your name. If you are here for the gathering, you must be acquainted with Li Linyun, correct? What is your relationship with him?"
Xie Ning, noticing Sumo's bashfulness,
deftly shifted the topic. I am Sumo. I am friends with Li Linyun. We are classmates," Sumo stammered. Initially, she contemplated fabricating a name, but upon considering that Xie might know the truth about Li Linyun, she abandoned the notion. As for any potential mention of her to Li Linyun, she was prepared to face it when the time came, confident that Li Linyun would merely assume Xie had mistaken her gender. Feeling a pang of hunger in her stomach, Xie Wanqing grasped Sumo's hand, leading her onward as she said, "Sister, I am Xie Wanqing. Wan as in evening and Qing as in frost. I am Li Linyun's cousin, having watched that rascal grow up. I am famished. Sumo, would you accompany me to find something to eat?" The revelation that Xie Wanqing was Li Linyun's cousin astonished Sumo. The world felt exceedingly small. Complying, she let Xie Wanqing lead her by the hand, feeling a sense of elation at this being her first experience holding hands with a girl, especially one as beautiful as Xie Wanqing. Arriving at a table laden with exquisite delicacies, Sumo glanced around, relieved to find that none of her dormitory companions were in sight. After such a long interval without food, she too felt hungry, and began to select dishes alongside Xie Wanqing, mirroring her choices, as she was uncertain of what might be delectable. Xie Wanqing's preference leaned towards Italian cuisine, as she selected some cheese, lamb chops, and tuna belly. Once again, Sumo retrieved a bottle of red wine from the shelf, glancing at it with unfamiliarity regarding the brand. After selecting an appropriate spot, the two settled down to indulge in their tasting. Sumo lifted a piece of tuna belly to her mouth, savoring its exquisite melt in the mouth texture and lingering aftertaste. It was delectable. Observing the enjoyment on Sumo's face, Xie Wanqing inquired with a smile, "Little Mo, may I call you that from now on? Do you fancy this tuna belly?" Sumo nodded and casually asked if it suited Xie Wanqing's palate. The tuna belly was cooked to perfection, though she preferred it seasoned with matsutake rather than truffle. Halfway through their meal, Xie Wanqing uncorked the red wine, preparing to pour a glass for Sumo. Sumo quickly interjected, "Sister Wanqing, I cannot drink. My tolerance is quite poor, and I become tipsy at the slightest touch of alcohol. Fear not. Should you become inebriated, I shall escort you home. Uncle Li's wines are all exquisite. This one hails from the Margot estate, and I assure you, you will adore it. Getting tipsy is splendid. I can bring you home and hold you as we slumber." Xie Wanqing mused. "To commemorate our meeting, let us toast." Xie Wanqing raised her glass to Sumo, sipping with a radiant smile. The wine was indeed delightful, living up to its reputation as one of the top 5 estates. Sumo, having little understanding of wine, did not fully grasp Xie Wanqing's words. However, seeing her sister relish the drink, she decided to take a taste. The wine was rich and robust. It began with a hint of bitterness, soon mellowed by a wave of fruity essence, leaving a refreshing aroma in its wake. Truly exquisite. Sumo's eyes sparkled as if she had uncovered a new world. After a few more sips, she beamed at Xie Wanqing and exclaimed, "Sister Wanqing, this is truly delightful. No wonder you adore it so." Xie Wanqing chuckled with poise. "In truth, I am more fond of this table. At first glance, it appears ordinary, yet seated here, the view is expansive, allowing one to command most of the banquet space." With that, she pushed aside the dishes and wine glass, resting her chin on her hands, gazing into Sumo's eyes. This was a position of power. Sumo felt a wave of confusion, tinged with familiarity, as if she had encountered this scene before. "Silly girl, don't look at me like that. I am merely imitating Li Linfeng," Xie Wanqing remarked, amused by Sumo's naive expression. Upon hearing Xie Wanqing mistakenly refer to Li Linyun as Li Linfeng, Sumo suspected her sister might be tipsy. "Sister Wanqing, you ought to refrain from further drinking. You've even misnamed Li Linyun." At this, a flicker of confusion crossed Xie Wanqing's eyes before she chuckled. "My apologies, little Mo. I seem a bit muddled. Truly, alcohol can be detrimental to one's health. After a hearty meal, let us step onto the balcony for some fresh air. Feels a tad warm in here." Sumo nodded in agreement. As she contemplated this, watching Xie Wanqing's retreating figure, a peculiar thought emerged in her mind. Could Li Linfeng be the brother of Li Linyun? Chapter 9. Xie Wanqing's confession. "Mr. Li, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you, and I wish you a joyful birthday today." As Li Linyun extended his hand, he greeted the man before him with warmth. "Delighted to work together, Mr. Wang. Thank you for your kind wishes, and I hope you enjoy the festivities of the birthday banquet." Upon exiting the conference room, Li Linyun glanced at his watch. It was nearly 6 o'clock, and the birthday celebration was about to commence. Observing the men and women reveling in the festivities, he, as the guest of honor, could not shake an underlying sense of melancholy. Li Linyun had never favored bustling scenes, for they rendered him vulnerable to the gnawing pangs of solitude. No matter the location, amidst the vibrant city lights, the heart remained achingly lonely. Those who are lonely yearn for emotional solace, be it through familial bonds, romantic love, or friendships. In his childhood, Li Linyun received little of the paternal affection from his stern father, who prioritized corporate success. Conversely, his mother was exceptionally gentle, nurturing both him and his brother with great care. In times of distress, she would tenderly stroke his hair and whisper comforting words. Alas, that tender presence was lost to illness. Li Linyun would never forget the day she sat upon her bed, facing the sunset, as the sun dipped below the horizon, and darkness crept in through the window, casting her elongated shadow upon the wall. Disturbances echoed in the hospital corridor, likely from a family welcoming an elder's recovery. His brother attempted to reach their father by phone, but the line remained unanswered. Exhausted, Li Linyun found solace by curling up beside his mother's bed and drifting into slumber. In that fleeting moment, she caressed his hair with her warm hand, and he dreamily heard her voice urging him and his brother not to harbor resentment towards their father. Returning to the present, Li Linyun noticed the sunset had surrendered its final glow, and the night draped around him like a curtain. He realized he had been ensconced in solitude for far too long, immersed in memories. Perhaps he should heed his roommate's advice and consider seeking a girlfriend. Nonetheless, the immediate priority was to ensure the success of the birthday banquet, to manage his emotions, and to wear a gentle smile. As he made his way towards the banquet hall, he remained the same unperturbed Li Linyun, gazing at Xie Wanning, whose head rested upon his shoulder. Su Mo felt a twinge of vexation. Why had he not enjoyed such fortune back when he was still a little boy? Now transformed into a girl, she basked in the allure of romantic interest, yet even if he wished to act, he felt powerless. Su Mo found himself involuntarily captivated by the profile of Xie Wanning. It was undeniable. She was truly beautiful, her skin smooth and radiant, exuding a delicate fragrance. It was only when Xie Wanning turned her head to look at him curiously that he became aware of his indiscretion. His cheeks flushed, and he hastily diverted his gaze. I see the mountains adorned with charm. Surely the mountains see me in the same light. In truth, Su Mo was also quite lovely in her own right. To Xie Wanning, she appeared as an endearingly naive little beauty. However, having spent 20 years as a straight man had rendered her somewhat oblivious to this fact. As she gazed at the inexplicably shy Su Mo, Xie Wanning felt her affection for her growing deeper. Unable to resist, she reached out to pinch Sumo's delicate face, teasingly remarking, "Our little Mo can be shy too. Just now, you were staring at your sister. Anyone unaware of the situation might think you are a girl who fancies other girls." Although Xie Wanning was undeniably beautiful, Su Mo would not have lost her composure for such a trivial matter. It was the sight of Xie Wanning resting her head on her shoulder, eyes closed, exuding a serene and gentle demeanor that starkly contrasted with her usual boisterous self. Upon hearing Xie Wanning's words, Su Mo felt her dignity as a tall young man being thoroughly trampled. No, she must retaliate. Humph, Wanning, you seem more like the girl who likes girls. Last time in the lingerie store, you insisted on measuring my size. I think you just wanted to take advantage of me. Su Mo pouted, attempting to sound fierce. However, given her current innocent and adorable appearance, it was unlikely she could intimidate anyone even if she were genuinely angry. Xie Wanning was momentarily taken aback by Sumo's words, not out of fear, but because she began to contemplate their implications. She realized that she had very few close friends and had never formed such an intimate bond with someone she had met only twice. The ease and joy she felt while spending time with Su Mo resembled that of long-standing best friends. Could it be that she harbored special feelings for Su Mo, desiring to enter into a romantic relationship? As this thought crossed her mind, Xie Wanning turned her gaze to Su Mo. At that moment, Su Mo's cheeks were slightly flushed, her delicate eyebrows were gently furrowed, her soft lips slightly parted, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with warmth. Xie Wanning's heart skipped a beat as she realized she might indeed be developing feelings for Su Mo. It was no wonder she had never been attracted to any boys over the years. Perhaps her inclinations were simply different. Or perhaps it was simply Sumo's looks and personality that captivated her so completely. With this realization, Xie Wanning couldn't help but smile. Her parents often remarked that although she was pretty, her boisterous personality resembled that of a boy, yet here she was, finding her affections aligning with those of a girl. Well, it seemed her words hadn't intimidated Suemo at all. Observing the suddenly cheerful Xie Wanning, Suemo felt her remaining masculinity dissipate. Wanning, I no longer like you, Suemo said, tugging at Xie Wanning's clothing with a hint of exasperation. But I like you. Xie Wanning's unexpected confession caught Suemo off guard. As she beheld Xie Wanning's radiant smile and bright eyes, Suemo felt a wave of emotion surge within her, even though she understood this affection was merely the kind shared between friends. Reflecting on it, this was perhaps the first time a girl had expressed such feelings towards her. Had someone liked her before she transitioned into a girl, she would have surely devoted herself to that person for eternity. Thank you, Wanning. I like you too, Suemo replied, her heart brimming with joy, her tone unconsciously softening. Xie Wanning was well aware that Suemo perceived her declaration of affection as that of friendship, but she found herself unconcerned by the distinction. Such matters cannot be rushed. It is essential to first alter Sumo's orientation. Revealing my feelings for her too soon would yield no benefits. Just as Xie Wanqing wished to linger a while longer with Suemo, a phone call interrupted her thoughts. Upon seeing the familiar label of Dad, she answered. Hello, Dad. What do you need? She inquired. I am currently with friends and have no desire to accompany you to the banquet. Fine. If Uncle Li wishes to see me, then I shall go, she conceded. After ending the call, she turned to Suemo Xiaoemo. Since you know Li Linyun, come with me. That fellow is becoming increasingly unbearable. I can hardly muster the energy to engage with him. I think I shall pass. Such gatherings are not suited for me. I would feel quite anxious with adults around, Suemo replied. It would be unwise to attend. If the second brother recognizes me, my university life would be utterly compromised. Noticing Sumo's aversion to the situation, Xie Wanqing did not press the matter. After all, she had added Suemo on WeChat, allowing for future contact without the need for urgency. This WeChat account had been established by the system to safeguard Sumo's identity as a girl, thus averting unnecessary complications. Very well, I shall take my leave now. We shall play again another time. You must come to my house and spend the night, allowing me to hold you as we sleep, she said, affectionately ruffling Sumo's hair before turning to depart. Alas, while Xie Wanqing possessed many admirable qualities, she did have a penchant for taking advantage of others. Nevertheless, Suemo bore her no ill will. Gazing up at the twinkling stars in the night sky and recalling Xie Wanqing's confession of affection, a smile graced Sumo's lips. Becoming a girl did not appear to be such a misfortune after all. Chapter 10. Memories of the Li family. Li Linyun arrived at the banquet hall on the first floor, where the guests immediately gathered around him, offering their greetings. Young Master Li, you are looking increasingly handsome these days. Happy birthday, young Master Li. We shall rely on you even more in the business realm moving forward. Most attendees regarded Li Linyun with deep respect, as he had taken over a significant portion of the Li family's commercial empire from his father, Li Lixing, at a young age managing it with remarkable efficiency. Wow, he is truly handsome and stylish. Ladies, could someone help me get his WeChat? One of the socialites exclaimed from a distance, swooning, as if, it's pointless. Whoever manages to get young Master Li's WeChat, I will wash her socks and underwear for a month. It was evident that this individual had previously experienced rejection from Li Linyun. Li Linyun merely nodded at the flattery, making his way towards the stage at the front of the banquet. He was not particularly fond of such scenes, despite being the object of admiration. He preferred the company of his brothers and dormitory mates. However, his father insisted he engage with the elite. As the host of the birthday celebration, a speech was inevitable. Upon seeing Li Linyun approach the stage, the MC astutely handed him the microphone. I would like to thank everyone for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend my birthday celebration. Many of you have collaborated with me in business. If there is anything I have done inadequately, I ask for your understanding. My family has made ample preparations for this event, and I hope you all enjoy yourselves. Thank you very much. Though brief, the speech was consistent with Li Linyun's persona of action over words. Amidst the applause, He returned the microphone to the MC and prepared to join his father in greeting Uncle Xie and Xie Wanning. After entrusting half of the family's assets to Li Linyun, Li Lixing rarely appeared in public, preferring to meet old friends at home and maintain the stable operation of the business empire from behind the scenes. Recollecting his cousin Xie Wanning brought a tinge of nostalgia to Li Linyun. When his mother was alive, Xie Wanning often visited the Li residence, and the three of them, his brother, and she, shared an inseparable bond. After his mother's passing, although Xie Wanning's visits diminished, their affection remained intact. However, following his brother's reckless departure from the family, Li Linyun became increasingly withdrawn, leading to a significant reduction in his contact with Xie Wanning. Before he realized it, nearly 2 years had passed since they last met. As Li Linyun approached the main living room his father had summoned him to, he overheard Xie Wanning's grievances directed at him. "Uncle Li, look at this Li Linyun. Back in the day, I was so worried about him being alone that I frequently sought his company, only to be met with his sulky demeanor and indifference. If I weren't his cousin, I wouldn't have bothered with him at all." All right, Wanning, don't be too upset. You know this rascal's temperament. He enjoys putting on a cold front. When he arrives, I will ensure he offers you a proper apology. Li Lixing interjected gently, his tone soothing. After Li Linyun took over the family business, Li Lixing became considerably gentler, shedding much of his former imposing demeanor and exhibiting greater leniency towards himself. Over the years, Li Linyun has begun to comprehend his father's plight. The myriad affairs of the company are exceedingly demanding, and without the authoritative presence of a leader, unifying the entire organization can prove challenging. Yet, the occasional recollection of his mother's solitary figure on her sickbed still evokes within Li Linyun an inability to entirely forgive his father. Having gathered his emotions, Li Linyun entered the main living room, a resigned smile gracing his features as he sighed. "Sister, it has been quite some time. Are you still angry? I apologize, and since today is my birthday, will you not forgive me?" When in the company of family, Li Linyun never hesitated to share his smiles. At that moment, Xie Wanqing, who had been inadvertently overheard speaking ill of him, cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment. Just as she was about to rebuke Li Linyun, she recalled her serendipitous encounter with Su Mo earlier that day. Without Li Linyun, such a swift reunion would not have been possible. She swiftly amended her words. "Sister, since you are in good spirits today, I shall make an exception and forgive you this once. However, I cannot fathom how someone with your temperament could be friends with such an adorable girl." Xie Wanqing's comments left Li Linyun perplexed. With his remarkable looks and esteemed lineage, he was acquainted with numerous girls, many of whom held affections for him. Yet, he considered these connections merely acquaintances, believing he had no female friends worthy of the title. "Ah, Linyun, it seems the daughters of others proclaim you to be both handsome and aloof, with no female presence by your side. It appears these are mere rumors. When will you bring a girlfriend home to reassure your father?" Upon hearing his daughter's words, Xie Zhaojun mistakenly assumed that Li Linyun had a close female companion. "Uncle Xie, you jest. She is merely a friend. You should encourage Wanqing. She has graduated from university this year and still has not found a boyfriend." To divert the conversation, Li Linyun deftly shifted the focus onto Xie Wanqing. "Do not remind me. The last time I arranged a blind date for her, she pretended to go to the restroom halfway through the meal and slipped away, leaving me to apologize profusely." With that, Xie Zhaojun cast a disapproving glance at his daughter. As the topic turned to her, Xie Wanqing found herself at a loss for words, resorting only to glare fiercely at Li Linyun. If looks could kill, Li Linyun would have perished several times over. The four continued to converse about trivial family matters until Li Lixing glanced at the time, realizing they had been chatting for nearly 2 hours. He suggested, "Linyun, today is your birthday. Take Wanqing to the banquet and enjoy yourselves for a while. Your Uncle Xie and I have some matters to discuss." Upon hearing this, Li Linyun nodded and silently inquired about Xie Wanqing's thoughts. Eager to seek out Su Mo, she followed him out. Once the two had departed, Xie Zhaojun sighed deeply and earnestly asked, "Lixing, have you yet to disclose the events of that year to them? You have nothing to be ashamed of regarding Yan Yan. Had you revealed it sooner, perhaps Lin Feng would not have left, and Lin Yun would not have taken so long to forgive you." As memories of the past resurface, coupled with thoughts of his dearly departed wife. Li Lixing seems to age several years in an instant. Regardless of the reasons, it remains an undeniable truth that I was not by Yan's side as she approached the end of her life. In due time, I shall share this with Lin Yun. As for Lin Feng, he is merely pursuing his own aspirations and will undoubtedly return when he achieves success. Xie Zhaojun, observing the pained expression of Li Lixing, remained silent. To be honest, he had never understood why his sister was enamored with him in the past. However, through numerous encounters, he began to comprehend the depth of Li Lixing's love for his sister. When their father passed away, the Xie family's company was in a dire state. To preserve the business his father had labored over for a lifetime, and Yan sought the assistance of her husband, Li Lixing, to salvage the Xie family business. Li Lixing toiled day and night, even missing the chance to bid farewell to his wife. It would be a tragic circumstance if such an exemplary father were misunderstood, leading his son to harbor resentment. With this thought in mind, Xie Zhaojun gazed in the direction Lin Yun had departed, resolved to find an appropriate moment to reveal the truth to him. In the banquet hall, as he walked alongside Xie Wanning, Lin Yun finally voiced the question that had been troubling him. "Sister, what is the name of the lovely girl you mentioned I know?" Upon hearing Lin Yun's inquiry, Xie Wanning immediately displayed a look of disdain. "Honestly, so many girls often describe you, Lin Yun, as a stoic type, completely indifferent to women. Who would have thought you know so many charming girls? If not for Xiao Mo's undeniable cuteness, she would have been the first one to come to mind. Little brother, who would have guessed? In just a few years, you've transformed into a heartthrob. Of course, I'm talking about Su Mo. How could you not think of such an adorable girl? Be honest, just how many beautiful sisters do you actually know?" "Who? Did I hear that right? Su Mo?" Lin Yun was taken aback, convinced he had misheard. Without a doubt, he only knew one Su Mo, his roommate, with whom he shared a close bond, despite a recent minor disagreement. Yes, Su Mo with the Mo from Inc. You can't possibly be so blind as to think she isn't charming. Truly, you have no discernment. I assure you, she is the most delightful person I have ever encountered. I'll call her over to join us shortly. Knowing her is a stroke of good fortune for you." Xie Wanning was indeed referring to Su Mo. Although she was undeniably graceful and possessed a certain femininity, it was hard to believe that even Xie Wanning could mistake her gender. What could this possibly mean? Despite his growing confusion, Lin Yun chose not to display it, deciding it was better to unravel this mystery on his own. He casually replied, "She is indeed very charming." Lin Yun was not lying. Although he had never harbored feelings for anyone, he had once entertained a peculiar thought. If Su Mo were a girl, he might genuinely find himself attracted to her. Chapter 11. The Night Named Tenderness. 1. After Xie Wanning departed, Su Mo found himself meandering alone on the balcony. What could be so captivating about a balcony? Before experiencing the opulence of the wealthy, Su Mo shared the same sentiment. The entire balcony was adorned like a garden, flourishing with an array of flowers. It would be more accurate to call it a floral paradise. A sea of gardenias, jasmine, blue snowflakes, and carnations exuded a delicate fragrance. The gentle glow of the evening lights cast a dreamy and ethereal ambience. At the heart of this floral haven stood a wooden swing, undoubtedly a fixture meant for the villa's owner. Su Mo found it difficult to envision the aloof second son swinging. It seemed rather incongruous with his cool persona. However, every man, no matter how composed and detached he becomes in adulthood, once traversed the carefree days of childhood. Perhaps the second son was once a playful little rascal. Having roamed for a considerable time, Su Mo grew weary. His feet began to ache. He gently settled onto the swing, swaying slowly while humming a tune. All memories, nestled within the pocket of nostalgia, harmonized sweetly with the gentle breeze as he swung. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket, interrupting his reverie. He paused his swinging to glance at the screen. It was a message from his roommate. "Hurry back, Xiao Mo. We're starting to dance. There are so many beautiful women here, each more stunning than the last. Didn't you say you were going to flirt with the ladies? How's it going? Want me to bring one over for a dance?" Well, it seemed he had indeed attracted some attention, yet in his current charming state, he found himself becoming the object of desire. He picked up his phone, pondered for a moment, and began typing rapidly. You have no idea who my brother Mo is. In just a short while, I've met an absolute knockout, one who stands out even among a multitude of beauties. Su Mo was not exaggerating. Xie Wanning was indeed a beauty among beauties. It was no wonder that after only 2 encounters, he felt such a closeness to her. The allure of strikingly beautiful individuals often compels one to draw near. Zhao Wen, I don't believe it. I'll verify it myself. Su Bin, I'll believe it when I see it. Zhang Yang, I am Qin Shi Huang, and tonight I shall conquer Japan. Zhao Wen and Su Bin, I knew the Qin dynasty had not perished, although Su Mo possessed a face that was indeed universally adored. His roommates had yet to witness him successfully wooing any girl, leading to their disbelief. In the face of their skepticism, Su Mo remained unfazed, for he knew that upon returning to the dormitory, sharing Xie Wanning's WeChat would leave them envious. Setting his phone aside, he savored the refreshing summer night breeze. The gentle wind caressed Sumo's handsome features as he closed his eyes, relishing the tranquility of the moment. However, this beautiful serenity was short-lived, shattered by the sudden ringing of his phone. Damn it, what do you want, you rascals? If you want to see the girls dance, just watch them yourself. In my current attire, I'd be fighting for the role of dance partner. With a hint of irritation, Su Mo picked up her phone and saw the caller ID displaying the name Xie Wanning. It dawned on her that she had misjudged her canine roommates. To her surprise, Wanning had called so soon. Just an hour ago, they had exchanged phone numbers and WeChat IDs. Clearing her throat, Su Mo pressed the answer button, and before she could utter a word, Xie Wanning's voice resonated through the receiver. Little Mo, where are you? I'm coming over to find you. Wanning, I'm still on the balcony. The flowers here are truly beautiful, and there's a swing. When you arrive, let us swing together. Su Mo replied with delight and anticipation. She believed that swinging with a girl was a remarkably enchanting experience. Since entering university and under the influence of the seasoned otaku Zhao Wen, Su Mo had become a semi-enthusiast of the two-dimensional world, particularly enamored with pure love stories. The scenes featuring swings were countless in such narratives. Each time she watched a pure love story, her yearning for love intensified. Among her favorites was a series titled The Moonlight is Beautiful. Its plot was rather unremarkable, yet it was depicted with striking authenticity. The genuine, tender moments encapsulated the essence of first love. She realized that what she desired was merely a simple, unadorned romance, yet her heart had long been yearning for something unattainable. I had intended my heart to yearn for the bright moon, yet alas, the moonlight merely illuminated the ditches. Reflecting on her recent transformation, a wave of melancholy washed over Su Mo. Could she truly still cherish girls as she once did? Would there be a girl willing to disregard societal judgments to be with her? We often aspire to shape our lives according to our ideals, transcending reality. Yet, we forget that living in reality binds us to its constraints. Lost in thought, Su Mo spotted Xie Wanning approaching from a distance. Just as she was about to wave, she noticed another familiar figure, her roommate, Li Linyun. Chapter 12. The Night Named Tenderness. 2. From the moment Su Mo laid eyes on Li Linyun, her mind was consumed with the singular thought of escape. Just as she turned to flee, she was halted by the cheerful voice of Xie Wanqing, who had spotted her. Here I am, little Mo. Look who I've brought along. The guest of honor for our birthday banquet, Li Linyun. Just look at the influence you wield. Xie Wanqing exclaimed joyfully, reveling in the delight of being with Su Mo. The reason she had thought to introduce Li Linyun to Su Mo was rooted in her prior knowledge of their shared status as classmates. Furthermore, receiving an invitation from Li Linyun attested to the warmth of their relationship. During their journey, Xie Wanqing had engaged in lively conversation with Li Linyun about Su Mo. From their dialogue, she sensed that Li Linyun's feelings towards Su Mo were not of romantic affection, but rather of friendship. Oddly enough, Xie Wanqing felt it was more akin to a brotherly bond. Li Linyun was unaware whether the Su Mo Xie Wanqing referred to was indeed his dorm mate, as Su Mo had always been described in feminine terms. Thus, when Xie Wanqing inquired, he responded based on his own understanding of Su Mo. Upon hearing Xie Wanqing melodiously call her name, Su Mo froze in place. A wave of panic washed over her. Oh no! How could Wanqing have brought him here? I'm doomed. He will surely recognize me. How on earth will I explain this? He won't think I'm a weirdo, will he?
Noticing su emo sanis.
Xie Wanqing approached her side, observing her tightly clenched hands gripping her skirt, her knuckles pale from the pressure. Li Linyun, following closely behind Xie Wanqing, had not yet seen Sumo's face. Upon noticing a girl with flowing hair clad in a white dress, he felt assured that this was not the Sumo he knew. Sensing Sumo's agitation, Xie Wanqing cautiously asked, "What's wrong, little Mo? You seem quite tense. Did your sister do something she shouldn't have?" Sumo was taken aback that Xie Wanqing had brought Li Linyun along, but she couldn't entirely blame her. She had inadvertently revealed their friendship. To quell Xie Wanqing's concerns, Sumo feigned calmness, forcing a smile and whispering just loud enough for her to hear. "I'm fine, Wanqing. I just haven't seen Li Linyun in a while, and I'm a bit nervous, that's all." Li Linyun, standing behind them, looked on with curiosity. Aware that she could no longer evade the situation, Sumo shyly turned to meet his gaze. The unexpected eye contact, which would have previously meant little to her, now held a weight she had never anticipated. Perhaps it was the first time Li Linyun was seeing her as a girl, or perhaps it was that today he appeared more dashing than ever after his meticulous grooming. A faint blush crept across Sumo's porcelain cheeks, quickly blooming to the tips of her ears. Feeling the warmth on her face, Sumo's shyness intensified. Her eyes, glistening like autumn waters, darted away from Li Linyun's astonished gaze, leaving her at a loss for where to look. When Sumo turned around, Li Linyun was first struck by her stunning beauty. Whether it was her fair complexion, gentle eyes, elegantly sculpted nose, or the delicate pink of her lips reminiscent of cherry blossoms, Li Linyun found her captivating. Yet, just as Sumo had anticipated, Li Linyun recognized the enchanting girl before him. She was none other than his familiar roommate, Sumo. For a moment, he thought he had encountered Sumo's younger sister or perhaps an older sibling. However, recalling that Sumo was an only child and noticing the distinctive beauty mark at the corner of her right eye, he could not help but accept that it was indeed Sumo. But why had Sumo chosen to dress in a feminine manner? Although this attire suited him remarkably well, he was still a boy, and having known him for over a year, Li Linyun had never heard of Sumo harboring a penchant for cross-dressing. "You look truly beautiful today, Xiaomo," Li Linyun found himself exclaiming without premeditation. This was undoubtedly the truth. Upon seeing Sumo's exquisite face, his heart skipped a beat. Yet, realizing this was his roommate and good friend, he composed himself. He also wished to help Sumo conceal his identity, especially since his cousin, Xie Wanqing, had mistaken Sumo for a girl. Unbeknownst to Li Linyun, Sumo misinterpreted his compliment as playful teasing. "That rascal Li Linyun, usually so serious, now teasing me when I feel so awkward," Sumo thought, slightly miffed. Nonetheless, he felt grateful that Li Linyun had recognized him without displaying excessive surprise, as he was concerned about Wanqing catching on to anything amiss. He smiled back at Li Linyun, his eyes crinkling adorably. Seeing Sumo's shy and endearing demeanor, Xie Wanqing felt as if she had shot herself in the foot. Could it be that Xiaomo has feelings for that rascal Li Linyun? He is just a boy, after all. What gives? With a pout, Wanqing cast a glance filled with envy and resentment at Li Linyun before taking Sumo's hand and leading him towards a nearby swing, leaving a bewildered Li Linyun behind. "Xiaomo, don't be deceived by some boys who may have a little money and good looks. Their personalities can be quite twisted," Wanqing cautioned. Upon hearing Li Linyun refer to Sumo as Xiaomo, Wanqing, filled with jealousy, decided to call him Mo instead, wanting to emphasize her closeness to Sumo. It seemed that Wanqing was quite knowledgeable about such matters, perhaps due to past experiences. Li Linyun, unfazed by the slander, retorted with aplomb. At that moment, Sumo pondered, "What is going on with this brother-sister duo? They are both treating me so well, yet they seem to be at odds with each other." Our Sumo, the embodiment of innocence, remained oblivious to the fact that the source of this sibling rivalry was none other than herself. Gently wrapping her arms around Wanqing's, Sumo spoke softly, all right, Wanqing, Li Linyun usually takes good care of me, and today is his birthday. He rarely gets to relax throughout the year. Let us refrain from speaking ill of him, shall we?" After hearing Sumo's words, Wanqing realized that her actions may have been somewhat inappropriate. Li Linyun, despite enduring numerous unpleasant experiences in his youth, has not allowed his character to become darkened. It is indeed remarkable that he exhibits only occasional awkwardness. Furthermore, today marks his 20th birthday, and as his cousin, it is only fitting that I show him some leniency. Very well, for the sake of Momo, I shall treat you kindly today. Come, let us three venture forth to sing together. In a residence of the Lee family stature, entertainment facilities such as KTV rooms, home theaters, and private swimming pools are, of course, abundantly available. Su-mo readily agreed, for singing is her greatest delight. Li Linyun nodded in assent, acknowledging that he too could partake in singing, albeit with limited skill. He was particularly attentive to Su-mo's voice. Although he had heard her sing softly, he could discern the subtlety of her tone, which had evolved significantly from before. Yet, he dismissed it as merely her learning to use falsetto. Upon arriving at the KTV room, Su-mo was once again taken aback. The room was extraordinarily spacious, equipped with all manner of amenities, and the cabinets were stocked with an array of beverages and snacks. The trio enjoyed themselves thoroughly, although most of the singing was performed by Xie Wanqing, with Li Linyun occasionally joining in. Su-mo, citing a sore throat, politely declined Xie Wanqing's request for a duet. Although she yearned to accept, she felt uncertain about which voice to employ, given that Li Linyun perceived her as a boy, while Xie Wanqing regarded her as a girl. Naturally, drinking accompanied their singing. Xie Wanqing, having sung the most, soon felt parched and consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, quickly succumbing to inebriation. Raise your glasses and let us sing loudly, dear friends. Let us revel in joy tonight. Su-mo and Li Linyun exchanged glances, both astonished by the sight of Xie Wanqing, now drunk, singing boisterously like a middle-aged man, belting out friends' wine. With much effort, Su-mo managed to soothe Xie Wanqing, coaxing her to recline on the sofa. She intended to fetch a towel to wipe Xie Wanqing's face but was pulled back. Momo, don't go. Woo-woo, I feel so unwell. Please stay by my side. Faced with Xie Wanqing's pleading, Su-mo's heart softened. Sister Wanqing, I want tea leave. I'll just get a towel to help you. Look at you, having drunk so much and now you're in this state. Be good, don't fuss.
No.
Without Momo, I will cause a ruckus. After a prolonged period of commotion, Xie Wanqing finally ran out of energy. Leaning against the sofa, eyes closed, her breathing steady, she had likely fallen asleep. It must be said that a drunken Xie Wanqing possesses an undeniable allure. Her fair cheeks were tinged with a delicate flush, her serene sleeping visage enchanting, and her previously tidy hair now tousled, bestowing upon her an air of gentle charm. At this moment, however, Su-mo was not in a position to appreciate such beauty. With Xie Wanqing now intoxicated, she would be left alone with Li Linyun, and she had yet to formulate a way to explain her circumstances to him. Li Linyun first summoned a maid from the household to care for the inebriated Xie Wanqing, then proceeded to inform Uncle Xie of her condition. Let us take our leave. The hour is quite late, and it would be inconvenient for others to care for Xie Wanqing here, suggested Li Linyun. Su-mo nodded obediently, following closely behind Li Linyun as they departed. A maid, who was feeding Xie Wanqing a hangover remedy, glanced at the adorable and compliant Su-mo. This was the first time the young master had brought a female friend home. Perhaps she might one day become the future young mistress. The ongoing birthday banquet was still in full swing, with numerous guests greeting Li Linyun along the way. The sight of a beautiful young girl walking beside him, occasionally exchanging words and displaying a close rapport, left everyone astonished. The previously unrumored Li Xiao was now publicly presenting a young lady at his own birthday celebration, a gesture laden with intriguing implications. However, Li Linyun did not dwell on such matters. He sought a secluded spot to converse with Su-mo, yearning to dissolve the subtle barriers that lingered between them. This day presented the perfect opportunity. Ultimately, he chose the balcony as their meeting place, a location unlikely to attract visitors at this hour, spacious enough to alleviate any feelings of anxiety Su-mo might experience. Su-mo felt her tension dissipating. She reasoned that since her secret would eventually come to light, it would be best to confide in someone she trusted. With her fingers interlaced, she endeavored to speak in a calm tone, though a trace of nervousness lingered. Actually, I am dressed this way because... There's no need to explain if it makes you uncomfortable. I understand, Li Linyun interjected, his words touching Suemo and granting her solace. He remained as perceptive as ever. You truly know the reason? I haven't shared this with anyone, Suemo replied, surprised. The notion of transitioning from male to female was indeed perplexing and hard to believe. It must have been Zhongyang and the others who persuaded you to dress as a girl for the birthday celebration, right? Did you lose a bet with them? You needn't partake in anything you dislike. They wouldn't force you, Li Linyun asserted earnestly. He had overheard their conversations in the dormitory, where they remarked on Sumo's delicate beauty and gentle demeanor, expressing a desire to see Suemo in female attire should the opportunity arise. Well, okay. Although I appreciate your concern, it seems you might have misunderstood. Suemo began, a hint of exasperation creeping into her voice. Actually, it is. Well, sort of like that. But I don't dislike it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met Sister Wanning. Yet, I do feel a sense of deception in this. Since Li Linyun had not uncovered the truth, Suemo resolved to keep it concealed. After all, the fewer who knew, the better. There is no deception in this. You look so lovely dressed this way. If I hadn't known you for so long, I would hardly have guessed you were a boy, Li Linyun remarked confidently. He understood that, given Xie Wanning's character, she would not harbor any disdain for Suemo even if she learned of his true gender. Why must you tease me so? Have you too learned to be mischievous like the others? Promise you one tea jest about this again, Suemo pouted, feigning displeasure. Understanding Li Linyun's nature, he was well aware that Suemo was not truly angry. Nevertheless, with a smile playing on his lips, he remarked, "Look at you. I merely praised your beauty, yet you seem displeased. I apologize, dear Emo. Will you forgive me?" All right, I forgive you. After all, we are good friends," Suemo replied, genuinely delighted, feeling as though it had been ages since they had conversed so extensively. As Li Linyun observed the gentle and radiant smile gracing Sumo's face, a sense of guilt began to unfurl within him. There were numerous sentiments he longed to express, yet they remained unspoken, ultimately coalescing into a single heartfelt apology. Is it perhaps due to the preciousness of these feelings, the fear of loss, that one tends to conceal and deceive oneself? Yet, it is precisely this very act of self-deception that leads to inevitable loss. Suddenly, Suemo felt like a grand deceiver, not only misleading herself but also Li Linyun. She convinced herself that no invisible chasm had formed between them, and that the fluctuations in their relationship did not elicit sorrow. Yet, the occasional look of disappointment that crossed Li Linyun's face was akin to a rough hand tearing away the mask of happiness she wore, revealing the true emotions beneath, as tears cascaded down like a torrential downpour. No matter how much she tried to wipe away the tears that streamed forth, they seemed endless. That foolish, troublesome Li Linyun didn't even offer to help her dry her tears. Li Linyun himself was taken aback to see Suemo weeping due to his simple apology. Witnessing her tear-stained cheeks and trembling shoulders stirred a profound ache within his heart. Gently, he wrapped his arm around her shoulders, allowing her to bury her face in his embrace. He softly comforted the sobbing Suemo, and in their closeness, he caught a whiff of her delicate fragrance. The night enveloped the sky like a dark curtain, impenetrably black. The moon and stars adorned the heavens, casting a gentle luminescence. This evening's ambience was one of tender serenity. Chapter 13. Good night and the sleeping face as night falls. The sky is enveloped in darkness like a curtain. At midnight, the curfew has passed, and returning to the dormitory is no longer an option. Considering the situation, Li Linyun invites Suemo to spend the night at his home. Sitting on the sofa in Li Linyun's bedroom, Suemo is overwhelmed with a desire to escape and a sense of despair. Oh, what have I done? Why am I here, crying like a fool? The surge of embarrassment makes Suemo feel a bit dizzy. The bedroom door swings open, revealing Li Linyun returning from delivering a speech at the birthday banquet, holding a set of men's clothing he had procured for Suemo. Knowing that Suemo needs to bathe daily in the sweltering summer heat, Li Linyun realizes that his own clothes would be somewhat large for Suemo. Seeing the adorable and somewhat dazed Suemo sitting on the sofa, Li Linyun can't help but smile. What's the matter, little Emo? Why are you staring at me? Are you worried that the clothes I brought are unsuitable? I do believe I have some taste in fashion. Suemo hesitates. Well, how should I put this? I'm still dressed like a girl, and if someone were to walk in and see me in your room, they might misunderstand. She nervously fiddles with her fingers, casting a furtive glance at Li Linyun. Though she speaks, the truth is that she feels shy in his presence, struggling to maintain her composure. Aside from my dad, no one else can enter without my permission. Now it's late. You should wash up and get some rest. I know you usually sleep early in the dormitory. Suemo is perhaps the most obedient of university students, never smoking or drinking, and avoiding late nights. It's not due to a lack of funds. Her monthly allowance is quite ample. She simply avoids activities that might be detrimental to her health. Aside from that one instance of excessive drinking, which unexpectedly transformed her into a girl. Oh, how lamentable that was. All right, I'll go wash up first. You should also shower and sleep early. Staying up late is not good for your health. I heard from the older guys that prolonged late nights could lead to kidney deficiency. Suemo expresses her concern earnestly. Li Linyun, bemused,
Finds Sumo sincere very amusingly adorable.
I'll listen to you. I want to stay up late tonight. He hands her the clothes. To his surprise, the usually night owl Li Linyun agrees with her. Suemo takes the clothes and heads toward the bathroom. A gentle breeze flows through the slightly open window, stirring her hair, carrying a subtle fragrance that brushes against Li Linyun's hand. Watching Sumo's graceful figure as she walks toward the bathroom, Li Linyun experiences a fleeting illusion of living with a girlfriend. Shaking his head, he chuckles at the absurdity of his own thoughts. On the balcony, he instinctively pulls out a cigarette to light, but recalling that Suemo is not accustomed to the smell of smoke, he puts it back in the box. Perhaps it is time for him to consider quitting. In contrast to other areas of the Li residence, the bathroom's decor is relatively simple yet undeniably luxurious. A colossal round bathtub invites one to fully stretch out, while the walls are adorned with an exquisite portrait of the goddess Aphrodite. Various vases, artfully arranged, hold an assortment of flowers. Gazing at the grand bathtub, Sumo's eyes sparkled with delight. She had only encountered such indulgence in hotels, where the bathtubs were rather diminutive, making it difficult to relax completely. Nonetheless, Suemo had no intention of using the bathtub just yet, as Li Linyun had not bathed either, and she didn't wish to keep him waiting. With a swift change back to her original short hairstyle, she shed her garments, and under the warm glow of the lights, her skin appeared a delicate shade of rosy white. Having transformed some time ago, Suemo had developed a certain resilience to her own beauty, allowing herself only a few appreciative glances before she commenced her bathing ritual. After a while, she emerged from the bathroom. As Li Linyun shifted his gaze from the window to the now male-attired Suemo, he noted that she indeed looked more attractive than before. He had initially attributed it solely to her hairstyle and clothing. Her delicate eyebrows, lively eyes, and a perfectly sculpted nose framed her soft pink lips. The freshly bathed skin glowed with a subtle blush, reminiscent of snow kissed by rouge. Paired with her refined short hair, she exuded an androgynous charm. Could one truly become so stunning in such a short span of time? Li Linyun refrained from voicing his curiosity, aware that it might touch upon a secret Suemo wished to keep. Why are you out so quickly? Didn't you want to enjoy a leisurely soak in the tub? He inquired. It's quite late. If I indulge in a bath now, you'll end up sleeping late, she replied. All right, you should hurry and take your shower as well. You promised me you wouldn't stay up late tonight. With that, Suemo gently placed her hand on Li Linyun's back, encouraging him towards the bathroom. Later, as Suemo lay in bed, she covered her small face with the blanket, leaving only her eyes visible as she stared dreamily at the ceiling. Surely, her second brother had not discovered her transformation into a girl. If he did, she would be at a loss for words to explain. However, she couldn't conceal this secret forever. Eventually, she would have to tell them. Well, one step at a time, she thought. Suddenly overcome by drowsiness, she found no desire to ponder further. Having never been one to stay up late, she was already quite fatigued. Casting a glance towards the bathroom, she whispered a soft good night, soon drifting into a peaceful sleep. Meanwhile, Li Linyun emerged from his shower, his bare chest exposed to the cool air. As he dried his short hair with a towel, droplets of water cascaded down his chiseled face. He had maintained the habit of drinking warm milk before bed. Grabbing 2 bottles, he intended to offer one to Suemo but soon realized she had already fallen asleep, prompting him to extinguish the light. He approached her, noticing she was snugly wrapped in her blanket, her mouth and nose concealed. "Doesn't that feel stifling?" he mused, gently pulling down the blanket. The curtains were drawn back, allowing the moonlight to bathe Sumo's delicate features, adding an ethereal quality. Long eyelashes cast soft shadows on her face, each one distinctly countable, evoking a sense of tenderness. As Sumo slept, she seemed to sense Li Linyun's presence, her steady breathing accompanied by sweet murmurs of dreams. "Good night, Li Linyun." "Good night." Xiaomo Li Linyun smiled, her heart stirred. Alas, it seems she shall still be sleeping on the sofa tonight. Chapter 14. My roommate could not be this charming at the school gate. A majestic Maybach S680 captured the attention of the majority. Wow, a Maybach! Its price must be in the realm of 300,000 to 400,000. Who in our school possesses such wealth? One could only dream of driving a Maybach, marrying a wealthy heiress, and residing in a luxurious mansion. You wish. Dream on, you greedy rascal. Take a good look in the mirror. You think fortune will smile upon you? The owner of the Maybach was none other than the affluent Li Linyun. Previously, he had driven a more understated Audi A8 to school, but after forgetting to refuel, he had no choice but to arrive in this extravagant vehicle. Make sure to enjoy it while it's hot. The food will get cold soon, Li Linyun remarked as he handed a breakfast of cheese pork panini and a cup of hot soy milk to Sumo. This was not a mere takeout from a fast food chain but rather a meal prepared by a family chef using only the finest and freshest ingredients. Li Linyun had hoped Sumo would indulge in the meal inside the car, as cold food loses its appeal. However, Sumo insisted on eating after exiting, fearing she might soil the luxurious interior. Relishing the massage feature of the seat, she was dismayed that their journey to school ended too soon. Reluctantly, she unbuckled her seatbelt, accepted the breakfast from Li Linyun, and stepped out of the car. "Are you sure it's all right for you to drop me off at school? Won't that hinder your work at the company? I recall that your company is in the opposite direction of the school," Sumo inquired, a hint of concern creasing her brow. "Not to worry. The company is running smoothly at the moment, and my workload is not as demanding as you might think," Li Linyun replied with a reassuring smile. Seeing that he appeared sincere, Sumo felt a sense of relief. It would be too unfortunate if her presence caused him to fall behind at work. "I'll head back to the dormitory now. When you find some free time, do come over to stay for a few days. The others miss you," Sumo suggested. Li Linyun pondered briefly before agreeing, noting that, after the company's annual meeting in a couple of days, he would indeed have some time to spare. With his affirmation, Sumo waved goodbye and turned towards the school. After admiring her graceful figure for a moment, Li Linyun drove away in the Maybach. As a strikingly beautiful girl with short hair, fair skin, and delicate features emerged from the Maybach, onlookers were left in awe and began to whisper amongst themselves. "Wow, she is stunning, especially stepping out of a Maybach. Could she be the fabled rich heiress?" remarked a bespectacled boy. "Did you not see the handsome guy in the driver's seat? He is undoubtedly a high society figure. I believe I've seen him around school. This beauty must be his girlfriend," replied his friend. "Oh, Xiaoma just messaged me. She said she has arrived at the school gate and will be back shortly," Zhang Yang informed Subin and Zhao Wen, glancing at his phone. "This guy hasn't returned to the dormitory all night. Could it be that he has won over some stunning beauty?" Subin sighed. "The obedient student Sumo we once knew seems long gone, replaced by a wayward soul who roams the night. No, have you all forgotten that Sumo mentioned he would be staying at Lao Er's house for a night? Is everyone suffering from a poor memory?" Zhao Wen mocked, recalling that Sumo had sent a message about it in the group chat yesterday, which all three had seen. The two looked at Zhao Wen with expressions of disbelief. Normally, they would advise him to refrain from playing Genshin Impact so much. Now, however, it seemed unnecessary. Although Lao Er's home was spacious, it contained only 3 bedrooms, meaning he would have to share a bed with Sumo, who, as they well knew, was quite particular about cleanliness. Zhao Wen was fully aware of Li Linyun's fastidiousness, as he would even bring fresh sheets and duvet covers when sleeping in the dormitory. If the 3 of them were to stay at Li Linyun's house, he would undoubtedly humorously arrange for them to stay at his 5-star hotel. But Sumo was different. He was even more fastidious than Li Linyun, not to mention that he possessed a delicate beauty akin to that of a girl, which had only grown more striking of late. His gentle demeanor only added to his charm, making it unsurprising that Lao Er would agree to let Su Mo sleep in his room. As they were idly chatting, the door to the dormitory swung open, and the three turned to see Su Mo entering. Despite recognizing their roommate, they were momentarily taken aback. The bright sunlight cascaded over Su Mo's shoulders, illuminating his already fair complexion to a porcelain-like brilliance. The corners of his exquisite lips curled into a charming smile. It was as if a sparrow were feasting on strawberries, a delightful sight indeed. Observing the stunned expressions of the three, Su Mo waved his hand before them, jolting them back to reality. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? You all look as though you've seen a ghost, Su Mo inquired, perplexed. Though no ghost was in sight, the trio had just glimpsed an angel. Xiao Mo, let's be honest here. You haven't been taking, those kinds of pills, have you? The ones that make boys look more like girls? Zhang Yang and the others, noting Su Mo's increasing beauty, pondered whether he might have been a girl all along. Yet this seemed unlikely, as they had shared many experiences as brothers, including using the same restroom. Naturally, they entertained a rather absurd notion. Could it be that Su Mo wished to transition? They could not stand idly by while he ventured down what they perceived as a misguided path. Although they could hardly fathom how their roommate's imagination could stretch so far, they were taken aback by such a ridiculous idea. I suggest you all consume less of that 6-flavor Romania pill and perhaps indulge in more of that brain platinum instead. No matter how healthy one is, having a mind akin to a pig is of no use, Su Mo retorted with a look of disdain at the three. Food can be eaten indiscriminately, but words should be chosen wisely. We're in excellent health, and what's that 6-flavor Romania pill? Not even a dog would touch it, he added, casting a skeptical glance at the conspicuous chocolate beans they had placed on the table, which almost made him believe their absurdity. Yes, exactly, they agreed. Time swiftly passed, and by noon, the four had finished their lunch and were walking back to the dormitory. Su Mo and Zhao Wen lingered outside the delivery station, waiting for the other two to collect their packages. While scrolling through Douyin, Zhao Wen suddenly felt the weight of many gazes upon him, accompanied by hushed whispers. He focused his attention on the murmurs swirling around him. Look at that girl with short hair. She is truly stunning. If she had long hair and wore more feminine clothing, she would be nothing short of a fairy, a girl near Zhao Wen remarked. Indeed. But is the boy standing next to her boyfriend?
How enviable.
I wish I could be close to such a girl. Unlikely, though. Although that boy is quite tall, he can't be considered handsome. Such a girl should be with a campus heartthrob, like Li Linyun from the finance department. He's simply drop-dead gorgeous. Zhao Wen mused, realizing that Xiaoma was being perceived as a girl, which was understandable. If it weren't for their year-long acquaintance, he too would struggle to recognize Su Mo as a boy. The two girls were clearly shipping Xiaoma and Air, which would surely amuse De and San if they found out. With that thought, Zhao Wen couldn't suppress his laughter, making an effort to stifle it. Seeing Zhao Wen standing nearby, chuckling to himself, Su Mo couldn't help but gently kick him. What are you grinning about? No wonder you can't find a girlfriend. You look like a fool. Look who's talking. I haven't seen you with a girlfriend either. You're still beautiful, kind-hearted, and exceptionally clever, Zhao Wen replied, unfazed, as he had ample patience for Su Mo beauty and kindness. Cleverness, that describes girls. I, on the other hand, am charming and dashing. Moreover, I've recently met an incredibly beautiful girl, and she seems quite fond of me, Su Mo retorted defiantly. Zhao Wen naturally expressed his skepticism. Glancing at Su Mo's exquisitely pretty face, he felt that a normally oriented girl wouldn't take a liking to him. Such affections were only shared among those of the same gender. However, when Su Mo revealed his chat history with Xie Wanning and shared photos from social media, Zhao Wen fell silent. Even Xiaoma, who had always been single, had developed such a rapport with women. Was he destined to be the only one in their dormitory without a girlfriend?
No.
Yet Zhao Wen didn't feel particularly envious of Su Mo. Although Xie Wanning was undeniably beautiful, he believed that if Su Mo donned women's attire, she wouldn't surpass him in attractiveness. Upon returning to their dormitory and taking a brief rest, the trio began clamoring for Su Mo to join them in gaming. However, Su Mo declined their request, preferring music and novels over video games, though he occasionally played with them. Sitting on his bed in a comfortable position, he let the soothing music envelop him, and a sense of contentment washed over him, prompting him to hum along. As Zhao Wen faced the middle lane, he was swiftly eliminated by the opposing team. He removed his headphones, rubbed his slightly sore ears, and was captivated by a melodious voice. The sound was sweet and clear, like honey and fresh spring water, refreshing to the soul. It was Su Mo singing. I seem to have fallen into the sea of love. Do you also have your hopes? I long to feel your breath, to experience all your emotions. Let me rest in your embrace. Unaware that Zhao Wen had removed her headphones, Su Mo spoke in her most natural voice, which was remarkably clear and sweet, akin to a fawn leaping into one's heart, captivatingly enchanting. Little Mo, oh little Mo, while you are indeed adorable, please refrain from singing any further. If this continues, I might truly find myself ensnared in the depths of love. Startled by his own thoughts, Zhao Wen hastily donned his headphones, attempting to focus on the game, yet he found it exceedingly difficult to regain his composure. Damn it, my roommate cannot possibly be this charming. Chapter 15. Chun Shui's request in English class. 3 students settled around Su Mo. Their curiosity piqued as they watched him smile while responding to messages. So, the stunning beauty who affectionately calls you Mo is indeed the girl you mentioned being with the other day. And she is also the cousin of Lao Er? The group gazed in astonishment at the photograph of a beautiful woman on Sumo's phone. Upon examining the chat history, it became evident that the girl, noted as Xie Ning, not only endearingly referred to Su Mo as Mo, but also frequently sent voice messages to share the minutiae of her life. The mere fact that a girl is willing to divulge the trivialities of her daily existence to you is a clear indicator of her special feelings. It was hard for the 3 to believe that she held no interest in Su Mo. Thus, it was confirmed that Su Mo indeed spent the night at Lao Er's house. This fastidious individual, who insisted on changing his bedding every time he returned to the dormitory, surprisingly allowed Xiao Mo to sleep in his room. Could it be that even he was captivated by Xiao Mo's beauty? Well, how about that? I must say I have quite the charm with women. Such a beauty has invited me to see a movie tomorrow. You must envy me. A proud smile adorned Sumo's face, his smirk and slightly squinted eyes accentuating his playful charm. A few boys in the front row occasionally feigned nonchalance by looking back, but in reality, they were simply eager for another glimpse of Su Mo. They felt both astonished and curious, for although they had never seen this beauty before, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was quite normal, as in university, even the names of classmates can escape one's memory, especially in an English class comprising several groups. Damn, how enviable for those 3 boys to sit alongside such an attractive girl. One of them remarked to his roommate. Indeed, she is striking, likely ranking among the top 3 at our school. But she seems quite at ease chatting and laughing with 3 boys. She might be a real female king, so don't get your hopes up. He was pragmatic, acknowledging that it was improbable for someone as stunning as she to notice an ordinary person like him. Zhang Yang was idly scrolling through his phone, finding the English teacher, a young and attractive woman, rather captivating, yet the lesson itself was undeniably tedious, causing most students to entertain themselves with their devices. When he occasionally lifted his gaze, he found it amusing to see the boys in the front row stealing glances at Su Mo. He wondered what their reaction would be if they discovered that Su Mo was, in fact, a genuine male. Casting a glance at Su Mo beside him, who alternated between quietly listening and playfully bantering with Zhao Wen and Su Bin, he found the juxtaposition of his serene beauty and playful charm intriguing. Though it may seem unorthodox to describe a boy in such terms, they fit Su Mo perfectly. When did Su Mo become so striking? It seemed to have begun the day he was rejected by the girl he liked. Although he had been rather handsome when they first met at the start of their freshman year, following the rejection despite claiming indifference, there were fleeting moments when his lowered gaze betrayed confusion and the sorrow of unrequited love. Perhaps it was in the deep silence of the night that Zhang Yang, rising to use the restroom, heard a faint sobbing sound. The sound of weeping was faint, nearly imperceptible, yet it tugged at the heartstrings. It resembled the muffled sobs of someone buried beneath their blankets, striving to suppress their cries. Once the sobs subsided, Zhang Yang would quietly rise from his bed, careful not to awaken the slumbering Su Mo. He contemplated offering words of comfort several times but ultimately refrained. He understood that while their little Mo appeared delicate, she also possessed a resilient spirit. Love was merely a fragment of life. Su Mo would not succumb to despair because of it. Presently, Su Mo not only blossomed in beauty but also attracted the affections of several striking and well-proportioned young women. Zhang Yang felt a genuine happiness for Su Mo, believing that she and Su Mo were likely to become entwined. Observing Zhang Yang's joyful demeanor, the three companions curiously inquired about the source of his delight. They were accustomed to his lewd smiles but were taken aback by the warmth of his expression, reminiscent of the benevolence of Colonel Sanders. "It's nothing particular," he replied. "Just watching little Mo makes it feel as if we have a girl residing in our dormitory. I wonder if you share the same sentiment." As he spoke, his smile broadened. Su Bin and Zhao Wen exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. The presence of such a beautiful girl in their dormitory was not only a feast for the eyes but also a balm for their spirits during times of vexation. Being close to Su Mo allowed them to catch a delightful fragrance. Although Su Mo claimed it was the scent of her body wash, they were well aware it was her natural aroma. "Little Mo, when will you buy a lovely outfit to show us? We'll cover the expenses. Don't let your inherent beauty in feminine attire go to waste." The three chuckled, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. However, despite their eagerness, Su Mo would never don women's clothing in their presence. It wasn't fear of damaging their friendship. Who would willingly dress in women's attire for their male friends? It would be far too mortifying, akin to having one's self-esteem ground to dust. "Give it up. I would rather starve or leap from this place than ever wear women's clothing," she resolutely declared, dismissing their frivolous request. Suddenly, she recalled that Li Linyun had already witnessed her dressed as a girl, causing a blush to rise involuntarily to her cheeks. As for him, he wouldn't dare speak of it, would he? If he does, I shall never acknowledge him again. Observing the androgynous beauty before her, Chen Shui felt a twinge of confusion. She could not recall having seen her in class before, yet there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It wasn't until she noticed the trio of playful companions beside the girl that realization dawned upon her. "Oh, isn't that the remarkably delicate Su Mo? How could she have transformed so beautifully in just a few days? I nearly drooled just now. If it were indeed Su Mo, perhaps she could assist with the troubles that had plagued her for days." The thought of a solution to her dilemma lifted her spirits considerably. Although she yearned to approach Su Mo immediately to seek her help, she reminded herself of her role as a teacher and restrained her excitement to continue with her lesson. At last, the class concluded, and Su Mo, with an empty belly, urged her roommates to head to the cafeteria for a meal.
Excusez-moi, Sumo.
"Could you please come to my office for a moment? I need to discuss a few matters with you," the teacher called out. Just as Su Mo was about to leave, Chen Shui timely stopped him. Although the request came from a young and beautiful teacher, his stomach growled with hunger, and he feared that if he delayed even slightly, the coveted braised chicken would be sold out. With an almost pleading gaze directed at his roommates, his tone softened involuntarily. "Could you please bring me back a portion of braised chicken? I've been yearning for it all day, and I would be quite disheartened if I couldn't have any. Please, I beg you." Seeing the sincere and earnest plea reflected in his clear, innocent eyes, the three friends felt compelled to oblige. "Rest assured, Xiao Mo, even if we have to cut in line and face the consequences, we will ensure that your braised chicken arrives to you unscathed." To their surprise, despite their usual lack of seriousness, they proved to be quite dependable in this crucial moment. With that, Su Mo could head to the office without worry, though he remained curious about the reason for Chen Shui's summons. Chen Shui was momentarily taken aback. Su Mo's pleading demeanor and tone, combined with his delicate features, rendered him indistinguishable from any other young girl. Even she found it difficult to resist his adorable appearance. However, she quickly regained her composure and led Su Mo into her office, which at that moment was devoid of any other presence, making it the perfect setting for their forthcoming discussion. Chapter 16. Cross-dressing. Only 0 times and countless times in the English department office, Chen Shui eagerly tore open a package. Curious, Su Mo leaned in to catch a glimpse. It contained a stunning set of cosplay attire. "Here, this is for you. Try it on. It will surely suit you perfectly." As Su Mo beheld the garments that Chen Shui offered, black eye mask adorned with a silver crescent, knee-high boots, and a waist-length white wig, he fell into contemplation. Teacher Chun, do you perhaps harbor some misunderstanding regarding my gender? Although I may not appear so, I am, in fact, a male. Observing Chun Shue's excitement, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, Suemo timidly explained, fearing she might insist on dressing him herself. Oh, I certainly know you are a boy. However, this is cosplay, which is somewhat distinct from cross-dressing. Many girls enjoy cosplaying male characters, so what's wrong with a boy embodying a female character? Besides, Suemo, you are so beautiful that no one would ever guess you are cross-dressing. Despite his initial reluctance towards wearing female attire, Suemo found himself persuaded by her logic. The historical elegance of the costume was striking, and it was undeniably appealing. As he accepted the outfit from Chen Shui, he examined it closely. Its predominant hues of sky blue and white exuded an aura of porcelain-like elegance. The side of the skirt featured numerous geometric patterns, symbolizing auspiciousness. Below the chest, a copper mirror was affixed, while a night blooming Sirius was tied to the arm. How strange. The more I look at it, the more familiar it seems. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before, Suemo murmured softly. Though he sensed a clue, he could not quite grasp it, a sensation that was rather vexing. Seemingly hearing Sumo's musings, Chan Shui smiled and began to introduce the character of the cosplay outfit. This is Jing Lu, an exceptionally skilled swordswoman. She is stunningly beautiful, with fair skin and long legs, exuding a cool elegance, although she can be a bit unpredictable at times. Oh, so she's a character from that game played by Lao Wu called Honkai Star Rail, if I recall correctly. He recently spent 648 yuan to obtain her. Sigh, that guy has squandered a significant portion of his living expenses on this. Suemo had a genuine fondness for Jing Lu. Although he had never played the game himself, he was captivated by the storyline when he watched Zhao Wen play. The line, "Even if I must sever the stars in the sky, I shall never break my promise," struck him as both beautiful and fierce, leaving an undeniable impression. Yet, admiration aside, it was akin to how boys are drawn to beautiful girls. Most would resist the idea of transforming into a girl or wearing female clothing. At least, this was how Suemo felt. Nowadays, while out alone, he frequently encountered boys approaching him for contact information. Most would retreat gracefully after being declined, but occasionally, a few would persist, forcing him to fabricate a boyfriend as an excuse for refusal. If they remained unconvinced, Suemo would show them a photo with a handsome guy, where the boy appeared cool and dashing, while he himself looked gentle and lovely. Observers would often exclaim how they were a perfect match, seemingly destined for one another. This particular photo had been taken on Li Linyun's birthday, and Suemo found himself puzzled as to why he had made such a request that day, especially since he had no selfies on his phone. Suemo had not even changed his clothes, still adorned in women's attire from the shoot. Observing the delicate furrow of his brows and the captivating allure in his enchanting peach blossom eyes, which were filled with inner turmoil, alongside his adorably pouting cherry lips, Chun Shui felt a pang of guilt. Was her request causing him distress? Truly, she felt like a woman steeped in sin. However, the thought of Suemo agreeing to participate promised an unprecedented success for the annual event of the anime club. Regardless of the means, even if it meant clinging to his leg and pleading with tears, Chan Shui would not hesitate to do so. Seizing a moment when Suemo was distracted, she discreetly retrieved eye drops from her pocket and instilled a few drops into her eyes, instantly donning an expression of feigned sorrow. Suemo, I understand that this matter is quite difficult for you, but we have yet to find a suitable candidate for the character of Jing Lu. All of our classmates in the anime club are eager to make this event a success, and I truly do not wish to disappoint them. So please, assist us. Will you? Just as he was about to politely decline, Suemo was halted by the sight of Chun Shui's tear-filled eyes, which reflected a blend of feigned sadness and genuine hope. It stifled the words that were about to escape his lips. Alas, there was nothing to be done. His heart was too tender, especially when faced with a beautiful girl in tears, particularly one as beloved by the students as the lovely teacher Chun. All right, stop crying. I will agree to help you, Suemo conceded, producing a tissue from his pocket and gently wiping away the few tears that clung to Chan Shui's fair cheeks. As he gazed upon his strikingly beautiful face, Chan Shui felt her breath catch momentarily. Wow, he is truly exquisite and lovely. His skin is so fair and delicate, and his voice is so gentle. Plus, he carries a delightful fragrance. I just want to be close to him. It was indeed remarkable for a boy to possess such beauty, surpassing even that of girls. Unable to resist, she playfully pinched Sumo's soft, tender cheek, relishing its delightful texture. Thank you, Xiaomo. You are truly a good person. Hey, who gives out good person cards while taking advantage of someone? Sumo felt a tinge of embarrassment. His fair cheeks flushed with a subtle rosy hue. Had it not been for the times he had been taken advantage of by Xie Wanning, he might have been too shy to articulate a response. Not only is he handsome but also so innocent. A mere brush of skin makes him blush. I wonder who will benefit from this in the future. Wait, that seems incorrect. It should be which girl will benefit. Please, don't call me Teacher Chun anymore. It feels too formal. Just call me Xiao Shui from now on. I graduated this year and am only a few years older than you. Faced with such beauty, Chun Shui felt an irresistible urge to draw closer. Sumo nodded absent-mindedly and glanced at the cosplay outfit in his hands, asking, then, Xiao Shui, what should I do with this costume? I cannot possibly take it back to my dorm. My roommates would be bewildered. Seeing the conflicted expression on Sumo's charming face, Chun Shui mused that if he were discovered, it would be less about explaining and more about whether he could even show his face the following day. I'll provide you with an opaque bag. Just store it in your dorm for now. In the dormitory, you are the sole individual trying on the attire to ascertain its fit. After neatly folding the garments, ensuring that no trace of the cosplay costume is visible from the outside, you hand them over to Sumo Xiaomo. I am eagerly anticipating your transformation into Jinglu. It will undoubtedly captivate all who behold it. Chun Shui declares with a glimmer of expectation in her eyes. Alas, I lament my own softness. Once more, I find myself donning women's clothing, truly echoing the adage that one can either wear women's attire 0 times or countless times. I can only wonder how many more occasions I shall have to dress in such a manner. Nonetheless, Sumo feels no regret, and indeed, there is a spark of excitement, as the system has just issued another task. The task titled Become Jinglu has been activated. As one destined to be the most exquisite goddess in the world, I must not falter simply because of the cosplay of a female character. The requirements are to perfectly embody Jinglu and leave those closest to the host utterly astonished. The reward for successful completion is master-level piano proficiency. However, should I fail, I certainly would not want anyone to discover that I am, in truth, a girl. Piano. Sumo has cherished the melodies of piano compositions since childhood, always yearning to learn the instrument. Regrettably, dear father enrolled him in martial arts classes, insisting that boys ought to focus on physical training, while piano was an endeavor suited for girls. Ironically, he was quite accurate in his assessment. With this reward in mind, Sumo is determined to accomplish the task. As for failure, that possibility seems non-existent. Having once been a boy, Sumo understands the allure of his current innocent yet enticing appearance. To describe it as captivating would not be an exaggeration. Thank you, Xiao Shui. Sumo tilts his head and offers a sweet smile. The beauty of that smile is such that anyone who gazes upon it would be entranced, and Chun Shui is no exception. However, witnessing Xiaomo's joy, though he undoubtedly looks splendid in women's attire, I sincerely hope he has not awakened some penchant for cross-dressing. Chapter 17, Brother, you smell wonderful in the conference room of the Li Group. The annual meeting was drawing to a close. With the conclusion of the meeting, the esteemed participants were thanked for their diligent efforts towards the company, and the assembly was dismissed. As Li Linyun, seated at the head of the table, announced the end of the meeting, the senior executives rose in applause, showering him with praises such as young and promising, and expressing their gratitude for his wise leadership. It is getting late. Let us all return to rest, Li Linyun remarked with a slight nod. The attendees, accustomed to their young boss's composed demeanor, gradually exited the conference room. Once everyone had departed, an enveloping silence fell over the room. Li Linyun lifted his freshly brewed cup of coffee and moved toward the floor-to-ceiling windows, savoring the rare tranquility of the moment. From this vantage point, one could behold the majority of the city's splendid vistas. It was dusk, the blinding sunlight had faded, leaving only wisps of evening clouds drifting across the horizon. The gentle afterglow bathed the streets, as the bustling thoroughfare began to quiet. This picturesque scene was utterly captivating. Yet, as the saying goes, the beauty of the sunset is boundless, yet it is merely the prelude to night. In mere moments, such splendor would be obscured by the dark veil of night, rendering it invisible. Peering down, he observed the streets teeming with vehicles and throngs of pedestrians. The lights of the night cast a dreamlike illusion upon the city, adding a touch of enchantment to the scene. Tendrils of steam rose from the coffee cup in Li Linyun's hands, gradually dissipating into the air under his gaze. A wave of inexplicable emptiness surged within him. He slowly savored the mildly bitter coffee, as if relishing the complexity of his emotions at that moment. Before long, the cup was empty. The initial bitterness had transformed into a subtle sweetness, yet the bitterness in his heart persisted. Perhaps a stroll in the night breeze would lift my spirits. The night is rather delightful, he murmured to himself. With that thought ignited, the proactive Li Linyun wasted no time and departed the company. Su Mo lifted her gaze to the now completely darkened sky, reflecting on how just hours earlier, the sun had been shining brightly at the end of her classes. How swiftly time had passed. Alas, I'm so hungry. It's all Xiaoshua's fault, she grumbled softly, adjusting the heavy clothing bag in her hands, feeling her arms grow weary. Since transforming into a girl, she felt as though her strength had diminished significantly. Even climbing a flight of stairs left her breathless. She resolved to compel this troublesome system to enhance her physical abilities. As her left foot crossed the threshold of the dormitory, she was halted by the watchful dormitory matron. "Hey, young lady, why are you heading toward the boys' dormitory?" she inquired, gesturing toward the sign indicating the entrance to the male dormitory. Bystanders slowed their pace, casting curious glances her way. "Wow, what a beautiful girl," they murmured. Despite her somewhat androgynous attire, her charm was undeniable, especially her timid yet crystal-clear eyes, reminiscent of the serene glow of a full moon, evoked a sense of yearning in those who beheld her. "Mom, I've fallen in love." Since encountering her, Su Mo felt as though her heart had been captured, and such exhilarating feelings might be rare in her lifetime. At this moment, Su Mo wished fervently to find a trash can to hide in. It was perplexing that the dormitory supervisor had never noticed him before, yet today he had been discovered. How mortifying! His face flushed with embarrassment. He timidly explained, "Auntie, I truly am a boy. My name is Su Mo, and I reside in room 406. Fearing the supervisor might doubt him, he presented his student ID for her inspection. The dormitory supervisor examined the handsome young face on the ID. While there was some resemblance, it was still hard to believe that the delicate beauty before her was the same person as in the photograph. Nevertheless, she did recall a prior encounter with Su Mo. She remembered that once, after curfew, he had stood outside, showering her with compliments, almost like a charming young boy trying to curry favor. Softened by his pleas, she had allowed him entry. Moreover, the photograph on the student ID was taken a year ago, so a slight change was to be expected. "Oh dear, I simply cannot fathom you youngsters. How is it that a boy can be more beautiful than a girl? How will you ever find a girlfriend?" She gazed at Sumo's exquisitely enchanting face, thinking that if her daughter were as beautiful, she wouldn't still be single. "What? This stunning beauty is a boy. My romantic pursuits are doomed before they even begin. No, wait, if he is a boy, perhaps a friendship of a different kind could blossom." Startled from his reverie, he realized that he himself was the subject of this confusion. Accepting his student ID back from the supervisor, he said, "Auntie, I shall return to my dormitory now." Unable to endure the intense scrutiny around him, Su Mo quickly slipped away. The others were left in a state of regret, lamenting why they hadn't asked for his contact information sooner. "Ah, I can't take this anymore. Moving things is truly exhausting." Observing Su Mo, glistening with perspiration, the three could not help but swallow hard. The fatigue rendered his fair, delicate face even more alluring, with droplets of sweat cascading from his smooth forehead and trickling onto his dainty collarbone. Ever since Su Mo entered the dormitory, a captivating fragrance had permeated the air, enticing Zhao Wen and the others to inhale deeply. "Brother, you smell absolutely divine." After calming his excited heart, Zhao Wen inquired, "Little Mo, why are you in such a rush to return? Did something happen?" He offered a tissue for Sumo to wipe away the sweat. Alas, don't even mention it. What kind of eyes do these people have? They mistake a boy for a girl. I must wear a mask whenever I enter the dormitory from now on. Sumo replied, his brow slightly furrowed, revealing his distress. Upon hearing this, the others grasped the situation. It turned out that his pretty face had led to the misunderstanding when he entered the dormitory. Oh, don't be upset. If anyone thinks you're a boy, they must be blind. My girlfriend saw your photo yesterday and thought we had a girl living in our dormitory. Zhang Yang chimed in, not making light of the situation, as his girlfriend genuinely believed Sumo was female. Upon realizing that this charming individual was actually his roommate, he was left speechless in astonishment. Your recent surge in attractiveness is one matter, but why do you increasingly resemble a woman? Your current visage is equally appealing to both genders. With that, Subin extended his hands to measure Sumo's waist, then gestured at his own thigh. Goodness, how can one be so slender? It feels as though both hands could easily encircle it. Sumo was acutely aware that she possessed a remarkably beautiful appearance. However, this exquisite beauty had begun to complicate her life. It was perplexing. Many individuals, despite encountering her for the first time, seemed irresistibly drawn to her. Is physical appearance truly that significant? The so-called beauty will inevitably fade with age, ultimately reducing to mere dust. By the way, what is in that bag? It appears to resemble clothing. Could it possibly be women's attire? Oh dear, Xiaomo, are you finally willing to share some benefits with your brothers? I am so touched. What is going on? In this insignificant moment, their instincts are inexplicably accurate. Stop overthinking. Even if you were to bow and call me father, I would never don women's clothing. Furthermore, do not sneak a glance at what is in my bag, or I shall give you a couple of punches. With that, she pretended to wave her small, pink fists. Fierce yet adorable, indeed. Incidentally, allowing Xiaomo to throw a couple of punches, wouldn't that be a reward? The three of them thought in unison. Suddenly reminded that she had yet to have dinner, the thought, once ignited, made her stomach grumble with hunger. Enough of this. I am on the verge of fainting from hunger. Where is my braised chicken? At her words, Zhao Wenkai recalled and retrieved an insulated bag from his desk. Handing it over. Here, your braised chicken. I prepared an insulated bag to keep it warm. You ought to thank your adoptive father. Very well. For the sake of the braised chicken, I shall indulge him. Thank you, adoptive father. You are the best. Sumo sweetly replied, her melodious voice flowing like a clear spring, refreshing and invigorating. Indeed, it was delightful. Perhaps I should call him that a few more times. Zhao Wen was quite pleased. Anyone who brought Sumo braised chicken was met with exceptional courtesy. Sumo cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Wen, uninterested in engaging with him, as she opened her fragrant braised chicken rice. Wow, it truly smells divine. Her soft, pink lips parted and closed as she savored the chicken, occasionally licking the grease that lingered on her lips with her tongue. Hiss, it was merely watching Sumo eat, yet all three felt an overwhelming urge to nosebleed. What a sin. Chapter 18. The moonlight is beautiful. Li Linyun suddenly realized that he was utterly ignorant about leisure and entertainment. It is rather amusing. Despite being a prominent scion of a wealthy family, he found himself at a loss for how to pass the time. He had frequented bars with friends a few times, but always in private rooms, as the din of the main hall was overwhelmingly loud, and he was often approached by numerous girls, which led him to prefer quieter lounges. It would be quite peculiar for him to visit a bar alone and occupy a private room. As for cinemas and karaoke venues, there was no better private theater or karaoke room than his own home. His fondest memories were of visiting amusement parks with his family when his mother was still in good health. Alas, his mother had since departed to another world, and he hoped she found joy there. His brother remained abroad, and all he knew was that he had become a painter, seemingly quite accomplished, having held several renowned exhibitions. It dawned on him that his heart felt lonely, which made many things appear rather dull. The image of that charming face resurfaced in his mind. Ever since the night of the birthday banquet, he frequently thought of Sumo, feeling an inexplicable sensation spreading within him. Yet reason reminded him that this feeling was irrational and utterly incomprehensible. Regardless of her beauty, surpassing that of most girls, the fact that Sumo was male would never change. Contemplating this, unsure of what to do, Li Linyun suddenly decided to visit the dormitory to see Suemo, dressed in male attire. He sought to clarify the ambiguous, unutterable emotion within him, whether this encounter would intensify it or render it more subdued. Just as he was about to leave, a message pinged on WeChat. This was his personal account, shared only with family and a few close friends. Expecting a message from Suemo, he looked up only to find it was from his childhood friend, Lin Jundu. Lin Jundu, not too busy, are you, young Master Li? I'm feeling terrible. Come join me for a drink with the guys at our usual spot. Strangely, he thought, wasn't he this fellow supposed to be quite busy lately? How was he suddenly free to seek him out for drinks? Li Linyun. Little Z, aren't you busy with the big project at Uncle Xie's? How come you have time now? Don't mention it. I got drunk while discussing the collaboration that day. Liquid courage made me call Xie Wanning a violent tigress, and I was lucky she didn't give me a few punches. Still hoping for collaboration. Huh? To dare call Xie Wanning a tigress, even if inebriated, was a bold move indeed. That's beyond my help, you know her temper. Also, I have someone I wish to meet tonight. Let us catch up another time. Lin Jundu. Someone you wish to meet? Lin Jundu. Someone you wish to meet. His phone vibrated as Lin Jundu called him directly. Goodness. Is that really you? My buddy, the so-called aloof and cool young Master Li, has finally graced us with his presence. Yes, it's me. Li Linyun sighed, bemused by such a ridiculous title. Do you realize how many hearts would shatter if our call record were to leak? When Lin Jundu thought of the person he wished to meet, his mind inevitably wandered to matters of love and affection. He found it perplexing that, despite the numerous beautiful girls who had admired Li Linyun and boldly pursued him, none had captured his heart. There were even rumors suggesting that Li Linyun preferred the company of men. As a brother, Lin Jundu dismissed such claims. How could someone as exceptional as Li Linyun possibly have such inclinations, or easily fall for any of those girls? If he were to develop feelings, it would have to be for someone ethereal, gentle, and kind. After such a long time, it seemed that this stoic individual had finally blossomed, and Lin Jundu felt a profound sense of joy. Is it a girl from your school? What is her name? Is she beautiful? Do you have a photo? Lin Jundu was immensely curious about the one who had captivated Li Linyun's attention. Actually, it's a boy. There was no need for concealment with Lin Jundu. After all, this fellow understood well which matters should remain discreet. I'm genuinely curious about the young man you deem worthy of a late-night visit. I wonder if he is as stunning as a celestial being. Wait, did you say a boy? Lin Jundu questioned his own hearing. Is my roommate, one of the few genuine friends I have. I simply wish to meet him. Until he had clarity regarding his feelings for Suemo, it would be prudent to keep things to himself. Lin Jundu felt perplexed. If they were merely friends, was it truly worth Li Linyun, a busy individual, making a special trip to the school at this hour? Though his curiosity was nearly overwhelming, he refrained from pressing further. Delving too deeply into another's secrets could provoke resentment. Very well, I shall seek company elsewhere. I must say, drinking with others lacks the same charm. All right, next time I will definitely accompany you. I'm hanging up now. Without giving Lin Jundu a chance to respond, Li Linyun abruptly ended the call and soon found himself driving through the night. Inside the car, upbeat music played from the speakers as Li Linyun's elegantly defined fingers occasionally tapped rhythmically on the steering wheel. For reasons unknown, he felt that the moonlight tonight was particularly enchanting. Let us head to the internet CAF. Let's pull an all-nighter. The three of them unanimously agreed on this plan, deciding to wage a battle at the CAF until dawn. Suemo was at a loss for words. It's just a night without internet at school. We still have our phones. Is the computer truly that entertaining? If we stay up all night, we have classes tomorrow afternoon. Will you all be able to handle it? Suemo worried for these foolish friends, fearing that one day they might succumb to exhaustion from gaming all night. Little Mo, you don't understand. This is the romance among men. This is the simplest pleasure to be found in a city filled with desire. Dear daughter, be good in your dormitory while daddy brings you breakfast. Get lost. Don't disgust me. Suemo retorted with a look of disdain, exasperated that even while genuinely concerned, they could still make jokes. Ah yes, that's the look. If only you could wear senior sister's garb and give me that look once more. Get out of here. Sumo's face turned crimson. Before Sumo could unleash her temper, the three of them laughed and hurriedly fled the dormitory. Rarely alone in her room, Sumo had reverted to her long hair, which she increasingly cherished. The smooth locks cascaded over her shoulders, soft and comforting like silk. She gathered a few strands, inhaling their delightful fragrance, utterly captivating. Sumo pondered her peculiar behavior. Who else would find themselves enchanted by the scent of their own hair? Yet, truly was delightful. Perhaps a shower was in order. She had carried up quite the load today and had worked up a sweat. Her fair skin glimmered under the warm light, radiating a tempting sheen, akin to refined jade. Gazing dreamily at her flawless figure in the mirror, she admired her slender waist reminiscent of willow branches, her creamy thighs possessing a gentle softness, and her calves slender and straight. As her gaze traveled upward, Sumo swallowed hard, feeling a rush of heat at the sight, and turned her head away, embarrassed to look any longer. How vexing! If only she hadn't accidentally lost along, she would have cherished the beauty in the mirror. Wait, that beauty was indeed herself. The cool water cascaded over her body, soothing the heat that had built up within her. After her shower, the lights were out. Apart from the restroom light, the only illumination came from the gentle moonlight streaming through the window. Watching the silver glow of the moonlight, Sumo recalled Chan Shue's request for assistance. Was it not the perfect moment for a fitting, akin to a moonlit beauty? Glancing around the empty dormitory, she seized the opportunity. Clearing her throat, she resolutely dismissed any thoughts of indulging herself. It was merely the enchanting moonlight that inspired her to embody the character. Without further ado, Sumo gathered her costume and wig, retreating to the bathroom to change. The wig felt incredibly smooth and delightful to the touch. But half of her shoulder and thigh were exposed. How chilly! The eye mask was lovely, yet she wondered if it would obstruct her vision. It seemed she would need Chan Shue to guide her. Examining the remaining earrings in her bag, she felt powerless. Surely, she wouldn't pierce her ears just for cosplay. Such a thought was painfully daunting. Testing out the boots, she found them somewhat unstable but manageable. Looking in the mirror, though lacking the cool aura of her character, her fair, exquisite face, tempting pink lips, and graceful youthful form made her a commendable cosplayer. The white hair and red eyes suited her preferences well, even without colored contacts. After much deliberation, she decided to wear the eye mask, reasoning that she wouldn't trip in her own dormitory and wanting to acclimate to the sensation. Overall, Sumo felt quite pleased with her cosplay. Approaching the balcony, with the lights out and enveloped in darkness, she felt no fear of being seen. Through the thin eye mask, she could faintly perceive the hazy moonlight. The moonlight was truly beautiful, Sumo mused. Sumo, with her attention entirely fixed on the moon, remained blissfully unaware of the door to the dormitory being gently opened. Li Linyun felt somewhat perplexed. It was still early since the lights had only just been extinguished, so why was the dormitory enveloped in such silence? Had they, for once, decided to retire early? Wishing to avoid disturbing her roommate's rest, she cautiously pushed the door ajar, her stealthy demeanor casting a sense of guilt upon her, as if she were a thief. The moment the door creaked open, Li Linyun held her breath. The night was tranquil, with the darkness pressing down upon the sky, weaving a tapestry of profound and vivid illusions. A solitary moon hung like a pristine veil over the midnight hour, radiating an ethereal glow. The silvery moonlight embraced the graceful figure on the balcony, her flowing white hair harmonizing beautifully with the lunar luminescence. In the cloak of night, she appeared resplendent, yet like a beautiful mirage, elusive and difficult to grasp. The silhouette beneath the moon seemed like a celestial being, reminiscent of an enchanting painting. Such exquisite moonlight felt dreamlike, yet Li Linyun accurately called forth the name of the fairy, Sumo. The celestial maiden turned to him with a radiant smile, her features aglow, hair dancing as if caught in the flight of butterflies. In the inky darkness of the night, the world of the young man transformed into a realm of brilliance, instilling within him a fearless heart. Chapter 19. Caught in women's attire, Sumo was absorbed in admiring the moon, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her delicate face adorned with a charming expression. In the distance, She faintly perceived someone softly calling her name. Could it be? Surely it was mere auditory hallucination. Her companions were still immersed in their all-night revelry at the internet CAF. Yet, despite her thoughts, she turned around to investigate. Her vision was obscured by a black ribbon, rendering clarity elusive. However, she discerned a tall figure standing at the dormitory entrance. No, it couldn't be. Hadn't they agreed to spend the night at the CAF? Why had one of them returned unexpectedly? Panic seized her. What if they discovered her secretly donning women's clothing in the dormitory? How would she face them afterward? The prospect of being discovered was dire enough. But Suemo could already envision her friends each brandishing a maid outfit, while the others sported black stockings and cat ear headbands, smirking wickedly at her, suggesting that she surely would not want anyone to know about her clandestine attire. Though it was summer, the mere thought of this scenario sent shivers down her spine. Mistakenly believing it to be Zhao Wen and the others returning, Suemo stammered, "Please don't look."
Actually.
I am not Suemo. I am Jinglu, yes, Jinglu, from the Luofu immortal boat.
Li Linyun.
This celestial being, though undeniably beautiful, seemed rather dim-witted. Li Linyun found himself at a loss. Why did Suemo always appear in women's attire during their recent encounters? The atmosphere grew awkward, and unsure of what to say, he opted for silence. Why aren't you speaking? Suemo queried timidly, her voice quivering with anxiety. Something was amiss, indeed. It was overwhelmingly so. Had it been Zhao Wen and the others, they would have certainly approached her with lewd remarks, such as, "Brother, you smell delightful, and your hands are so soft." Could this person be the second in command, who had returned to the dormitory unexpectedly? With trembling hands, she removed her blindfold. Under the gentle glow of the moonlight, she clearly recognized the figure before her. It was none other than Li Linyun. With a sigh of relief, the tension within Suemo finally eased. After all, it was not the first time Li Linyun had seen her in women's clothing. Although there lingered a sense of embarrassment, it was far preferable to being caught by her other friends. Why was it always the second in command who stumbled upon her? She could not ascertain whether it was by design or mere happenstance. Suemo, pouting slightly, inwardly chastised him and approached Li Linyun, lifting her gaze to glare at him fiercely. Though she believed her expression to be fearsome, to Li Linyun, it conveyed a hint of playful reproach. The moonlight caressed Sumo's face like a delicate veil, enhancing her beauty. As he gazed at this familiar yet unfamiliar visage, Li Linyun found himself momentarily entranced, his heart racing. Amidst the flowers, one admires the songbirds. Beneath the moon, one beholds a beauty. Observing Li Linyun's dazed expression, Suemo cautiously reached out and gently tapped his chiseled face. Li Linyun snapped back to reality, realizing he had momentarily lost composure. Why was Suemo not a girl? The heavens had crafted such a flawless visage, yet bestowed upon her the contrary male gender. Apologies, I find myself somewhat fatigued and momentarily distracted. I dare not gaze directly at Sumo's visage, as the weight upon my heart is indeed burdensome. Thus I began to scan the dormitory. Observing his demeanor, Suemo assumed I was searching for Zhao Wen and the others. The internet had been down at school today, and they had ventured to an internet CAF for an all-nighter. How vexing. It is rare for you to return. Why not inform us? Suemo lamented. Li Linyun had decided on a whim to come, having been idly driving around just half an hour prior, uncertain of his destination. I intended to surprise you all, yet it seems fortune was not on my side. Gazing at Suemo, a smile danced in my eyes, my lips curling slightly. Ah, what a fool you are. Moreover, did you forget to bring clean sheets today? Where shall you sleep? You wouldn't be considering leaving right after arriving, would you? It would be a pity for Suemo if I departed so swiftly. Alas, in my eagerness to visit Suemo, I had entirely forgotten about this detail. It had been some time since I had slumbered in my own bed, and while I could make do on another's, it would be far from comfortable. Unbidden, my gaze drifted to Sumo's bed, immaculate and tidy, adorned with a delightful Hatsune Miku Fufu plush, rather reminiscent of a girl's bed. If there were any place in this school where I could peacefully rest, it would undoubtedly be this small haven. Oh dear, I nearly forgot I'm still in these clothes. Please sit for a moment. I shall change in the bathroom. With that, Suemo took his garments and retreated to the lavatory. Truth be told, I would have preferred to see Suemo in this outfit, but I merely nodded silently, watching as he entered the bathroom and closed the door. Gently, I settled onto Sumo's bed, feeling a wave of weariness wash over me, prompting me to recline upon it, enveloped in his scent. It was enchanting, intoxicating even. A fragrance as rich as roses, yet delicate like orchids, instilling a sense of comfort and ease. My eyelids grew heavy, and my consciousness began to fade. The day's labor had drained my energy, compelling me to close my eyes. Hey, why not take my bed? I am certain we could fit if we snuggle, Suemo inquired upon emerging from the bathroom, freshly attired. As he approached, I found myself half reclined on the bed, lost in slumber, holding on to my fufu plush, my long legs dangling over the edge, shoes still on. Suemo sighed, marveling at how quickly I had succumbed to sleep. It was evident I was quite exhausted. Listening to the rhythmic cadence of my breathing, so tranquil in slumber, she could not help but recall Zhang Yang and the others, who took turns snoring each night. She admired my handsome features, a twinge of envy creeping in. How splendid it would have been had she possessed my charm. Finding a girlfriend would have been effortless, and perhaps she would not have transformed into a girl now. With a playful poke of her finger at my face, I stirred in my dreams like a child, my brow furrowing in discontent. Suemo could not help but smile at the sight. Wait a moment, what am I doing? Staring intently at my face and secretly poking it while I slumber. Thankfully, no one witnessed this. Otherwise, it would surely lead to assumptions about her inclinations. Blushing slightly, she assisted Li Linyun in removing his shoes and adjusted his position, allowing his entire body to recline upon the bed. Subsequently, she nestled herself under the covers. Although there exists a distinction between men and women, it must be acknowledged that Li Linyun had graciously offered his bed for her to rest in, so spending a night in his bed should not pose any issue. With this thought in mind, Suemo prepared to drift into slumber. For the following day she had classes to attend and had promised to accompany Sister Wan Ning to the cinema. For reasons unknown, Suemo found herself sleeping particularly soundly that night. Chapter 20. Epilogue. Love at first sight is not magic in this world. There are 2,000 individuals who could make you fall in love at first sight, yet it is unfortunate that you may never encounter any of them in your lifetime. Love at first sight is not a form of magic. It is destiny. Upon first reading this statement, Suemo merely smiled serenely. With a population of 8 billion, the probability calculates to a mere 0.002. Could it truly be so scarce? Surely, she must have had affections for 5 or 6 girls by now. When she first transformed into a girl, every time she gazed into the mirror and beheld that exquisite face, Suemo felt as though her spirit momentarily detached from her physical form, as if the reflection was not her own. Was this person her lover? A sister? The distinction had become blurred. She found herself burdened with many thoughts. What if one day her secret was discovered? Should she continue residing in the dormitory? Could she still openly cherish her feelings for girls? Would her parents be saddened if they knew? Moreover, why had the feelings she once harbored for girls she admired vanished, leaving not even a trace? This new identity allowed Suemo to view her past from an entirely fresh perspective. After much contemplation, she finally concluded that those feelings were not love. Rather, they were the yearning of an immature soul seeking a bond to soothe its parched loneliness. This realization did not negate her former self. Instead, it was a journey of self-discovery and understanding. Her past self, in truth, had been quite solitary. This transformation made Suemo aware of the happiness of her loving family and her playful friends. She realized that merely lacking romantic love did not justify her feelings of loneliness. Such thoughts were somewhat arrogant and immature. By cherishing the happiness she possessed, she could cultivate even more joy, and the warmth of her current happiness was sufficient. As for whether she would meet one of those 2,000, it no longer held such significance. Should fate grant her such a meeting, it would be a delightful stroke of fortune. If not, she could lament but need not sigh in despair. One must learn from the past and understand the potential of the future. From this day forth, she would be Suemo, a girl who smiles, radiating warmth so bright that it would illuminate those around her. After the rain, the sun will shine, and good weather will follow. In this world, there are 2,000 individuals who could make you fall in love at first sight. Yet it is unfortunate that you may never encounter any of them in your lifetime. Love at first sight is not a form of magic. It is destiny. The first time Li Linyun heard these words, they flowed from Sumo's lips. He found the sentiment beautifully articulated, realizing that so many could inspire love, as though life were filled with hope. However, he knew better than anyone that in this extravagant world, love is not easily defined. When you profess your love, can you truly ascertain that it is for her as a person and not merely the allure she possesses? Much like the tale of painted skin in Strange Stories from a Chinese studio, where a scholar is seduced by a beautiful apparition and nearly pays with his life. The phrase "I love you," how many times can one utter it to how many women throughout a lifetime? For individuals of their ilk, many indulge in youthful exuberance, and those 3 words often serve not as lifelong vows but rather as incantations spoken to satisfy primal desires. Li Linyun had no desire to become the kind of person he deeply despised. Throughout his life, he could profess his love countless times, from dawn until dusk, but he wished to express it solely to one woman, a woman deserving of all his affection and patience. Yet, his heart remained encased in an impenetrable frost, resistant to thawing. Those who admired him were met with naught but indifference, often suffering from the suffocating chill of his aloofness. What kind of woman did Li Linyun truly desire? Even he was unaware of the answer to that question. One morning, in a state of drowsiness, he sensed someone approaching him. Rubbing his throbbing forehead, he opened his eyes to meet a pair of bright, clear orbs. "You're awake. I wanted to cover you with a blanket since it's a bit chilly this morning, but I ended up waking you," came a melodious voice tinged with apology. Li Linyun glanced at Sumo, who had leaned in closely to cover him, the faint fragrance of her presence unmistakable. The delightful scent momentarily captivated him, reminiscent of peach blossoms basking in the warm sun. A tender part within him stirred, and the chill that had enveloped him gradually began to dissipate. Was love at first sight a matter of fate? Perhaps destiny truly existed. "Why are you awake so early? Go back to sleep for a while," he suggested. All right." When they awoke again, the sun was casting a warm, gentle light upon them. "Mo, come here. Let your sister hug you," coaxed Xie Wanning. "Sister Wanning, don't do that." Sumo's delicate, blushing face was a picture of nervousness and shyness, her words stumbling. Seeing Sumo's endearing bashfulness only intensified Xie Wanning's desire to draw closer. She boldly approached Sumo, and for every step Sumo retreated, she advanced another, until Sumo found herself backed against the wall. Xie Wanning gazed intently at her face, her hand reaching out to caress it. It was a face both pure and charming, an incongruous blend of innocence and allure that harmonized beautifully. It seemed as if Sumo bore some grievance. Her enchanting eyes were misty, reflecting a hint of sorrow. Xie Wanning gently rubbed her cheek against Sumo's, inhaling the delicate fragrance that enveloped her, unable to resist the urge to embrace her, burying her nose into Sumo's fair neck. The sensitive body of the young woman reacted to the warm breath tickling her skin, eliciting involuntary gasps. The stimuli of touch, sight, scent, and sound rendered Xie Wanning utterly entranced. The girl before her was breathtaking, each feature a temptation she could scarcely resist. Overcome with emotion, she expressed her feelings. "Mo, I really like you. Would you be my girlfriend?" Sumo's face flushed crimson, her breaths quickening, her eyes dreamy as she gazed at Xie Wanning's alluring yet spirited visage, softly uttering a shy yes. She agreed. "Mo has agreed to be my girlfriend," Xie Wanning exclaimed excitedly, sitting up on the bed, eager to grasp Sumo's hand, only to find her absence. "Hey, where did Mo go?" Glancing around in bewilderment, she realized she was still in bed. What a surprise, it was merely a dream. Xie Wanning sighed regretfully, stretching her limbs as the delicate fabric of her nightgown slipped from her shoulders, revealing her fair, supple skin. She rose from her bed to prepare herself. After a meticulous grooming session, Xie Wanning gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Her lips were a vibrant red, her teeth pearly white, and her complexion was exquisitely pale and refined. In contrast to her usual mature and sophisticated attire, today she opted for a black Armani suit, complemented by a white shirt and a black Gucci tie adorned with a bee embroidery. Her hair was styled in a half-up, half-down wolf tail, and paired with the slightly masculine ensemble, it bestowed upon her a blend of feminine charm and masculine elegance, exuding an air of confidence. Friends had mentioned that such a look could easily endear her to women, potentially sparking feelings of attraction. Indeed, she looked quite dashing. Today marked her date with Suemo to watch a film. Although she had a private cinema at home, she yearned for the ambience of a theater, which felt far more romantic. It could be said that she had experienced love at first sight. Ever since they met in the lingerie store, she could not forget that pretty girl who blushed so easily. Love is truly a wondrous thing. She had never harbored feelings for anyone before, yet upon their first encounter, she found herself enamored with a girl. MOMO, do you think there will come a day when you might become my beloved? With a smile filled with hope, Xia Wanning stepped out the door. Chapter 21. Shared slumber the following morning. As dawn's light gently crept into the room, Li Linyun lay with his eyes closed, a frown etched upon his brow. He felt an inexplicable weight pressing against his neck and chest, while something seemed to rest upon his thighs. A delicate fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Slowly he opened his eyes, his head somewhat foggy. Where am I? As he gazed at the wooden planks above him, realization eluded him momentarily. However, upon noticing a pair of slender, fair hands wrapped around his neck, he was instantly jolted awake. He found himself in the dormitory, nestled on Sumo's bed, having fallen asleep amidst her enchanting scent. A wave of embarrassment washed over him. Would this situation trouble Suemo? She was known for her fastidious cleanliness, and he had lain down without even showering. Turning to glance at Suemo, he observed the gentle curve of her rosy lips, her slumber deep and serene, her snowy legs draped over his thighs, reminiscent of a clingy little kitten. Suemo. Xiaoemo. Li Linyun softly called her name twice, yet received no response. As he realized her unresponsiveness, his heart began to race. In Sumo's presence, he felt a transformation. The composed and steady version of himself seemed bewitched, rendered impulsive and yearning for contact. Her flawless visage was mere inches away, so close that he could almost reach out and caress her face, her delicate lips, long lashes and gentle brows. Trembling slightly, he extended his hand, longing to brush against Sumo's skin. Though the distance was but a few centimeters, it felt insurmountably vast. In his mind, two figures materialized, an angel and a devil. The devil urged him on, taunting, "What are you hesitating for? Such beauty lies beside you, and you can't even muster the courage to touch her face? Are you not a man?" The angel cautioned, "Humans cannot withstand temptation. Once you touch her face, you will yearn to kiss her lips, to embrace her, to possess her entirely. Without a daring beginning, how can there be a beautiful conclusion?" The devil murmured ominously, "Love is the desire to touch, yet to withdraw one's hand. The forbidden fruit, once tasted, leaves a bitter aftertaste," whispered the angel softly. "Love? But Suemo is a boy. Could I truly fall for another boy?"
Li Linyun, truplat.
Banished the devil from his thoughts, allowing the angel to prevail. Ultimately, he retracted his trembling hand, refraining from touching her flawless face, and instead gently tucked a stray lock of hair away from her mouth. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was merely 6 o'clock. Sleepiness washed over him once more as he covered Sumo's exposed, fair feet with the blanket. He adjusted his sleeping position and closed his eyes again. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang yawned as he looked at the screen displaying the word victory. He removed his headphones, stood, and stretched comfortably. Zhao Wen glanced at his phone in surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, has it really become 7 already? How swiftly time flies. Happy moments are always fleeting. Let us go grab some breakfast and then return to school for a good sleep." Subin finished the last bite of his instant noodles and stood up, making his way outside. The trio settled in a breakfast shop, ordering 3 baskets of soup dumplings and 3 baskets of shao mai, delighting in the house's secret chili oil. Among them was a basket of crab roe soup dumplings, which, though somewhat pricey at 30 yuan, was worth every penny due to its exquisite flavor. As they were regular patrons, the owner generously treated them to 3 cups of freshly brewed soy milk. Soon, they were satiated, and upon settling the bill, The owner noticed the absence of the fourth member of their usual party, inquiring, "Where's that handsome young man who often joins you? The one with a rather refined appearance." The trio exchanged puzzled glances, wondering who he referred to. Was it the second one? Yet he had never accompanied them for breakfast here. It dawned on them that the owner was speaking about Suemo. However, they mused that the owner might not even recognize Suemo when he saw him again, perhaps even asking which of you three is dating him. What good fortune. We just pulled an all-nighter online and came out for breakfast. He's probably sleeping soundly in his dorm right now. Next time, we'll bring him along for breakfast, but you mustn't fail to recognize him. After bidding farewell to the owner, the trio walked back to campus. The owner chuckled at their remarks, amused. How long has it been since I've seen him? Do you think I'm forgetful? They soon returned to the dormitory. Zhao knocked on the door, calling, "Suemo, come open the door for Dad. It's breakfast time." After a moment of silence, he wondered aloud, "That's strange. It's almost 8 o'clock. Suemo should be awake by now." Zhao scratched his head in confusion.
Xu bin jaunet, im so tiret.
"Boss, do you have the key? Suemo must be sleeping in today." At this, Zhang Yang rummaged through his pockets and eventually retrieved the key from his right trouser pocket. He inserted the key into the lock and gently opened the door, treading lightly as they entered. They were wary of waking Suemo from his slumber, for that would surely fill them with guilt. As Zhang Yang stepped inside, he cast a glance at Sumo's bed, and suddenly, all fatigue vanished, replaced by a jolt of alertness. On that cozy little bed lay two people entwined in an affectionate embrace. The bed's occupant, Suemo, had a slight blush on her cheeks, her delicate hands resting softly on Li Linyun's chest. The sight of the two lying face to face left the trio in deep contemplation. What on earth was happening? I recall that when we left, Suemo was the only one in the dorm, wasn't she? Perhaps the second one had been hiding beneath the bed all along, unnoticed by us. What transpired? I saw nothing. I must have opened the door incorrectly. Suemo stirred from her slumber, her loose nightgown slipping slightly, revealing her exquisite collarbone. With sleepy eyes, she failed to notice the three of them and nudged Li Linyun, saying, "It's time to get up, Li Linyun. We stayed up so late last night, and the boss is coming back soon." Li Linyun sat up, rubbing his throbbing temples. The trio who had just returned to the dorm exchanged glances, each one caught in a web of unspoken thoughts. It appears that the two shared the same bed last night. How sensational! It seems I have inadvertently stumbled upon quite an astonishing revelation. Chapter 22. I have someone I like. The three individuals exchanged glances, each adorned with a rather mischievous grin. It was commendable how the second one was willing to disregard societal expectations for the sake of true love. At that moment, they became aware that the trio beside them was casting suggestive glances in their direction. "What are you staring at us for?" Suemo felt a peculiar discomfort under their gaze and instinctively clutched Li Linyun's sleeve. Li Linyun, equally bewildered, was at a loss regarding the situation.
Xiao Montag, Linyun.
"It's perfectly fine. As long as you both genuinely care for one another, you needn't concern yourselves with the judgments of society." The three men displayed expressions akin to that of a protective father figure. It was then that Suemo realized how easily her conversation with Li Linyun could be misconstrued. Her ears flushed crimson, and her face blossomed with a rosy hue. What were these three rascals thinking all day long? "Please, don't get the wrong idea. I assure you that nothing happened between me and the second one. We merely shared a bed for the night, that's all." Upon hearing Sumo's words, Li Linyun couldn't help but facepalm, feeling as though the situation was spiraling further into misunderstanding. "Not long after you all left last night, I returned and realized I had forgotten to bring clean sheets and blankets, so I ended up sleeping on Suemo's bed for the night." With this explanation, the trio quickly grasped the context. The unkempt state of their own beds, compared to the fragrant and tidy space of Suemo, certainly warranted some level of discomfort for the second one who had a mild case of obsessive cleanliness. Nevertheless, they couldn't help but feel that Sumo's demeanor towards Li Linyun was markedly different from how she treated them. If they were to suggest sleeping on her bed, she would undoubtedly retort with something akin to "get lost" or "don't come near me." Observing Sumo's adorably flushed cheeks, even the trio, who were accustomed to seeing her daily, found themselves momentarily enchanted by her charm. They suddenly felt that even if something indescribable were to occur, could hardly be blamed on Li Linyun. "We're utterly exhausted. We'll take a short nap," Zhao Wen remarked as he climbed onto the bed. "Don't worry about waking us. Even if you two were to collapse the bed, we wouldn't stir." Not long after, the rhythmic sounds of snoring filled the room, indicating their genuine fatigue. Typically, it would take them a considerable time to fall asleep, yet today they succumbed almost immediately. After finishing her morning routine, just as Suemo was about to enjoy her breakfast, Li Linyun called out to her. "It's probably cold by now. Eating it would be harsh on your stomach. Let me accompany you to the cafeteria." Upon feeling the bag, she confirmed that it had indeed gone cold. With a reluctant glance at the buns, she sighed. "Ah, thank you, Li Linyun, for saving my life with those little buns." Feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction over the wasted food, Suemo pouted at Li Linyun and casually remarked, "What are you treating me?" "Of course," Li Linyun replied with a smile. Suemo momentarily forgot that this was Li Linyun, a man who wouldn't even flinch at the sight of a limited edition sports car. He would simply hand his bank card to the cashier and then saunter off to the smoking area, leaving behind a lone figure that evoked admiration from the starry-eyed cashier. The store clerk might wonder what such a young and accomplished handsome man is contemplating. Is he pondering how to secure a multi-million-dollar deal? In truth, Li Linyun has no need to fret over business matters, as others have always vied for the opportunity to collaborate with the Li family. He may not be thinking at all, merely wishing to empty his mind and quietly enjoy this cigarette. Alternatively, he might be concerned about whether the flowers at his mother's grave are wilting and feel inclined to purchase a beautiful bloom to offer her. Why overthink? A person's life is comprised of only a few significant matters and a handful of important individuals. Suemo felt elated. Although she was aware of Li Linyun's wealth, even inviting her to breakfast for a lifetime would be but a trifling expense for him. Yet her joy was palpable. When she heard Li Linyun agree to her humble request, a smile graced his face as he said yes, and she was filled with exuberance. Consequently, she smiled back. Li Linyun's breath caught momentarily, and he unconsciously slowed his pace. It wasn't until Suemo waved at him from ahead, playfully urging him to hurry, that he regained his composure and quickened his steps. Their conversation was lighthearted and filled with laughter, revolving around mundane topics, yet when shared with the right person, it became engaging. Before long, they arrived at the cafeteria. Li Linyun swiftly collected his breakfast and took a seat, watching Sumo's figure as he patiently awaited her arrival. He lifted his glass of milk for a sip, only to notice that the majority of the surrounding gazes were fixed upon him, predominantly from girls who were whispering amongst themselves. Look, that guy is truly handsome. His physique is remarkable, and he's wearing Louis Vuitton. How expensive that is." "Yes, undoubtedly a high-class gentleman." After this exchange, they turned their attention to another girl dressed in an elegant white dress, who was gazing at the striking young man, her eyes betraying a hint of infatuation. They shared a knowing glance and a smile. "Mimi, it seems you quite fancy him. Why not muster some courage and ask for his WeChat? Indeed, though he is quite dashing, your own attributes are admirable. He might just agree." The girl referred to as Mimi hesitated at her friend's encouragement, replying, "But I'm not very brave. Would you both accompany me? Just stand a little way off while I approach." Her friends nodded in agreement and accompanied her. Suemo, observing the cafeteria staff serving her an oversized cup of milk, fell into contemplation. "Excuse me, this is far too large. I won't be able to finish it, and it will go to waste." The cafeteria's milk typically came in small cups. She wondered why she had been given such a large one. The staff, noticing the beauty of the young girl, remarked, "You are so lovely, though perhaps a tad too slender. Drink more milk. It will enhance your figure. You could become the belle of our school." Suemo, feeling somewhat resigned, thought, "What can I do about being perceived as a girl? I feel quite desperate about it." As she held her tray, she scanned the room for Li Linyun's presence, which was easy to spot given his striking appearance. Just as she was about to approach him, 3 girls swiftly made their way to him, and it was evident that he was being approached. There was no other option. He could only hide on the sidelines for now. The boy nearby, initially engrossed in a short video while munching on his breakfast, suddenly found himself captivated by a girl with short hair who stood beside him, holding a plate. He curiously looked up and was taken aback by her pure and innocent beauty. This revelation unsettled him. Oh dear. It would not be favorable for a handsome girl to witness my foolish demeanor. I should focus on my meal instead. He set his phone down and straightened his posture, sneaking glances at the girl from time to time. However, her attention was not directed at him. Rather, she was fixated on a handsome young man who was being approached by 3 girls nearby. Hey there, can I add you on WeChat? The straightforward approach, while possibly not very effective, at least did not come off as off-putting. Suemo was mildly surprised. Are girls nowadays so direct? Why was it that she never encountered such boldness in her time? Unsurprisingly, the girl's request was declined. No, I already have someone I like. While others welcomed advances, Li Linyun was resolutely dismissive. Suemo mused. Wait a moment. Did she hear correctly? This dense fellow actually had someone he liked. Who could this extraordinary girl be that captured the attention of someone with such high standards? As she fancied the appearance of Li Linyun's beloved, she noticed him beckoning her, having caught her eavesdropping. Reluctantly, she made her way over, feeling slightly disheartened. After all, she considered herself a beauty too, yet when she asked for his WeChat, he didn't even glance her way. Just as she was about to turn and leave, a melodious voice rang out, filled with genuine apology. I'm sorry, sister. He asked just like that, quite blunt in his manner of speaking. Please don't be upset. Following the voice, she beheld an exceptionally pure girl. Meeting her shy yet crystalline gaze felt as serene as the moonlight. As a fellow girl, Suemo couldn't help but feel a flutter of admiration. So it was to such a girl that she had succumbed. She couldn't help but respect her defeat. I should be the one apologizing. It was I who intruded upon him. Thank you for your understanding, little sister. After the trio departed, Suemo took a seat across from Li Linyun, smiling at him. Hey, I heard you have someone you like. Is she pretty? Tell me about her. Sumo's curiosity was piqued. She had never seen Li Linyun show interest in anyone before, and now that she finally had a chance to hear about it, her intrigue was inevitable. Li Linyun's hand, holding the milk, trembled slightly, nearly causing the cup to crash to the ground. He stared at Suemo in silence, and after a moment he slowly spoke. I was just joking with them. I made up an excuse to make it easier for them to give up. If you don't want to say, then don't. You're such a miser, she teased, for Li Linyun's attempt to deceive was all too evident to her keen perception. Chapter 23. The allure of JK uniforms within the lecture hall. Sunlight poured through the windows, casting a kaleidoscope of light that was both warm and drowsy. It was a rare occasion for Suemo and her 5 companions to sit together, as the entire dormitory had surprisingly decided to attend class. Given that it was a course on Marxist theory, the students around them were either engrossed in their phones or succumbing to slumber, while Suemo and her friends engaged in lighthearted banter. Suddenly, a notification chimed twice on Sumo's phone. She picked it up to find a message from Xie Ning, and a subtle smile graced her lips. MOMO. Remember our plan to watch a movie tonight? I'll come to pick you up. Zhao Wan, noticing Sumo's radiant expression, inquired with a grin. What has you so cheerful? Suemo? You've been smiling to yourself. Suemo's laughter was indeed hard to ignore, as it was enchanting enough to captivate anyone's attention. Oh, there are so many new films out recently, and I'm looking forward to watching one tonight, she replied, her anticipation palpable at the thought of spending the evening with Xie Ning. You never mentioned this to us. Are you planning to go alone? How could you abandon us in the dorm while you revel in your own enjoyment? Lamented Zhao Wan dramatically. Li Linyun, however, had already discerned the source of Sumo's joy. So you're going with Xie Ning, huh? Upon being so easily discovered, Suemo shyly nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Wan and the others had an epiphany. It was indeed a date with the strikingly confident beauty, and they couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. But then they reconsidered. Suemo herself was captivatingly beautiful, albeit with a more demure and shy disposition. The only potential downside was she might possess attributes that outshine others. Li Linyun furrowed his brow, recalling his cousin's exuberant personality, which made him somewhat apprehensive. If you tire, just have her take you home early. She can be quite the wild spirit and might keep you out all night. For someone who never stayed up late, An all-nighter was a daunting prospect. Rest assured, if I feel drowsy, I'll have Wan Ning send me back. I promise to keep an eye on her and ensure she doesn't get too carried away, Su Mo assured gently, sensing Li Lin Yun's concern for her well-being. The charming timbre of her voice and her delightful expression nearly bewitched Zhao Wan and the others. It seemed inconceivable that someone as stunning as Su Mo could remain single for 20 years. Truly an injustice. The afternoon class passed swiftly amidst their chatter. Li Lin Yun accompanied Su Mo to the school gate, while the other three parted ways with them at the teaching building. Su Mo clutched a bag containing a JK uniform that Xie Wan Ning had gifted her, intended for her to change into later. Recalling the day she unwrapped the package in her dorm, her face flushed a deep crimson upon seeing the contents. Fortunately, her roommates were engrossed in their gaming and failed to notice her fluster or the fact that she held a JK uniform. Initially, Su Mo had intended to politely decline Xie Wan Ning's request for her to wear the uniform. But I'm a boy. I would never wear a JK uniform, not even under duress. Upon opening the voice message sent by Xie Wanning, Su Mo felt a flutter of delight. Mo, you would look absolutely stunning in a JK uniform. Please show me, my precious Mo.
A smile involuntarily graced Su Mo's lips.
She hadn't anticipated that Sister Wanning could be so charmingly playful. It seemed only fitting to grant her a small request. However, Su Mo thought to herself, I don't really want to wear a JK uniform, but she called me baby. Arriving at the school parking lot, Su Mo glanced around but did not spot the car that Li Lin Yun usually drove. Hey second brother, which car is yours? Where is it parked? Li Lin Yun, aware of Su Mo's inconvenience in changing clothes at school, kindly suggested that she change in his car. He gestured toward a sleek Maserati parked not far away. There it is, the black one. Following Li Lin Yun's direction, Su Mo's gaze fell upon the striking vehicle, its elongated hood curving sharply, reminiscent of a shark leaping from the water. With tinted windows that shielded the interior from prying eyes, the car exuded an air of luxury. Although Su Mo wasn't particularly knowledgeable about cars, she recognized the emblem of the Maserati. How many luxury cars does Li Lin Yun possess? The word envy had lost its meaning at this point. Once inside the car, Su Mo slowly removed her clothing, revealing her delicate skin, as pure and tender as that of a newborn lamb. Her collarbone was exquisite, shoulders elegantly sculpted, and her waist slender, reminiscent of a graceful willow branch. Donning the JK uniform and pleated skirt was second nature to her, yet when it came to wearing white stockings, she found herself in a quandary. This is stockings. How utterly embarrassing. Su Mo thought that if she wore them, her remaining sense of modesty would surely shatter. After much deliberation, she settled on wearing ankle socks instead. Though still somewhat embarrassing, it felt like a more palatable choice. Slipping on the socks, she cast a glance outside the car window at Li Lin Yun, who leaned against the door, seemingly lost in thought. Stepping out of the car, she gently tapped his shoulder. Li Lin Yun snapped back to reality and turned to face Su Mo, his gaze lingering. Her delicate features glimmered in the sunlight, resembling fine porcelain. The fitted clothing accentuated her already slender figure, making her appear even more alluring. Particularly captivating were her long, slender legs, smooth and fair, with a hint of blush at her knees. Feeling a rush of shyness under Li Lin Yun's unwavering gaze, Su Mo stammered. How do I look? Is it strange to dress like this? Not at all. In fact, it suits you perfectly. You look truly beautiful in women's attire, Xiao Mo. The thought slipped from his lips before he could catch himself, and he immediately turned away, avoiding her gaze. Yet, the faint flush on his ears betrayed his embarrassment. Hearing Li Lin Yun compliment her beauty sent a thrill through Su Mo, her cheeks warming. Why would he say something so flustering if he gets shy? Now I'm the one feeling embarrassed. The two soon reached the school gate, where they found Xie Wanning waiting for them at a nearby pedestrian street. Before long, they spotted a pink vehicle approaching. It was Xie Wanning's Porsche Cayenne. Xie Wan Ning, adorned with a half-tied wolf-tail hairstyle, leaned languidly against the car door, lost in a reverie. Occasionally, a few boys or girls approached her, requesting her WeChat, but she graciously declined each time with a smile. Unlike her usual alluring demeanor, today she exuded an extraordinary charm in a tailored suit. Sumo's eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, Xie Wanning looked stunning in anything she wore. Li Linyun was equally astonished, compelled to concede that Xie Wanning's ensemble was striking, as if she had meticulously dressed for Sumo's sake. Xie Wanning spotted Su Mo and Li Linyun approaching. Today, Su Mo appeared particularly endearing, prompting her to reach out and affectionately tousle her hair. Sister Wanning, Li Linyun is still watching, Su Mo pouted, feeling it should have been the other way around. However, it was undeniable that Xie Wanning seemed far more like a boy today. Let him watch. He appears quite envious, Xie Wanning teased, eyeing Li Linyun. I promise to bring Su Mo along, but don't forget your commitment to return her to school safely and not to get too wild, Li Linyun said, expressing his concerns. He had known Xie Wanning to be quite mischievous in their childhood. Relax, you rascal. I will take good care of Mo. And by the way, don't be so chatty with your sister. That kind of boy isn't popular, she replied. I'll head back now. Su Mo, remember to call me when you return tonight. I will pick you up at the school gate, Li Linyun instructed. Okay, bye. Su Mo waved goodbye to him. Xie Wanning observed Li Linyun's departing figure before turning her gaze to Su Mo, a hint of curiosity in her expression. Is it possible that Li Linyun has a crush on you? I've never seen him treat anyone else with such kindness. Not at all. He merely regards me as a friend, Su Mo hastily clarified, as she believed Li Linyun viewed her as one of the boys, and thus, how could he possibly harbor feelings for her? Really? Is he so considerate towards friends? Xie Wanning pondered aloud. You know he cares deeply for his friends. Isn't he just concerned about me walking alone at night? That makes sense, Xie Wanning conceded, eyeing Sumo's exquisite features and slender figure, feeling uneasy about her walking alone at night. Once in the car, as she observed Su Mo curiously examining the interior, Xie Wanning noted that her figure beneath the JK uniform seemed to have matured. Mo, how old are you?
Ach, im 20, Su Mo replied.
That's not what I meant, Xie Wanning teased. What do you mean? Su Mo asked, her expression adorably puzzled. I meant down there. Xie Wanning grinned mischievously. Down there, is that what you meant? I won't tell you. The JK girl blushed vehemently, offering a cute protest. Indeed, being a JK girl was simply delightful. Not going to tell me? Then I have my ways, Xie Wanning smirked. Chapter 24. My sister is the best Wanning. Why do you always bully me? Su Mo pouted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she adjusted her slightly disheveled clothes. I'm so sorry, Mo. You are just too adorable. I couldn't help myself, Wanning replied. The sight of Sumo's pitiful expression melted her heart, and she tenderly smoothed out the wrinkles in her attire. Don't be upset, Mo, Wanning said with a gentle smile. What do you want to eat tonight? Let me treat you as an apology. At the mention of food, Sumo's eyes sparkled, and her earlier sadness vanished. Yes, let us go have Hadaleo after the movie. It's been ages since I last enjoyed it, and I've been wanting to go. Whatever you desire, eat as much as you want. Tonight's expenses are on me, Wanning stated, pleasantly surprised by how easily Su Mo could be appeased. She was truly both beautiful and well-behaved. Su Mo beamed. Sister Wanning is the best. With such a stunning, charismatic, and generous sister, it was hard not to adore her. Since I'm so good to you, can you call me sister just once? Wanning looked at Su Mo with hopeful anticipation. Sister, you're the best. Sumo's sweet voice sent shivers down Wanning's spine. Mo, are you trying to tempt me? You should be careful. I might not be able to resist, Wanning teased. How could that be, sister? We're both girls. There's no temptation here, Su Mo replied with a smile, a hint of mischief dancing in her innocent eyes, reminiscent of a charming little fox. Wanning had not expected the usually shy Su Mo to reveal such a playful side. Regardless of whether she was bashful or cunning, Su Mo was undeniably adorable. Now it was Wanning's turn to blush. How can Mo be so cute? I adore every aspect of her. Sister Wanning, your blush is truly charming, Su Mo teased, covering her mouth with a light laugh. After knowing Wanning for so long, it was finally her turn to gain the upper hand. Feeling somewhat flustered by this playful banter, Wanning thought it was time to reclaim her dominance. As she drove, she contemplated her next move. Noticing Wanning's intense focus on the road, Sumo chose to remain quiet and gazed out the window instead. Before long, they arrived in a bustling commercial district, where the vibrant nightlife and throngs of people showcased the evening's splendor. What a lovely and enchanting night, Sumo mused. The car soon pulled up to Intai department store, a place familiar to Sumo. It was where she first met Wan Ning in the lingerie shop. They quickly made their way to the cinema, where Wan Ning went to collect the tickets while Sumo took on the task of purchasing popcorn and cola. "Could I please have 2 medium-sized buckets of popcorn and 2 bottles of Pepsi?" she requested. The cashier glanced up and exclaimed, "Wow, what a beautiful girl. If I could rate her, I would give her a 99 out of 100. To articulate the essence of this moment. If my heart is not at peace, how can I expect the world to be? Currently, I am still wearing a chest binder. Your 2 servings of popcorn and soda are ready. Are you here to watch the movie with your boyfriend?" the clerk inquired. Sumo was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the clerk was indeed addressing her. It seemed that she still found it somewhat challenging to adapt to her identity as a girl. Accepting the popcorn and soda, which felt somewhat heavy, she cradled them in her arms. "No, I'm with time to go, Mo. The movie is about to start," Xie Wanning interjected as she approached after collecting the tickets. Noticing the abundance of items in Sumo's hands, she took the popcorn from her. Playfully, Xie Wanning seized a piece of popcorn and opened her mouth. Sumo obediently parted her lips. Xie Wanning placed the popcorn into Sumo's mouth, her fingertip inadvertently brushing against Sumo's delicate, beautiful lips, which were remarkably soft. This accidental touch stirred a fluttering sensation within Xie Wanning's heart. This popcorn is delightful," Sumo remarked as she picked up another piece and offered it to Xie Wanning. "It's absolutely delicious. You should try it."
Wanningie.
Leaning slightly forward, Xie Wanning tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and drew closer to Sumo's hand, extending her tongue to accept the popcorn. Mo, I wish to have another piece," Xie Wanning said, licking her lips and gazing at Sumo's slender, pale fingers with a hint of longing. "All right, be sure to open wide." Having only sampled a few bites of popcorn, the time for the movie's commencement approached. "We should hurry inside. The film is about to begin." Sumo gently tugged at Xie Wanning's sleeve as they made their way to the screening room. After their tickets were checked, the 2 swiftly located their designated theater. Upon entering, the lights had already dimmed, and advertisements played on the screen before the movie. Although the atmosphere was dim, they could still discern their surroundings well enough to avoid complete darkness. They quickly found their seats. The theater was not crowded. They settled in the middle with only a couple seated at the far left. As soon as Sumo sat down, she felt a chill envelop her, her body shivering uncontrollably. "Is the air conditioning set a bit too low?" Noticing Sumo's slight tremor, Xie Wanning reached for her hand, which felt as cold as ice. "Silly girl, if you're cold, you should tell me." Xie Wanning removed her blazer and draped it over Sumo's shoulders. Then, she grasped Sumo's icy hand, hoping to transfer her warmth. Feeling Xie Wanning's grip, Sumo instinctively wanted to withdraw due to shyness. However, the softness and warmth of Xie Wanning's hand made her relent. "Wanningjie, if you do this, it'll be inconvenient for both of us to watch the movie. I can just keep my hands inside my clothes. Until your hands warm up, I wouldn't let go. You're delicate and I wouldn't want you to catch a chill," Xie Wanning replied, gently squeezing Sumo's fragile hand, her concern evident. Faced with Xie Wanning's tenderness, Sumo's cheeks flushed crimson. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet her eyes, longing to speak but at a loss for words. The icy touch of her hand gradually warmed, causing Sumo's heartbeat to quicken and her breath to become uneven, leaving her head in a dizzy haze. Sister Wanning was truly so kind to her, radiating both gentleness and beauty. If she were still a boy, she would surely find herself enamored with her. With this thought, Sumo lifted her gaze to meet Xie Wanning's eyes, which were fixed upon her with a tender and beaming smile. Chapter 25. A love as precious as diamonds in the dimly lit theater. The soft glow from the screen reflected in Sumo's clear eyes, allowing Xie Wanqing to see her own face within them. Not far away, a couple was nestled together, the girl resting her head on the boy's shoulder, wrapped in a tender embrace. Witnessing such a scene stirred something within Xie Wanqing. "Mo, are you not tired?" she asked softly, Suemo, somewhat puzzled, replied, "Not at all, we just sat down." "That's not true, you must be tired. Come on, admit it," Xie Wanqing urged playfully, shaking Sumo's hand with a gentle tone. "All right then," Suemo relented, a hint of resignation in her voice as she played along. "I'm so tired, Sister Wanqing, truly exhausted. I just want to rest properly." Though she did not appear fatigued, there was an unmistakable air of languor about her. "Then may I offer you my shoulder to lean on?" Xie Wanqing suggested, patting her right shoulder with a smile that brimmed with anticipation. Suemo paused, taken aback. Was this not the very scene she had longed for? In the cinema, a beautiful girl leaning against him, illuminated by the screen's gentle light, their eyes meeting in a shared smile. The only difference was that the beautiful girl in this moment was herself, and the shoulder she was borrowing belonged to another lovely girl. How whimsical fate can be. Suemo chuckled softly, leaning against Xie Wanqing's shoulder, finding it quite comfortable, and instinctively nuzzled closer. As she felt the softness of Sumo's hair, Xie Wanqing could not help but stroke her head. The atmosphere seemed to carry a hint of ambiguity. Perhaps a touch of ambiguity was precisely what made it delightful. The film began and both remained silent, engrossed in the cinematic experience, relishing the tranquil beauty of the moment. After the movie, seated in a Haidilao restaurant, Suemo felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. The film, titled A Love as Beautiful as a Bouquet, left an indescribable sense of melancholy, a blend of fulfillment intertwined with regret. Suemo believed the ending could have been better, yet she could not articulate what that better ending might be. All she could do was watch as two people, who had known and loved each other, parted ways, embarking on futures devoid of one another. Perhaps life is, indeed, a tapestry woven with various regrets. The sorrow lingered within her, unyielding, transforming her grief into a ravenous appetite as she devoured plate after plate of hot pot delicacies, including lamb, tripe, and other delights. The waiter beside her stared in astonishment. This young lady had quite the appetite. Xie Wanqing found Sumo's voracious eating rather endearing, though she was puzzled by the sudden shift in Sumo's mood. "What's wrong, Mo? Is the food not to your liking?" Xie Wanqing inquired with concern. This seemed odd, as she hadn't even eaten much yet, while Suemo had nearly finished several plates. Setting down her chopsticks, Sumo's brows furrowed slightly, her expression clouded with discontent. "Sister Wanqing, why do two people who love each other so deeply end up parting ways?" Xie Wanqing finally realized that Sumo's distress stemmed from the film's conclusion. She found herself momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond to such a poignant question. She had never experienced love, nor had she harbored feelings for anyone before encountering Suemo. She was utterly oblivious to such matters. How innocent Suemo was, to feel melancholic over a romance that did not pertain to her. I find this endearing. Once she has chosen someone, she will be unwaveringly loyal, never to part ways. Reflecting on the film's narrative, I pondered my words carefully. Observing Sumo's downcast eyes, Xie Wanning felt a tightening in her heart and slowly began to speak. Their love is dedicated to the communion of souls and the exchange of spirits, a romantic idealism. Xie Wanning paused to sip her drink. Suemo lifted her head, gazing intently, awaiting the continuation of her thoughts. Such love is not flawed, yet once confronted with the mundane troubles of life, everything transforms. Like sand in one's palm, it scatters at a mere breath. Most individuals in this world are altered by the burdens of existence, and the male protagonist is no exception. After entering the workforce, he lost the ability to empathize with artistic creations. The comics he once adored became unreadable, and he lacked the time to be present for the female lead, leading to their eventual separation.
Sumo, somewhat understanding, nodded.
But who was at fault for their parting? Xie Wanning rested her chin on one hand, uncertain of the answer. Perhaps both were to blame, or perhaps neither was at fault. Is love inherently like this, as ephemeral as a bouquet? Ah, now I understand why the film is titled A Love Like a Bouquet. Even after parting, they would still care for each other, which is why, upon their final encounter, they turned away without looking back but shared a tacit farewell wave. Yet Suemo felt that love should not be this way. Otherwise, Why are there so many stories and lyrics proclaiming the existence of eternal love in this world? Did Hugu not sing that love is the only unchanging beautiful myth in one's heart? She had adored him as a child, and if he were to deceive her, it would break her heart. Nevertheless, I believe that the essence of love varies from person to person. This thought brought Su Mo out of her melancholic reverie, and she stared blankly at Xie Wanning. For instance, you, Mo seemingly recalling something beautiful. Xie Wanning smiled gently. To fall in love with you must be a profoundly joyous experience. After all, you are so gentle and so beautiful. If someone who loves you could be with you, it would be the happiest thing in the world. That person would devote their entire life to loving you. How could they bear to part from you? Thus, Momo, your love cannot be likened to fleeting things like flowers or fireworks, but rather to something far more precious. Gazing into Sumo's eyes, as clear as a tranquil lake, the darkness within had dissipated. Your love shall be eternal and beautiful, akin to a diamond. This is a love that is as timeless and exquisite as a diamond. After Xie Wanning expressed this, Sumo's spirits lifted instantly, and with a sweet smile, she remarked, Sister Wanning, you are truly remarkable. If you were a man, you would surely charm many young women. Is that so? Then, dear maiden, have I plucked at the strings of your heart? Xie Wanqing inquired with a smile, her delicate fingers interlaced beneath her chin as she leaned closer to Su Mo, her radiant smile enchanting. Her stylish attire left one uncertain whether she was a girl or a strikingly handsome young man. Yet the prominent curves resting on the table unmistakably revealed her femininity. And no, that's not the case. I am not a naive girl easily swayed by sweet words, Su Mo retorted, her cheeks flushed, puffing her cheeks like an adorable little hamster. If it weren't for the ample curves, I wouldn't feel shy at all. The dinner concluded amidst a joyful atmosphere, and with the clock just past 8:30, there was still ample time before returning home. The two began to deliberate on their next activity. Xie Wanqing suggested heading to a KTV to sing, drink, snack when hungry, and lounge on the sofa when weary. The prospect seemed quite delightful. However, Su Mo reminded her, but singing often causes one to lose track of time, and besides, Sister Wanqing, you drove here so you can't drink. Truthfully, Xie Wanqing was not particularly keen on singing. Her true motivation lay in the thought that if they could bypass the school's curfew, Su Mo would have to spend the night with her. Moreover, the idea of a slightly tipsy Su Mo. Just the thought was tantalizing. Unfortunately, this proposal was swiftly declined. How about we try our hand at the claw machine instead? Su Mo suggested, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as she looked at Xie Wanqing. She had always been intrigued by such games but felt shy due to the gaze of others. However, now it seemed perfectly appropriate for a charming girl to indulge in this pastime. All right, let us go. Xie Wanqing readily agreed, aligning herself with Sumo's whim. With that, she took Sumo's hand, and the two contrastingly styled beauties made their way to the arcade. Chapter 26. A girl's date. As the claw descended, a small monster plushie was ensnared. Xie Wanning and Su Mo held their breaths, fervently praying that nothing else would fall. As the saying goes, sincerity brings good fortune. After more than 30 attempts, they finally succeeded. Wow, we finally got it, Su Mo exclaimed, clutching the monster plushie, her face radiant with joy, blooming like a flower. Thank you, Wanning. You are as adorable as this plushie, she said, gazing at the silly creature with its fluffy face and cheerful smile, utterly endearing. Xie Wanning cast a wistful glance at the goofy plushie, her eyes fixed on Su Mo. Do you truly see me as nothing more than this foolish toy? It seems I have misplaced my affections. Please don't speak ill of the monster. It was a gift from you, Wanning, and I adore it, Su Mo replied, pausing to admire Xie Wanning's flawless beauty. You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Upon hearing this, Xie Wanning smiled sweetly. Then you must not have looked in the mirror. Let us take a selfie and see who is truly more beautiful. Su Mo nodded, confidently asserting, it is undoubtedly you, Wanning. Xie Wanning shook her head, countering, I believe you are the more beautiful one. Wanning, you are more stunning, Su Mo insisted. Sweetness filled Su Mo's heart. Was this what a girl's date felt like? As night fell, the moonlight flickered beneath the veils of clouds. In the dormitory, Li Linyun sat pensively on a chair, furrowing his brow as he contemplated whether to call Su Mo. The fact that Su Mo was a boy must remain concealed from Xie Wanning, at least for now. Otherwise, it could lead to countless unnecessary troubles for Su Mo. As his deliberations stretched on, Li Linyun's frown deepened, stirring a sense of agitation within him. "What's troubling you, buddy? Share with us," Zhang Yang observed, noticing Li Linyun's furrowed brow. "What else could it be? Our adorable little Mo is absent." Li Linyun sighed, feeling the weight of beauty's allure. "Oh, second brother has been bewitched by charm," Zhao Wen remarked, feigning dismay. Su Bin scoffed, "As if you weren't enchanted yourself. Didn't you secretly murmur that if only Su Mo were a girl?" Zhao Wen's face flushed crimson as he protested. "I merely spoke offhandedly. Honestly, it's better that she is a boy, we can be brothers. If Su Mo were a girl, she wouldn't even look my way." "That is true. If Su Mo were a girl, she would surely be a campus beauty. We might not even cross paths with her," Su Bin mused. "Second brother, what do you think? Would you wish for Su Mo to actually be a girl?" The trio turned their gazes to Li Linyun. Looking at his three foolish roommates, Li Linyun couldn't help but smile wryly. What a ridiculous question. No matter how much he pondered, Su Mo would not suddenly transform into a girl. Enough of these trivial thoughts, he declared. If Su Mo were to overhear this, she might not speak to you for several days. Avoiding the issue, Li Linyun stepped onto the balcony, preparing to call Su Mo. The answer to this question was, in fact, hope. With such thoughts, he would not be as indecisive as he was now. Dialing the familiar number, Li Linyun made the call. The ringing began, accompanied by Mika Nakashima's Snowflower. Meanwhile, in the Intai department store, while waiting for Xie Wanning to finish in the restroom, Su Mo had already been asked for her WeChat 3 times.
Sorry.
"But I'm actually a guy," Su Mo, with a stunningly beautiful face, said earnestly. The rejected suitor looked utterly bewildered. "Sorry for the interruption," he mumbled before leaving in embarrassment. "Why didn't this beauty just say she didn't want to give her WeChat? Did she find me so repugnant?" Su Mo believed she was not lying. At least her soul could be considered male. Who decided that one must have certain attributes to be a girl? I Su Mo. Contest that notion first and foremost. The phone rang, and upon glancing at the screen, Su Mo saw it was Li Linyun calling. "Hey, what's up?"
Li Linyun pausa.
Then realized that Xie Wanning was likely not beside Su Mo. Otherwise he would have called her by name. "There's nothing much, just make sure to come back early tonight. If you stay out even a little late, my sister will surely find a way to have you stay over." After a brief pause, Li Linyun added, "I'll come to pick you up then. Stay over." Su Mo was actually quite pleased at the prospect of spending the night with Xie Wanning. However, staying out late would surely concern Li Linyun. Besides, she had promised him and could not go back on her word. There's something else I need to tell you." "What is it?" Su Mo found it odd that Li Linyun was being so indirect today. "If one day Xie Wanning discovers that you are actually a male." Li Linyun's words were suddenly interrupted. "Let's go, Mo. Who are you on the phone with?" Xie Wanning approached. Su Mo glanced at her. "Oh, I was talking to Li Linyun." And the phone beeped twice before the call was disconnected. That's strange. Why did it hang up in the middle of a sentence? Su Mo stared at her phone, as if through the screen she could question Li Linyun. "Why did you hang up on me?" "Forget that guy. Today is our sister time," Xie Wanning said. "Come on, let us go take some sticker photos." Sticker photos, popular in Japan and China, are typically selfies taken in intimate little rooms where close friends can let go of their usual reservations and capture precious moments in close poses, with the medium being photographs. Mo, why are you so nervous?" "I promise I won't bite," Xie Wanning remarked, noticing Su Mo's somewhat stiff posture. Su Mo pouted, her cheeks slightly flushed as she gazed at Xie Wanning with a hint of shyness. Given their close proximity, some physical contact was inevitable. Based on her previous experiences, Su Mo was well aware that Xie Wanning would take advantage of the photo opportunity to tease her, so she had mentally prepared herself. However, the current situation seemed to portray her as the one teasing Xie Wanning. Realizing this, Su Mo became quite flustered. "Sister Wanning, you must be doing this on purpose," Su Mo remarked softly. What do you mean?" Xie Wanning replied, slightly puzzled. You. You bumped into me on purpose, Suemo said, her face flushed with embarrassment. Understanding the situation, Xie Wanning chuckled. We're both girls. A little contact is quite normal. Why are you so easily embarrassed, Momo? Let me touch you too, Xie Wanning said with a playful smile as she extended her hand. Suemo, startled, quickly shielded her chest, her expression filled with caution. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let's take the photo. Let's make a heart. 1, 2, 3, cheese. Suemo hurriedly struck a pose, her shy smile radiating warmth. With a click, the moment was captured forever on the film. Chapter 27. Sumo's fear of darkness. Sister Wan Ning. I shall return to school now. As the clock approached 10:30, Suemo was finally escorted to the school gate by Xie Wanning, where a number of students were still entering and exiting. Your sister is a bit reluctant to see you go. Could you grant me a hug? Xie Wanning spoke softly. There are so many people watching.
Sumo murmured bashfully.
However, upon catching a glimpse of the disappointment in Xie Wanning's eyes, her heart softened instantly. Gingerly, she extended her arms and embraced Xie Wanning. Her cheeks flushed, and with a hint of nervousness and shyness in her voice, she added, just for a moment. Okay? Xie Wanning wrapped her arms around Sumo's back, feeling the warmth radiating from her companion, as if a gentle current was seeping into her very bones. Simultaneously, an elusive yet delicate fragrance lingered in the air, intoxicating her senses. She recalled that dream where they embraced each other so tenderly. Suddenly, she yearned to confess her feelings for Suemo without reservation. Gazing at the adorable girl before her, she parted her lips. Mo, yet. Her words faltered as her gaze fell upon Li Linyun, who stood a short distance away. Leaning against a lamppost, Li Linyun's face was a portrait of shock, his eyes fixed intently on their embrace. The abrupt interruption left Xie Wanning feeling somewhat vexed, and all she could do was glare at Li Linyun in annoyance. Seeing her fuming glare, Li Linyun gradually averted his gaze, his expression conveying a silent plea of don't look at me. I didn't see anything. What's wrong, Sister Wanning? Suemo asked, puzzled by the incomplete exchanges between the siblings. Li Linyun had chosen the most inopportune moment to arrive. Xie Wanning lamented silently, reluctantly loosening her embrace around Suemo. It's getting late, you should return and rest well. Next time we hang out, I won't let you go home at night, she said, smoothing Sumo's hair. Come on, or someone will be left waiting. As Suemo turned to glance back, her eyes met Li Linyun's, and they quickly averted their gazes as if jolted by an electric shock. Oh no, how did he see that? He won't think I'm taking advantage of Sister Wanning because I'm a girl, will he?
Sumo pondered anxiously.
She delicately tucked a strand of hair behind her small, dainty ear, an innocent gesture that revealed her already flushed earlobes, reminiscent of ripe apples. At that moment, she was overwhelmed with a mix of nervousness and shyness, intertwining emotions that rendered her steps somewhat unsteady as she cautiously approached Li Linyun. As for Li Linyun, he too found himself at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. Li Linyun. Shall we go? Suemo could no longer bear the awkward atmosphere. Li Linyun nodded and turned, leading Suemo toward the school entrance. He felt a twinge of frustration at his inability to utter even a single word during such a peculiar moment. It was a rare occasion to return to school so late, yet he felt a sense of joy amidst the unusual circumstances. Perhaps it was the comforting presence of Wan Qing that brought solace to Suemo. With this thought, she couldn't help but glance back at Xie Wanqing, who was not far behind, smiling and waving her farewell. Upon noticing Sumo's wave, Xie Wanqing smiled brightly before disappearing from view. A sense of regret lingered within her for the words left unspoken as she returned to the car. Inside, a cherished Polaroid was elegantly framed, a testament to the owner's fondness for the photograph. Suemo gazed at the girl in the picture, whose beauty was as delicate as a porcelain doll. Her slightly melancholic mood lifted considerably, much like the joy radiated by the small creature the girl held. With an uplifted spirit, Xie Wanqing drove away. Li Linyun, I've heard there are snakes here at night. They won't suddenly appear, will they? Suemo anxiously eyed the thickets by the roadside. Despite the streetlights, the night cloaked the path in darkness. There had been a snake previously, but it had been swiftly dealt with by the security personnel. Thus, it was likely absent now. Sensing Sumo's trepidation, Li Linyun hesitated momentarily before extending his hand, saying, "If you're afraid, you can hold my hand." His hand was large, with prominent knuckles and slender fingers, the veins on the back of his hand clearly visible. What kind of men hold hands? Moreover, I am not afraid at all. Sumo pouted, slightly annoyed at Li Linyun's tendency to treat her like a girl. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the bushes. Sumo's face blanched in fear, and instinctively, she grasped his hand, exclaiming, "Li Linyun, there's a snake. There's a snake here." The touch of her small hand sent a jolt through Li Linyun. Despite it being summer, her hand felt icy against his. Her skin was soft and delicate, akin to the finest jade. Trembling from fright, Sumo's hand quivered slightly. In an effort to reassure her, Li Linyun gently squeezed her soft hand. To ascertain whether it was indeed a snake, he turned on his flashlight and directed it towards the direction of the shadow. What met his eyes was not a snake as he had feared, but a cat. Meow. Li Linyun let out a sigh of relief. It was just a kitten, alleviating Sumo's fears. Realizing that he still held Sumo's hand, he instinctively attempted to release her grip. To his surprise, she tightened her hold even more. "Shaomo?" Li Linyun inquired. "And no, don't let go. It's far too dark here, and I'm really quite scared," Sumo said softly, her head bowed, unable to muster the courage to look at Li Linyun. Moments ago, she had confidently declared, "I'm not scared at all. What business do two grown men have holding hands?" Yet now, fear compelled her to plead with him not to release her. Hearing Sumo's words, Li Linyun smiled helplessly and reassured her. "All right, don't worry. I won't let go." Thus, the two continued hand in hand until they reached the dormitory building. "Can I let go now? If we continue holding hands inside, it might lead to misunderstandings," Li Linyun remarked to Sumo reluctantly. Sumo released her grip. Li Linyun's hand radiated warmth, a sensation that seemed to penetrate her skin and reach deep into her heart. Sumo genuinely cherished this comforting warmth. Her previously cold hands felt rejuvenated, enveloping her in an unprecedented tranquility and ease. As she made her way towards the dormitory building, she noticed that Li Linyun had not followed her. "What's the matter? Aren't you coming up with me?" she inquired, blinking in curiosity. Li Linyun shook his head, explaining that he had matters to attend to at the company the following day and would not be staying in the dormitory tonight. A flicker of reluctance shadowed Sumo's eyes, which Li Linyun could sense. "Don't be upset. I'm not that busy. You can always come to the company to visit me," he reassured her, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Just because you've grown taller doesn't mean you can treat me like a little girl," Sumo pouted, expressing her discontent. "Who can resist how adorably girl-like you are? Little Mo," Li Linyun mused internally as he departed. Upon returning to her dormitory, Sumo pushed open the door to find only Zhao Wen present. "Where is everyone? How come it's just you?" she asked. "Oh, they went to the internet CAF. They're running a promotion today. Top up 100 yuan and get 300 yuan worth of internet time," Zhao Wen replied. "Wow, that's surprising. Aren't you the most frequent visitor to the internet CAF? Why didn't you go with them?" Sumo teased. "Please, Sumo, you underestimate me. I'm not one to be obsessed with the internet. I just want to focus on my studies," Zhao Wen pretended dramatically. "Come on. You're the one who has failed 3 courses in a semester. There must be something keeping you here instead of the internet CAF. Spill it," Sumo insisted. Zhao Wen scratched his face, caught off guard by Sumo's perceptiveness. Her intuition rivaled that of a woman's. "Isn't there an anime convention tomorrow? If I stay up all night tonight and then go, I wouldn't want to face anyone looking like a zombie. By the way, do you want to come along? If I bring you, you can help me get the WeChat of those beautiful cosplayers." Zhao Wen believed no girl could resist a charming youth like Sumo. "You want to go to the convention? I'd love to, but I have an elective class tomorrow," Sumo lamented. "Remember to bring me a figure of Senior Mai, the one with the bunny girl outfit. Not a chance unless you cosplay as Senior Mai for me. Get lost." "All right then." Chapter 28. I wasn't acting cute at all. Zhao Wen set off early. The convention was in close proximity to the school, requiring merely a short subway ride of around 10 minutes. Upon arriving at the ticketing area, he noted that despite his early arrival, A considerable number of attendees had already gathered, most of whom were adorned in elaborate cosplay costumes. Was this the fabled paradise? As he surveyed the diverse array of cosplayers, a smile couldn't help but spread across Zhao Wen's face. Just as he was admiring the beautiful legs of the ladies around him, the roar of a sports car caught his attention. Had it been an ordinary sports car, he might have shrugged it off, for he had seen plenty at his friend S place and fancied himself somewhat knowledgeable. However, this particular vehicle was strikingly unique. It was a vibrant Atasha, adorned with spray-painted illustrations of Alicia from Honkai Impact. Which man could resist the allure of a sports car? And what otaku could possibly turn away from a charming girl with pink hair? Zhao Wen found himself utterly captivated. This was indeed the car of his dreams. Yet, the model seemed vaguely familiar. Wasn't it similar to one his friend owned, albeit without the flamboyant modifications? His gaze followed the car until it came to a gentle stop. The door swung open, and a figure emerged. It was a dashing young man, sporting stylish sunglasses and dressed in a finely tailored suit, impeccably neat and sharp. Although the suit was not from a top-tier luxury brand, it fitted the man's tall, slender frame as if it had been custom-made by a master tailor. Wow, this guy is incredibly handsome, Zhao Wen thought, albeit perplexed as to why he had chosen to wear a suit to a convention. After stepping out of the car, Lin Junyu let out a sigh of relief. His father had finally granted him a day off, allowing him to enjoy himself. He had come directly from the office without changing his clothes, eager to participate in the convention. Lin Junyu was quite the seasoned anime enthusiast. A decade ago, during a family trip to Japan, he had been captivated by a poster of my teen romantic comedy Snafu displayed prominently in Akihabara, particularly enchanted by the sharp-tongued beauty with long black hair. From that moment on, he added a new criterion to his standards for beauty: long, dark hair. Removing his sunglasses and casually pinning them to the collar of his shirt, Lin Junyu glanced around. Many eyes were drawn to him, including several beautiful cosplayers. However, he felt a tinge of disappointment rather than joy. I know I'm handsome, but why are you looking at me? You should be admiring my car. This is Alicia, the finest Alicia in the world. Just as Lin Junyu sighed, a pair of hands patted him on the shoulder. Dude, your car is stunning. Can I take a few photos? I absolutely adore Alicia, Zhao Wen exclaimed excitedly. Lin Junyu was momentarily taken aback but soon smiled with appreciation, recognizing the genuine admiration for his vehicle. Feel free to take pictures. If you want, you can even take my car for a spin, he offered generously. I dare not drive it. Should I cause any scratches or dents as a financially struggling student, I could not afford the repercussions. A few photographs would suffice to satisfy my desires. Oh, so you are aware of the value of my vehicle? Lin Junyu felt a twinge of surprise. His car was indeed a relatively niche supercar. Not entirely certain, but I believe it is a McLaren P1. I recall my roommate possessing one. Zhao Wen reminisced about Li Linyun's sports car, and it did seem to resemble that. Come on, my friend. Who among us could afford a McLaren and still reside in a dorm? It must be my good brother Li Linyun, who is both foolishly generous and wealthy. Brother, what is the name of your roommate? Perhaps I know him. Lin Junyu took a sip of water and jested. It cannot be that coincidentally it is indeed Li Linyun. My roommate's name is Li Linyun. He is undoubtedly a tall, rich and handsome fellow, just like you. Upon hearing this, Lin Junyu nearly spat out his drink. There could not possibly be another Li Linyun in this city who could afford a McLaren. What is the matter, my friend? Do you know Li Linyun? More than just knowing him. I practically grew up sharing pants with Li Linyun. With an arm around Zhao Wen's shoulder, they strolled towards the comic convention venue. What should I call you? Just call me Zhao Wen.
Em Linyundu.
Today my expenses are on me, and you mustn't tell Li Linyun that I secretly came to the comic convention. Understood, understood. I won't breathe a word of it. Sunlight filtered through the window, gently illuminating the room as Suemo gradually awakened, though she still appeared rather listless. She stretched languidly, as if attempting to dispel all her fatigue. With this motion, her loose nightgown slipped from her shoulders, revealing an expanse of skin as pristine as mutton-fat jade and gracefully contoured collarbones. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she slowly peeked out from behind the bed curtain, like a curious kitten glancing around. Why is Zhao Wen not here? How could he be up so early? Is this the prowess of private study? With a sigh of contemplation, Sumo quickly freshened up and dressed before heading off to class alone. In the general elective classroom, an English film appreciation course was underway. I'm so sleepy. I wish I could just doze off. Sumo's head bobbed slowly, clearly overwhelmed by fatigue. Ever since transforming into a girl, her constitution seemed to have weakened. If she did not get at least 9 hours of sleep each night, drowsiness would easily overtake her. The irresistible pull of sleep gradually weighed down her eyelids, and ultimately, her will succumbed to the embrace of slumber as she rested her head on the desk. Now, we shall proceed to our drawing segment. Those selected will share their insights on this film. Once the drawing concluded, the screen displayed Sumo's name. Chun Shui was pleasantly surprised. Oh, so little Mo is also enrolled in my elective course. It appears she quite enjoys my teaching. Upon closer inspection, however, she noticed that Sumo was sound asleep at her desk. How can little Mo be so adorable? Ah, but how can she possibly sleep during class? Chun Shui made her way directly to Sumo, intending to gently rouse her. Upon noticing the delicate, slightly trembling lashes of Sumo, Chun Shui could not bring herself to disturb the serene beauty of her slumber. The air conditioning was set a tad too low, and fearing that Sumo might catch a chill, Chun Shui gently removed her thin jacket and draped it over her companion. Although Chun Shui made a conscious effort to be gentle in her actions, Sumo's slumber was not entirely undisturbed. She slowly opened her eyes to find Chun Shui smiling down at her. What's the matter, Xiao Shui? I'm so sleepy. Let me rest a little longer, she mumbled, her voice soft and laced with a childlike charm that often accompanies the waking state. Chun Shui felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks at Sumo's endearing demeanor. Oh dear, we're in class now. Xiaomo, please refrain from acting so adorably in front of our classmates. At this remark, Sumo's hazy mind suddenly cleared, her cheeks turning as crimson as the petals of a rose partially obscured by her hair. I wasn't being cute, she protested, diverting her gaze from Chun Shui, her voice gentle and barely audible. Their exchange was hushed, yet the students seated in the back row could hear every word distinctly. Wow, Xiao Chun is so gentle with this beautiful girl, and she even calls her Xiao Shui, one exclaimed. It's so sweet, like the blooming lilies of our hometown. Chun Shui cleared her throat softly, casting a glance back at her classmates, urging them to lower their voices. Then, with a smile gracing her lips, she turned her attention back to Sumo. From now on, you must not sleep during class, all right? After class, do remember to visit my office. I have something to discuss with you. As she beheld Chun Shui's mischievous smile, a sense of foreboding washed over Sumo. Chapter 29. The Lost Little Pearls. After class, Chun Shui brought Sumo to the office. The last time Sumo visited, she had no choice but to agree to Chun Shui's whims regarding a cosplay outfit. This time, she wondered what predicament awaited her. Xiao Shui, what do you need from me? If it involves dressing in women's clothing again, I shall not comply, Sumo warned, having learned from past experiences. Indeed, there are some matters to discuss, Chun Shui replied, turning her gaze towards Sumo, her lips curving into a meaningful smile. Xiaomo, do be a good student and remove your clothes swiftly. What audacious words! Sumo exclaimed, hastily shielding her chest with her hands. A look of panic etched upon her face as she regarded the grinning Chun Shui, resembling a startled kitten. What are you doing? I absolutely refuse. Although you are my teacher, I will not heed your command in this regard. What do you mean by this kind of thing? I fail to comprehend, dear Sumo. You are undoubtedly more beautiful than many girls. Why should you not wear women's attire? Chun Shui observed Sumo with a playful smile, her voice tinged with mischief. Could it be that you are, in fact, a girl at heart merely wishing to keep it hidden from others? Though Chun Shui's words were intended as jest, they struck a chord with Sumo, who felt her cheeks flush crimson, her heart racing. She endeavored to maintain her composure, yet her voice quivered slightly. How could I possibly be a girl? I merely resemble one. I am undeniably a boy, without a doubt. Sumo's face turned beet red, her voice involuntarily rising an octave. Observing Sumo's heightened reaction, Chun Shui scrutinized the adorable figure before her, realizing that the more she looked, the more Sumo resembled a girl. Especially with the way Sumo appeared so bashful, It was difficult not to question her gender. Suemo, your adorable reactions are indistinguishable from those of a girl. How about you remove your clothing so I may take a look? Chan Shui teased as she playfully winked at Suemo. She had no intention of genuinely wanting to see Suemo undress. She merely sought to amuse her. Xiao Shui, how could you say such a thing? Suemo was both embarrassed and indignant. Having previously believed Chan Shui to be a gentle and serene teacher, yet now faced with such teasing. Since childhood, Suemo had been somewhat prone to emotional outbursts, and upon feeling overwhelmed, tears often threatened to spill. Now, the fear of her closely guarded secret being turned into a jest compelled her to fight back tears. With a quiver in her nose, tears began to cascade uncontrollably down her cheeks. Chan Shui was taken aback by the sight of Suemo, resembling a flower drenched in rain. She had merely intended to tease, but it seemed she had gone too far. Suemo, equally startled, lamented her inability to contain her tears, feeling utterly humiliated at having been brought to tears by a few of Xiao Shui's words. Woo! Xiao Shui, you wicked one, always picking on me. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand, yet they continued to flow, leaving her eyes red-rimmed. As she watched Sumo's tear-streaked face, Chan Shui felt a pang of sympathy in her heart. She quickly retrieved a handkerchief and gently wiped away the tears from Sumo's cheeks. While dabbing at her tears, she tenderly stroked Sumo's hair. There, don't cry anymore. Little Mo, you actually dislike being treated like a girl, don't you? I shouldn't have made such a jest. After a while, Sumo's tears finally ceased, though her delicate nose still quivered with emotion. I'm truly sorry, little Mo. I promise I won't make such jokes again. Please don't be angry with me. Noticing that Suemo was still avoiding her gaze, Chan Shui assumed that she was still upset. In truth, Suemo wasn't angry at all. She merely felt embarrassed for crying like a little girl in front of Chan Shui, which made her shy to meet her eyes. I'm not angry anymore. By the way, little Shui, you didn't call me over just to have a laugh, did you?
Su Montag poutet in Dissatisfaktion.
Chan Shui, feeling a bit sheepish, touched her earlobe. She had been so preoccupied with teasing Suemo that she almost forgot to discuss the main topic. Clearing her throat to mask her embarrassment, she continued, Do you remember the anime club's exhibition I mentioned last time? It's happening the day after tomorrow. Would you like me to take you along? I'm not very familiar with the route, so I'd love to go with you. Suemo recalled the event, realizing the significance of the occasion. Moreover, the system had issued a task with rewards that were quite enticing. However, a hint of worry crossed her brow as she hesitantly asked, Little Shui, how did you introduce me to the anime club members? Don't worry, I will safeguard your privacy. I merely mentioned that a very beautiful person would join us to help out. You can choose whatever identity you wish to present, Chan Shui assured her. Suemo let out a sigh of relief, pleasantly surprised by Chan Shui's blend of playful spirit and reliability. Alright, I'll head back to have dinner now. Don't forget to bring your outfit the day after tomorrow, Chan Shui reminded her. The thought of wearing a cosplay outfit in front of Chan Shui made Suemo feel quite bashful, prompting her to hurriedly exit the office. Unsure of what to eat, she decided to return to her dormitory and order takeout later. Upon opening the door, she was surprised to find Zhao Wen already back, with a bountiful spread of food laid out on the table. There was a whole chicken, a smoked pork knuckle, a beef burger, and a box of tiramisu, clearly a result of a trip to Sam's Club. Beside the delicious feast were 2 figurines of Mai Sakurajima, one in a school uniform and the other in a bunny girl outfit. Oh my, it's my favorite senior, Mai, Suemo exclaimed, leaping onto the table to embrace both figurines. Not so fast, one of them is mine. But I'm generous enough to let you choose first, Zhao Wen replied. Can I only take one? Suemo pouted, torn between the 2 figurines. You're such a magnanimous person. How about giving me both? Suemo smiled mischievously, hoping to charm him into compliance. Absolutely not. This is my beloved. And even for you, little Mo, you can only have one, Zhao Wen firmly refused. Though Suemo was undeniably adorable, he was unwilling to part with his cherished Mai Sakurajima. Very well. Suemo set aside the school uniform adorned by the senior Mai and, trembling, pushed her towards Zhao Wen. His gaze seemingly filled with a myriad of reluctance. There is no need for such reluctance. Once Lao air is free, He can take you to the comic convention and purchase every figurine in sight without a hitch. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come sit down and have something to eat, Zhao Wen mumbled, gnawing on a pig's knuckle. Why must he spend so much money on me? No matter how wealthy Lao Er is, it's not as if the money falls from the sky. Su Mo donned his gloves, tore off half a chicken, and engaged in a battle with the chicken leg. Isn't his money essentially your money now? After all, you two have shared a bed. Ugh. What do you mean by saying that Lao Er and I have shared a bed? We merely slept in the same bed. Nothing more. I think you've been single for too long. You see everyone as potential partners. Su Mo's cheeks flushed slightly as he retorted. Really? But I believe Lao Er has quite the affection for you. Zhao Wen teased with a smirk. Zhao Wen, why don't you just go die? Su Mo exclaimed in embarrassment and anger, his ears burning red. Outside the door, Su Bin and Zhang Yang, who had just returned to the dorm after a night out, were left dumbfounded. What on earth did Zhao Wen do to provoke Su Mo, who was usually as gentle as water, to such a furious state? Chapter 30. The lovely Su Mo awoke early, quietly completing her morning routine while her roommates remained soundly asleep. With clothes in hand, she slipped out of the dormitory, aware that she would be absent for nearly the entire day and uncertain of how to fabricate an excuse. Perhaps she could claim to have spent the day studying in the library. As she descended the stairs, she spotted Chen Shui waiting at the dormitory entrance. Su Mo jogged over, waving enthusiastically. The sunlight bathed her figure, illuminating her slender, delicate hand, reminiscent of pure white jade, enchanting and captivating. Passers-by couldn't help but be drawn to her beauty. What a stunning girl! But why was she emerging from the boys' dormitory? Chen Shui, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but reflect that even with her short hair, Su Mo would simply be perceived as a youthful and charming short-haired girl.
Sumo, darling.
Remember to wear a mask when you go out. We wouldn't want to incite any commotion among the boys. She chuckled, gesturing towards the eager young men nearby. Following Chen Shui's gaze, Su Mo felt goosebumps rise on her skin. The looks these boys were giving her, it was almost palpable. Let us not linger here. We should hurry and check out the venue, Su Mo urged, gently nudging Chen Shui as they hurriedly left the scene. Upon arriving at the Animation Club's activity room and opening the door, they found it completely empty. We came early so you could change. They won't arrive for a while, Chen Shui explained. Can't we change over at the convention? Su Mo frowned, feeling a bit insecure with so many windows and doors around. But there are only male and female changing rooms over there. Which one would you prefer? Chen Shui had already drawn the curtains while speaking. Alright, my gender is ambiguous. It's not my fault for being attractive, Su Mo teased, lifting her shirt slightly to reveal her slender waist. Her abdomen was flawlessly toned, evoking an instinctual desire to embrace her. Chen Shui swallowed hard, her cheeks flushing.
Sumo.
You're not making it easy for me, hey. Shouldn't you be a little more considerate and step outside? Su Mo pouted slightly, expressing her discontent. I'll step out now, Chen Shui stammered, covering her nose as she hurried outside. Though she longed to admire Su Mo's figure further, she feared that continuing to gaze would lead to an embarrassing situation. Having tried on the outfit previously, Su Mo found it particularly easy to wear this time.
Moments later.
A graceful girl with white hair appeared in the activity room. She lightly pouted her cherry-like lips, a hint of blush gracing her cheeks, exuding both cuteness and a playful spirit. Raising her delicate hand, she struck a classic peace sign and took a selfie. With a soft click, a perfect selfie materialized. The girl in the photo was truly a vision of beauty. Su Mo gazed at her reflection on the phone screen, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, I am beautiful. I'm ready. Chen Shui, you can come in now. Chen Shui pushed the door open and, upon catching a glimpse of Su Mo, was rendered speechless by her stunning beauty. Her features were exquisitely delicate, with skin as fair as snow kissed by a hint of blush, captivating anyone who laid eyes upon her. Chen Shui, filled with excitement, embraced Su Mo tightly, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Wow, Su Mo, you look absolutely breathtaking in that outfit. If I were a man, I would surely be smitten. Let go of me. If the students from your anime club see us, where will I hide my face as their instructor? That tickles. Ha ha ha, Xiao Shui. Please don't tickle my waist. The two engaged in playful banter, entirely oblivious to the approaching footsteps outside the door. The girls coming to help today are said to be beauties even Teacher Chun admires. I can hardly imagine how stunning they must be, remarked a girl with long hair and long legs, clad in black stockings. Her name was Li Xiu, cosplaying as the captivating yet cunning Xiu from my teen romantic comedy Snafu. I'm quite eager to see them too, especially since she is cosplaying my favorite character, the lovely Kiryu, chimed in a tall, slender boy wearing glasses. Just remember, she is a friend of Teacher Chun. Try not to scare her off, advised Lin Yuexin, the president of the anime club who was also a rare beauty. Yuexin, why are you in casual clothes? Aren't you going to cosplay for this convention? I'll change once we arrive. It feels a bit uncomfortable wearing it at school. As she spoke, she retrieved her keys from her pocket and unlocked the activity room door. Teacher Chun, we're here. Just as Lin Yuexin began to speak, she suddenly froze in place, the keys slipping from her grip and clattering to the floor. Inside the activity room, a girl sat at the table wearing an eye mask, her face flushed and breathing slightly labored. To their astonishment, the usually gentle and serious Chun Shui was wearing a mischievous grin as she gazed at the girl. Is that comfortable? If you want more, I can continue, she teased. The inappropriate context of their conversation was hard to misinterpret. It seemed they had not noticed that the door had been opened, leaving Lin Yuexin in a state of indecision at the threshold. What's wrong, Yuexin? Why are you just standing there? Li Xiu inched closer to the door to peer inside. What an enticing scene. It seems we arrived at an inopportune moment. I never anticipated Teacher Chun had such a side to her. Huh? What's that noise? Chun Shui and Suemo finally noticed the commotion at the door. When did you guys arrive? Chun Shui's face turned crimson. She felt utterly embarrassed in front of her students. It was all Xiao Mo's fault for being so irresistibly alluring. Suemo removed the eye mask, facing a group of onlookers at the door. Their expressions suggested a misunderstanding had taken root. You've got it all wrong. Xiao Shui was merely giving me a scratch, Suemo explained, her cheeks still flushed. A few beads of perspiration glistened on her forehead, betraying her warmth. The group couldn't help but swallow hard, realizing how strikingly beautiful she was. It was no wonder that Teacher Chun struggled to maintain her composure. Rest assured, we comprehend. It is merely a playful tease, truly just a playful tease. The crowd wore expressions that conveyed their understanding. Yet, in truth, they grasped nothing at all. It is all Xiaoshua's fault. Just like Sister Wang Ning. She too seems fond of taking liberties with me, thought Suemo to herself with a hint of irritation. Enough of this frivolity. If they continue, I shall truly be regarded as the head of the girls. Clearing her throat, Chun Shui began to introduce Suemo to the members of the anime club. This lovely lady is named Suemo, my dear friend, and I implore you not to entertain any notions about her. As everyone turned their gaze towards her, Suemo offered a gentle smile and spoke warmly. Hello everyone, though I am your little Teacher Chun's close friend, I hope you will treat me as a companion. Observing Sumo's gentle demeanor, the group happily gathered around her to chat. The inquiries revolved around whether she had a boyfriend, her hobbies, and her favorite anime character. Suemo found herself somewhat overwhelmed. Being naturally shy, she felt a rush of embarrassment as she was surrounded by so many eager faces, casting a pleading look towards Chun Shui for assistance. Oh, how adorable it is to see Sister Suemo shy to the point of speechlessness, Chun Shui remarked. Let us postpone these questions until we reach the convention venue. Remember, the event starts in just an hour. Sensing Sumo's discomfort, Chun Shui came to her rescue. Yuexin and Xiu, come with me in my car, and I shall take you along with Xiaomo. That sounds wonderful. I wish to sit in the back with Sister Suemo, and let Yuexin occupy the front seat with Teacher Chun. If that is agreeable, Lin Yuexin chimed in, casting a playful glance at her friend, who seemed to prioritize romance over friendship. Teacher Chun, how cruel of you to leave us boys on the bus. We too wish to engage in delightful conversation with Sister Suemo, protested the boys. Humph, not only can we converse with Suemo in the car, but we shall also be applying sunscreen on her. With that, Chun Shui led the three girls away, leaving the boys in the classroom to wallow in their despondency. Chapter 31. A Stroll at the Comic Convention, 1. As they emerged from the activity room, The clock was nearing noon. It was summer, and while the sun shone brightly, the heat was not overwhelming. The four of them had brought 3 umbrellas for shade, leaving Suemo without one. Consequently, Li Xiu kindly offered to share her umbrella with Suemo. Though Chen Shui felt a twinge of reluctance to miss the opportunity to share an umbrella with Suemo, she refrained from competing with her student. Li Xiu intimately linked her arm with Sumo's, her face radiating satisfaction. Just being a little closer to her sister Suemo allowed her to catch a whiff of an exquisite fragrance. It was a delightful scent, rich like roses yet refreshingly sweet like jasmine, compelling one to inhale deeply and continuously. Moreover, Sumo's delicate arm, exposed to the sun, was as pristine as snow, and the sensation of holding her hand was incredibly tender. Suemo, your skin is so fair. Don't you use any sun protection? You didn't even bring an umbrella on such a sunny day. Suemo shyly touched her face, realizing that her neglect of sun protection went beyond mere oversight. She only possessed a bottle of facial cleanser and a simple moisturizer. In the past, she had employed sunscreen but eventually discovered that she could never tan, leading her to abandon the practice. She casually concocted an excuse to brush off the inquiry. Li Xiu nodded gently, concluding that such breathtaking beauties must be naturally gifted. However, you should still take good care of your skin. With such perfect complexion, it deserves proper protection. Once we're in the car, I'll apply sunscreen for you. That's really not necessary, Suemo replied, pursing her lips, sensing an impending sense of discomfort. Don't be shy, Suemo. There's no need to be polite with me, Li Xiu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. With a soft sigh, Suemo resigned herself to the fate of being teased by the girls once again. The four soon arrived at the convention venue, and fortunately, Chen Shui's car contained sunscreen spray rather than lotion, allowing Suemo to narrowly escape a sticky situation. Upon exiting, the other 3 wore expressions tinged with a hint of regret, while Suemo exhaled in relief, her face adorned with a carefree smile. The entrance was already bustling with a long queue, at least 10 times longer than the lines at their high school cafeteria. However, since Chen Shui had reserved their entry in the name of the school, effectively collaborating with the convention organizers, they were escorted through a private passage by the staff. Once inside the venue, their group attracted many curious glances, predominantly directed at the cosplaying Suemo and Li Xiu. Most attendees were seasoned fans of the genre, quickly recognizing the characters they embodied. The striking contrast between the black-haired beauty and the silver-haired maiden created a powerful visual impact. Especially captivating was the cosplayer portraying Jing Lu, whose beauty was ethereal, her poise and grace transcending mere words. She seemed to have stepped out of a fantastical realm into reality. Her silvery locks were breathtaking, part of her long hair styled into a high ponytail while the rest cascaded freely, exuding an air of elegance and nonchalance, making her exquisite tresses appear almost otherworldly. Certainly, this is not a wig. Rather, it is a hairstyle that Suemo modified using the system while changing clothes, which is far more comfortable than wearing a wig. Sister Suemo, you look truly stunning. May I take a couple of photographs of you? Lin Yuexin retrieved her camera from her bag. As the president of the anime club, it was essential for her to bring a camera to the comic convention. Suemo, who was not adept at declining requests from beautiful girls, especially with that look of eager anticipation in Lin Yuexin's eyes, readily agreed. Finding a suitable angle, Lin Yuexin knelt on one knee and began snapping pictures while Suemo posed gracefully. Yuexin, remember to send me the photos, Chen Shui chimed in. I want them too. After capturing dozens of photographs, the trio reluctantly put the camera away as they noticed Suemo appearing somewhat fatigued. Lin Yuexin handed the camera to Li Xiu. You two take Sister Suemo around for a bit. I'll head to the changing room to change outfits. I'll retouch my makeup first.
Sister Sumo.
Have you lost any makeup? Do you need my help? Li Xiu inquired. However, Suemo had not applied any makeup. She had merely worn colored contact lenses. With her stunning features, she can effortlessly embody a two-dimensional character without any makeup, Chen Shui explained. Li Xiu gasped and covered her mouth in surprise. No wonder there are no traces of makeup. Once Li Xiu finished retouching her makeup, the 3 of them began to explore the comic convention. The venue had already attracted many attendees, and the cosplayers in the exhibition area had commenced their activities. Fans began seeking out their favorite cosplayed characters for photographs, and numerous individuals approached Suemo. Among them, a particularly enthusiastic girl left a lasting impression on Suemo. "Hello, may I take a picture with you?" It was a girl dressed as Yukino Yukinoshita from my teen romantic comedy Snafu. Of course, Sumo's eyes sparkled. She had finally encountered someone cosplaying as Yukino. "Can we make a heart shape together?" "Absolutely." The girl cosplaying Yukino was delighted. Not only was this Miss Mirror beautiful, but she was also surprisingly approachable. After taking their photos, they exchanged contact information. Before parting, the Yukino cosplayer asked Suemo, "May I kiss your cheek?" "Of course not." Chun Shui and Li Xiu firmly intervened. They had yet to kiss Suemo themselves, so how could they allow a stranger to take the lead? After this amusing interlude, the trio continued their exploration of the comic convention. The convention was divided into many exhibition areas, with the largest section dedicated to domestic IP games. For instance, there were 3 games from Mijia, Netiza's Naraka, Bladepoint and Onmyoji, as well as several titles from Penguin. The other two-dimensional IPs were broadly categorized into domestic and Japanese regions. The domestic animation section was dominated by Fox Spirit Matchmaker. On the other side, there were a plethora of diverse characters. Several Hatsune Miku cosplayers gathered for a group photo, while Gojo Satoru and Sukuna embraced one another for a snapshot. Violet Evergarden, holding a bouquet of violets, and a girl with short lavender hair stood beside a man clad in tattered clothing with a chainsaw atop his head. Though not an aficionado of the two-dimensional realm, Suemo encountered many characters she did not recognize. The cosplayers adorned in various black and white fishnet stockings captured Sumo's attention multiple times. Chun Shui smiled, observing Sumo's gaze, which had turned almost dazed. No matter how striking one may appear, the essence of a young boy remains. "Sister Suemo, your legs are so beautiful. Why not try wearing stockings?" suggested Li Xiu. Suemo hurriedly shook her head, clearly resistant to the idea of donning stockings. Regardless of the allure of black or white silk, it was only when witnessing others wear them that one could truly appreciate their beauty. Soon, they arrived at the Mi-Huyo exhibition area. Although throngs of people were present, the spaciousness of the venue prevented it from feeling crowded. A lively and charming young female cosplayer with orange hair called out, captivating the attention of many. Li Xiu recognized the character. "Wow, it's Gue Naifin. Ladies and gentlemen, come and see. Little Gue will perform a signature act of eating noodles while doing a handstand." With that, the girl gracefully leaped and expertly balanced herself against the wall. With her right hand supporting her, she used her left hand to deftly pick up noodles with chopsticks and swiftly consume them, finishing the bowl in no time. The crowd erupted into applause. "Little Gue is magnificent. Little Gue performs splendidly. Thank you all for your support. If you enjoyed my performance, please follow my Douyin account." Suemo was also taken aback by Gue Naifin's juggling skills and discreetly followed this diligent young lady. However, even more astonishing experiences awaited them. Chapter 32. A Visit to the Comic Convention, 2. The air was charged with an exhilarating atmosphere as stirring battle music emanated from the colossal speakers at the exhibition booth, creating a palpable tension of impending conflict. Amidst the rising steam, a formidable silver mech, exuding an aura of raw power, emerged. It advanced with a relentless stride toward the crowd, its chest ablaze with a fiery glow. After surveying the surroundings, it pointed at the audience and spoke in a chilling mechanical voice. "Leave at once and no one shall be harmed. Otherwise you will all perish." The mech's declaration ignited the emotions of everyone present. "Wow, it's Sam. How incredibly cool," Li Xiu exclaimed, shaking Sumo's arm with excitement. Sumo's eyes widened in awe. It was undeniably spectacular. In her memory, only Iron Man and Gundam could rival such magnificence. After departing from the Mi-Huyo exhibition area, Suemo found herself still captivated by Sam. After all, what boy could resist the allure of mechs? Although, at this moment, Suemo did not identify as one. Among the myriad mechs in anime, her favorite was the EVA Unit 01 piloted by Shinji Ikari. Unfortunately, she had not encountered anyone in a cosplay of that iconic suit. I must definitely purchase a figurine of the Unit 01 later. We've been wandering for quite a while. You must be thirsty. Allow me to treat you to some milk tea. Chun Shui graciously offered, determined to pamper her beloved students. Absolutely. But I'm currently watching my weight, so fruit tea will suffice, Li Xiu replied, feeling comfortable with Chen Shui and not needing to be formal. Su Mo nodded in agreement, thinking it only fair to indulge in milk tea, especially given how much Chen Shui had already treated them. In the women's changing room, Lin Yuexin had already changed her outfit and rummaged through her small bag, but her golden twin-tailed wig was nowhere to be found. How peculiar. I hope I didn't leave it at home. Furrowing her brow, she recalled the events of that morning. It seems I must have dropped it in the fitting room earlier. With no other option, she decided to call her older brother. Hey, can you check if my Ying Lily wig is in the fitting room at home? She asked. I'm at work right now. This is a large company. What would happen if I disappeared and left everyone in disarray? Lin Jundu replied vaguely, as he crunched on potato chips while a 32-inch monitor displayed the anime Mushoku Tensei. Lin Yuexin sighed in exasperation. How is my brother, a grown man, still so irresponsible? I wonder what he and that despicable woman, Xia Wanning, have in common that makes them friends. You better hurry, or I'll tell Mom and Dad about how you spend your days gaming and watching shows at work, not to mention your frequent harassment of female subordinates, she threatened. Wait, let us not exaggerate. When have I ever harassed anyone? Don't tarnish your brother's reputation. Lin Jundu lamented, pained by her words. Whatever happened to my obedient little sister? She must have been corrupted by spending time with that wretched woman. I don't care. If you don't bring it over immediately, I'll spread tales to Dad, Lin Yuexin insisted. All right. I admit my fault. I'll rush over with your wig right away. Lin Jundu relented. That's more like it. When you come, remember to bring me 4 cups of milk tea from the Bawang Chachin, Lin Yuexin said, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Lin Jundu eagerly agreed, knowing that if she spoke carelessly in front of their parents, his blissful days would swiftly come to an end. After hanging up, he hurried downstairs and drove swiftly home, swiftly locating the exquisite wig in the wardrobe. Donning it, he set off for the convention center, soon arriving at the entrance of Bawang Chachin. While waiting in line at the store, he overheard the excited chatter of girls ahead. Did you see that girl over there drinking milk tea in a cosplay of Jinglu? She's absolutely stunning, one exclaimed. Wow, she really is beautiful. I almost bumped into a pole while walking, another added. Is it really that exaggerated? And she's cosplaying as Jinglu. Although Lin Jundu had always favored long black hair, the allure of a beautiful girl with white hair was undeniable. He began to scan the area, searching for the enchanting girl they described. Before long, his gaze landed on a striking white-haired beauty seated in a corner. At that moment, Su Mo sat alone, her delicate, oval face revealing a hint of melancholy. Her eyes sparkled like crystal-clear springs, captivating in their depth. She slightly parted her petal-like lips, gently biting on her straw. Her beautiful white hair cascaded like a waterfall over her snow-like shoulders, swaying gently and exuding an intoxicating charm. Ethereal and lovely, she was a vision to behold from afar, yet too intimidating to approach. However, one flaw was evident. Her figure was somewhat lacking in certain areas. With Chen Shui and Li Xiu off to snag anime merchandise, Su Mo had to brave the task of fetching the milk tea alone. Initially, when the 3 of them were together, few dared to approach them, but now that she was alone, a throng of admirers began to appear, some even presenting her with large bouquets of flowers, which she declined, citing their excessive value. I'm so tired and embarrassed. Please hurry back. Xiao Shuilin Jundu discreetly snapped a photo. Oh my, she really is stunning. Yet, it was not for his own admiration but rather to share with his friend, Li Linyun, hoping to catch his interest. He had never mentioned any girl as beautiful. Perhaps this one would catch his eye. Opening the chat with Li Linyun, Lin Jundu sent the photo along with a message. What do you think? Is this girl at the convention pretty enough to catch your fancy? Meanwhile, Li Linyun was reviewing the company's financial reports in the office when he noticed the notification from Lin Jundu. Upon glancing at the image, his heart raced as he instantly recognized Su Mo. He saved the photo quietly. Very beautiful. Just remember to delete the photo. Taking candid shots is illegal. After sending the message, he found himself drawn to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling, vibrant street below. No wonder Sumo donned that attire that evening. It was all in preparation for the comic convention. My thoughts inadvertently drift back to that night, a night illuminated by a radiant moon. The person who turned to smile at me under the moonlight had eyes that shimmered with a gentle and bright luminescence, reminiscent of the moon itself. Her smile was as pure as the moonbeams. Alas, that individual may never truly belong to me, perhaps for the entirety of this lifetime. Li Linyun let out a soft sigh, suppressing the tumult of emotions, and resumed his work on the financial report. Chapter 33. Surely not. Bent Lin Jundu rubbed his eyes vigorously, struggling to believe what lay before him. Only upon seeing the phrase "very beautiful" once more did he confirm that he was not mistaken. To his astonishment, this fellow had actually praised a young lady's beauty. It was as if the sun had risen in the west. Could it be that this blockhead had finally gained some insight? If so, as a good friend, it was my duty to assist him in securing a green bubble. Lin Jundu turned his gaze toward the corner, only to find that the white-haired beauty had vanished without a trace. What on earth? How could she disappear the moment I looked away? He felt a twinge of regret. It was rare to encounter someone as captivating as Li Linyun. Since he was already here, perhaps he should linger a while longer. Wandering the comic convention alone seemed somewhat dull, and Li Linyun was undoubtedly busy with work. Suddenly he thought of Zhao Wen. Though they had only just met, they shared an instant rapport, and he happened to be Li Linyun's roommate. What a stroke of fate. Thus, Lin Jundu sent Zhao Wen a message. "Are you coming to the comic convention today? Let us grab 2 VIP tickets. I'll cover the cost." After sending the message, he recalled something and swiftly typed an additional note. "I just saw a girl in a cosplaying outfit that even Li Linyun said was beautiful." Before long, Zhao Wen's reply arrived. "What? Even old heir thinks she is beautiful? I must go see for myself." As he read the response on his phone, a smile crept onto Lin Jundu's lips. He had known since their last outing to the comic convention that Zhao Wen had little resistance to beautiful women, and this occasion would surely be no exception. At that moment, Sumo was making her way toward the changing room. She had no intention of changing clothes or watching the girl's dress. Rather, she felt that Lin Yuexin was bored alone and decided to keep her company. Soon, she spotted Lin Yuexin idly playing with her phone outside the changing room. At that moment, she had already donned her cosplay outfit but had not yet put on the wig. While her denim jeans had concealed her figure, the white stockings accentuated her long and alluring legs. A small segment of her thigh peeked out between the white stockings and her skirt, creating an enticing absolute territory that captivated Sumo, rendering her momentarily speechless and unable to divert her gaze. Upon noticing Sumo's arrival, Lin Yuexin beamed and waved. "Sister Sumo, I'm here." Blushing slightly, Sumo approached Lin Yuexin, carefully sitting beside her, a faint pink hue gracing her lovely face. Internally, she chided herself. "Oh, Sumo, she regards you as an elder sister, yet you can't help but stare at her legs. Sister Sumo, your face seems a bit flushed. Are you feeling unwell?" Though the venue was equipped with central air conditioning, Sumo appeared rather delicate, and it was conceivable that she had become overheated after spending some time in the sun. Lin Yuexin gently reached out to touch Sumo's forehead, finding her temperature perfectly normal. "I have no issues, merely feeling a bit warm. By the way, Yuexin, why aren't you wearing a wig?" Sumo, somewhat awkwardly, shifted the topic in an attempt to mask her inner unease. Lin Yuexin leaned against Sumo's snow-white shoulder, their proximity so intimate that she could discern the faint, alluring fragrance wafting from the strands of hair and skin. The enchanting scent compelled Lin Yuexin to gently caress Sumo's silky hair. The strands she touched were soft and smooth, reminiscent of luxurious satin. "Sister Sumo, you smell delightful. And your wig is incredibly sleek. Where did you purchase it?" Despite having shared such closeness with Xie Wanqing and Chen Shui before, being so near to a charming younger sister who called her sister was a first for Sumo. She couldn't help but feel a tinge of shyness, instinctively tilting her head to one side as she spoke. "I'm not entirely sure. I'm not well versed in these matters. A friend assisted me in acquiring it." Observing the blush on Sumo's face, which she dared not meet, Lin Yuexin couldn't help but chuckle. "Why are you so easily flustered? Anyone would want to tease a beautiful girl like you, Sister Sumo." Just as Lin Yuexin was enjoying her time with Sumo, A call from Lin Junyu interrupted. Where are you, dear cousin? I've brought your wig and milk tea. Remember not to speak carelessly in front of your parents. I'm outside the changing room. You know the way, right? I'm staying with the pretty sister, so I want tea come to find you. As Suemo watched Lin Yuexin laugh joyfully on the phone, she wondered if it was a conversation with a boyfriend. Yuexin, who are you talking to?
Sumo inquired.
Having finally met such an affectionate younger sister, if she had a boyfriend, Suemo would feel as though she were intruding and would hesitate to be so close. Lin Yuexin hastily waved her hand. I don't have a boyfriend. It's my brother calling. He.s. just bringing my wig. Just as Suemo sighed in relief, her guilt dissipating significantly, two envious voices emerged from behind. When did you two become so close? Some people, once they have a lovely younger sister, forget about their good friend. Chen Shui grumbled with a hint of jealousy. Suemo found herself at a loss for words. Wasn't the bond of friendship merely a fade? Why did it seem so genuine? People are often fickle, poor little Shui. I have grown weary of you. Suemo playfully raised her delicate hands to cover her cherry-like lips, smiling gently, reminiscent of a blooming peach blossom, tender and radiant. Yet, beneath that gentle gaze lay a subtly mischievous glimmer. The trio was taken aback by Sumo's sudden contrast. Who would have expected that beneath her angelic purity was a sprightly, devilish side? I find this side of Suemo even more endearing. You naughty girl. And here I thought I was treating you to milk tea. Chen Shui pouted, begrudgingly handing the milk tea to Suemo. Wow. Thank you, Xiao Shui. I hereby declare that you will forever be my dearest confidant. Suemo was elated, as she had not anticipated that Chen Shui would purchase her most cherished item, the exquisite Bo Yaju Xian. As she delicately sipped through the straw, she savored the refreshing essence of green tea intertwined with the robust sweetness of black tea. The aroma was both invigorating and rich, unique and enduring. Chen Shui inquired, how is it? Does it taste good? Yes, I truly adore it. It is exceptionally delightful. Upon seeing the charming smile that adorned Sumo's face, Chen Shui momentarily found herself lost in thought. She couldn't help but ponder a rather serious concern. Could Sumo's roommates truly maintain their original inclinations without being swayed by him? It seemed a daunting challenge indeed. Chapter 34. Astonishment. The stunning beauty, Mirror Stream, is actually my roommate. The expansive venue buzzed with excitement. Yet the atmosphere remained pleasantly serene. Suemo and her companions sat in a row, engaging in light-hearted conversation while savoring bubble tea and relishing the cool embrace of the central air conditioning. As they chatted, Li Xiu and Chen Shui noticed that Lin Yuexin still sported her long, straight black hairstyle. Yuexin, where is your wig? Are you cosplaying as the limited black long-haired version of Ying Lily? They teased. I forgot to bring it. I'm waiting for my brother to deliver it. Lin Yuexin replied, a frown creasing her brow. Look, I sent that your brother over there, holding a wig and wearing sunglasses while scanning the crowd? Li Xiu pointed out, prompting the group to follow her gaze. Beneath the sunglasses, a prominent nose and sharply defined facial features adorned a strikingly handsome face, complemented by a tastefully simple yet stylish casual outfit that exuded a unique flair. Your family's genes are truly remarkable. Not only are you beautiful, but your brother is quite handsome as well, Li Xiu remarked with admiration. Suemo felt a twinge of envy. How wonderful it would be if she, too, had once been a striking young man. But alas, she had always resembled a girl since childhood. Frankly speaking, by Sumo's aesthetic standards, the man before them could indeed be classified as handsome, and remarkably so. However, he still paled in comparison to Li Linyun. Lin Yuexin nodded in acknowledgement of her brother, surprised by his efficiency in delivering the items, which was unusual given his usual lethargy at home. Suemo had expected Lin Yuexin's brother to approach them directly, but to her astonishment, he walked past them as if he hadn't seen them at all. What's going on? Is this big guy blind or something? Suemo queried with a puzzled expression directed at Lin Yuexin. She merely face-bombed, exclaiming in exasperation, Brother, I'm right here. You can take off those ridiculous sunglasses. It was truly embarrassing to have such a clueless brother. Ah, Lin Junda turned around, pushing his sunglasses up onto his forehead, a look of surprise washing over his face as he regarded Lin Yuexin. When did you sneak up behind me? Trying to stab me? Yes, I can teleport, she retorted dryly. The three exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared sense of exasperation. Truly, they were siblings. Handing over the wig, Lin Junda mentioned, I'm off to the comic convention. Enjoy yourselves with your friends, however, he abruptly halted mid-sentence, for he had spotted the breathtaking girl seated beside his sister. Wasn't she the stunning beauty he had seen at the bubble tea shop? He turned back toward the crowd, calling out can you move a little faster? If you keep this up, I won't reimburse your VIP ticket. What's the rush? Wow, that girl has such long legs. And they must be at least a size 36. Are girls developing this well nowadays? Zhao Wen commented, sauntering over while admiring the beauty. Upon recognizing him, Chen Shui was taken aback. Wasn't he her student Zhao Wen? Moreover, wasn't he also Su Mo's roommate?
Su hemos malfaltered.
A wave of intense embarrassment and confusion flooding her heart. How could it be Zhao Wen? When did he come to know Yuexin's brother? However, the current dilemma is not of paramount importance. The pressing concern is how to avoid being recognized by Zhao Wen. Although clad in women's attire and adorned with a wig, presenting herself as an unequivocal beauty, it is not surprising that Zhao Wen, having been her roommate for 2 years, might discern her identity. As Zhao Wen approached, casting glances in her direction, Su Mo hurriedly shielded her face with her hands, attempting to conceal her embarrassment. Lin Junyu patted Zhao Wen on the shoulder and said, This is the girl I told you about, the one who embodies the cosmere style. Zhao Wen, observing the girl who persistently covered her face, felt a sense of bewilderment. If she were truly beautiful, why would she shy away from revealing her visage? While her slender figure was indeed exquisite, one could not help but wonder if her appearance was somehow unworthy of exposure. Zhao Wen discreetly covered her mouth and whispered to Lin Junyu, Why does she keep hiding her face? You are not deceiving me, are you? I swear, I am not lying. I pledge my sincerity. Could it be that she is actually socially anxious and becomes bashful in the presence of unfamiliar faces? Lin Junyu replied, stroking his chin. Lin Yuexin, watching Su Mo's bashful demeanor, found it somewhat amusing. She chuckled softly, Dear Su Mo, with such beauty, what is there to be shy about? After saying this, she leaned in closer to Su Mo, peering through the gaps between her fingers, where she could discern a delicate blush gracing Su Mo's lovely face, reminiscent of a blossoming peach flower. Upon hearing Lin Yuexin sweetly call her name, Su Mo felt a wave of cold sweat. Oh no, it's over. Yuexin has called my name. This is truly disastrous. She stammered, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Xiaoxue, could you accompany me to the restroom? You two continue your conversation. I will take her to the restroom. Chen Shui swiftly led Su Mo away. As the two departed, Zhao Wen furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. If she was not mistaken, that was indeed teacher Chen Shui, and the girl embodying the cosmere style was named Su Mo, standing at approximately the same height of around 165 meters. Considering that Su Mo had left the dormitory early today, it was highly probable that the girl concealing her face was, in fact, Su Mo dressed in women's attire. The stunning girl was, astonishingly, her roommate. How could Su Mo be so naive? If she wished to wear women's clothing, she could simply do so in the dormitory. Her friends were not strangers. Those fair legs and slender waist. How delightful! In front of the restroom sink, Su Mo wore a distressed expression. What should I do, Xiaoxue? If Zhao Wen discovers my identity, I will truly be unable to face anyone. Chen Shui felt a pang of anxiety, especially since she had requested Su Mo's assistance. Oh, you could wear the mask from the mirror style. That way she won't recognize you. Chen Shui retrieved a black mask from her bag and handed it to Su Mo. It was only then that Su Mo remembered the mask and hurriedly put it on. How do I look? Shouldn't I be unrecognizable now? She inquired. Chen Shui's gaze fell upon Su Mo, adorned with the mask, and she could not help but swallow hard. Despite the enchanting beauty of her eyes being concealed by a mask, it did not diminish her overall charm. Rather, it enhanced an air of mystery and elegance. Particularly striking was her delicate, cherry-red lips, which appeared even more captivating against the backdrop of the black mask. It's perfectly fine. I can provide you with cover. Zhao and surely 1T recognize you. Su Mo nodded in agreement, reassured that with the mask on, Zhao Wen would remain oblivious to her identity, despite the slight suspicion of deceit. As Chun Shui and Su Mo returned, Zhao Wen's gaze immediately fixated on Su Mo, who was adorned with the mask. He muttered to himself, truly believing I wouldn't notice that you are Su Mo, and even wearing a mask. Sister, can you see the path clearly with that mask on? Do you need us to assist you? Lin Yuexin and Li Xiu inquired, their concern evident for Su Mo, who looked splendid in her masked appearance. It's nothing. Xiao Xue is here to support me, Su Mo replied, her voice trembling slightly due to nervousness. Lin Jundu nudged Zhao Wen's shoulder with his elbow, speaking softly so only he could hear. So what do you think? I didn't deceive you, did I? You may not trust my judgment, but surely you believe in Li Linyun. Zhao Wen nodded in agreement, realizing why the second one would describe her as beautiful. This so-called beautiful girl was indeed Su Mo. Suddenly, Lin Jundu proposed, since we're here at the comic exhibition, how about we take a group photo to commemorate the occasion? The group readily agreed and lined up for the picture. Su Mo found herself embraced by 3 girls around her shoulders and waist, her cheeks flushed with a hint of helplessness. After the photo session, Lin Jundu and Zhao Wen announced their intention to explore further and departed first. Watching their retreating figures, Su Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate to have narrowly escaped a predicament. After wandering through a few more exhibition areas, the time to disperse soon arrived. Before heading back, Su Mo visited the Bandai store, eyeing a figurine of the Unit 01. The price tag of over 2,000 yuan startled her. Gritting her teeth, she picked up the figurine and decisively proceeded to the checkout. After all, who could resist such a striking Unit 01, especially in its berserk mode? Upon returning to school, the trio dispersed in the activity room. After changing clothes, Su Mo nervously returned to the dormitory, where Zhao Wen had already arrived. Oh, little Mo, you're back at last. Where have you been today? Su Bin and Zhang Yang queried curiously. I went to the library to study. Aren't exams just around the corner? Su Mo's gaze drifted, avoiding their eyes. Is that so? I thought you might have sneaked off to the comic exhibition. By the way, I met an incredibly beautiful girl named Jing Lu today. Let me show you. The mention of a beauty piqued Su Bin and Zhang Yang's interest. Wow, her legs are so fair and slender, and so long, absolutely stunning. What a pity she was wearing a mask. But you can tell she is gorgeous. Did you ask her for her WeChat? Why not send it to the second one to take a look? Just as Zhao Wen was about to open Li Linyun's profile, Su Mo's face flushed crimson as she protested. No, you can't send it to him. Chapter 35. Would you be my girlfriend? It was a rather unpleasant morning. The sky was shrouded in a heavy blanket of dark clouds, and rain poured down relentlessly, the droplets incessantly drumming against the windows, creating a cacophony of monotonous sound. The rain trickling down the glass blurred the view of the world outside. Having worked late into the night, I was abruptly awakened by the torrential downpour. Upon opening my eyes, the world appeared dim and gloomy, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. Li Linyun had always harbored a disdain for rainy days, and at this moment, a flicker of irritation crossed her mind. With some effort, she moved her weary body and made her way to the bathroom. She cupped her hands to splash water onto her face. Today, the water was slightly cooler than usual. After washing her face, her foggy thoughts began to clear, prompting her to ponder why she exerted such effort in her work, especially when her father frequently referred to her as a workaholic. People typically strive for something or to avoid losing something. Was it to manage the company well and earn more money? Yet, the wealth of her family was already sufficient to last several generations. Perhaps it was out of a sense of duty. Her father was aging, and it was inevitable that he would eventually entrust all the company's ventures to her. While there indeed exist individuals who act with positive intentions, she mused that perhaps she was merely going with the flow. Shaking her head, she dried the lingering droplets from her face with a towel, realizing that overthinking was futile. Many matters in life cannot be unraveled by mere contemplation. With that thought, she turned and exited the bathroom. As she stepped into the living room, she noticed her father seated on the sofa, methodically brewing a pot of Anshi Tiguanyin tea. His steady gaze, directed through the spacious floor-to-ceiling windows, was fixed upon the gentle rainfall outside, as if he were deep in thought. "Good morning, Dad," she greeted simply, grabbing an umbrella as she prepared to leave. Li Lixing set down his purple clay teapot, urging, "No rush, let us have breakfast first." Li Linyun paused momentarily. Typically, during such moments, her father would share something of significance. After a brief breakfast, Li Lixing handed her a cup of freshly brewed tea. "You should drink less coffee. Tea can invigorate just as well." Li Linyun accepted the cup and took a sip. The tea was smooth, with a hint of honeyed sweetness. She quickly finished the cup. Though to be honest, she was not particularly fond of tea. She preferred the taste of coffee. Li Lixing shook his head, remarking, "Youth these days, so restless even in the act of sipping tea. Perhaps you should take a break and clear your mind. You could use some refinement." After a brief pause, savoring a small sip of tea, he added, "Tomorrow your grandfather will come to visit and stay for a couple of days. He has heard that you are still single and intends to introduce you to several young ladies he deems favorable." Li Linyun nearly choked on her drink, casting a helpless glance at her father. "Didn't you decline grandfather's well-meaning intentions on my behalf?" Li Lixing shot her an exasperated look. "Decline what? That is your grandfather. Moreover, among you young people, who hasn't he had a few romantic entanglements? Yet, you and that lad from the Lin family seem to have never even held a girl's hand, spending your days running to the company." Li Linyun couldn't help but furrow his brow. If he were to go on a blind date, it would inevitably involve dining with these young ladies one by one. Since it was arranged by his grandfather, their backgrounds must be illustrious, and he couldn't simply cancel on them. The thought alone was quite troublesome. Thus, an idea struck him. "Dad, I actually have a girlfriend. She attended my birthday party last time." Upon hearing that Li Linyun had a girlfriend, the usually composed expression of Li Lixing was replaced with surprise. However, considering that his son was quite the heartthrob, it seemed odd for him not to have a girlfriend, which put him at ease. He recalled a name, Suemo, wasn't it? A rather pleasant name, and it seemed she had a good relationship with Wan Ning as well. "I will inform your grandfather so he needn't worry about you." Li Linyun breathed a sigh of relief, having finally resolved this predicament. However, how could he persuade Xiaoma to pretend to be his girlfriend? This question occupied his thoughts. In the dormitory, the other three were still deep in slumber. Suemo lay on her bed, completely enveloped in her blanket, with only her small head peeking out. Gazing at the dwindling balance on her phone, she felt a rainstorm brewing in her heart, even more torrential than the downpour outside. Having just purchased a model of the initial machine, she had anticipated that her remaining funds would last until next month. However, she had forgotten about the automatic deductions for various app memberships at the end of the month, such as those for the small video site, Emo Cloud Music, and AI Chi Video. Consequently, her remaining money was barely enough to afford a meal. "Oh no, I'm really going to run out of food. Can the system send me a little money?" Suemo silently pleaded with the system. The system quickly replied, "Dear host, this system only dispenses rewards at the beginning of each month. Can't it be advanced a few days? If I starve because I have no money for food, you will be nothing but an orphan system without a master." Suemo protested. "Fine, can be advanced, but the host must promise to complete the next task diligently without any regrets." Without hesitation, Suemo agreed, as it was likely just about dressing as a girl, something she had grown accustomed to. "Why is there only 600 yuan? Suemo pouted in dissatisfaction. After all her efforts, the system was quite stingy. She decided not to dwell on it. Her goal was merely to survive until the end of the month. Indulging herself, she ordered a luxurious 20 yuan milk tea that would be delivered to her dormitory door, albeit for a few extra yuan. However, on a rainy day like this, avoiding the risk of getting drenched was indeed worthwhile. Suemo adored rainy days. Nestled in her small room, listening to the gentle patter of rain brought her immense comfort. Enjoying her time scrolling on her phone, she was soon interrupted by a knock at the door. They've arrived. Suemo pulled back her bed curtain, quickly got up, and walked to the door. To her surprise, the person standing outside was unexpected. The strands of hair on his forehead were slightly damp, yet instead of diminishing his charm, it added an air of nonchalance. "Li Linyun, what brings you here?" Suemo was pleasantly surprised, her bright, expressive eyes sparkling as she gazed at Li Linyun, who returned her smile, though his emotions were rather intricate. Perhaps it was merely his illusion, But in just a few days apart, Suemo seemed to radiate even more beauty than before. He felt an irresistible urge to reach out and tousle her hair, yet ultimately restrained himself from such impulsive behavior. Li Linyun spoke up. "There is something I wish to ask of you, though I fear you may decline." "What are you talking about? We are good friends. What trouble could there be? Speak freely, what is it?" Suemo replied, a hint of dissatisfaction in her gaze as she regarded Li Linyun, questioning whether he still considered her a friend. Taking a deep breath to steady the turbulent emotions within, Li Linyun gazed earnestly into Sumo's eyes, his expression profound. His voice was low, meant only for their ears, as if he feared to shatter the rare tranquility and beauty of the moment. "Suemo, would you do me the honor of being my girlfriend?" Chapter 36. The temporary girlfriend. Suemo widened her beautiful, almond-shaped eyes, unable to believe her ears. Li Linyun had actually suggested that she be his girlfriend. Was he mistaken? What are you saying? Are you dazed from the rain? Let me fetch you a towel." Turning towards the bathroom, her mind remained a blank canvas. She slapped her cheeks in front of the mirror, desperately trying to regain her composure. What on earth was going on with him? Had he somehow discovered that I am actually a girl? Biting her lip gently, Suemo shook her head. It was improbable that her carefully concealed identity had been revealed. Unable to discern the answer to her bewilderment, she hastily grabbed a towel and exited the bathroom, not wishing to keep Li Linyun waiting too long. "Here, dry your hair. It's completely soaked." Li Linyun accepted a pink towel adorned with Hello Kitty and gently began to dry his hair, a pleasant fragrance wafting from it. Noticing the conflicted expression on Suemo's face, he realized his earlier words had been misinterpreted. "It's not what you think. I merely need you to pretend to be my girlfriend." He proceeded to explain the entire situation to her. After listening to Li Linyun's account, Suemo summarized, "So, you want a temporary girlfriend to avoid dining with those wealthy young ladies?" Li Linyun nodded slowly, though Suemo had misinterpreted one detail. He did indeed seek a temporary girlfriend, but only Suemo would suffice for that role. She was the one he wanted. Meeting his gaze, Suemo felt a mixture of emotions reflected in his calm eyes, yet she sensed his eagerness for her agreement. It was difficult for her to refuse. "All right, but I must clarify beforehand. I am a boy, so if anything goes awry, don't blame me. Rest assured, it will be foolproof," Li Linyun replied with a gentle smile, exuding confidence in her. Feeling somewhat reassured, Suemo intended to inquire about when they would commence the charade. However, her eyes inadvertently fell upon the Hello Kitty towel, causing her heart to skip a beat. That towel was what she typically used for, well, personal matters. How could she have carelessly handed it to Li Linyun? Her delicate earlobes flushed crimson, the alluring blush quickly spreading across her entire face. Desperately shifting the topic, she asked, "So when do we leave for your house?" She certainly did not wish for Li Linyun to uncover the towel's secret. "We can go now. I'll take you to buy some nice outfits," Li Linyun replied with a playful smile. "Whatever you say, just don't buy any little dresses." Suemo's face reddened further as she snatched the towel back and ushered Li Linyun towards the door. "We need to hurry. If we don't leave soon, the others will wake up." Upon reaching the underground parking lot, Suemo no longer required Li Linyun to guide her. She could effortlessly locate his car, as the most striking and luxurious one was unmistakable. Its white exterior, adorned with sleek and elegant lines, caught her eye. Although she was not well versed in automobiles, she recognized it to be a Ferrari LaFerrari. Suemo stepped forward cautiously, gently caressing the car's exterior. "Li Linyun, I must admit, you truly are a paragon of wealth, an extravagant presence." Previously, Suemo had little interest in cars, viewing them merely as a means of transportation, as long as they provided comfort. However, upon seeing Li Linyun's Ferrari LaFerrari, she discovered that she too harbored a passion for automobiles. To her surprise, Sumo's admiration for the vehicle was palpable. Observing her endearing hesitation, a mix of eagerness and trepidation, Li Linyun felt a tug at his heartstrings, prompting a light chuckle to escape his lips. Suemo pouted, playfully punching Li Linyun's shoulder, her lovely face betraying her displeasure. "What are you laughing at? It's not my fault I've never experienced such luxury. Unlike you, young Master Li." who changes cars as often as one changes clothes. Xiao Mo, do you know? This is the first time in my life that someone has shown such enthusiasm for my car, and it fills me with joy. How ostentatious. You are undoubtedly flaunting your wealth. Are you trying to boast about your affluence? Well, congratulations, for I am utterly consumed by envy. Li Linyun opened the passenger door for Su Mo, theatrically bowing as if he were a dashing butler from a comic strip, inviting her to enter. As she settled into the passenger seat of the Ferrari, she found it quite dashing indeed. At that moment, Su Mo thought Li Linyun looked exceptionally handsome, even feeling a sense of shared attractiveness between them. 20 minutes later, Li Linyun parked in front of an upscale clothing store, located in a bustling urban area, adorned with an elegant European faade. Upon entering, the spacious interior revealed an array of high-end fashion from the world's premier brands, complemented by a selection of exquisite refreshments in the lounge area. The store manager, recognizing the striking couple emerging from the La Ferrari, realized they were significant clients. Esteemed sir and madam, how may I assist you today? As the manager approached, he was struck by the couple's remarkable beauty. The man possessed chiseled, deep-set features, a tall and athletic stature, clad in a white shirt and black tailored trousers, clearly crafted from bespoke materials. Meanwhile, the young woman was stunningly beautiful, her porcelain skin radiant, with alluring peach blossom eyes that held a hint of seduction, resembling two clear springs. Her soft, full lips and petite, delicate nose added to her elegance. Please help my girlfriend select a few outfits. They must be visually appealing and of excellent quality, with no concern for the price.
Su Mo turned to Li Linyun.
Stifling a giggle at his earnest demeanor, as if she were genuinely his girlfriend. The manager accompanied Su Mo as she browsed, introducing various garments. Madam, this bohemian-style maxi dress is renowned for its romantic and carefree design, crafted by the esteemed designer Ikuin Oxiangxi Sheng. And this one is. Su Mo found the clothing quite appealing and glanced at the price tag. Goodness, this dress costs over 30,000 yuan. I truly cannot fathom Li Linyun. He could save this money and gift it to me instead. Feeling uncertain, she decided to consult Li Linyun for his opinion, as he was the one footing the bill, and his approval was paramount. She noticed him holding a white floral dress. Do you like this one? Su Mo tilted her head in inquiry. Well, I believe you would look splendid in it, although you have mentioned your reluctance to wear skirts. She took the floral dress and held it up against herself. The length was just right and she found it acceptable. Since you are fond of it, I shall reluctantly try it on, she said, sticking out her tongue at Li Linyun before retreating into the fitting room with the dress in hand. Chapter 37. The Test of Father Li. Soon after, a girl appeared in the changing room, as enchanting as a celestial being. It was unexpected that the second son had such a discerning eye for skirts. Indeed, those with a sense of style make everything look exquisite. Su Mo gently turned her body in front of the fitting mirror, the hem of her dress swaying gracefully like lotus leaves. This should suffice, she thought. The system had just sent a task, which required the approval of Li Linyun's father and grandfather. Failing was not a concern. After all, the worst that could happen was being unceremoniously shown the door. The system's teasing voice echoed in her mind. Su Mo suppressed the urge to curse. It was not the system that would suffer the humiliation of being cast out. With a gentle push, she opened the fitting room door and scanned the area for Li Linyun's figure, ultimately resting her gaze on the lounge. Li Linyun was holding a cup of coffee, his left thumb repeatedly tracing the intricate patterns on the cup's surface. A look of tension crossed Su Mo's unadorned face. Previously, her donning of women's attire had been accidental, discovered by Li Linyun. This time, however, she had chosen to present herself for his gaze. After a brief moment, she took a deep breath and approached Li Linyun, lightly tapping his shoulder. He turned to her, his gaze momentarily stunned. The person before him wore a white floral dress, her slender waist accentuated by her bare, fair calves, whose delicate skin shimmered with a faint glow. Her soft hair cascaded like a waterfall, framing her snowy neck and falling gracefully over her exquisite collarbone. How do I look? I hope I won't embarrass you, Su Mo asked cautiously, her voice now softer and more melodious. As she embraced her female persona, her voice transformed to a gentle, sweet tone, a departure from her usual ambiguous pitch, which had begun to tire her after prolonged use. Since she was to masquerade as Li Linyun's temporary girlfriend today, using her original voice might raise suspicions. Li Linyun found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Sumo's flawless beauty, her captivating fragrance, and her melodious voice all presented a unique allure. Although he was uncertain about the source of her long hair, likely a wig, it was not the focal point of his thoughts. Clearing his throat twice to mask his inner turmoil, he gazed deeply into Sumo's eyes. Xiaomo, sometimes I genuinely question whether you are a boy or a girl, though it was intended as a jest. Li Linyun was surprised by the seriousness in his tone, perhaps harboring a desire for a definitive answer. Sumo slightly turned her face, gently biting her rosy lip, as her delicate hand tucked a few stray strands behind her ear. Then she faced him earnestly, her beautiful eyes glimmering with mirth. What are you thinking? I am undoubtedly a boy. Li Linyun gazed into Sumo's eyes, which sparkled like stars, her enchanting visage reflecting earnestness. His restless heart gradually calmed. How foolish of him to pose such a question when he already knew the answer. Shall we go? Sumo followed Li Linyun back to the car, her thoughts a tangled web. Uncertain whether she had deceived Li Linyun, Sumo grappled with the weight of a secret she wished to keep hidden. Despite feeling a pang of guilt towards him, she felt compelled to maintain the facade of being a boy. Perhaps everyone harbors secrets they are reluctant to share, fearing that exposure might lead to misunderstanding and estrangement. I apologize, heir, but if the opportunity arises, I shall surely confide in you, she thought as she observed Li Linyun driving with utmost concentration. Before long, Li Linyun parked in front of an opulent private villa. Sumo alighted from the car, momentarily entranced by the resplendent estate. The courtyard was adorned with a myriad of exquisite flora, and as the sky cleared, the midday sun cast a gentle glow on the marble fountain, creating dappled patterns upon the soft grass below. A middle-aged man, dressed in a tailored suit and exuding the air of a butler, stood at the entrance, flanked by two young maids. They approached Sumo and Li Linyun. Casting a glance at Sumo, the butler noted her pure and striking beauty, understanding at once why the young master was smitten. Young master, I presume this is Miss Su. Shall we prepare the guest room or... He trailed off. Li Linyun regarded Sumo, seeking her opinion with his gaze. In response, Sumo leaned closer, whispering softly in his ear, we can simply share your room. Otherwise, we might invite suspicion. Her gentle breath sent a shiver down Li Linyun's spine. I will heed your wishes, he replied. No need to trouble yourselves. Carry on with your duties. As they traversed the villa, they passed an artificial pond, its surface shimmering with gentle ripples, adorned with lotus leaves and swimming gold and white koi. You needn't feel anxious. My father, though stern, is quite approachable, Li Linyun reassured her. Sumo nodded, though she was not truly nervous. Rather, she envied Li Linyun for being surrounded by such charming young maids daily. Your household boasts an impressive number of maids. Confess, did you recruit them solely to cater to your whims? Sumo teased, narrowing her eyes at him. That's an unfounded accusation. Xiaomo, Li Linyun replied, a hint of fluster crossing his usually composed demeanor. We have long employed underprivileged students from nearby schools, providing them with light duties to support their education. It's not just maids. There are many young men as well, he explained. Sumo found herself believing in Li Linyun's character, yet his rare embarrassment tempted her to tease him further. I won't take your word for it. I shall inquire with the maids myself. If I discover any impropriety on your part, you shall face dire consequences, she declared, crossing her arms and walking briskly, reminiscent of a girlfriend upset with her boyfriend. They arrived at the parlor, where Li Linyun ushered her into a room. A middle-aged man, around 50, was engrossed in calligraphy. His steady, powerful strokes revealed years of diligent practice. Despite the strands of gray in his meticulously groomed hair, he radiated an aura of quiet authority. His countenance exuded a serene yet commanding presence, revealing the dignified aura of a person of authority. The room was adorned with several calligraphic masterpieces, and given the prowess of the Li family, it was highly plausible that they were authentic works. At least, that was the belief held by Sumo. Li Lixing slightly raised his head, casting a glance at Li Linyun before turning his attention to the timid young woman standing beside him. He set down the brush in his hand, beckoning both of them to take a seat, and poured a pot of tea for Suemo. She felt somewhat overwhelmed by the attention and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, uncle." He inquired whether the young people possessed any understanding of calligraphy. Li Linyun furrowed his brow, momentarily halting his hand that held the teacup in midair, pondering his own lack of knowledge in the art. He vaguely recalled his father's wishes for him to find a gentle and virtuous literary talent as a companion. It was evident that this was a test directed at Suemo, and Li Linyun was prepared to intercede on her behalf. However, Suemo reached out to stop him, offering a reassuring smile that conveyed her confidence. Chapter 38. The three sacred places of dating. Li Linyun gazed at Suemo, his mind brimming with questions. He gently shook his head at her, signaling that she should not overexert herself in matters such as these. "Oh dear Suemo, calligraphy is an art not easily mastered." However, upon observing her serene demeanor, devoid of any signs of trepidation, he wondered if perhaps she truly understood the intricacies of calligraphy. Little did he know, beneath her calm exterior, Suemo was in a state of inner turmoil, her legs nearly trembling uncontrollably. She was utterly ignorant of calligraphy, a complete novice in this realm. Yet, she had dabbled in the arts of music, chess, and painting, possessing a modicum of knowledge in each. As for music, she had acquired the master-level piano proficiency from her recent cosplay assignment. Although she had yet to put it into practice, the system's products were always of exceptional quality. In chess, Suemo was confident in her abilities. Even the world-renowned Go master, Kujie, would have to concede some ground against her. After all, she was a master of teamfight tactics with an impressive record of 53 victories. Regarding painting, her grandfather had been well-versed in the art and had imparted numerous techniques to her. Although her practice had diminished over time, she believed she could easily regain her touch with a few strokes. Suemo replied, "Uncle, while I do not possess extensive knowledge of the art of calligraphy, I believe I have some insights into music, chess, and painting. Particularly in music, I have made some progress." Her demeanor was gentle and graceful, embodying the elegance of a refined young lady, which further pleased Li Lixing. He nodded slightly, realizing he had merely asked out of curiosity. It was rare for contemporary young women to excel in any of the four arts. Since his son held an affection for her, possessing good character was sufficient. However, Sumo's response took him by surprise. "Unfortunately, we do not have a guqin at home. I wonder if you play any other instruments?" The shift in address from Miss Su to Little Mo elicited a knowing smile between the young couple, signifying her preliminary acceptance. "In addition to the guqin, I also play the piano, having learned since childhood," Suemo replied, her lips parting with a delicate smile. Although the villa lacked a dedicated music room, a Steinway Fibonacci piano stood proudly in the living room. This instrument, though aged, gleamed as if newly polished. Each black and white key radiated a lustrous sheen. It was a cherished token of love between her parents. After her mother passed away, her father forbade anyone from touching it, meticulously maintaining it himself for over a decade. Li Linyun momentarily lost his train of thought, astonished that his father would allow Suemo to play this piano, indicating his genuine approval of her as a potential daughter-in-law. Sumo's fingertips lightly grazed the keys, savoring the absence of dust, a testament to the piano's owner's deep reverence for it. With her hands gently poised over the keys, she slowly closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and began her performance. As the first note resonated, her fingers danced gracefully across the keys, akin to fluttering butterflies, soft and ethereal. Sumo's face radiated an expression of intense concentration, as if the entire world was dancing at her fingertips. The melodious piano notes seemed to narrate a series of enchanting tales, effortlessly drawing one into a state of rapture. Each note fluttered like a lively sprite, dancing through the air, with every melody exuding a touch of chill that stirred the soul. Amidst this exquisite symphony, a gentle breeze swept by, bringing with it a hint of coolness. This breeze resembled a refreshing gust over a lake on a summer day, delicately rippling the surface and creating gentle waves. Everything around appeared to fall into a serene hush, with only the beautiful strains of the piano echoing in the air. Li Linyun found himself immersed, his spirits lifted with remarkable ease. As the final note lingered in the air, Suemo gracefully rose, her fingers lightly lifting her skirt, and spoke softly. If my performance was lacking, I hope Uncle will forgive me. Her eyes sparkled playfully as she glanced at Li Linyun, her charming expression seemingly asking, "What do you think? Am I not impressive? You should hurry and praise me." Li Linyun smiled and gently applauded her. He was taken aback by the delightful surprise that little Mo had bestowed upon him. Not only could she play the piano, but her skill was of a caliber rivaling that of a master. However, the ultimate judgment of her performance rested with Li Lixing, and both of them instinctively turned their gaze toward him. "Very good, indeed. Your piano skills have far exceeded my expectations," Li Lixing exclaimed, clapping his hands with hearty laughter, generously showering Su Mo with praise. "Not only are you proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but you also embody humility and grace." Li Lixing regarded Su Mo with eyes full of admiration, and more importantly, he acknowledged her beauty, which was as captivating as a rare flower. It was no wonder Li Linyun held such affection for her. Hearing his father's high regard for Su Mo, Li Linyun felt a swell of emotion. He pondered how his father would react if he knew that this enchanting, multifaceted beauty was actually his roommate of 2 years. With that thought, Li Linyun stood up and made his way to the kitchen. "I will instruct the chef to prepare a few of Sumo's favorite dishes. Please wait a moment." "Hold on," Li Lixing interjected. "You two have been together for a while now. Have you ever gone on a date?" Li Lixing observed the closeness between his son and Su Mo. It was evident to anyone that their relationship was quite affectionate, yet they rarely engaged in physical contact. Even when seated together, they maintained a conscious distance, as if shy about physical proximity. This was rather unusual. Nevertheless, Li Lixing did not doubt the authenticity of their relationship. He merely believed his son lacked initiative. "Not yet. I've been quite busy with work," Li Linyun admitted, hesitant to lie. For some reason, ever since his childhood, his father could always discern when he was not being truthful. Li Lixing nodded, finding this situation anticipated. "Well then, take Su Mo out for a proper outing today. When your grandfather arrives, we shall dine together," Li Lixing suggested, encouraging them to enjoy themselves. Before long, they were back in the car. "Is there a particular place you wish to visit? I can take you anywhere," Li Linyun inquired of Su Mo. Su Mo gently bit her lower lip, seemingly entangled in this dilemma. "Li Linyun, are you aware of the 3 sacred places for dating?" Li Linyun shook his head. Although he had perused a few books on the psychology of romance during moments of boredom, he had never encountered this term within their pages. "They are the aquarium, the cinema, and the Ferris wheel." The words aquarium, cinema, Ferris wheel echoed softly as Li Linyun repeated them. "Then let us first visit the aquarium." He mused that wherever he ventured with Su Mo, it might indeed transform into a sacred realm. Chapter 39. A date in the car. Su Mo elucidated to Li Linyun why the 3 sacred places of dating are deemed as such. "To be honest, I'm not entirely certain myself. I came across this notion in a novel," Su Mo admitted, "although I have never been on a date with a girl at an aquarium. Just imagine it. 2 individuals strolling hand in hand through a serene blue underwater tunnel, where the atmosphere is so tranquil that one can only speak in hushed tones, as if they have entered a world solely for themselves." Li Linyun nodded, finding the ambience of such a date delightful upon mere contemplation. "As for the cinema, I need not elaborate, do I? In the dimly lit environment, a girl instinctively develops a sense of dependence on the boy, which greatly aids in bridging the emotional distance between them. And the Ferris wheel." Su Mo paused, cradling her delicate chin in her hand, her gaze drifting toward the window. "What's the matter?"
Li Linyun inquirat.
"Truth be told, I have never ridden a Ferris wheel. Everyone claims that the view from the top is unparalleled. Moreover, it is said that sharing a kiss with a loved one at the apex of the wheel ensures a lasting relationship. However, I have a slight fear of heights. Being so elevated makes my heart race." Li Linyun could surmise why the Ferris wheel is regarded as one of the 3 sacred places. The duration of a complete revolution is approximately 10 minutes, during which no distractions intrude, allowing lovers to kiss unabashedly and express their affections. Even for those who are merely infatuated with one another, this fleeting moment is ample to convey their feelings. For a boy skilled in sweet nothings, such 10 minutes can evoke tears of joy from the girl he adores. Let us first visit the aquarium and the cinema. We can save the amusement park for last, Li Linyun suggested with a smile. Do not fear the Ferris wheel. I shall accompany you. As Suemo gazed at the smile on Li Linyun's face, she discovered for the first time that a boyish smile could be so captivating, causing her ears to flush slightly. Oh dear, what are you doing, Suemo? If the second one finds out, he might think you've turned. What's wrong? Your face seems a bit flushed. Perhaps it's just a tad warm. Please adjust the air conditioning down a notch, Suemo offered as an excuse. Let us postpone the aquarium visit. We still have plenty of time. How about we explore the mall first? I happen to be a bit hungry. They soon arrived at the entrance of the mall. Suemo couldn't help but admire Li Linyun's driving skills. He navigated with remarkable speed and steadiness. Unlike herself, who had not driven since obtaining her license last year, she feared she might become a hazard on the road. At that moment, just past noon, the mall was not overly crowded, with onlookers drawn to the luxury cars parked outside. A strikingly handsome man emerged from one of the vehicles, exuding an extraordinary aura. As the front passenger door swung open, a pair of long, graceful legs emerged, glistening in the sunlight, pure and radiant. The combination of the handsome man and the beautiful woman was undeniably compelling, captivating anyone who happened to glance their way. Suemo naturally tugged at Li Linyun's clothing as she spoke while walking. Let us go. Let us go. I must tell you about this incredible egg waffle place. You simply must try it. The queue at the entrance was not long, and soon it was Sumo's turn. Could I please have 2 chocolate-flavored egg waffles and 2 nutty chocolate ice creams? Li Linyun looked at Suemo with a resigned expression. One was a sugary concoction, and the other a high-calorie indulgence. She seemed to relish these treats, and he wondered how she managed to remain so slender. That will be 200 yuan in total, miss. As she prepared to pay with her phone, she inadvertently noticed the meager amount of money she had left. Oh no, I forgot that I'm currently quite broke. Suemo turned back, her eyes pleading as they met Li Linyun's. When they drove here, Li Linyun had intended to cover the expenses for the day entirely. Allow me to pay. Oh, so this is the esteemed young Master Li, seeking a patron? Li Linyun. Suemo took a bite of the freshly made egg waffle, still emanating an enticing aroma. Its texture was both crispy and soft, each mouthful bursting with sweet tenderness. It's just as delicious as I remember, she said, her lips curving into an involuntary smile. She then extended her delicate tongue to lick the ice cream, its cool creaminess mingling with the essence of chocolate and nuts. A look of pure satisfaction illuminated her face, and Li Linyun couldn't help but wonder if it truly tasted that good. After sampling both treats, he found the egg waffle to be somewhat overly sweet for his palate. The ice cream was acceptable, although the sight of Suemo licking it inevitably conjured a vivid image in his mind. As they neared the end of their treats, they finished almost simultaneously. So, how was it? Quite delightful, I presume? Li Linyun nodded. Yes, it was quite good. His gaze deepened as it fell upon the corner of Sumo's lips, where a smear of ice cream had found its way. You've turned into a little raccoon, haven't you? As he spoke, he gently wiped the ice cream from the corner of her mouth, his movements cautious, as if he feared causing her any discomfort. His fingers brushed against her lips, and a warm, smooth sensation surged through him, causing his hand to tremble slightly, reluctant to withdraw. I could have simply used a tissue, Suemo pouted, thinking to herself, why doesn't this silly Li Linyun let go? Is he becoming addicted to touching? Though we may be pretending to be a couple, I believe I should assist you with this little matter, Li Linyun said, looking at Suemo. Where would you like to go next? Let me think for a moment, Suemo replied, scanning the surroundings for their next destination. Eventually, her gaze settled on a CAF called Meow Meow Cat CAF. As the name suggests, it is a cat-themed CAF where patrons can enjoy coffee while interacting with adorable kittens. Let us go see the kitties. They even serve your favorite coffee inside. Suemo gently nudged Li Linyun's shoulder, her face alight with anticipation. Li Linyun recalls a conversation in which Suemo expressed her profound affection for cats. However, due to her grandfather's slight allergy to cat fur, she has refrained from keeping one. She worries that if she were to adopt a cat, her grandfather might experience discomfort or even illness during his visits to her home. Chapter 40. The girl and the cat. I recall my father once stating that every individual possesses a unique character and mannerisms, characteristics that, if given form, would resemble various animals. Many in the business realm behave like wolves, traversing together with a singular focus on profit. When necessary, they reveal their sharp claws against their own kind. He preferred not to associate with wolves, even though these wolves were as docile as sheep in his presence. Instead, he found solace in the company of cats. From the very first moment he encountered Su Mo, Li Linyun felt she embodied the essence of a cat. Her temperament was at once gentle and delightful, her smile radiating warmth akin to the sun. At times, she exuded a quietude that made one reluctant to disturb her, as if the entire world had come to a standstill in her presence. Perhaps it was this similarity between her nature and that of felines that endeared them to her so profoundly. A gentle tug at the corner of his garment drew Li Linyun's wandering thoughts back to the present. This is the place. Let us hurry inside,
Su Mo exclaimed.
pointing towards a nearby CAF adorned with a cozy and inviting decor. Coming to his senses, Li Linyun accompanied Su Mo into the cat CAF. Upon entering, the first thing that caught their eye was the soft glow emanating from the decorative lights. The establishment embraced a simple yet elegant color palette, predominantly in shades of pink, creating a romantic and relaxed ambience. A group of fluffy little creatures lounged together on soft cushions, dozing peacefully, while a few playful kittens scampered about on a climbing frame. Some kittens chose to quietly nestle nearby, savoring delicious cat treats from the hands of patrons, their contented expressions eliciting smiles. The clientele consisted mainly of young women, some visiting alone while others came in pairs. Naturally, a few considerate young men accompanied their girlfriends to enjoy the feline haven. The soothing sounds of meows filled the air, predominantly stemming from the delighted guests captivated by the kittens. Standing to the side, Su Mo observed the adorable antics of the kittens, her heart nearly melting. She longed to scoop one up and lavish affection upon its soft fur. However, the presence of Li Linyun made her hesitate, feeling somewhat shy about indulging in such youthful exuberance. Noticing Sumo's bashful yearning to pet the kittens, Li Linyun smiled and encouraged. "I remember how much you adore cats. Go ahead and touch them." With his gentle nudge, Su Mo felt liberated from her reservations. She glanced around and, filled with joy, approached a ragdoll cat with striking blue eyes. The feline was lazily sprawled on a cushion, occasionally licking its fur. As she drew near, it merely opened its eyes slightly before resuming its repose. Crouching down, Su Mo extended her hand and gently stroked the kitten's chin. The ragdoll tilted its head back in delight, emitting a soothing purr. Witnessing the kitten's adorable demeanor, Su Mo couldn't help but chuckle softly, cooing, "Meow, meow, little kitty, such a good kitty." The nearby kittens, sensing her affection, scampered over to her, nuzzling against her legs as if they were young children relishing the attention of a beautiful older sister. Li Linyun gazed at the heartwarming scene before him, unable to suppress a smile that danced upon his lips, his eyes brimming with tenderness. It is said that cats possess the remarkable ability to discern whether humans harbor kindness or malice towards them. Thus, those who adore felines are often favored by them in return. Judging by the evident affection Su Mo held for cats, it was clear her fondness was profound. He retrieved his phone, capturing the intimate moment, the photograph revealing the girl's radiant smile that momentarily dazzled him. A staff member approached with a cup of coffee, her smile warm as she remarked, "Sir, your girlfriend is truly beautiful and seems genuinely delighted. She must really adore the kittens." In truth, the moment Li Linyun and Su Mo had entered the CAF, the staff had taken notice of them. Their striking appearances made it nearly impossible to overlook them. Turning to glance at the speaker, Li Linyun noted it was a young woman clad in an outfit adorned with charming cat motifs, indicating her role as a staff member at the cat CAF. "Thank you," he replied, accepting the coffee with a polite smile. "My girlfriend indeed has a great fondness for cats." Upon observing Li Linyun's refined attire and graceful demeanor, the staff member recognized him as a man of both charm and affluence. She presented him with the menu, suggesting, "All our cats are quite well behaved. If you wish to interact more closely with them, you might consider purchasing some cat treats to feed them." Li Linyun took the menu, perusing the array of cat snacks. Before settling beside Su Mo, who was joyfully petting the kittens. Xiao, why don't you choose something? Flipping through the menu, Su Mo's gaze landed on a particular mint-flavored biscuit shaped like a fish. Let us go with this one. I have a feeling the kittens will adore it. Very well, please wait a moment, the staff replied. Shortly thereafter, she returned with a box of biscuits and a cat teaser in hand. They typically enjoy playing with these. Would you like to give it a try? Su Mo accepted the teaser, gently waving it before the kittens, who were immediately captivated, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they reached out with their paws, eager to catch the enticing toy. Observing her delight filled Li Linyun with joy. He found that his own smile blossomed more frequently in her company. His attention was drawn to a white Persian cat that had wandered to his feet. It lifted its head to regard him briefly before sprawling out and yawning. Compelled by an irresistible urge, Li Linyun reached out, stroking its soft fur. The Persian seemed to relish the affection, nuzzling against his legs before leaping into his lap, settling comfortably. The staff member, covering her mouth in astonishment, exclaimed, Snowflake usually doesn't approach people. Why is it so friendly today? She reached out, attempting to pet the aloof feline. Snowflake flicked its tail, voicing its discontent with a displeased meow. Honestly, after all the time I've spent feeding it, it's still one come near me, she sighed, withdrawing her hand, a look of envy crossing her face as she regarded Li Linyun, who had effortlessly captured the kitten's heart at first meeting. Is this the advantage of being handsome? Li Linyun was equally taken aback, never anticipating that the aloof Persian cat named Ice Cream would take a liking to him. It seems you are quite popular among small creatures. Su Mo recalled the first encounter with Li Linyun, who had been nothing more than a cold, expressionless young man, hardly uttering a word throughout the day. However, with the 3 lively roommates in the dormitory, he gradually found himself engaging in pleasant conversations. Today, Li Linyun had already laughed several times, each chuckle genuine and heartfelt. Su Mo felt a surge of joy for him. Indeed, he was even more handsome when smiling. Su Mo lifted the ragdoll cat and placed it next to the Persian cat nestled in Li Linyun's arms. Which of these 2 little cats do you find cuter? Both the ragdoll and the Persian were entirely snow-white, and through the pair, he could see those inky black eyes. Indeed, it was apparent that this little black cat was the most adorable of all. Chapter 41. The aquarium and unwavering devotion. As Su Mo prepared to depart from the cat CAF, she frequently glanced back at the little kittens, now receding into the distance, her face adorned with a look of reluctance. You can always come back to visit them whenever you have the time, Li Linyun reassured her.
Sumo pouted slightly.
Visibly discontent. Although she expressed such sentiments, the impending summer vacation loomed, and upon returning, she feared that these 2 kittens might have already been adopted. This was indeed a concern. The CAF was quite popular, and there were likely numerous customers eager to purchase cats. Li Linyun pondered this dilemma, realizing that bringing them home was not a feasible option, for he lacked both the knowledge of cat care and the time to adequately attend to them. After much deliberation, he proposed a solution. We could purchase Ice Cream and Tangyuan and entrust their care to the cat CAF. If we offer a bit more money, the manager should agree. The ragdoll was named Tangyuan, while the Persian cat, clinging to Li Linyun, was affectionately referred to as Ice Cream. Upon hearing Li Linyun's suggestion, Su Mo nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with excitement. But isn't that too extravagant for you? Although Li Linyun was not short of money, she felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of him covering all their expenses, especially since she was not truly his girlfriend. It's nothing. As long as you enjoy it, there's no need to worry about saving money for me, he replied, then approached the manager to discuss their plan. Before long, the manager's face was alight with smiles, shaking Li Linyun's hand repeatedly in gratitude. The generosity he displayed was simply overwhelming. Let's go to the aquarium, Li Linyun suggested. Su Mo nodded, playfully expressing her suspicion. I really wonder if you'll come back with a couple of sharks. The aquarium was not far from the shopping mall, housed within a magnificent dome constructed of glass. Sunlight streamed through the transparent walls, illuminating the entire space with a bright radiance. As they ascended the lengthy escalator leading to the aquarium, the light gradually dimmed. As the escalator neared its destination, anticipation filled Su Mo's heart. The dimness was swiftly replaced by a mesmerizing blue hue, signaling their entrance into a splendid underwater world. The first sight that greeted them was a vast transparent tank, teeming with a variety of fish gliding gracefully within. Being a weekday, the aquarium was not crowded, resembling a serene opera stage before the performance. Walking beside Sumo, Li Linyun found himself captivated by her profile, illuminated by the blue lighting, as if she were a beautiful painting. Words eluded him, and he stood silently in awe. Sumo, brimming with joy, pointed at several nameless fish and turned to Li Linyun, only to find him gazing intently at her. "What's the matter? We're at the aquarium, so let us have some fun and not wear such a serious expression," she chided, mistakenly thinking he was not particularly fond of the place. "Look, a huge shark." Just as Sumo exclaimed, a shark swam into view, identified in the accompanying guide as a blacktip reef shark. "Wow, it's so cool." Sumo was captivated by the blackfin shark, unable to suppress a sigh of wonder. It is likely that every boy in his childhood has been entranced by creatures like sharks and dinosaurs. Although dinosaurs have long since become extinct, one can still behold the true visage of sharks in an aquarium. Surrounding him were numerous individuals leaning against the glass of the tank, using their smartphones to capture images of the fearsome shark. "Oh, what is this? Can we take pictures?" "Really, we can take pictures?" Li Linyun, would you help me take a photo with the shark?"
Sumo exclaimed excitedly, turning to face Li Linyun.
Their gazes colliding once more. What are you doing? "Stop staring at me," Sumo said, feeling a bit flustered under his intense gaze. Only then did Li Linyun realize that he had been gazing at Sumo for quite some time. "Ahem, it's nothing, just a bit surprising. Let me use my phone to take your picture." "That's fine. Your phone is so expensive. It will definitely capture a better image than mine." She struck a pose and added, "Make sure to take the picture when it swims closer so we can see the shark clearly." Although someone had previously taught Li Linyun about photographic composition, he rarely took pictures, so he could only attempt to snap a few shots. Finding the right angle, he pressed the shutter. In the photo, the beauty was making a funny face at the fearsome shark. "Is this all right?" He glanced at the phone that Li Linyun handed over, perfectly aligning with her request. The blackfin shark was swimming towards her, its large mouth appearing as if it were ready to swallow her whole. "This is quite good. I've discovered that you have a talent for photography," Sumo chuckled, clearly pleased with the photo Li Linyun had taken. Li Linyun, however, did not attribute the success to himself, believing it was primarily Sumo's photogenic nature and the striking contrast between the beauty and the fierce marine creature. The two continued their exploration, having admired the moonlight butterfly, the Chinese sturgeon, the seahorse, the flounder, and countless other fish species. After passing through an automatic door, they finally arrived at the outdoor section of the aquarium, where twilight was just beginning to settle. Not far away was the penguin exhibit, and from outside, one could hear the crisp, high-pitched calls of the penguins. "Shall we go?" Sumo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Li Linyun, naturally, could not refuse her request, nodding in agreement. Considering the penguin's habitat, the temperature inside the exhibit was typically quite low, with some ice blocks placed in the penguin area. As soon as they stepped inside, Sumo felt a chill wash over her, involuntarily shivering and trying to embrace herself for warmth. "Li Linyun, why is it so cold here? I should have brought an extra jacket," Sumo lamented, her face glum. Li Linyun was also clad in just a shirt and could not offer her his own warmth. Thus, he gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders, inquiring with concern, "Are you still cold? I can have someone bring a jacket for you." Feeling the warmth emanating from him, she finally felt a bit more comfortable. Although it seemed somewhat odd for two grown men to be in such a posture, it was certainly better than being frozen. Sumo sighed in relief. "No need. This is just right." The habitat was adorned with numerous artificial hills, where countless rotund penguins were chattering and frolicking merrily. "Oh look, the penguins are so adorable," Sumo exclaimed, quickly seizing Li Linyun's phone to capture a photograph. Li Linyun turned his gaze and noticed a pair of penguins, seemingly a devoted couple, waddling side by side in a comical manner. After taking the picture and sending it to herself, Sumo tugged at Li Linyun, leading him towards the staircase that descended to a large platform beside the expansive pool where they could observe the penguins swimming. Once in the water, the penguins shed their clumsiness on land, gliding effortlessly as if propelled by a bowstring, their agility allowing them to change direction with remarkable ease. Suemo watched with great interest for a while before her attention drifted to a nearby informational sign titled The Unwavering Penguins. The sign explained that penguins engage in monogamous reproductive practices. Once a bond is formed, they typically remain devoted to their partner for life. Should one penguin pass away, the other usually refrains from seeking a new mate, opting instead for a life of solitude or, in some cases, following suit in death. Recalling the pair she had just seen, huddled closely together as they groomed each other's feathers, Suemo felt a tremor of emotion ripple through her shoulders. Memories of her past flooded her mind, those who approached her only to depart, leaving her weary and desolate in the face of unreciprocated affections. After painstakingly constructing a resilient heart, she found herself, at this moment, reverting to her former self, sensitive and fragile. In the realm of love, the steadfastness of penguins far surpasses that of most humans. What constitutes the right kind of love, and what is deemed wrong? Once again, the plaintive cries of the penguins echoed in her ears, imbued with an unmistakable sorrow. Chapter 42. The eight-pack abs Li Linyun could distinctly perceive the subtle tremors in Sumo's shoulders and the somber, oppressive emotions that enveloped her. A glance to the side revealed her face adorned with an expression on the verge of tears. Although he comprehended the thoughts that weighed upon her and the reasons behind her sorrow, he found himself at a loss for words to console her. At times, language feels utterly inadequate. Thus, he gently squeezed Sumo's shoulder, as if to convey, "Do not be disheartened. I am here by your side." Continuing their stroll through the aquarium, the atmosphere was tinged with melancholy, and by the time they emerged, darkness had descended, with the orange streetlights illuminating the path. The fatigue accumulated from an afternoon of activities became palpable at that moment. Noticing that Suemo showed no signs of cheer, Li Linyun suggested, "Why don't we visit the amusement park for a while? It may lighten your spirits." Suemo shook her head and softly replied, "I'm a bit tired. Let us head back." Her voice bore a hint of exhaustion, as though even speaking required a considerable effort. Observing her demeanor, Li Linyun felt a pang of sorrow within himself, understanding that painful memories resurfaced, preventing her from truly enjoying the outing. He nodded silently, accompanying her on the return journey. Inside the car, words were sparse.
Li Linyun drove quietly, maintaining a leisurely pace.
Suemo leaned against the window, gazing out at the cityscape cloaked in night. The darkness was profound as the vehicle traversed the bridge over the river. The buildings along the riverbank were ablaze with lights, exuding a vibrant yet cacophonous aura, resembling a fantastical realm from a distance. Amidst the city's brilliance, solitude lingered only within the human heart. The city lights appeared as a dim golden sea of stars, reflected in Sumo's eyes. She silently stared into the distance, gently caressing the window with her hand. Li Linyun glanced at the passenger seat and, through the faintly blurred reflection on the window, beheld a beautiful face tinged with subtle sadness. With a sigh, he yearned to do something to alleviate her melancholic state. Yet, he understood that sometimes, one requires time and space to confront their inner turmoil alone. Silence enveloped them. After a while, they arrived back at the villa. "How about a hot bath? I've had someone prepare it for you," he suggested. "The bathtub is pristine, cleaned daily." He led Suemo to the bathroom outside, where a few sets of newly purchased clothes awaited her. "If you don't like them, just let me know. The clothing store delivers swiftly."
Sumo nodded.
Recognizing that throughout their journey from the penguin exhibit to the villa, Li Linyun had been making efforts to uplift her spirits. She too wished to feel different, but some moments of sorrow are inescapable. At least she had striven to hold back her tears. Upon entering the bathroom, her gaze fell upon the familiar large bathtub, now filled with warm water, delicate lavender petals floating atop the surface. Suemo shed her garments, revealing skin as flawless as mutton-fat jade. She neatly folded her clothes and placed them on a nearby chair before approaching the tub, gently testing the water temperature with her fingertips. The water temperature was just right, so she stepped into the bathtub, submerging her body beneath the surface. The warm water enveloped her like countless gentle fingers, softly massaging every inch of her skin and washing away the fatigue of the day. She delicately moved her long, fair legs, causing ripples to dance across the surface of the bathwater. Observing the lavender petals drifting about the tub, Her previously troubled mood began to lift significantly. Lying comfortably in the bath, she closed her eyes and savored the moment. On the balcony, Li Linyun held a cigarette box emblazoned with the name 7 Stars, extracting one and igniting it. This affordable cigarette, hailing from the Neon Nation and known as Soft 7 Stars, was cherished by Li Linyun for its uniquely delicate flavor. As the smoke wafted away into the air, the image of Sumo's tear-streaked face involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Prior to her birthday celebration, Zhang Yang had mentioned Sumo's heartbreak to him. He had assumed that enough time had passed for her to have moved on completely. However, the events of today suggested that the impact of that experience still weighed heavily on her. What puzzled him was how someone as beautiful and kind-hearted as Sumo could ever be rejected. There were those who, for various reasons, were fated to remain unfulfilled in their affections. Some truly did not recognize their own fortune. The cigarette quickly burned down, and Li Linyun extinguished the stub in the ashtray. He proceeded to the bedroom, gently pushing the door open to change his clothes. Having just smoked, he was aware of the lingering scent, and he wished to avoid making Sumo uncomfortable, as she disliked the smell of smoke. As he removed his shirt and prepared to dress, the bathroom door swung open. Sumo emerged, having finished her shower, clad in a loose-fitting nightgown. Her complexion appeared significantly improved, and her eyes no longer carried the same dimness. Though it was unclear why she still wore a wig, Li Linyun found himself fond of her long hair. He would feel reluctant to see it removed. He approached her with a smile, entirely oblivious to his exposed torso. "How do you feel after your bath?" he inquired. I feel a bit better, and my mood has lifted," she replied, lifting her head to meet his gaze, only to be struck by surprise. Her eyes fell upon his bare upper body, revealing defined abdominal muscles and a strong chest. Typically appearing slender in clothing, she had not anticipated such a well-toned physique hidden beneath his garments. A blush quickly crept onto her cheeks as she turned away, flustered. "Why you exhibitionist, put on your clothes," she exclaimed, though she couldn't help but sneak a few glances, feeling a tinge of envy. Li Linyun's abs were impressively large, and she couldn't help but wonder how they felt to touch. Prompted by Sumo's reaction, Li Linyun swiftly donned the clothing from the bed. "I'm sorry, Xiaomo, I didn't notice," he admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed by her strong reaction, especially since she had seen him shirtless before. Once he was fully dressed, Sumo let out a sigh of relief, finally daring to meet his gaze directly. "Why are you not wearing clothes? Are you trying to flaunt your 8-pack abs?" "I'm not envious at all," Sumo said with a hint of sarcasm, rolling her eyes at Li Linyun. "I just received a call and was worried you might dislike the smell of smoke on me, so I thought I would change. I know you smoke, but it seems I've never detected any scent of it on you," Sumo remarked, tilting her head slightly, her nose brushing against Li Linyun's neck. He exuded a subtle fragrance, intertwined with a hint of mint. "Li Linyun, are you really a man who uses perfume?" "Not at all. I've never used such things. It might just be the scent of my laundry detergent," Li Linyun replied, feigning calmness. As Sumo spoke, Li Linyun could distinctly feel her warm breath against his earlobe, accompanied by that intoxicating fragrance. He had initially thought that the scent emanating from Sumo was perfume, but after her shower, it bore a freshness that was certainly her natural essence. "Is that so? It's quite pleasant," Sumo said as she walked towards the window. "Come with me to the balcony for a breath of fresh air. I recall there's a swing out there."
Li Linyun followed Sumo,
as he never declined her requests. Chapter 43. Encountering snow in winter, the balcony at night exudes a tranquility that is foreign to the city, as the evening breeze gently caresses, bringing with it a refreshing chill. Sumo can even hear the crisp chirping of cicadas. The villa is situated at a considerable distance from the urban center. Although there are numerous residences, including luxurious villas downtown, the Li family seems to prefer the serene surroundings here. The two strolled into a sea of blossoms, the fragrant and fresh aroma of jasmine wafting through the air. Upon drawing closer, it became evident that these flowers had been meticulously pruned. Sumo approached a jasmine flower, bending down to delicately touch its tender petals with her slender fingers. "Li Linyun, I never imagined you possessed such gardening skills, having pruned these flowers so beautifully," Mo had taken an elective course on floral pruning at school and could discern that the pruner's technique was quite commendable. Li Linyun chuckled and shook his head. I lack the leisure for such pursuits. It was our home's horticulturist who did the pruning. He reminisced about how, at a young age, this flower garden had already been planted by his family. Back then, they had not yet hired a gardener. It was always his mother who tended to the flowers. Although his mother's skills could not rival those of a professional, he had always believed that the blooms from that time were the most beautiful. With the horticulturist's skills being so exceptional, what do you pay him? Mo inquired with curiosity. Li Linyun pondered for a moment before replying. I believe it's around 3,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Mo's hand trembled as she grasped a flower petal, nearly uprooting the jasmine. 3,000 yuan. Are you aware that even hairdressers earn more than that? You only pay 3,000 a month. Mo's eyes widened, exclaiming, goodness. Even the dogs would shake their heads at such wages. Capitalists would weep. I am not a heartless employer, Li Linyun clarified. The 3,000 is for a single pruning session. With so many flowers, he must prune about 7 or 8 times a month. Realizing Mo had misunderstood, he quickly added. Mo was momentarily speechless, taken aback by Li Linyun's words, unsure of how to respond. 20,000 a month. And he only works 7 or 8 days. Perhaps I should simply have you dismiss the horticulturist, and I will take over the position myself, releasing her grip on the jasmine. Mo straightened up and gazed at Li Linyun. Let us swing instead. If we linger here any longer, I might begin to question my existence. The two moved to the swing, where Mo took a seat, and Li Linyun gently pushed her from behind. Gazing at the moon in the night sky, Mo felt an overwhelming sense of peace and comfort, and thus began to hum a song softly. White moonlight, in a certain corner of my heart, so bright yet so cold. Everyone harbors a sadness, wishing to conceal it, yet it becomes more evident. Li Linyun paused slightly. He recognized the song White Moonlight by Zhang Xinjia. White moonlight, illuminating the ends of the earth. In my heart, yet not by my side. Unable to dry the tears of that moment. The road is too long to reclaim forgiveness. Mo's voice was tender and delicate, yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. It was reminiscent of the pale moonlight, which, while illuminating, also carried an underlying chill. White moonlight, illuminating the ends of the earth. The more perfect it becomes, the lonelier it feels. Unable to wipe away the tears of memories, the road stretches long, leaving one to ponder how to compensate. The white moonlight shines brightly in a certain corner of my heart, luminous yet chilling. Each individual harbors a segment of sorrow, yearning to hide it while it silently flourishes. The melody abruptly ceases, yet Li Linyun remains enveloped in its essence. He gazes at Mo's delicate silhouette, suddenly longing to embrace her. Not merely her soft form, but a lonely and desolate soul. Do you, too, conceal an indescribable sadness, burying it deep within your heart, struggling against the gnawing loneliness that invades every unheeded night? A gentle breeze sweeps by, dislodging a jasmine petal that gracefully rests upon Mo's flowing hair. Li Linyun reaches out, gently plucking the petal and caressing it within his palm. Little Mo, do you still have feelings for that person? Li Linyun finally musters the courage to ask, his voice slightly hoarse. Mo turns back, her expression serene. Are you referring to Yutong? To be honest, I cannot say I truly liked her. She treated me kindly, being a gentle soul. Who hasn't he dreamt of a tender girl? I simply misconstrued her kindness as something unique, when, in truth, gentle souls extend their warmth to all. Sister Wang Ning has been exceptionally kind to me, perhaps even kinder than Yutong. If it were the old me, I might have fallen for her, but I believe she sees me merely as a close friend. With a sigh, Mo continues, Li Linyun, thank you for wanting to comfort me, but I am not as fragile as you think. I merely wonder if I will ever encounter the person destined for me, and fall in love, hand in hand, growing old together. That is the kind of love I seek. I do not wish to continue loving incorrectly. As she finishes, Mo meets Li Linyun's gaze. Under the purity of her eyes, he finds himself at a loss for words. Rarely does he experience such helplessness, a sensation that compels him to clench his fists. What should he say? Even if he exhausts his mind to articulate beautiful words of comfort, Can it truly guide Suemo towards the right love? Yet, if he is not the one to offer her love, what significance does it hold? Though Li Linyun remains silent, Suemo feels a surge of joy. She recognizes his earnest attention to her confessions, sharing in her worries. It's getting late. I shall return to my room to rest, she declares, standing to leave. Wait. A hand firmly grasps hers, warmth radiating from the contact.
Li Linyun. Sumo inquires. Pasel.
Their eyes lock, a moment of stillness enveloping them. Just as Suemo anticipates an enduring silence, Li Linyun speaks. I believe everyone encounters someone special and develops feelings for them. Some meet at the right moment, smoothly embarking on a romantic journey, eventually stepping into the sanctity of marriage, living together until old age. Others, however, meet at the wrong time, like winter encountering snow. The snowflakes fall to the ground, only to melt away shortly after, disappearing without a trace, yielding no results. But can we truly deem it a mistake to encounter snow in winter? Even if one acknowledges that the encounter between the two was a mistake from the very outset, can one truly restrain oneself from developing feelings for that person? Is there not still a yearning to touch that delicate snowflake, to devise every possible means to prevent it from melting in one's palm, even to wish for time to freeze eternally in that snowfall? This sentiment is not merely directed at Suemo. It is equally a reflection for oneself. Meeting Suemo is akin to winter encountering snow. Suemo gazed at him in astonishment. She had never anticipated that Li Linyun would utter such words, and a ripple of emotion stirred within her. I believe you will undoubtedly meet the right person. You must have confidence in yourself. Upon witnessing Li Linyun's earnest demeanor, Suemo couldn't help but chuckle, the remnants of her earlier gloom dissipating like mist. Li Linyun, if you were to write a romance novel, you would surely achieve great fame. With a smile, Suemo continued, if you have affections for someone, you should express them promptly. Many romances falter simply because they were confessed too late. Li Linyun found himself momentarily breathless. Yes, I will. Chapter 44. The unexpected relative. What are you going to do? Aren't you coming to sleep with me? Inquisitive and playful, Suemo asked from her bed, gazing at Li Linyun, who was preparing to leave the room. Li Linyun paused and turned around, casting a helpless glance at Suemo. The loose-fitting L-sized nightgown revealed her delicate collarbone, and traces of her fair skin were subtly visible beneath her neck. He recalled that Suemo used to wear an L size. Could it be that her figure had changed recently? Unbeknownst to her, Sumo's current appearance was undeniably alluring to a spirited young man. Li Linyun struggled to avert his gaze, feeling that if he looked any longer, he would succumb to temptation. I'm feeling a bit restless. I'll stay in the hall for a while. You should sleep. If you're afraid, you can leave the light on. I'll turn it off later, he said. Emerging from her covers, Suemo feigned bravado, her cheeks slightly flushed. I'm not afraid of the dark. I just thought you looked tired and wanted you to rest early. Her voice dwindled towards the end, betraying a hint of guilt. I understand, but I truly am not sleepy right now, Li Linyun replied, opening the door. Good night, sleep well. With a gentle click, the vast bedroom was left with only Suemo. The central air conditioning hummed softly, as she cocooned herself in her blanket, leaving only her large, expressive eyes visible as she stared blankly at the ceiling. Recollecting the day's events, a smile unconsciously crept across her lips. Oh dear. Seems I didn't ride the Ferris wheel today. I wonder when I'll have the chance to go out with Li Linyun again. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the Zippo lighter on the bedside table, and she furrowed her brow. She should have confiscated his cigarettes. He would surely smoke a few more late at night. Suddenly, an inexplicable pain surged in her abdomen, a sensation she had been experiencing for the past few days, but tonight it seemed particularly intense, rendering her unable to sleep. Suemo rubbed her stomach, hoping to alleviate the discomfort. After a while, once the pain had completely subsided, she adjusted the air conditioning to a warmer setting and gradually drifted into slumber. In the living room, Li Linyun sat on the sofa, attempting to calm his racing thoughts. Yet, Suemo's figure continually danced in his mind, especially her enchanting collarbone and fair skin. As he reached for his cigarette case, the sound of footsteps nearby drew his attention. Dad, why are you home so late? He questioned, surprised that his father was still awake at this hour. I was playing chess with your Uncle Xie. I didn't realize it had gotten so late, Li Lihong replied, noticing the cigarette case in his son's hand and frowning. If you want to smoke, go outside. After Li Linyun put away the cigarette case, Li Lihong asked, Why are you out of your room so late? Aren't you keeping Su Mo company? Li Linyun rubbed his face. She is going to sleep. I can't sleep this early, and I'm afraid of disturbing her. In truth, he was more concerned about losing control, but such thoughts were not suitable to share with his father. After a full day of fun, she must be tired. She truly deserves her rest. Li Lixing nodded and mentioned that his grandfather would arrive tomorrow afternoon, suggesting that Li Linyun should go to greet him. Since the departure of his elder brother, their grandfather had harbored discontent towards his father, believing that it was the inadequacies of the latter that drove his eldest grandson abroad. Although time had softened their relationship considerably, Li Linyun surmised that his father might still feel awkward facing their grandfather. Thus he acquiesced to the request. After Li Lixing retired to his room to rest, Li Linyun lingered in the hall for a while. He assumed that Su Mo would have already fallen asleep by this hour, and so he made his way to the bedroom. Gently pushing the door open, he found her soundly asleep, the blanket pulled up to her neck, revealing only her delicate face. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly as her brows knitted together, and she seemed to be murmuring something in her slumber. Leaning closer to the bedside, he discerned her soft voice. I feel unwell. My stomach hurts. A bemused smile crept onto Li Linyun's face as he realized the little fool was merely sleep-talking. If her stomach was bothering her, she ought to be more mindful of keeping warm. He glanced at the central air conditioning unit and adjusted the temperature to a comfortable 26 degrees. After tidying the slightly disheveled blanket around Su Mo, he lay down beside her, the bedding pleasantly infused with her fragrance. It was truly delightful, a harmonious blend of rose's richness and orchid's freshness, evoking a sense of tranquility within him. Inhaling that soothing aroma, the restlessness in his heart swiftly subsided. The following morning, Su Mo slowly opened her eyes, still in a haze. Sitting up, she looked around in confusion, wondering why she was alone and where Li Linyun had gone. Rubbing her eyes to shake off the drowsiness, she headed to the bathroom to freshen up before changing her clothes. However, upon removing her sleep pants, her drowsiness vanished, replaced by shock as her face drained of color. She discovered her legs smeared with blood, even her sleep pants stained with deep crimson. What on earth was happening? Had she developed hemorrhoids? Su Mo's heart raced, and tears nearly spilled from her eyes. Fear not, dear host, you have merely arrived at that time of the month. It is quite normal for a girl, the long silent system suddenly chimed in. This? You mean to say it's the fabled monthly visitor? Su Mo took several deep breaths, striving to calm herself. But why was there so much blood? Recalling the stomach pains from the previous night, it seemed this was the cause. It's not excessive, merely about 50 milliliters, the system patiently clarified. If you are unsure of what to do, you may seek Li Linyun's assistance. How could I possibly ask him for help with something like this? Su Mo's cheeks flushed crimson. She resolved to figure it out herself. Turning on the shower, she trembled slightly, feeling weak as she washed away the blood. Gazing into the mirror, she noted that her once rosy lips now appeared pale. After changing into fresh clothes, she steeled herself against her discomfort and prepared to venture out to purchase some sanitary pads. To her surprise, a maid had already entered the room, covering her mouth in astonishment at the sight of the bloodstains on the sheets. Su Mo's face burned with embarrassment, wishing she could vanish in that moment. To her astonishment, a relative had indeed been spotted, leading to an excruciatingly embarrassing predicament. Furthermore, she implored that this matter remain undisclosed. With tears welling in her eyes, Su Mo gazed at the maid. Rest assured, Miss Su Mo, I shall keep this secret, the maid replied, her heart racing at the sight of Su Mo's bashful and delightful demeanor. By the way, breakfast is ready, Miss Su Mo. The maid's fervent gaze caused Su Mo to feel flustered, prompting her to hastily exit the room. Observing the crimson bed sheets, the maid, evidently misunderstanding the situation, murmured to herself, Miss Su is simply too beautiful. It is no wonder that even the typically composed young Master Lin Yun would transform into a beast. Chapter 45. A near Miss Su Mo entered the grand hall, only to find it utterly deserted. A sumptuous breakfast was elegantly arranged on the dining table. Taking a seat beside it, she picked up a slice of toast and dipped it into a dollop of blueberry jam, savoring the delightful taste. With the first bite, her eyes sparkled with joy. Truly, from a wealthy family, the ingredients were of the highest quality. Even the toast was exceptionally delicious. At that moment, her phone buzzed with notifications from the dormitory group chat. Xiaomo, where have you been gallivanting off to? You managed to fool the dorm supervisor during last night's inspection. You came back late a few nights ago, and now you've spent another night away. Have you perhaps found someone to stay with? Which beautiful sister are you out with this time? Come on, confess. Suemo scratched her face, realizing she had been so engrossed in having fun and feeling down that she forgot to inform these rascals of her whereabouts. If they found out her late-night escapades were merely to masquerade as Li Linyun's girlfriend, she would be utterly mortified. With a smug expression, she replied, Yes, I was out with a beautiful sister, and we even shared the same room at night. Aren't you all envious? Are you on top or bottom? I'm at a loss as to who I should envy. Ugh, a bunch of shameless perverts, she muttered under her breath. At that moment, a charming maid passed by and greeted Suemo gently. Good morning, Miss Su. Good morning, Suemo replied with a smile. Do you happen to know where Li Linyun has gone? I haven't seen him since this morning. The maid, surprised yet delighted, thought it was wonderful that this beautiful Miss Su displayed no airs of superiority and was so kindly addressing her as sister. Young Master Linyun left early to accompany his grandfather, and the old master has also gone out. They likely won't return until dinner time. Suemo bit her lip, nodding in concern. Having just passed Li's father's test, now she had to face Li's grandfather. This role as a temporary girlfriend was proving to be quite the challenge. However, the pressing matter at hand was how to occupy her time before evening. While in the dormitory, scrolling through Douyin and playing on the computer while chatting with her roommates made the hours fly by. After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to return to bed. After all, Li Linyun's bed was large and soft, offering a truly comfortable respite. Before long, afternoon arrived, the sun gradually descending, its golden rays bathing the villa in warmth. Suemo glanced out the window, noticing some activity downstairs, signaling that dinner was approaching, which meant she would soon meet Li Linyun's grandfather. Though her heart fluttered with apprehension, she summoned her courage and tidied her appearance in front of the mirror. Taking a deep breath, she descended the stairs. In the hall, Li Linyun walked alongside his grandfather, with Li Lixing trailing behind them. The endearing phenomenon of intergenerational affection was vividly embodied in the Li family. Grandfather, please walk slowly. Don't hurt yourself. Why worry? I am in excellent health, and seeing my granddaughter-in-law makes me quite happy, Li's grandfather responded, moving swiftly with an agility that belied his nearly 70 years, his sparse white hair hardly noticeable. Suemo descended from the upper floor, adorned in a delicate floral dress, her slender fingers gracefully clutching the hem, embodying the very essence of a refined lady.
Hello, Grandpa. I am Suemo, our girlfriend.
Haha. Greetings to you, dear Su.
Grandpa li shuklat heartily.
His gaze filled with satisfaction as he appraised Suemo. Such a lovely child. Li Linyun stood nearby, noticing Sumo's slight nervousness, gently patting her shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. My dear Su, after waiting so long, you must be hungry. Let us commence our meal. Dishes were gradually brought to the table, comprised of humble home-cooked fare, yet, due to the quality of the ingredients and the culinary skill, they appeared delectable in both aroma and presentation. Among them was Sumo's favorite, the fragrant braised chicken, which nearly made her salivate. I knew you adored braised chicken, so I specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare it, Li Linyun remarked with a smile, deftly placing a piece of chicken into her bowl. Yun, you were so kind to me, Suemo responded, intentionally addressing him as Ayun to showcase the closeness of their relationship. Upon hearing her soft call of Ayun, Li Linyun felt his heart race, as if under the influence of an enchanting spell. Suemo was already quite hungry. The alluring aroma awakened her appetite, and she promptly picked up her chopsticks to indulge in the braised chicken. Before she could swallow, she was poised to grab a second piece. Just as Li Linyun prepared to begin his meal, he caught sight of Sumo's whirlwind-like consumption and gently nudged her with his foot. Confused, Suemo wondered if he too enjoyed braised chicken and wanted her to save some for him. It was only when she noticed that both Li Lixing and Grandpa Li were watching her that she realized the situation. A chill ran down her spine. Her demure lady persona was on the verge of unraveling. The two exchanged knowing smiles. Su, there's no need to be overly formal. Just act as if you were at home. Eating in such a manner is truly delightful. Why put on airs? Li Lin Yun sighed in relief, preparing to serve himself when he felt a sudden pinch at his waist. He turned to see Suemo playfully squeezing him, her face beaming with laughter. Li Lin Yun extricated himself gently, weariness evident in his expression. You were so ladylike before. Who would have guessed you would reveal your true self at the dining table? Cough, cough, let us eat without these little antics. Grandpa Li interjected, feigning seriousness. Yet his heart was brimming with joy as he observed the playful banter between the young couple. After dinner, Grandpa Li summoned Li Lin Yun and Suemo into his study. My dear Su, how long have you and our Lin Yun been together? Grandpa Li inquired kindly. Suemo found herself at a loss for words, as she and Li Lin Yun were merely pretending to be a couple. How could one quantify such a brief span? 2 days? Li Lin Yun, sensing her dilemma, quickly interjected. Grandpa, it has been a while. We have been together since before my birthday. Ah, that is good, Grandpa Li nodded approvingly. My grandson has never had the best temperament. I shall rely on you to look after him in the future. Rest assured, Grandpa, I will, Suemo replied promptly. Very well, very well. Grandpa Li beamed even more brightly. You young people must spend time together and get to know one another. This old man shall not intrude upon your time. After grandfather exited the study, Li Linyun turned to Suemo. When do you plan to return to school? Xiaomo? Suemo couldn't help but shoot him a glance. What, are you eager to send me off now that you've met the parents? Of course, you're welcome anytime, provided there are no classes. But don't you have lessons? It would be quite troublesome if you were to fail. In truth, he wished for Suemo to linger a few more days. You needn't worry about that, Suemo replied as he reclined on the hardwood chair, which was rather stiff compared to a sofa. Starting tomorrow, the sports meet begins. It doesn't matter whether I go back to school or not. Is that so?
Li Linyun nudda.
Yet, I seem to recall that there is a physical assessment scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Ah, Suemo suddenly sat upright in his chair. I completely forgot about that. The physical assessment would be included in the final grades, impacting his eligibility for a scholarship. Moreover, failing it would lead to an exceedingly troublesome retake. Ayun, could you give me a ride back to school tomorrow? Suemo asked, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Of course, Li Linyun responded, feeling a twinge of discomfort. It seemed that the assessment had to take place tomorrow of all days. Perhaps we could donate to the library or something, to persuade the school to postpone it. Chapter 46. Do not touch her with your filthy hands the following noon at the Li family villa.
Sister Su.
Are you returning to school so soon? Grandfather Li expressed his fondness for the charming and obedient prospective granddaughter-in-law, feeling quite reluctant to see her go. Grandfather, I have a physical fitness test this afternoon. I will come back to visit you after the sports meeting, Suemo replied earnestly, sensing that Grandfather Li truly cared for her. The warmth of his concern evoked memories of her own grandfather, whom she had not seen in over 6 months. Grandfather, I will take Xiaomo back to school now. Stinky boy, remember to drive slowly on the way, Grandfather Li called out to the departing car. Taking a sip of the freshly brewed tea prepared by Li Lixing, he nodded in approval. This tea is delightful. Lin Yun has finally found a girlfriend, and such an excellent one at that. I need not worry about him anymore. He sighed, though a hint of complexity flickered in his eyes as he set down the teacup. After going abroad, Li Linfeng had seldom contacted the family. The only news they had was that he had settled in Paris, France, where he had become a renowned painter. Lixing, surely you have numerous ways to find Linfeng and bring him back. Why not? It is my failure as a father to them, and I have no face to ask him to abandon his dreams. Li Lixing shook his head. However, I believe Linfeng will return eventually, and that time will not be too distant. Observing his son, who seemed to have aged a few years in an instant, Grandfather Li finally understood that the past few years had not been easy for him either. To avoid attracting too much attention, Suemo asked Li Linyun to drop her off at a distance from the school. Li Linyun remained in the car, wanting to watch Suemo walk into the school gate. Ugh, having a physical fitness test in this scorching heat. Aren't they afraid of heatstroke? Suemo pouted, complaining as she walked. This long hair is really stifling. I need to learn how to tie it up soon. At that moment, she still wore her long hair, planning to find a secluded spot to change it back. Hey sister, can we add each other on WeChat? I'll treat you to milk tea, a voice called out. Suemo turned to see a boy with dyed yellow hair, wearing leather and riding a motorcycle, eyeing her with a lecherous gaze. Wow, such a delicate face and a slender waist, truly exceptional. Just a bit too flat. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Frowning slightly, Suemo circumvented him and continued on her way. She held no affection for such nonconformists. Back in high school, there had often been groups of motorcycle boys loitering at the school gate, specifically harassing beautiful female classmates. Hey sister, don't go. My family runs a company. I have plenty of cash, the boy called out, rushing to grab Suemo's arm. Suemo sidestepped, glaring at him in irritation. Leave me alone. My school is just ahead. If you don't, I'll call security, she warned. Ugh, what are you pretending for? Don't think you can act innocent. The boy cursed, advancing menacingly, his face contorted with anger. The terrifying expression made Suemo retreat in fear, as her already frail legs, weakened by her menstrual period, could scarcely support her. With a sudden weakness, she fell to the ground with a thud. It was over. She was about to face a beating. Suemo, terrified beyond measure, could only clutch her head tightly with her hands. A heart-wrenching scream echoed, but it was merely the ghostly fire youth. Li Linyun had never been this furious. After managing the company for so many years and having witnessed the fickleness of human emotions, he had long since mastered the art of emotional control. However, when he saw Suemo being flirted with by a blonde youth, and after being rejected, that individual dared to lay hands on her, his rage ignited instantly. He seized the ghostly fire youth's wrist, twisting it sharply in the opposite direction, and coldly stated, "Do not lay your filthy hands on her." The screams intensified, yet the ghostly fire youth remained defiant, retorting, "Do you know who I am? Believe it or not, I can have someone break your legs." Li Linyun let out a cold laugh, kicking him to the ground. The blonde youth felt as though his bones might shatter, barely suppressing the urge to spit blood. Lying on the ground, he glared viciously at Li Linyun. His once arrogant demeanor had faded, for he recognized Li Linyun's identity. Goodness, isn't he the young master of the Li family? What is he doing here? The blonde youth had previously accompanied his father to some business gatherings and learned that those who took the stage to speak were at the pinnacle of the social pyramid. The Li, Xie, and Lin families represented the very apex of that pyramid. He realized he could not afford to offend someone of such stature. "Should I see you again, I will ruin you." Li Linyun looked down at the blonde youth with a chilling gaze. The blonde's body trembled, hastily replying, "Yes, yes, I won't dare again." With that, he scrambled away, leaving even his beloved ghostly fire behind. Li Linyun helped Suemo to her feet and, noticing the abrasions on her pale arms, felt a pang of concern. "Does it hurt? Should we go to the hospital?" Suemo gazed at Li Linyun's caring expression, a smile breaking through her fear. "I'm fine, but I didn't expect you to have such a fierce side. He ran off like a frightened dog at just one glance from you." Li Linyun brushed the dust off Sumo's clothes, saying, "I've seen him before. His father's company is in construction and has been eager to venture into real estate. However, if his son has upset you, he shall not have his way." Suemo nodded, feeling a stirring in her heart. Is this the allure of a domineering CEO? It dazzles me to the point where I can hardly keep my eyes open. After this little interlude, it was nearly time for the physical assessment. After hurriedly fixing her hairstyle, she rushed to the playground, where several roommates were waving at her from the end of the line. "Wow, how come you've become even more beautiful after being away for just 2 days? Did you go to Thailand?" The three stared wide-eyed at Suemo. Though she sported short hair, her delicate and soft features rendered her strikingly androgynous. Under the sunlight, her fair and smooth skin exhibited a faint sheen. "Recently, I have embarked on a skincare journey, but it seems to be of little avail," lamented Suemo. Classmates at the back, please refrain from whispering. We are about to commence the physical fitness test, called out the student leader. The fitness assessment is often regarded as a nightmare for delicate university students, particularly the long-distance running segment. Those unaccustomed to regular exercise find themselves dizzy and disoriented, as though their legs belong to someone else. Before the test, identity cards are scrutinized, and fortunately Zhao Wen and the others had brought theirs along. The examiner glanced at the photograph on the ID, where the individual appeared quite handsome. Then, shifting their gaze to Suemo, they fell into contemplation. Indeed, there is a semblance, yet your looks have ascended to remarkable heights, they mused. Although Sumo's attire was decidedly androgynous, the more one looked, the more he resembled a striking beauty with short hair. Is this truly your identity card? Couldn't possibly belong to your brother or younger sibling, could it? Suemo sighed, as the apprehensive scenario he had dreaded came to fruition. This ID is indeed mine, and I assure you, I am unequivocally male. Observing the situation, Zhang Yang and a few others stepped in to clarify, he is not deceiving you. We are his roommates. Seeing this, the examiner chose not to press further and allowed them to proceed. If only my roommates were equally as exquisite. Chapter 47. If time could be reversed, Paris, often lauded as the city of romance, is gracefully traversed by the meandering Seine, which divides the city into the left bank and the right bank. It is nighttime, and within an elegant CAF on the left bank, two patrons are seated. Li Linfeng, your masterpiece angel fetched an astonishing hammer price of 10 million euros at the auction. Are you not elated? Li Linfeng withdrew his gaze from the window and turned his attention to the woman before him. She was clad in a sophisticated black gown, her flowing golden locks cascading casually over her shoulders, her deep, luminous eyes exuding a unique allure. Li Linfeng offered a gentle smile. Thank you for your efforts. As before, I kindly ask that 90% of the proceeds from this painting be donated to orphanages around the world. The woman nodded in agreement. Indeed, it has been quite a while since we last met. You remain as devoted to charitable endeavors as ever. The blonde woman flashed a captivating smile, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at the handsome man, her eyes sparkling with admiration and affection. Dearest Linfeng, this is truly a night to remember. Would you care to spend it with me? Her voice was alluring, imbued with an unmistakable undertone of temptation. Faced with such a straightforward invitation for an intimate evening, Li Linfeng maintained his signature smile, warm yet somehow elusive. He gently pushed the cup of Ceylon tea towards her. This Ceylon tea, enriched with milk, possesses remarkable calming properties. Drink it and return home to rest early. Undeterred by Li Linfeng's polite refusal, the woman replied, Well, I anticipated you would say that. Yet, I wish for you to know that I have always been sincere in matters of the heart. With that, she lifted her teacup, savoring the fragrant aroma of the tea. After relishing this cup, she gracefully approached the door, turning back to blow him a flirtatious kiss.
Li Linfeng smilad bwryly.
Aware that she was enamored with another version of himself, one perpetually adorned with a smile, whose words flowed as warmly as a gentle spring breeze. Mr. Li, we will soon be closing for the evening, the waiter announced as he served coffee, gently reminding the CAF's last remaining guest. Understood, I shall depart after this cup, he replied, continuing to gaze out at the nocturnal scene. The banks of the Seine were aglow with lights. Illuminated by the radiance, the Eiffel Tower and the charred remains of Notre Dame de Paris appeared both majestic and somber, tinged with a sense of melancholy. If time could be reversed, have you ever contemplated returning to a moment in the past? He savored the bitter taste of the coffee presented by the waiter as memories flickered through his mind, vague yet nostalgic, reminiscent of an autumn afternoon from his childhood. At last we have arrived. Xiaoyun, let us hurry inside, Li Linfeng exclaimed, running ahead with excitement. This was a day he had long awaited, as his father finally had the time to take them to the amusement park. In his eagerness, he stumbled and fell, only to be lifted by his father, who gently placed him upon his broad shoulders. Mother grasped Li Lingyun's hand, her face etched with concern. Did Xiaofeng hurt himself? Why is he so careless? I'm fine, Mom. I'm tough and resilient. It doesn't hurt at all. With a playful pat on his backside, he assured her of his well-being. Upon entering the amusement park, father pointed towards a towering structure in motion. Xiaofeng, Xiaoyun, look over there. That's the Ferris wheel. From the top, you can see breathtaking views. Li Linyun and Li Linyun immediately followed his gaze, spotting a colossal wheel gracefully turning against the sky. After disembarking from the Ferris wheel, they indulged in a variety of attractions. The carousel, the pirate ship, the roller coaster, and bumper cars, thoroughly reveling in their adventures. You must be tired now, mother said, offering them ice-cold milk tea. Let's sit down for a moment. Leaning against her on either side, the brothers sipped their drinks while father stood nearby, smiling at them. He quietly watched as the sun dipped below the horizon, gradually withdrawing its light until the night enveloped the sky completely. Unbeknownst to him, the coffee in his cup had dwindled, and the waiter began preparing to close up. After leaving a generous tip on the table, he strolled out of the CAF. Li Linyun meandered along the banks of the Seine, savoring the cool evening breeze when raindrops began to fall softly. He sighed, what unfortunate weather. Planning for a leisurely walk home, he realized he had forgotten his umbrella and opted to drive instead. Arriving at a secluded villa beside the Louvre, he found the owner enamored with his artwork, willingly offering the villa for his residence. Soaked from the rain, his clothes clung uncomfortably to his skin, prompting him to retreat to the bathroom for a hot shower. Emerging from the steam-filled sanctuary, Li Linyun felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation enveloping every inch of his skin. With a gentle sigh, he poured himself a glass of water and approached the grand floor-to-ceiling window, watching the rain intensify outside. His thoughts drifted with the storm until they settled upon a beautifully framed painting. He extended his hand, delicately caressing the frame from his memories. Mom, your painting is so beautiful. When will I be able to create such masterpieces? With a tender stroke of his head, his mother smiled softly. Our Xiaofeng is truly remarkable. I believe it won't be long before you become an exceptional artist. He lifted his gaze, yearning to see her gentle face, but the sunlight blinded him. Human memory is unreliable, akin to a tape that wears down over time. Years later, the images on that tape become distorted. Inserting it into a DVD feels like viewing a faded, yellowed photograph, unclear and unrecognizable. He recalled the day he left home, when Linyun gently tugged at his shirt, bowing his head as he pleaded, brother, don't go. Don't go. Though he could not discern the expression on that face, he knew that his seemingly strong younger brother was undoubtedly brimming with tears. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the flight from Hangzhou to Paris. I must have been silently weeping in first class, as I recall, for otherwise, why would several flight attendants have gathered around to offer their comfort? Feeling somewhat fatigued, he turned off the light and lay down on the bed. With his hands clasped together before his chest, he reminisced about those memories he was reluctant to forget. Outside the window, the rain continued to fall incessantly, pattering against the glass. Once this painting is completed, it shall be time to return home. I wonder if Linyun will harbor any resentment towards me. He murmured softly, gradually closing his eyes. If time could be reversed, have you ever considered returning to a specific moment in the past? I have pondered such thoughts. Yet, time cannot be rewound. I can only continue to move forward. Chapter 48. Physical testing. The grouping for the physical tests is arranged according to class and dormitory number, with 3 dormitories from each class forming a team. This arrangement brought a measure of comfort to Su Mo, as she at least had a few roommates accompanying her. What the? Is that you, Mo-gu? Did you get a makeover or take a trip to Thailand? Exclaimed Zhang Lei, a classmate residing in the adjacent dormitory. The 2 dormitories frequently visited each other and were quite familiar. However, one day, they inadvertently disturbed Li Linyun during his afternoon nap, and though he merely cast a fleeting glance in their direction, the encounter left them too intimidated to visit again. During class, they often resorted to lying down to sleep or engaging in frivolous antics, and thus, they had failed to notice Sumo's transformation prior to the day of the physical tests. Are you kidding me? Is there a possibility that I have always been this good-looking? The statement was so incredulous that even Su Mo herself could scarcely believe it. Zhao Wen patted Zhang Lei on the shoulder, saying, you little rascal, you don't understand a thing. This is what we call a girl's transformation at 18. Got it? I think I understand now. No wonder you guys turn off the lights so early in your dormitory. Every time I pass by, it's pitch dark, Zhang Lei retorted. Get lost. Su Mo protested, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After waiting for a while, it was finally their group's turn to begin the physical tests. With so many events, which one should we start with? The sports representative of the group inquired, holding a roster. The group unanimously decided to begin with height and weight measurements, eager to seize the opportunity to debunk the claims of their roommate, who boasted of a height of 180 centimeters in his bare feet. Su Mo, however, was somewhat reluctant to measure her height, as everyone around her seemed taller. Some of her dorm mates were nearly a head taller than her. Moreover, she had the distinct impression that her height had diminished since her transformation. Clothes that once fit her snugly now appeared quite loose. Once a student stepped onto the measurement device, height and weight would be reported by the student council officials to the record-keeping personnel. Wang Chunhua, height 175 centimeters, weight 60 kilograms. Haha, this guy claims to be 180 centimeters tall. He must not even reach it in shoes. Chun Zhaoxie, height 179 centimeters, weight 65 kilograms. Alas, I'm still too short, just a tad shy of 180, lamented the boy named Chen Zhaoxie, indulging in a bit of self-pity. After Zhao Wen finished his measurements, it was Su Mo's turn. Those who had already measured gathered nearby to watch, stirring a sense of nervousness within her. Wait, this student Su Mo is a boy? The record-keeper glanced at the name on the roster, then at Su Mo clad in a white t-shirt, his eyes widening in surprise. Indeed, this is our classmate Su Mo. Don't let her appearance fool you. She runs almost as fast as I do, the sports representative remarked. Though he was not particularly acquainted with Su Mo, this did not hinder his desire to impress her, for the admiration of beauty is a universal sentiment. Runs fast? The record-keeper observed Su Mo's slender arms and legs, thinking she might excel in yoga. Just as Su Mo was about to step forward, she was halted.
Student Su Mo.
You must remove your shoes for the height and weight measurements, the student council official kindly reminded her. Ah, must I truly remove my shoes? It would suffice if you could just deduct 2 centimeters instead, Su Mo inquired softly. Although aware that Su Mo was a boy, the sight of his delicate and adorable demeanor stirred a ripple of warmth within, softening his heart. I apologize, Su Mo, but for the sake of accuracy in data collection, it is imperative that you remove your shoes. While Su Mo is undeniably charming, rules are rules. A gentleman like him would not be swayed by mere beauty. Well, very well, Su Mo sighed deeply, his head drooping in resignation as he obediently slipped off his shoes. His petite and exquisitely shaped feet resembled a finely crafted work of art, captivating the attention of the male classmates. 166 centimeters and a mere 45 kilograms. Su Mo, you are rather slender, aren't you? This is the first time I've encountered someone whose slight build has prevented them from achieving a perfect BMI, they remarked. Su Mo's heart sank. He had previously measured 170 centimeters. How could he have shrunk so drastically in just over a month, even losing some weight? Yet, the others smiled, for with such height and weight, he was akin to a naturally gifted athlete. The next task involved measuring lung capacity. As he observed the throng behind him, eager to line up, Su Mo felt exasperated. What are you all doing? Oh, nothing much. We simply wish to blow into the mouthpiece you have used. Zhao Wen, Zhang Yang, and Su Bin stood at the back, regarding the crowd with bemused expressions. Did they not realize that the mouthpiece was disposable? Otherwise, they would have joined in the frenzy. As for the subsequent pull-ups and long jump, Su Mo decided to forego any effort. Feeling rather weak, he couldn't manage a single pull-up and opted for a score of 0 instead. The long jump, however, was somewhat passable with a distance nearing 2 meters, though it fell short of the standards for boys. Meanwhile, the others were invigorated, each managing to perform a dozen pull-ups, spurred on by the presence of Su Mo, who, despite not being a girl, possessed a beauty that outshone all the females. Well done, little Mo. What kind of enchanting elixir have you fed them? It seems our group is assuredly in first place, Zhang Yang teased with a grin. Su Mo pouted. How would I know? They all know I'm a boy yet remain so excited. They're ignoring all the beauties on the playground. The three exchanged knowing glances, then broke into smiles of mutual understanding. Could it be that their excitement stems from the fact that you are a boy? Chapter 49. Suemo fainted after nearly half an hour of relentless exertion. Only the seated forward bend and long-distance run remained. Goodness, is this seated forward bend even feasible? My back feels as if it might snap from just this tiny distance. Zhao Wen rose from the mat, clutching his waist with a grimace of agony. This only served to affirm that the two of them were indeed tough as nails, possessing an indomitable spirit. Had it not been for Su Bin's abysmal performance in the seated forward bend, Suemo might have almost believed it. Come on, Xiaoemo. It's finally your turn to face the music, Zhang Yang remarked. They recalled the last physical assessment when Sumo's performance in the seated forward bend was equally dismal. Brothers in arms should share both glory and disgrace. After all, you mustn't mock me. I didn't laugh at you.
Sumori tortid.
Slowly making her way to the mat. Taking a deep breath, she bent her slender waist and pushed forward. Upon closer inspection, she realized her waist was remarkably slender. Truly, she was my goddess. Moreover, her flexibility was astounding. A mere bend in the seated forward position nearly garnered a perfect score. Though she was displeased at being referred to as a goddess, it seemed they were implying she was close to achieving a perfect score. Suemo, taken aback, raised her head in confusion, uncertain of what had transpired. As she attempted to push a little further, she discovered her body had become extraordinarily pliable, effortlessly achieving a perfect score. Zhao Wen and the others gaped in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping. No way, Xiaomo. How on earth did you manage that? Last time, you were as rigid as us. I don't really know. It just happened with a crack, you should understand, Suemo weakly explained. What does crack mean? It sounds akin to a bone fracture. Suemo surmised that since her height had diminished upon becoming a girl, it was plausible her body had grown more flexible as well. Oh, never mind that. Let us focus on the upcoming long-distance run. We don't want a repeat of nearly failing like last time. The group was not truly incapable of running. Rather, their late-night escapades in the dormitory left them fearful of sprinting too quickly and fainting. At that moment, the physical education teacher overseeing the event approached. Students, please line up by batches. It's almost your turn on the track. The impending grueling 1,000 meters had many lamenting their fate. Yet, a few with athletic prowess began to provoke one another. You think you can outrun me? With Goddess Suemo as my companion. Let us see if you can keep up. Oh, you think you're so clever? I fear you won't even catch a whiff of my exhaust as I leave you behind. The sports committee member stood in front of Suemo, turning back with a self-assured grin. Suemo, remember to run behind me. My sturdy frame can shield you from the wind. How cringeworthy. This is just too much. Suemo could only manage an awkward yet polite smile, saying, Thank you, but I haven't been feeling well lately and may not be able to keep up with you. I see. I'll wait for you at the finish line. Do not inquire why I cannot accompany you at a leisurely pace. I have become enamored with the exhilarating sensation of sprinting and cannot turn back. Suemo found herself at a loss for words. This person was not only insufferably slick but also rather juvenile. You may take to the track now. Please heed my starting command. Anyone who jumps the gun will have to retake the test. The physical education teacher's announcement freed Suemo from her embarrassment. Rather than vying for the front position, Suemo stood back with her roommates. Xiaoemo, aren't you quite fast at long-distance running? Why are you standing with our trio of slackers? I'm merely being kind-hearted, keeping you company. As long as I pass, that's all that matters, Suemo replied casually. There was no way she could admit that her legs felt weak from the family visit, and her physical condition had noticeably declined. Nevertheless, it was just 1,000 meters. She could push through it. When did Xiaoemo become so kind-hearted and beautiful? Just don't lap us while running, the trio of slackers mused skeptically. Most people have likely experienced this. During long runs, one promises to slack off with friends, only to find themselves left far behind at the start. Upon inquiry afterward, the response is often, What? I was running slowly. Suemo felt a pang of anxiety. Her legs still lacked strength, and she was uncertain if she could even finish within the passing mark. Soon, the teacher's voice rang out, Take your positions, prepare to run. At the sound of the command, several boys shot forward like arrows released from a bow. Hearing the starting signal, Suemo also began to move forward at a gentle pace. At first, she managed to keep up with the main group, But as time passed, her speed gradually diminished. The trio of slackers began to catch up with her, sensing something was amiss. Today, Suemo truly seemed to be slacking off. Xiaomo, if you're struggling, don't force yourself, just run with us, and I assure you'll pass. Suemo remained silent, focusing on regulating her breath. However, the fatigue intensified, and her legs felt as though they were weighed down with lead, refusing to lift. The sun bore down with a fierce intensity, causing her to feel faint, compelling her to slow her pace. Oh no, I must have been overly optimistic about my condition. She gasped for breath, her legs trembling from weakness, her complexion paling. A few strands of hair on her forehead, dampened by sweat, clung to her delicate face, adding an air of fragile beauty. Are you all right, Xiaomo? You don't seem well, the slackers, now nearly overtaking her, asked with concern. I'm fine, just a bit tired, Suemo insisted, unwilling to reveal her discomfort. Stop pretending. Let us accompany you at a slower pace, they insisted, unyielding in their decision to slow down. Don't you all fear failing in sports? Suemo felt a surge of emotion, yet she did not wish to be the cause of their potential failure. If we are to fail, let us fail together. After all, there will still be a chance for a retest. The four of them continued to jog leisurely, indifferent to those who overtook them from behind. At last, they crossed the finish line, and Suemo felt a tightness in her chest, her head spinning increasingly. It was quite a challenge, yet they had finally reached the end. Zhao Wen wiped the sweat from his forehead and reflected. Is Xiaomo all right? How do you feel? I suppose I'm fine, she replied, but soon her vision became increasingly blurred, and she faintly sensed that she had collapsed to the ground, surrounded by shouts. Oh no! It seems our goddess Suemo has fainted. Could it be heat stroke?
Xiao Montag. Xiao Montag.
Boss, we must hurry and take Xiaomo to the infirmary. Chapter 50. The mummy bandage? Exquisite silken wrap. Ouch. My head aches terribly. Suemo furrowed her brow, grappling with the discomfort of her throbbing headache, slowly opening her weary eyes. The scene before her was somewhat blurred, but her vision gradually became clearer. She realized she was lying in an unfamiliar place. A room as pristine as freshly fallen snow, with white ceilings, white walls, and white bedding. An eerie silence enveloped her, punctuated only by the gentle hum of the air conditioning and the faint scent of antiseptics. Suemo lay still, attempting to piece together her disoriented thoughts. After a brief moment, she recalled what had transpired. Oh yes, she had collapsed after running 1,000 meters, and in front of a crowd no less. The mere thought sent her cheeks aflame with embarrassment. This was not just any ordinary social faux pas. It was utterly mortifying. However, as she reminisced about the moments leading up to her fainting spell, she vaguely remembered that several individuals closest to her were her roommates. Surely, they must have carried her here. Though she felt a tinge of shame, she couldn't help but acknowledge their loyalty. This thought provided her with a modicum of solace. Wait a moment, I was carried here? The realization struck her like a bolt, leaving her pale with fright. This implied contact. How awkward! The more she pondered, the redder her face became, and her body grew increasingly flushed. No, she needed to return and discreetly inquire about what had transpired. Just as she prepared to sit up, the door to the school infirmary swung open, revealing a nurse clad in a white coat. Sumo's heart leaped into her throat. Surely, she wouldn't require her to undress for a physical examination? After all, her student ID still indicated her as male. She anxiously met the nurse's gaze, which held a hint of reproach. Young lady, what am I to say to you? You're a university student now. Surely you understand that engaging in strenuous activity during your menstrual period is ill-advised. And did you skip lunch to go running? No wonder you fainted. She concluded by gently pinching Sumo's cheek. At that moment, Suemo was less concerned about being called young lady than she was about whether her secret had been discovered by her roommates. Thus, she inquired, I would like to ask. Before she could finish her sentence, the nurse lightly pressed her back onto the bed. All right, just lie down and rest. I know you want to know who brought you here. Suemo obediently reclined, nodding her head. 3 boys brought you here together. Given their anxious demeanor, it seems your relationship is rather special, the nurse remarked. a mischievous smile playing on her lips as she tucked a strand of hair behind Sumo's ear. Once upon a time, when she was youthful and beautiful, she had also attracted a throng of admirers. Dear girl, you are quite lovely. If you let your hair grow long, how splendid that would be. Tell me, are there many boys chasing you at school? Seeing the nurse's expression, Sumo realized her mind had wandered astray. No, we are merely classmates. There's no need for explanations. After all, I have experienced this myself and understand. The nurse remarked with a smile. They are still waiting outside for you to wake up. Would you like me to call them in? Sumo instinctively wanted to decline but then nodded. She thought it might be better to face the inevitable, as the anxiety gnawed at her and made her feel utterly uncomfortable. As the school nurse moved to open the door, Sumo nervously lowered her head, her fingers anxiously gripping the bedsheet. Don't be afraid, Sumo. If discovered, just say you have a rare intersex condition. It will be all right, she reassured herself with deep breaths. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and soon, the first person reached her side, a handsome face filled with concern. Sumo's face was etched with surprise. Li Linyun, what are you doing here? Panic surged within her. It seemed everyone in the dormitory would soon learn she was actually a girl. The seniors called me to say you fainted. I was worried, so I came to check on you, he replied, relief washing over him upon seeing she was awake. Not only was Sumo astonished by Li Linyun's arrival, but the school nurse was equally taken aback. It appeared this young lady was indeed quite popular, with another striking young man joining the fray. Based on her extensive experience with relationship dramas, she concluded that this one was certainly the main contender. They say love rivals become particularly wary upon meeting. Thus, it was best for her to provide some space for the youth. You two chat. I shall not intrude. However, this is school, no fighting even if something arises, she advised, leaving the group perplexed but focusing on Sumo's condition. Is there anywhere else you're feeling unwell? If so, please let me know, and I will take you to a private hospital for a few days of recuperation, Li Linyun said, gently touching her forehead with the back of his hand, noting she wasn't feverish, clearly not suffering from heatstroke. No need for that. I'm not so fragile. A little rest and I'll be fine, she replied. What was with Li Linyun's overly intimate demeanor? Her roommates were watching, the trio standing by exchanged glances, feeling like third wheels, and decided it best to discreetly slip away. They shared a silent understanding and quietly retreated towards the door. Seeing them prepare to escape made Sumo anxious. She still hadn't gauged whether they had discovered her secret. With noticeable tension, she asked, Wait, don't go just yet. Did you carry me here? Was there anything strange while you were carrying me? The trio hadn't expected to be caught so quickly and awkwardly scratched their heads. We intended to carry you, but we were worried about sweating too much and dirtying you. Plus, there was a stretcher being used for a first aid class on the field, so we placed you on it and brought you over. Upon hearing this, Sumo sighed in relief. Thankfully, she was spared from a frightful misunderstanding. However, Zhao Wen seemed to recall something. But what? Sumo's heart began to race once more. Zhao Wen scratched his head and remarked, Your clothing appears somewhat sheer. I seem to have caught a glimpse of something akin to the bandages adorning a mummy. What purpose do they serve? As he spoke, he gestured with his hands. Oh! Sumo cried out, hastily seizing the quilt to cover her head. Wasn't that precisely the ultra-smooth wrap gifted to her by the system? The others looked on in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the reason behind Sumo's overwhelming reaction. Chapter 51. Everyone wants to see Sumo in women's clothing. Zhang Yang furrowed his brows, pondering the bandage-like material wrapped around Sumo. Wasn't that something akin to a girl's chest binder? The group, initially perplexed, soon realized the truth. However, why would a boy like Sumo wear such an item? An absurd yet plausible thought crossed their minds. Could it be that Sumo was actually a girl? In fact, they had previously harbored doubts about Sumo's gender. After all, his exquisitely delicate features and captivating aura were strikingly beautiful, surpassing that of many girls. While they had seen videos of boys who looked stunning after makeup, it was hard to believe there existed a boy so naturally enchanting. Yet, upon deeper reflection, that notion seemed untenable. They had all shared the restroom together, and there was no mistaking the reality of his anatomy. Surely, their little brother wouldn't just vanish one day, right? After much contemplation, the trio ultimately dismissed the idea of Suemo being a girl. Life was not a novel, and the notion of a roommate suddenly transforming into a girl was simply too far-fetched. As their gazes flitted between Li Linyun and Suemo, a sigh escaped their lips. What a pity it would be if Suemo were a girl, for then he could rightfully be with Air.
Unbeknownst to Suemo.
Within mere seconds, his gender had undergone a convoluted transformation in the minds of his friends, from male to female and back again. Yet, upon hearing them refer to it as a binder, Suemo felt a warmth creeping across his face. What to do? After carefully concealing this for so long, it felt as though today was the day of exposure. Just as he prepared to cast aside the blanket and face reality, Li Linyun unexpectedly came to his aid. You're overthinking it. This is not a binder at all. Suemo accidentally injured his back yesterday and went to the hospital for a bandage, Li Linyun stated with utmost seriousness. Suemo, hidden beneath the covers, was utterly bewildered. Huh? When did that happen? Weren't they on a date yesterday? He lowered the blanket and met Li Linyun's gaze, finding a reassuring smile on his lips, as if to convey that he would take care of everything. Ah, so that's what happened. The others nodded in understanding, but then someone questioned, wait, how did you know that, Air? And Suemo, hasn't he been in the dorm these past couple of days? Something felt amiss. It was exceedingly suspicious. If Suemo had been absent from the dorm all day, yet Li Linyun knew he was wrapped in hospital bandages, could only imply that they had spent the previous day together. While it was not uncommon for roommates to have a day out and not return at night, Suemo had clearly not been truthful when asked about his whereabouts. Well, Li Linyun said, his gaze slightly evasive, I happened to run into Suemo last night and saw that he was injured, so I accompanied him to the hospital. Initially, I intended to share this with you, but it was too late, so I refrained from disturbing you. Zhang Yang stroked his chin, feeling that something was amiss. Suddenly, he recalled the overly concerned tone Li Linyun had while answering a call last night, along with the faint fragrance lingering on his clothes upon his return. How is it that I detect a scent on your attire, so strikingly similar to that which belongs to Xiaomo? Zhang Yang queried with suspicion, his gaze fixated on Li Linyun. A sudden unease gripped Li Linyun. As the saying goes, concern breeds chaos. In his eagerness to defend Suemo, the usually composed individual found himself in a state of slight disarray. Stealing a glance at Suemo, who wore an anxious expression, he swiftly devised a plan. Do not overthink, I merely purchased some perfume, and it is likely just a coincidence that the scent resembles hers, Li Linyun asserted, attempting to maintain his composure. Oh, Zhang Yang drawled, his tone laden with meaning. I see, but when did you develop a penchant for perfume? Li Linyun was momentarily at a loss for words, having previously claimed to dislike using fragrances. Suemo chuckled helplessly. It appeared Li Linyun was not particularly adept at deceiving his friends. Li Linyun, let us speak candidly, Suemo suggested, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. This took Li Linyun by surprise, yet he inhaled deeply and revealed the truth. In fact, yesterday, Xiaomo accompanied me to meet my parents. Zhang Yang and the others stood aghast. They had not anticipated that they had already met the parents. Did this not imply that their relationship was progressing? After a moment of stunned silence, the three finally reacted. You two have been hiding your relationship quite well. However, do your parents know that Xiaomo is actually a boy? Sumo's face turned even redder. She was uncertain whether Li Linyun, the big fool, had inadvertently spoken such a misleading statement. Do not listen to Li Linyun's nonsensical chatter. I merely accompanied him to meet his parents, but I was just pretending to be his girlfriend. Ah, so that is the case. Zhang Yang and the others suddenly understood, their expressions transforming into knowing smiles. So how is your relationship developing? Are there plans to turn this charade into reality? Suemo was nearly exasperated. I am truly at my wit's end with this bunch of rascals. Each one of them is already in a relationship, yet they revel in such melodramatic scenarios. Except for Zhao Wen, of course. He might genuinely prefer such affairs. Wait, since you met the parents, Xiaomo, you must have been dressed as a girl, right? You only wore it for the second son and not for us? That is quite biased. Zhao Wen teased. Previously, under a series of fortuitous circumstances, they had seen Suemo in a cosplay resembling a character from a game. Setting aside other aspects, Her facial features alone could flawlessly embody the beauty of a two-dimensional character. However, they had yet to witness her in proper feminine attire, and the mere thought of it filled them with anticipation. Indeed, let us see how Xiao Mo looks in women's clothing, the other two chimed in. Li Linyun turned to Su Mo, smiling as he inquired, "Is that permissible, Xiao Mo? I too am quite eager to see." Sumo's face flushed crimson once more as she shot a reproachful glare at Li Linyun. Her voice laced with frustration. "Why are you asking me? If you dare to acquiesce to this request, I shall strangle you." Yet, Li Linyun appeared oblivious to her threat. Turning to Zhang Yang and the others, he remarked, "Very well. Once Xiao Mo has regained her health, we shall have her showcase it for us." Hooray! Zhang Yang and the others erupted in jubilant cheers. Truly, he was the second eldest, a quintessential Sigma male, utterly unperturbed by his wife's ire. Su Mo felt a wave of despair wash over her. How could she be surrounded by such mischievous friends? How would she ever hold her head high before them again? She glared indignantly at Li Linyun, astonished to discover such a scheming side to his typically gentle demeanor. In her heart, she silently vowed that, when the opportunity arose, she would certainly report him to her grandfather, ensuring he received his due reprimand. Chapter 52. Oh, Li Linyun. Xie Wanning sat languidly on the office sofa, one hand propped under her chin while the other idly played with her hair. How dreadfully boring it was. She yearned to seek out Mo for some company. Dressed in a professional outfit, she wore a black skirt that gracefully reached just above her knees, showcasing her long, slender legs. No. It couldn't always be her taking the initiative to invite Mo. This time, she must wait for Mo to reach out to her. Recently, the company had been exceptionally busy, with numerous matters requiring her personal attention, leaving her little time to spare. Once her workload lightened, her first thought was to invite Su Mo out to play, as nurturing their relationship was essential. However, one day while perusing their chat history, she stumbled upon a harsh reality. She had always been the one to initiate their conversations. Initially, Xie Wanning believed that Su Mo had simply grown accustomed to her taking the lead. Humph! If I refrain from messaging Mo for 2 days, she will surely come crying to me, begging for my attention. Xie Wanning could vividly imagine Su Mo throwing herself into her arms, acting adorably upon their reunion. Yet, as is often the case, ideals are lush while reality is stark. 2 days had passed, and still, Su Mo had not sent her a single message. Now, Xie Wanning found herself increasingly restless, repeatedly refreshing her phone screen in eager anticipation of Sumo's words. Yet, her phone remained as silent as ever, leading her to question whether the office's signal was poor. Could it be that Mo truly did not care for her? Lying back on the sofa, she squeezed the little monster Su Mo had gifted her, a wave of disappointment washing over her. Surely, Mo was simply too busy with her studies to check her phone, especially with finals approaching. She resolved to wait a little longer, but half an hour later, there was still no word from Su Mo Sai. It seemed she had to take the initiative once more. After all, how could she resist her fondness for Mo? Unable to contain herself any longer, Xie Wanning craved to hear Sumo's sweet voice. "Hello? What's up, Wanning Jia?" Sumo's voice was tinged with nervousness. Mo, what are you up to right now? You haven't been chatting with me lately. I'm almost bored to death. Xie Wanning complained, though her heart swelled with joy at hearing Sumo's voice. Su Mo glanced at her roommates, who were in a heated discussion, uncertain of how to respond. If it were up to me, we should have Su Mo wear a maid outfit. Just imagining it sends my heart racing. The others nodded in enthusiastic agreement. Another voice chimed in, "Oh, that's not bad, but I think a sailor suit would be even better. A short one would perfectly showcase little Mo's figure. Pair it with a black pleated skirt. And oh, just thinking about it is delightful." This suggestion immediately resonated with the others, igniting a spirited discussion. Don't you all want to see Su Mo dressed as a beautiful and gentle nurse? Imagine Su Mo clad in a pristine white nurse's uniform, a gentle smile gracing her lips as her delicate hands tenderly caress your forehead. She would solicitously inquire, "Sir, do you feel any discomfort?" Under her soothing care, you would gradually drift into slumber. After hearing such an enticing depiction, many couldn't help but swallow hard. yearning for Suemo to don the nurse's attire without delay. Now, it's your turn to voice your opinion, they urged Li Linyun, for he possessed the unique ability to persuade Suemo to willingly dress in feminine attire, thereby holding the most authority in this matter. Li Linyun nodded slightly. Hold on. Give me a moment to contemplate. His expression bore a mix of determination and seriousness, prompting Zhao Wen and the others to hold their breath. This was air in serious mode, exuding an undeniable aura of pressure. In truth, Li Linyun's mind was nearing a meltdown. He merely wished to see Suemo in a floral dress again, unaware that they were keen on the idea of maid outfits, sailor uniforms, and nurse attire. Thus, he turned his gaze towards Suemo, envisioning her adorned in such garments. Ah! Ayun, do you think I would look strange dressed like this? Suemo gently tugged at the hem of her dress, her charming face flushed with embarrassment, her eyes brimming with tears. Li Linyun felt his thoughts become a whirlwind. Xia Wanqing, hearing the commotion on the other end of the line, curiously inquired, Mo, why is it so noisy over there? Suemo hurriedly stepped onto the balcony, lowering her voice as she replied, It's nothing, Sister Wanqing. My roommates are just joking around. What fun discussions are you all having? Do share with your sister. Remembering how her roommates insisted on persuading her to wear alluring women's clothing, Sumo's cheeks flushed deeply. After a moment of hesitation, she stammered, It's nothing, just some daily topics. By the way, Sister Wanqing, are you tired from work today? A bit fatigued, but chatting with you makes it all worthwhile. Xia Wanqing smiled. Mo, are you free tomorrow? Let's go shopping together. Tomorrow? She turned to glance at Li Linyun. If there were no pressing matters, Suemo would gladly accompany Xia Wanqing. However, she had already promised Li Linyun to continue playing the role of his girlfriend the following day, to ease the worries of Li Yi. Suemo considered herself not one to prioritize romance over friendship. Thus, since both Xia Wanqing and Li Linyun had extended invitations, she felt compelled to adhere to the order of precedence. I'm sorry, Sister Wanqing, but I already have plans for tomorrow. However, if you are free the day after, I can spend the entire day with you. Xia Wanqing accepted with delight, knowing that Suemo could accompany her for a full day thereafter, making the wait for tomorrow worthwhile. After hanging up, Suemo returned to the dormitory, where she found her companions gazing at her expectantly. With a sigh, she remarked, So, whether it's a maid outfit or a sailor uniform, I suppose the nurse's outfit is somewhat acceptable too. In truth, she had no desire to wear women's clothing, especially in front of acquaintances. However, unable to withstand the persistent coaxing of a few individuals, I contemplated that if I donned this attire just this once, they would cease their incessant requests for me to don women's clothing in the future. But it seems otherwise. Suemo let out a sigh. Could it be that these people had experienced a pang of conscience and intended to select some conventional women's garments? Yet, something felt amiss. Why did they all wear expressions of such excitement? And why did Li Linyun consistently avoid meeting my gaze? So what exactly do you wish for me to wear? Suemo swallowed hard, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Ahem, let me clarify, this was a suggestion put forth by your beloved Li Linyun, and we bear no responsibility for it. Suemo cast a sidelong glance at Li Linyun, who appeared oblivious, engrossed in his phone with a serious demeanor. Well, I must state it clearly. Never mind, I shall show you the image instead. Zhao Wen opened a picture. It was a sweater. Sumo's teeth clenched in frustration. This is a backless sweater. Oh, you Li Linyun. Chapter 53. Perhaps I should forgive you. As dawn broke the following day, Suemo prepared to rise and make her way to the restroom. Upon drawing back the bed curtain, she discovered that Zhao Wen and the others had yet to slumber. Have you all pulled another all-nighter? Were you engaged in gaming once more? Suemo rubbed her bleary eyes and propped herself up in bed. Startled, the three hastily tucked away their phones, fearing that she might glimpse the images of backless sweaters displayed on their screens, each more revealing than the last. Ah! We weren't doing anything, one of them stammered. By the way, Suemo, when is the second brother coming to pick you up? The mere mention of Li Linyun caused a frown to settle upon Suemo's delicate features. When her roommates had expressed a desire to see her dressed as a girl, she had anticipated that Li Linyun would help her decline the suggestion. To her dismay, he had joined in the teasing. Moreover, He had even insisted that she wear a backless sweater. Truly perverse. How shameless. What a fool. The more she pondered, the more incensed she became, her face reddening like a freshly boiled shrimp. She threw off her covers and climbed out of bed, muttering in defiance. Humph, I refuse to pretend to be his girlfriend. He can find someone else if he wishes. When the time comes, I'll simply say to his father, "Hello, uncle. I am actually your son's roommate. We have known each other for 2 years and are genuinely in love. I hope you will support us." After venting her frustrations about Li Linyoon to her roommates, Suemo felt considerably lighter and stretched lazily as she made her way to the bathroom. By the way, don't you think Suemo's demeanor just now resembled that of a girl sulking over her boyfriend? Zhao Wen remarked, observing Suemo's retreating figure. Subin nodded. You're right. Suemo's behavior is indeed reminiscent of how my girlfriend acts when she is upset, especially that touch of pride. Strikingly similar. Yet, there is still a distinction. At least your girlfriend cannot compare to Suemo's beauty. You have a point. Subin fell silent, unable to retort. After emerging from the bathroom, Suemo lingered in bed for a while longer. Before long, her phone began to ring. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was a call from Li Linyoon. Initially inclined to hang up, she ultimately acquiesced, albeit reluctantly, to answer the call. Suemo, I'm downstairs. Where are you now? Li Linyoon glanced at his watch, noting that they were already 20 minutes past the agreed time. Given Suemo's usual punctuality, this was unexpected. Oh, I'm still in the dormitory. I can't move. Please come up and take me down. With that, she abruptly ended the call, not allowing Li Linyoon the chance to respond. Exasperated, Li Linyoon rubbed his forehead, realizing she was genuinely upset. Did I overstep yesterday? He hurriedly approached the dormitory door. Upon entering, he found Zhao Wen and the others regarding him with pitying eyes, as if to say, "Take heart, second brother." Suemo appears to be beyond consolation. Li Linyoon wore an expression of resignation as he crouched beside Suemo's bed and gently tapped the curtain with his knuckles. Hey, what are you doing? Reluctantly, Suemo drew back the bed curtains, revealing Li Linyoon squatting at the foot of her bed, a hint of guilt etched on his face.
I apologize, Xiao Montag.
It was wrong of me yesterday to let you wear such attire. Li Linyoon sincerely expressed his regret. Observing his remorseful demeanor, Suemo felt a significant portion of her resentment dissipate. Yet she remained obstinate, retorting, "As long as you understand, that's enough. However, I am not ready to forgive you just yet. How about I buy you the latest figurine? Will you forgive me then?" With his understanding of Suemo, he was confident that this strategy would guarantee her forgiveness. The latest figurine, and since Li Linyoon would be footing the bill, it implied he could purchase something extravagantly priced. Under the allure of monetary persuasion, Suemo relented. "Well, all right, I forgive you." Instantly, her anger evaporated, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the figurine. "Let's hurry. I'll take you for breakfast first, and then we can visit Grandpa. He has been asking about you." Li Linyoon beamed as he helped Suemo off the bed, completely ignoring the 3 disapproving gazes behind them. "Wait, I haven't washed my face or brushed my teeth yet." Suemo broke free from Li Linyoon's grasp and rushed into the bathroom. A few minutes later, she emerged. "Ready. Let's go. We might not be back tonight," she said, and together they departed the dormitory. Zhao Wen and the others exchanged knowing glances, each wearing expressions that conveyed their expectation of such an outcome. It seemed that the second son's grandfather held a fondness for Xiaomo, making it difficult for the two to avoid marriage. Alas, despite Xiaomo's beauty, he was still a boy, and their relationship was fated to lead nowhere. Led nowhere? Nonsense. Can't the second son find the best doctor in Thailand? One chimed in. If they were to marry, wouldn't we be in for some lavish red envelopes?
Li Linyoon guided Suemo to an exquisitely decorated establishment.
At the entrance stood 2 tall women clad in red kipeos, smiling as they bowed in greeting. Upon entering, a server led them to a windowside table and presented the menu along with tea. "Is this really a place for breakfast?" Suemo queried, glancing at the menu, which featured delicacies such as steamed chicken feet, shrimp dumplings, steamed ribs, money bags, rice rolls, and sticky rice chicken. "This is Cantonese dim sum, a specialty from Guangdong." This restaurant is quite renowned and has recently opened a branch nearby, Li Linyun explained. After hearing his description, Su Mo decided to order several visually appealing dishes, having never tasted them before. Soon, an array of exquisite dim sum was presented at their table. Su Mo picked up a shrimp dumpling and savored it, the succulent shrimp and tender dumpling skin eliciting her delighted praise. This shrimp dumpling is delicious, she remarked with a satisfied smile, eagerly sampling the other offerings. Seeing Su Mo's radiant joy brought warmth to Li Linyun's heart. If you enjoy it, I'll make it a point to bring you here often. Chapter 54. Fantasies about Li Linyun. Su Mo cast her gaze out of the car window, savoring the scenery along the way. She remained seated in the passenger seat beside Li Linyun, gently swaying her slender, elegant legs. With a radiant smile, her spirits were evidently high. So, when do you plan to take me to buy figurines? I truly cannot wait even a second longer. Let us go in the evening. I have a friend who knows a wonderful figurine store that will surely satisfy you, Li Linyun replied with a smile, realizing that being with Su Mo effortlessly brought a smile to his face. Is this what happiness feels like? Quite delightful indeed. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, soon arriving at an upscale villa district. Su Mo, gazing at the unfamiliar scenery outside, couldn't help but feel puzzled. Li Linyun, where are we? This is the villa community in the city center. Our family used to live here some time ago. As he spoke, a nostalgic expression graced Li Linyun's face. By the way, my sister currently resides nearby. Perhaps we might even run into her. In Li Linyun's memory, the bond between the two was quite strong, even exceeding that of typical close friends. However, this seemingly casual remark startled Su Mo. If Sister Wan Ning were to discover that she was pretending to be Li Linyun's girlfriend, it would undoubtedly result in a lengthy lecture. The car finally came to a halt in the courtyard of a villa. Although it had been unoccupied for a considerable time, regular maintenance and cleaning had kept it in pristine condition. Nestled within a tranquil scenic area, the villa exuded serenity and elegance. With a design that harmoniously blended classical and modern styles, it retained the graceful charm of traditional architecture while incorporating the simplicity and grandeur of contemporary design. The exterior was striking and artistically captivating. Surrounding the villa were lush trees and a vibrant array of flowers. However, what captivated Su Mo's attention most was the swimming pool in the yard. Occupying one corner of the courtyard, the pool was quite spacious. Sunlight danced upon the shimmering water surface, revealing the clear depths where blue tiles adorned the bottom. Beside the pool rested several lounge chairs, accompanied by oversized umbrellas. Wow! Lying there soaking up the sun while sipping on a chilled beverage would be such a delightful experience, Su Mo exclaimed. Gazing at the pool, she couldn't help but recall a scene from a comic she had read. The male lead and his friend lounged comfortably on chairs, their attention drawn to the beautiful women in bikinis swimming in the pool, eagerly commenting on each one's physique and comparing who was more alluring. Then the female lead approached, a jealous expression on her face, complaining, "You big fool. What on earth are you looking at? Hurry up and apply sunscreen on me." Though it was her own request, the male lead would undoubtedly blush when he actually helped her with the sunscreen. Sighing, Su Mo mused, "I wish I could apply sunscreen on a girl too. It certainly seems pleasant. But under such glaring sunlight, the skin would surely tan. Remember to apply some sunscreen first." Li Linyun's words interrupted Su Mo's thoughts, and inexplicably, she found herself envisioning the scene of him applying sunscreen on her skin. Su Mo dared not dwell on it any longer. Her delicate face flushed a deep crimson as she touched her warm cheeks. What on earth am I thinking? Imagining Li Linyun applying sunscreen on me? How utterly embarrassing. Could it be that my estrogen levels have surged since visiting relatives? Yes, that must be it. It is merely a natural physiological reaction. I absolutely do not harbor any fantasies about Li Linyun. Noticing Su Mo's blushing face, Li Linyun asked with concern, "Xiao Mo, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell?" Su Mo quickly waved her hand, unable to meet his gaze, stammering, I'm fine. It's just a bit hot outside. Let us go inside." Li Linyun nodded, realizing that Xiao Mo's blushing was a result of the heat. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, they found no sign of the butler or the maids, only Grandpa Li standing there with a welcoming smile. "Su girl, have you missed your grandpa?" he said, then turned to Li Linyun. You rascal. Don't you know to hold an umbrella for Su girl? Her delicate skin will surely tan if exposed to the sun. Su Mo stepped forward and linked her arm with the old man's, saying, Grandpa, please don't blame Ayun. I applied sunscreen so he didn't need to hold an umbrella. As the three entered the living room, Su Mo was immediately captivated by the opulent decor. A magnificent crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, its brilliance dazzling. The luxurious sofas and carpets created a warm and inviting atmosphere. Grandpa, this villa is absolutely stunning.
Su Mo exclaimed.
Her beautiful peach blossom eyes widening in awe at the decor. Haha, I'm glad you like it. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, just tell Grandpa, as this will be your home from now on. Grandpa Li responded with a smile. By the way, Xiaomo, there are many rooms upstairs. You can choose one that you like. Li Linyun said gently, and Su Mo nodded obediently, following him upstairs. However, she was interrupted by Grandpa Li's voice. Ahem, Xiaomo, this villa has been unoccupied for a long time, and only Linyun's room is clean. How about you stay in Linyun's room for a night? Grandpa Li said earnestly. This foolish grandson of mine really doesn't seize such a good opportunity. I must intervene myself. Su Mo stole a glance at Li Linyun, who appeared somewhat embarrassed. Grandpa, that might not be appropriate. Su Mo's voice dwindled. Since there were also rooms for the butler and maids, the previous villa had no extra rooms available. Other than sharing a room with Li Linyun, she had no alternative. However, ever since visiting relatives, she had refrained from sleeping in the same room with him, as the risks were too great. Yet Grandpa Li waved his hand dismissively. What's inappropriate about it? You are a couple and both of you are in your 20s. It's perfectly normal to sleep together. After saying this, he even winked at Li Linyun. In truth, the villa is regularly maintained by dedicated staff, ensuring each room is impeccably clean. As for why Grandpa Li chose to fabricate the truth, it was his hope that Li Linyun would strive to achieve more, enabling him to embrace his great-grandson sooner. Well, very well then.
Su Mo reluctantly acquiesced.
Alas, one can only wish that no relatives would visit this evening. Chapter 55. Couples photographed during the twilight hours. Su Mo and Li Linyun strolled along the outskirts of a villa community. The evening glow unfurled across the sky like a painted scroll, as the orange-yellow rays of the setting sun caressed Su Mo's face. Bathed in the golden light, her porcelain-like skin radiated a delicate blush, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, enchanting and captivating. Her eyes resembled clear autumn waters, with a straight and dainty nose complementing the beauty below. Her tender lips, kissed by the sunset's glow, appeared even more rosy, evoking an irresistible desire to taste the sweet fragrance of her smile. The villa community thrived with life at dusk, as a group of children laughed and chased each other, their joyous voices filling the air. Nearby, several mothers tenderly watched their little ones, occasionally exchanging parenting tips and mundane anecdotes, their faces adorned with smiles of contentment and bliss, creating a scene of warmth and affection. Yet, to Li Linyun, this heartwarming tableau felt as if it were blurred, with only Su Mo's exquisite profile remaining sharply defined in his mind. A lyric suddenly came to him, encapsulating his feelings. In the crowd, you belong solely to me, resonating perfectly with his current emotions. Grandfather is quite something, sending us out right after dinner. It's still early, and there's nowhere to go, he mused. Early is good. Is there anywhere special you wish to visit? I'll take you there. Su Mo, resting her chin thoughtfully on her delicate hand, replied, How about Chendao Lake? I've been here for 2 years and haven't been there yet. Chendao Lake sounds splendid, but don't you wish to see West Lake? Li Linyun inquired, noting West Lake's fame was likely far greater than that of Chendao Lake. I've been to West Lake before, and it was so crowded that I couldn't truly enjoy it. I went with high hopes but returned disappointed. Su Mo pouted, recalling how she had longed for a joyful day only to feel disheartened by the throngs of people. Then let us choose Chendao Lake. Although it's a bit far, we should arrive in about an hour. For Li Linyun, both destinations held equal appeal, as long as he could be with Su Mo. An hour later, the sun had dipped below the horizon, replaced by a silver moon suspended in the dome of the sky. Mist enveloped Chendao Lake, cloaking it in a delicate veil of beauty. Dressed in a flowing white dress, Suemo wandered along the banks of Chendao Lake, her beautiful eyes surveying the surroundings. Li Linyun followed closely behind, admiring her slender silhouette. Under the moonlight, the scene was almost too beautiful to be real, leaving him questioning if he were dreaming. As a gentle breeze stirred Sumo's hair, her unique fragrance wafted towards Li Linyun. Tucking a strand behind her ear, she turned to him, her face lit up with a joyful smile as she pointed towards a nearby fountain. Let us go to the fountain. It's so beautiful with its lights. Without waiting for Li Linyun's response, Suemo tugged at the hem of his shirt, leading him towards the fountain. Li Linyun could sense the aroma of her presence intensifying as she drew closer to him. His heart quivered, and his body seemed to move of its own accord. The two arrived by the fountain, witnessing the magnificent interplay of vibrant lights and splashing water. How extraordinarily beautiful this is. Sumo's mouth slightly agape. Her astonishment was evident on her face. Observing Sumo's adorable expression, Li Linyun couldn't help but chuckle softly. There will be a fountain performance around 8 o'clock tonight, lasting approximately an hour. Would you like to see it? A hesitant look crossed Sumo's face as she replied, I would love to, but we have to wait an hour. Perhaps we should come back another time. Li Linyun nodded. Since Suemo suggested waiting for another opportunity, it provided him with yet another reason to invite her out. A click of a camera drew their attention, and they turned to see a girl holding a camera, looking rather embarrassed. I apologize. You both are just too stunning, and I couldn't resist taking a picture. It was certainly not my intention to intrude, she explained. You must be a couple, right? You seem so perfectly matched. Li Linyun and Suemo exchanged smiles, refraining from contradicting her. Your camera is quite impressive. Would you mind taking another picture of us together? The girl was taken aback for a moment but then nodded enthusiastically, akin to a chick pecking at grains. She had initially feared that the photo she snapped would be deleted, but here she was, being asked to take a couple's photo. Wait, what pose should we strike for the photo? Li Linyun inquired of Suemo, recalling that aside from official documents and graduation photos, he had rarely taken any pictures of himself. Suemo wrapped her arms around Li Linyun's, resting her head gently on his shoulder with a smile. With your handsome looks, what pose do you need? Ready? 1, 2, 3, cheese. After glancing at the photo in the camera, Suemo nodded in satisfaction. Could you send me the picture we just took? If possible, let us exchange WeChat. Naturally, the girl was thrilled at the prospect of adding a beautiful sister to her contact list, and they quickly exchanged WeChat information. I won't disturb you any longer. Enjoy your time together. The girl waved goodbye to Suemo. Suemo opened the group photo, pleased with the girl's photography skills. Li Linyun, look, we really do look like a couple in this picture. Li Linyun, unable to contain his curiosity, leaned in for a closer look. In the photograph, Suemo was beaming joyfully, her eyes crescent-shaped like the moon, while he appeared somewhat tense, his smile lacking naturalness. Nevertheless, with his striking features, he seemed to pull it off and they did resemble a genuine couple. Suemo, could you send me this picture? Li Linyun asked. Of course. This is our photo together. But you must promise not to post it on social media. It wouldn't be ideal if acquaintances saw it. Suemo insisted. Li Linyun nodded in agreement. Where shall we go next? I am uncertain as well. By the way, have your friends outside of school ever urged you to find a girlfriend? I can assist you in navigating the situation. Sumo's words stirred something within Li Linyun, prompting him to pick up his phone and dial a number. Let us gather everyone tonight. Let us meet at our usual spot. Is someone too lazy to come out? Then just tell them I found a girlfriend. Back in the car, Suemo observed the exhilarated expression on Li Linyun's face, perplexed by the sudden surge of his joy. Chapter 56. Your presence surpasses all. By the way, what is this old place you just mentioned? It sounds rather mysterious. Suemo inquired. Oh, it's merely a live house owned by a friend of mine. Occasionally, we gather there when we have the time, Li Linyun replied. Casting a glance at Suemo, Suemo was perplexed. She did not comprehend what a live house was. Did his friend happen to be a real estate agent? What on earth was this live house? She needed a more straightforward explanation. Well, it's somewhat akin to a bar, but its primary feature is live music performances. Beverages are merely supplementary, Li Linyun clarified. He would never have taken Suemo to a traditional bar, knowing she disliked such environments, nor did he find the noisy atmosphere appealing. He had visited a few times and found the ambience quite pleasant, devoid of unsavory characters. All right then, I'll accompany you, Suemo conceded. The mention of a bar instinctively provoked some resistance within her. She harbored an aversion to such places. However, with Li Linyun by her side and knowing it was his friend's establishment, she felt it should be acceptable. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of an opulently decorated live house. The surroundings were ablaze with lights, and an array of luxury vehicles lined the entrance. Men in designer attire swaggered by, accompanied by elegantly dressed women, their figures striking and alluring. Glancing down at her modest white dress, which barely reached 3 digits, Suemo frowned. Had she known, she would have worn the floral dress that Li Linyun gifted her. Noticing her hesitation, Li Linyun assumed she was reluctant to enter and said, "Are you not fond of this place? There are private booths inside, so you need not worry about being disturbed." Suemo shook her head. "It's not that. I just feel that everyone is dressed so beautifully, and I appear so ordinary. I worry I might stand out inappropriately." Li Linyun studied her intently. She wore a knee-length white dress, her slender calves exposed. Her dark hair danced gently in the breeze, and she tucked a loose strand behind her ear with her delicate hand. Clad solely in black and white, she was undeniably beautiful. "Ordinary? I find you quite stunning." Li Linyun smiled. "And what of their garish attire? The world is but a grand stage. Most who seem illustrious are often hollow within. I've encountered many such individuals. If you desire, I could summon the world's most renowned designer to create the most exquisite gown tailored just for you. Yet, you truly do not require such embellishments. For Suemo, you are genuinely beautiful. Simply standing there, you have already outshone everyone else in the world." Taken aback by Li Linyun's words, Suemo found herself momentarily speechless, surprised that he would express such sentiments. Although it is delightful to receive such compliments, there is something about these words that sounds remarkably like a confession. Suemo smiled and remarked, "Li Linyun, I've noticed that you can be quite eloquent at times. If you were to take a liking to any girl, she would surely be utterly enchanted by your mere words. Is that so? Have I enchanted you, then?" Li Linyun inquired with a grin. "Indeed, I am quite captivated. I feel as though I could almost be rendered dizzy," Suemo said in an exceptionally soft voice, her eyes curving into charming crescents. Li Linyun found himself swallowing hard, nearly losing himself in the way she addressed him as Brother Ayun. "Little Mo, do not hold it against me for being only human. One can hardly blame you for being so alluring." Li Linyun guided Suemo into a private room, where a young man sat, lifting his head upon hearing the door open. "Yungu, you've finally arrived," he exclaimed, only to notice that a lovely and somewhat shy girl accompanied Li Linyun. Li Linyun nodded slightly, glanced at Suemo, and smiled. "This is my girlfriend. Suemo, hello. Sister-in-law. I'm Sun Hongfei," he said, extending his hand with a casual demeanor. Although taken aback by Li Linyun's sudden infatuation, he found it quite natural upon seeing how beautiful his sister-in-law was. "Hello, Mr. Sun," Suemo replied politely, extending her hand in return. Sun Hongfei's handshake was brief, withdrawing as quickly as a dragonfly skimming the water. Suemo admired his courtesy. He was indeed a thoughtful friend of Li Linyun. "By the way, why haven't they arrived yet?" Li Linyun asked Sun Hongfei. "They should be here soon. Lin Jundu just told me they are on their way. I'll step outside to check. You two enjoy yourselves for now," he said before leaving. After he departed, Suemo settled onto the plush sofa, surveying the room. The lighting within the chamber was predominantly blue and dim, creating a romantic and intimate atmosphere. The sofa was spacious and comfortable, adorned with exquisite smoking paraphernalia and wine glasses. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, one could clearly see the scene below, where a group of people sat in their respective places, sipping drinks and chatting while awaiting the performance of the resident singers. Li Linyun took a seat beside Suemo and gently asked, "How do you feel? Do you like it here?" Suemo nodded. "It's quite nice. Far better than I had anticipated." Her gaze fell upon the smoking apparatus on the table, and she curiously inquired, "What are these for?" Li Linyun picked up an ashtray and explained, "This is for holding ash, but since you dislike the smell of smoke, I won't allow anyone to smoke in the room tonight. Is that all you're going to do? You wouldn't be sneaking a smoke on your own. Would you?
Sumo question.
Of course not. Li Linyun shook his head. In fact, I've started to quit smoking. Although I occasionally succumb to the urge when I'm feeling low, I do smoke significantly less than before. Suemo had heard that smoking could alleviate anxiety and sorrow. Due to the presence of a substance known as nicotine in tobacco, which can induce a calming effect, individuals like Li Linyun, who embody the epitome of wealth and charm, are destined to be objects of admiration for the majority. He drives luxurious cars that many could only dream of affording and resides in a villa with a garden spanning 100 square meters. Moreover, he is surrounded by admirers. Should he desire, he could effortlessly change girlfriends daily. Such a person, who can easily attain all he desires, is capable of experiencing sorrow and heartache. As Suemo contemplated posing a question, footsteps echoed from outside the private room, indicating the imminent arrival of his friends. Hurry up, brother. Don't you wish to see what Lin Yun's girlfriend looks like? Lin Yuexin tugged at Lin Jundu, who seemed troubled. Of course I do, or else why would I have brought you along? He replied. It was perplexing how this fellow had managed to secure a girlfriend without any prior indication. Lin Jundu was vexed. His family had been pressuring him to find a girlfriend, and he had previously used Li Linyun as an excuse to delay. Now that excuse was rendered moot. And you, Sister Waning, why have you been so quiet along the way? Are you nervous about meeting your future sister-in-law? Xia Waning was not particularly anxious, yet she felt an unsettling disquiet. Upon hearing that Li Linyun had a girlfriend, an unsettling thought crossed her mind. Could it be Suemo? The more she pondered, the more uneasy she felt, especially considering her impression of her brother, who was typically indifferent to women, had shown significant concern for Suemo. Xiaoemo mentioned he had plans today. Could it be a date with Li Linyun? Xia Waning promptly shook her head, attempting to dispel these thoughts. Speculation was futile. She would soon discover whether it was indeed Xiaoemo. Chapter 57. The sibling duel. As the footsteps outside the private room drew ever closer, Suemo felt she could hear a familiar voice, yet she could not discern who it was at that moment. She leaned closer to Li Linyun's ear and whispered, Li Linyun, it seems the soundproofing here is rather inadequate. I can hear the footsteps outside so distinctly. Her warm breath grazed his earlobe, sending a shiver down Li Linyun's spine. In a moment of distraction, he accidentally knocked over the glass of wine in front of him. Fortunately, the glass did not tumble to the floor, though his trousers were slightly dampened. Just as he prepared to reach for a napkin, Suemo swiftly bent down to wipe his trousers for him. I am so sorry, Li Linyun. I didn't mean to startle you by leaning in so close, Suemo said, her voice laced with regret. Li Linyun felt too embarrassed to admit that it was the sensation of her breath that had caused his clumsiness, so he simply gazed silently at her. At that moment, she was bent over, needing support, with one hand resting on her thigh. Her silky hair brushed against his fingertips, slipping through his fingers like silk. Li Linyun couldn't help but wonder if her wig was truly this smooth, and it seemed to emit a faint, delicate fragrance. Just as he was savoring the softness of her hair, the door was pushed open. Lin Yuexin peeked in, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, Linyun Gu, let me see your girlfriend. She must be a stunning beauty. Before she could finish her sentence, she froze. From her vantage point, a girl in a white dress was leaning suggestively against Li Linyun's thigh, her head bobbing up and down. Lin Yuexin's face turned beet red, steam seemingly rising from her head, and she covered her eyes in confusion. What are you two doing? I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything at all. Why are you just standing at the door, little sister? Come inside. Lin Jundu patted her shoulder and peered in, catching Li Linyun's gaze. Feeling the awkwardness of being stared at, Li Linyun cleared his throat. Why is everyone lingering at the doorway? Come in. We want to come in, but it seems a bit inconvenient. Your girlfriend hasn't finished helping you yet, Lin Jundu said with a playful wink at Li Linyun. Li Linyun frowned slightly, thinking it was merely a matter of wiping his trousers, and thus nothing should prevent their entrance. However, upon glancing at Suemo still resting on his thigh, he realized their current posture could indeed lead to misunderstandings. Please don't think anything untoward. She is merely helping me with my trousers, he clarified. Hearing the conversation, Suemo straightened up, prepared to greet them, only to find the adorable girl staring at her in astonishment.
Sumo ye?
So you are Lin Yun-gu's girlfriend? Lin Yuashin exclaimed as she sat beside Suemo, affectionately wrapping her arms around hers. She was utterly ecstatic. Since the comic convention, she had not seen Suemo again, and she never imagined they would reunite in such a setting. Li Linyun felt a twinge of surprise, not expecting that the two were acquainted. Yet, why did Lin Yuashin address Suemo as sister? Did she truly remain oblivious to Sumo's gender? Lin Jundu also recognized Suemo. After all, she was the stunning girl he had previously mentioned to Li Linyun. This fellow certainly acted with remarkable speed. What a coincidence, Yuashin. I never imagined you knew a Yun.
Sumo forced a smile, utterly speechless.
Was this world truly so small? Due to Lin Yuashin's proximity, Suemo was preoccupied with avoiding any inappropriate contact, thus failing to notice Xie Wanning not far away. Upon hearing Lin Yuashin call out Sister Suemo, Xie Wanning felt her heart leap to her throat. Could it be? Was it really Momo? Had she not been told that they were merely friends? Upon seeing that unforgettable face, the anxiety that had lingered finally subsided. Why must it be Suemo? Why did Suemo, of all people, have feelings for Li Linyun? Why did such a delightful girl fall for this insufferable lad? The more Xie Wanning pondered, the more fury and jealousy she felt towards Li Linyun, clenching her fists so tightly that she nearly ground her molars to dust. The person she adored was about to become her sibling-in-law. Who could possibly endure such torment? Lin Jundu, standing beside Xie Wanning, was startled. What was wrong with her? Had her prolonged singlehood rendered her unable to tolerate others in love? Even her own brother? Yuashin, stop fooling around and sit properly, or I shall become quite upset, Suemo said, feigning annoyance with a slight furrow in her brow. Understood, Sister Suemo, Lin Yuashin replied playfully, sticking out her tongue before obediently sitting down. Li Linyun observed this scene with curiosity, inquiring, how did you two come to know each other? What a coincidence. Last time our anime club was short-staffed, Teacher Chun sought Sister Sumo's assistance. Moreover, they are quite the close friends, Lin Yuashin explained. Li Linyun turned to Suemo, his eyes sparkling with amusement, as if to ask when she had forged such a friendship with Teacher Chun. Suemo pouted in mild discontent, squinting at Li Linyun. There are reasons for everything. Do not be so inquisitive. Watching the interaction between Li Linyun and Suemo, Xie Wanning felt a pang of acidity in her heart, akin to consuming sour lemons. What was this? Were they deliberately engaging in flirtation? If it were anyone else, she would have been indifferent, as it bore no relation to her. However, this couple comprised Suemo and Li Linyun, making it impossible for her to feign indifference. Being a third wheel beside them was exceedingly uncomfortable, and despite standing right there, she felt as though Momo regarded her as mere air. This was simply disheartening. In a fit of petulance, she strove to place herself between Suemo and Li Linyun, forcefully nudging Li Linyun aside. Li Linyun? Sister Wanning, you have come too. Suemo greeted Xie Wanning with a smile, though internally she was a bundle of nerves. Oh no, she should have anticipated that Wanning would arrive as well. Suemo did not wish to face Wanning's complaints and contemplated if it was still appropriate to indulge in a little charm to placate her. However, there were no complaints as Suemo had imagined. Xie Wanning raised an eyebrow and looked at Li Linyun. Li Linyun, with your smoking and drinking habits, it appears you are quite the regular at bars. How could Momo possibly feel at ease being with you in such a state? Li Linyun was taken aback, wondering what had prompted his sister to target him today. Nonetheless, he was not one to back down easily. These may indeed be my flaws, but my affection for Suemo is genuine, and she reciprocates my feelings. Thus, we ought to be together. The sibling pair glared at each other, the tension in the air palpable. The Lin siblings exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. It seemed that this pair of siblings was simultaneously vying for Suemo. What a peculiar love triangle this was. Chapter 58. Ayun. I want to kiss. The two siblings stood their ground, unwavering, their gazes locked in a fierce standoff, as if the air itself crackled with tension. Suemo, witnessing the unfolding confrontation, contemplated intervening but found himself disconcerted by the intensity of their expressions, prompting him to remain silent. How could they be so intimidating? He longed for an opportunity to discreetly withdraw. Beads of sweat began to form on his brow as he cast a pleading glance toward Lin Yuexin for assistance. However, Lin Yuexin, shaking her head in resignation, indicated her inability to help. After all, they were Lin Yungu and Wan Ningjie. Who among their peers would dare to intervene in their quarrel, especially when her own standing was beneath theirs? Xie Wanning's complexion returned to calm as she initiated the confrontation. I recall asking you a month ago about your relationship with Momo, and your response was that you were merely friends. Can I then assume that your reluctance to acknowledge your feelings for Momo is a sign of your timidity in matters of affection? My dear brother, such cowardice is unbecoming in romance. Li Linyun smiled faintly. Sister, your argument seems rather contrived. Love is a matter shared between two individuals, and before Xiao Mo, I have never hesitated to express my affections. How can you claim I am timid in matters of the heart? He turned his gaze toward Su Mo, his eyes brimming with tender emotion. Su Mo, caught in Li Linyun's ardent stare, felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks and turned away, stammering, Why yes, that is right. Li Linyun often whispers sweet nothings to me. Xie Wanning felt her heart shatter upon witnessing their affectionate exchange, akin to a mirror struck by a heavy hammer, splintering into countless shards in an instant. She felt as if she were a character from a film, reminiscent of Yuan Hua, longing for a poignant soundtrack to accompany her despair. Yet, an inexplicable unease lingered within Xie Wanning. She could discern Suemo's fondness for Li Linyun, yet it seemed to diverge from the conventional affection of lovers, embodying a sentiment that lay somewhere between deep friendship and romantic yearning. She couldn't help but wonder if they were merely pretending to be a couple. Since you are indeed a couple, a kiss should not be too much to ask for, Xie Wanning declared with determination. She had resolved that if Suemo and Li Linyun were truly in a romantic relationship, a kiss was inevitable. After all, Suemo was exceptionally beautiful and had a gentle disposition that rarely declined requests. She doubted that Li Linyun could resist the urge to express his feelings in some way. If they hesitated to kiss, it would strongly suggest that their relationship was merely a facade. That might not be appropriate. There are so many people watching. Suemo protested softly, fingers nervously fidgeting over his chest. What was Wan Ningjie implying? Even if they were a real couple, few would dare to kiss in front of others. Li Linyun furrowed his brow at Xie Wanning's words, sensing that she might have discerned something amiss. What? Are you a couple yet afraid to kiss? Xie Wanning challenged Li Linyun, her gaze daring him to respond. Suemo was trembling with anxiety, and even in her naivety, she could discern that Sister Wanning was beginning to doubt the authenticity of her relationship with Li Linyun. While being discovered might not be catastrophic, the thought of her grandfather finding out would surely cause him great sorrow. She shook her head. This secret must remain concealed. After all, it was merely a kiss. She could endure it. We have kissed many times before, so why should she hesitate? Glancing at the stunned Li Linyun, her cheeks flushed, she stammered, Ayun, I want to kiss you. Li Linyun's mind was in a tumult. He had never anticipated that Suemo would take the initiative to propose a kiss in order to dispel any suspicion about their relationship. Gazing at her delicate, petal-like lips, he felt an overwhelming urge to kiss her. Yet, the thought of Suemo making such a significant sacrifice for him tugged at his heartstrings. Yun, hurry and kiss me. Sumo's voice trembled slightly, laced with shyness, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. An overwhelming surge of emotion welled up within Li Linyun, and he could no longer suppress his feelings. He moved closer to Suemo, his gaze fixating on her blushing face. Overcome with shyness and nervousness, Suemo tightly closed her eyes, her tender lips quivering ever so slightly, exuding an alluring charm. Li Linyun gradually leaned toward her, their noses nearly touching, their lips almost brushing against each other. Wow! Quiche! Quiche! Lin's siblings silently cheered, seemingly more excited than the two about to kiss. Li Linyun could distinctly feel the sweet fragrance emanating from Suemo with every breath she took. At that moment, his heart raced with exhilaration, as if the entire world had narrowed down to just the two of them. Xiaomo, I truly like you. More than I can express. Just as their lips were about to touch, the door to the private room swung open with a loud bang. Both Li Linyun and Suemo were startled, quickly distancing themselves and averting their gazes in embarrassment. I brought you the new stock from the store, a fine red wine from the Margot winery. Tonight, we shall not return until we are intoxicated. Sun Hongfei exclaimed cheerfully. Hey, why is everyone looking at me? Do I have something on my face? Sun Hongfei felt unnerved under their scrutiny. Sun Hongfei, what on earth did you do? I just want to throw this wine in your face. Lin Junde fumed, ready to unleash his frustration. He was seething. Just when Li Linyun and his sister-in-law were about to share a kiss, this fool had to come barging in. Scratching his head, Sun Hongfei glanced at the awkward Li Linyun and the blushing sister-in-law, sensing that he had perhaps overstepped his bounds. Never mind, it's not a big deal. Let us just sit down and have a drink, he suggested. Li Linyun continued to gaze at Suemo, reminiscing about her sweet breath. Just a little more. They were so close. If only he could have another chance. He hesitated to let his thoughts wander further, raising his glass and downing its contents in one gulp. Just as he prepared to pour another drink, he felt a tug at his shirt. Yun, you drove here. How are we going to get home later? Suemo asked with concern. I recall that you possess a driver's license, Xiaoemo. Would you care to take my car for a spin? Li Linyun suggested. Suemo quickly waved her hands in refusal, saying, No, I haven't driven on the road since obtaining my license. Moreover, it's quite late. What if something unfortunate were to happen? Noticing that his sister-in-law was reluctant to let Li Linyun drink, Lin Jundu and Sun Hongfei exchanged knowing glances. Sister-in-law, fret not. All of my employees can drive. We can arrange for someone to take you back, Lin Jundu assured. Indeed. If necessary, we can help you hire a chauffeur. It would be a shame for Yungu not to enjoy himself during our gathering. Despite the reassurances from Lin Jundu and Sun Hongfei, Suemo still felt a twinge of concern. Well, all right then. But Yun, do refrain from consuming too much alcohol. It isn't good for your health. Observing Sumo's genuine concern for Li Linyun, both Lin Jundu and Sun Hongfei felt a pang of envy. When would they find a girlfriend who was not only beautiful and gentle but also caring? Chapter 59. My exceptional drinking skills. Perhaps you should moderate your drinking a bit. The combined quantity of the bottles before those 3 gentlemen pales in comparison to what you've consumed. Indeed. At this rate, Sun Hongfei's establishment may very well face ruin. Despite the earnest pleas from Suemo and Lin Yuexin, Xie Wanning continued to down her drinks with fervor. Her complexion flushed, and her gaze began to take on a dreamy quality, clearly indicating that she was quite inebriated. No, I simply wish to drink. At this moment, only alcohol can alleviate the sorrow within me. Xie Wanning lamented, her face a mask of despair. Mo has genuinely entered a relationship with Li Linyun. Otherwise, why would she permit him to kiss her? The more she pondered, the more despondent she became, seizing a bottle of Romani Conti and consuming it with reckless abandon. Her fervor could put even the most boisterous patrons of a roadside beer hall to shame. Sun Hongfei watched in agony. This was a bottle worth 50,000 yuan, and he had yet to take a sip himself. With each successive drink, her consciousness began to blur, her rosy cheeks becoming ever more pronounced, and her body began to sway unsteadily. The urge to relieve herself became inevitable, prompting her to grasp Sumo's hand, mumbling, I need to use the restroom. Her voice was soft and lacking in strength. Observing Xie Wanning's drunken state, Suemo could only smile helplessly. All right, I'll accompany you, but you must promise not to drink any more afterward. Gently supporting Xie Wanning, she allowed her head to rest on her shoulder, fearful that she might topple over at any moment. The private room was quite spacious. Had it not been for Li Linyun directing her to the restroom, she would have struggled to find it. Leaning against Suemo, Xie Wanning mumbled a series of indistinct phrases. What are you saying? I can't quite hear you. After considerable effort, Suemo managed to escort Xie Wanning to the restroom's entrance. All right, you can go in now. Just as Suemo intended to release her grasp, she found Xie Wanning clinging to her as if she were a koala, her arms wrapped tightly around her own. I want tea. I want to hold on to you. Very well, hold on as you wish. But weren't you in a hurry to use the restroom? Suemo sighed, resigned to the situation. Then, very well, I shall return to hold you after using the restroom. Watching Xie Wanning's unsteady steps, Suemo couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Would she truly avoid falling into the toilet? That's the men's restroom. The one next to it is for women. Oh. Well, we're still in the private room. There's little difference. How can there be no difference? Let me assist you inside. Fortunately, the private room featured a separate restroom. Otherwise, Xie Wanning would undoubtedly be mistaken for a drunken woman wandering into the men's lavatory. After finishing her business, Xie Wanning did not immediately exit. Instead, she stood vacantly before the mirror. Should I tell Mo or not? She muttered to herself. What should one do when the person they cherish has found a partner? Even knowing it to be an unethical act, should one still summon the courage to express unspoken feelings, thereby bringing closure to a relationship that is destined for no resolution? Silence enveloped the affair, rendering it a secret known to no one, destined to fade from memory. Had Sumo's affections been directed towards anyone else, she would have undoubtedly chosen the former without hesitation. Yet her heart belonged to Li Linyun. Although they often exchanged playful banter, she held a deep fondness for this younger brother, even if he no longer possessed the cherubic charm of his childhood. She was reluctant to let anything jeopardize their bond. Despite her frequent impulses to draw closer to Suemo, was it not common among close friends? However, the unspoken words weighed heavily on her heart. The effects of the wine began to swell within her, leaving her in a dizzy haze. Is Sister Wan Ning not out yet? You've been in there for quite a while. Sumo's concerned voice drifted in. All right, I'm coming out. With that, Xie Wan Ning opened the door and stumbled into Sumo's embrace. Ugh, I feel dizzy. She shut her eyes tightly, nuzzling against Sumo's chest. Hee, so soft and fragrant, just like cotton candy. If only it were a bit larger. Alas, this delightful, soft confection would soon belong to Li Linyun, destined to be savored and squeezed at will. The thought brought a wave of sorrow, prompting Xie Wan Ning to whimper against Sumo's chest. Why do you turn into a child after a drink? I should have known better than to let you have so much, Suemo lamented, shaking her head as she supported Xie Wan Ning back. As they neared their private room, Xie Wan Ning suddenly halted. What's wrong, Wan Ning? Suemo inquired, puzzled. Xie Wan Ning lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Suemo. I have something to tell you. Yes, I'm listening. I truly, really, super duper, like. Sumo's heart quickened, sensing the rhythm of a confession on the horizon. I really love drinking. I can drink like a champion. Exhausted from her proclamation, Xie Wan Ning collapsed against Suemo and dozed off. Relieved yet bemused, Suemo exhaled. She had anticipated something of great significance, only to hear this. Oh, this wine-loving sister of mine, she sighed, helping Xie Wan Ning onto the sofa in their private room. Amidst the astonished gazes of their companions, Suemo draped a blanket over Xie Wan Ning after requesting one from Sun Hongfei, then returned to her seat. Sister Mo, is Wan Ning all right? She fell asleep right after coming back from the restroom. Lin Yu leaned in, whispering. She should be fine after all. She drank quite a bit and is prone to drowsiness. Suemo replied, glancing at Li Linyun. Perhaps we should arrange for someone to take Wan Ning home. She won't rest well here. Li Linyun nodded in agreement. But as a girl, she might feel uneasy without a familiar face accompanying her. I will call Uncle Xie to come pick her up. While everyone expressed concern for Xie Wan Ning, Lin Jundu remained the exception. That Xie Wanning is truly lacking. She became intoxicated after just a few cans. Oh, hearing you say that, you must be quite courageous. Just kidding, I am exceedingly brave, and I am quite adept at drinking. Observing the merriment among the few who are consuming alcohol, Suemo began to grow curious about its flavor. By the way, Brother Yun, it seems rather dull for you to only accompany us in drinking. Why not have sister-in-law join you for a glass? Sometimes, a little intoxication provides an opportunity to deepen relationships. After all, Lin Jundu remarked, pouring a glass of red wine for Suemo. Very well. I shall sip a little to see. Suemo slightly parted her cherry-red lips and took a small sip of the wine. Sweet and smooth, it was unexpectedly delightful. Her eyes sparkled. The taste was beyond her expectations, and she soon downed the entire glass. Her tolerance for alcohol was quite poor, and upon consuming the red wine, a rosy hue spread across her fair cheeks, her gaze becoming somewhat dreamy. "Do not overdo it, Xiaomo. You seem to be on the verge of inebriation," Li Lin-yun expressed with concern. "All right. Then I shall refrain from drinking for now. I will chat with you Xian. Do call me when it's time to leave," Suemo said as she settled beside Lin Yu Xian. "Sister Suemo, you aren't truly drunk, are you? Yet you only had a small glass of red wine," Yu Xian remarked. "Do not speak nonsense. I am quite the connoisseur of alcohol. It's merely that a Yun doesn't allow me to drink." Suemo rubbed her abdomen, suddenly feeling a slight discomfort. Could this red wine be expired? Why does my stomach feel uneasy after just one sip? Chapter 60. Soaring away in delight as the evening drew to a close and the drinks dwindled, Li Linyun glanced at the clock. It was already 10 o'clock. "It's getting late. Let us gather again next time." "All right then, brother Yun and sister-in-law. Do come by whenever you have the time."
No, no.
"You haven't yet seen me thoroughly intoxicated," Lin Jundu protested, though his cheeks were already flushed from the effects of the alcohol. "Goodness, this fellow still has no decorum when it comes to drinking. Yuashin, please take him away." After exchanging farewells with Sun Hongfei, Li Linyun departed with Suemo, opting to call the family chauffeur rather than a designated driver. "So you have a chauffeur at home? Why have you always driven yourself before?" "He's my father's driver. Before I acquired my license, he was the one who drove me around." Suemo nodded, recalling that Li Linyun had already obtained his license by the time they started college. "So, you were chauffeured around before university?" Many would boast about having a dedicated driver, yet Suemo sensed a hint of loneliness in Li Linyun's tone. She could empathize with him. During high school, while her parents worked in another city, she lived with her grandparents. Given their limited mobility, she often made her way to school alone. After evening study sessions, she would watch her friends depart with their parents, who would inquire about their day with warmth and concern, and she couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. In Sumo's recollection, Li Linyun had never mentioned his mother, nor had she ever seen her presence in his home. This led her to speculate that he might have experienced the pain of parental separation. The incompleteness of familial bonds seemed to cast a shadow over his otherwise privileged existence. Visual images formed in her mind. At the school gates, luxury cars symbolizing wealth and power arrived, and Li Linyun entered one amidst admiring gazes. Students would marvel, wondering if this was the essence of being a tall, rich, and handsome young man. Yet no one knew that the moment the car door swung open, the anticipation in his eyes could swiftly transform into profound disappointment. "It's not my father picking me up again. Xiaomo, Xiaomo?" Hearing Li Linyun call her name, Suemo gradually came back to reality. "Why are you lost in thought? Hurry and get in. The night breeze is a bit chilly." Li Linyun opened the car door for her. It was only then that Suemo noticed her hands were icy, and she obediently climbed into the vehicle. Sitting together in the back seat, the dim light made the surroundings appear somewhat shadowy, yet they could see each other well enough. A partition separated the driver's seat from the rear, completely isolating the two areas from sight and sound. "Why do we feel like criminals in here? The partition was never lowered when I was alone. Perhaps it's to avoid disturbing us now." Li Linyun chuckled and pressed a button, causing the partition to slowly rise. Wang Bo returned to the villa district in the city center. "Very well, young master," the middle-aged man in the front seat replied. Suemo gazed out the car window at the brightly lit nightscape. "When I was younger, I often dreamed of the day I could ride in such a car."
Sumo murmured.
Li Linyun turned to her, curious. "Why do you feel that way? It just seems so cool and impressive, something others would envy." Suemo smiled. "And now?" Li Linyun inquired, "Do you still think it's cool and impressive?" Suemo shook her head. "No, not anymore. Instead, I feel a profound sense of loneliness." She reflected on the images in her mind, realizing that without cherished companions to share joy with, the more expensive the car, the more profound the solitude it brings. Li Linyun paused, having had similar thoughts, echoing Sumo's sentiments perfectly. However, he found it surprising that she would broach such a heavy topic. Perhaps her inebriation was to blame. "Xiaomo, are you drunk?" Suemo withdrew her gaze from the window and focused on Li Linyun. You're the one who's drunk. I'm perfectly sober. She feigned a fierce expression, yet her adorable demeanor made her seem more playful than threatening. Li Linyun remained silent, his expression filled with concern for Sumo. It appeared she truly was intoxicated, despite having only consumed a small glass of red wine. What are you staring at? I'm quite clear-headed. I truly am not drunk. Why don't you believe me? Li Linyun shook his head helplessly. Fine, I believe you. However, your face seems rather flushed. I don't believe you. Not unless you turn on the lights so I can see. Li Linyun complied, and as the lights flickered on, the rear seat was suddenly illuminated. Meeting Sumo's gaze, his heart raced, rendering him momentarily speechless. Under the bright lights, Sumo's originally fair cheeks were adorned with an alluring blush. Her eyes, sparkling yet slightly narrowed, appeared dreamlike. Though her gaze was innocent and devoid of any suggestiveness, it held an unparalleled allure that captivated Li Linyun completely. Why aren't you speaking? I must be entirely sober, Sumo playfully remarked. Yes, Xiaomo, you are completely sober. It is I who am intoxicated. Upon returning to the villa, all the lights were extinguished except for those in the living room. Concluding that their grandfather had likely fallen asleep, they tiptoed back to their rooms. Naturally, Li Linyun allowed Sumo to bathe first. He lay on the bed, his heart racing and refusing to calm down. Compared to the previous room, this bed was significantly smaller, and after a quick assessment, he realized avoiding physical contact would be impossible. He sighed, knowing that this night would be a difficult one to endure. In the bathroom, having just finished her shower, Sumo clutched her stomach tightly, the effects of the alcohol having long dissipated, her face now etched with pain. It hurts so much. Why does it hurt like this? She suddenly recalled that after drinking the red wine, her stomach began to ache, leading her to suspect the wine was the culprit. Yet, Li Linyun had also partaken and seemed completely unaffected. Initially, I had hoped that the sensation of pain would gradually dissipate. However, hours later, not only did it fail to alleviate but it intensified. Unable to endure the agony any longer, Sumo hastily dried herself and donned her clothes before exiting the bathroom. Li Linyun, my stomach hurts terribly. Do we have any painkillers at home? Sumo asked weakly. Observing the pain and helplessness in her eyes, Li Linyun felt a pang of concern. You lie down for now. I will summon the private doctor immediately. Sumo nodded and obediently reclined on the bed. Watching Li Linyun's anxious demeanor warmed her heart, and the pain seemed to subside slightly. She placed a hand on her abdomen, recalling the doctor's advice that this could alleviate discomfort. Yet her hands felt icy. Li Linyun, your hands must be warm. Could you please place them on my stomach? She hesitantly suggested. Li Linyun nodded in agreement, pulling the blanket up to Sumo's thighs and resting his hand on her abdomen. He then lifted her shirt slightly, revealing her smooth, flat belly, adorned with a cute, vertical navel. What are you doing? Why did you suddenly lift my shirt? Sumo's face, which had been pale, flushed a deep crimson. What was this silly boy doing? Surely, he wasn't being reckless due to intoxication. The doctor mentioned that direct contact is far more effective than through clothing. Li Linyun replied, flustered as he realized he had forgotten how easily Sumo blushed. Then, please be quick. It's quite embarrassing to have my stomach exposed, and it's a bit cold too. Li Linyun gently placed his hand on her belly, the skin smooth and warm to the touch. Is it feeling any better? He inquired with genuine concern. Sumo nodded, her voice carrying a hint of shyness. It's improved a bit. Thank you. Just a little better? Li Linyun recalled how his mother had comforted him during his childhood pains. Though it might seem slightly embarrassing, it was worth it for Sumo. Pain, fly away, he chanted like an incantation. His already flushed face grew even redder as Sumo shyly covered her face with her hands. Oh my, this is so embarrassing. Li Linyun, please stop, just stop. Chapter 61. Is Xiaomo a girl? The private doctor soon arrived at the villa, a middle-aged woman dressed in casual attire. After greeting Li Linyun, she turned her gaze towards Sumo, lying on the bed, and a glimmer of astonishment flickered in her eyes. Misu, may I inquire if you have recently consumed any cold beverages or spicy foods? No, Sumo replied with a slight shake of her head. She posed a few more succinct questions and conducted some routine examinations. Aunt Zhang, is there anything seriously wrong with Xiaomo? Li Linyun asked. Anxiety etched across his face. The abdominal discomfort is caused by a chill, resulting in gastric cramps. It is not a grave issue. A few medications will suffice. Li Linyun and Su Mo both exhaled in relief, finally feeling a sense of tranquility. Aunt Zhang retrieved a box of medicine from the cabinet and, after explaining the dosage and usage, turned to Li Linyun. Xiao Yun, could you step outside for a moment? I have something to discuss with you. Though concerned for Su Mo, Li Linyun complied, thinking Aunt Zhang might wish to convey some precautionary advice. They settled on the sofa in the living room, and Li Linyun poured her a cup of tea. Xiao Yun, when did you find such a beautiful girlfriend? Why have you not shared this with Aunt Zhang? She inquired with a smile. We've only recently started dating. I intended to inform you once she agreed to be my fiancée, Li Linyun casually remarked. Aunt Zhang, you didn't call me out here just for a chat, did you? Aunt Zhang nodded. In truth, Miss Su's abdominal pain is not merely due to gastric cramps. Li Linyun looked up in surprise, a note of tension in his voice. Then why did you say that, Aunt Zhang? Is Xiao Mo suffering from a serious illness? Not at all. However, Xiao Yun, you should be aware that girls should refrain from alcohol during their menstrual period, Aunt Zhang explained. I know that, but how does it relate to Xiao Mo's stomach pain? Li Linyun questioned, puzzled. Aunt Zhang couldn't help but facepalm. How could this clever boy be so oblivious at such a moment? What I mean is, Miss Su is experiencing her menstrual cycle, and drinking alcohol will naturally cause abdominal pain. As her boyfriend, you ought to be mindful of such timings, she stated, regarding Li Linyun with a look that suggested she might suspect him of being a negligent partner if she did not know him better. Xiao Mo is having her menstrual cycle? How could that be? If not for his knowledge of Aunt Zhang's medical expertise, Li Linyun would have thought her confused. How can it not be? It is quite normal for girls to experience their menstrual cycle, Aunt Zhang replied. You simply do not understand the circumstances. To put it plainly, Xiao Mo would absolutely not be in this predicament at this time. Despite not comprehending why Li Linyun insisted otherwise, Aunt Zhang patiently clarified, I would not make such claims without basis. Both observational and instrumental results confirm that Miss Su is indeed in her menstrual period. Having said this, Aunt Zhang rose to leave. Please take good care of Miss Su over the next few days. As her boyfriend, you are currently falling short of your responsibilities. After Aunt Zhang departed, Li Linyun remained seated on the sofa, still enveloped in a state of shock. He even contemplated searching online to ascertain whether boys might also experience such familial affections. However, Aunt Zhang would never mistake something as definitive as a menstrual cycle, nor would she speak frivolously about it. Could it be that Xiao Mo is, in fact, a girl? Li Linyun murmured to himself.
Recalling su moskentle form.
Her exquisite visage, and the faint, captivating fragrance that enveloped her. His conviction that Su Mo was indeed a girl solidified. Yet, why would she reside in the boys' dormitory and insist on identifying as male? Even her gender on her identification card read male. Unable to unravel this enigma, Li Linyun rose and ambled toward the bedroom. He gently pushed the door open, finding Su Mo quietly lying on the bed, her gaze fixed vacantly on the ceiling. Her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, imbued with both innocence and charm. Upon noticing the door ajar, Su Mo turned her attention to the entrance. What did Aunt Zhang say to you? Nothing much, just expressing concern about our relationship, Li Linyun replied with a smile. Su Mo sighed, believing she would only need to feign a couple's demeanor in front of Uncle Li. And now she pondered how they would navigate this situation moving forward. Li Linyun had also been troubled by this dilemma, unsure how to explain it to their families. Yet now a splendid solution emerged. He could simply make Xiao Mo his genuine girlfriend. Although he was perplexed as to why she masqueraded as a boy and had previously shown interest only in girls, such details seemed inconsequential. He had no intention of exposing Sumo's secret identity, for her desire to conceal it surely stemmed from a compelling reason. Nevertheless, he would ensure that Su Mo became reliant on him, gradually guiding her orientation back to its true course. Take your medicine and rest early. Perhaps when you awaken tomorrow, the discomfort will have vanished, he suggested, tucking her in gently and playfully pinching her cheek. Sumo's face flushed immediately, resembling a ripe apple. "You rascal, taking advantage even of a brother," she exclaimed bashfully, turning away to avoid further engagement with Li Linyun. However, with Li Linyun's presence beside her, a sense of security enveloped Sumo, and she soon drifted into slumber. Li Linyun gazed at her adorable countenance, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He sat beside her, quietly contemplating his feelings for her. It dawned on him that the person he had long admired was, in fact, a girl, filling him with immense joy, his smile becoming increasingly difficult to suppress until a soft chuckle escaped him. Yes, he should have realized this sooner. How could there be such a stunning boy as Xiao Mo in this world? Li Linyun found himself believing in fate that had brought Sumo into his life, and thus he found himself irrevocably drawn to her. Initially, he thought it was a cruel joke of destiny, questioning why the heavens bestowed upon Sumo the world's most beautiful visage while assigning her the wrong gender. Yet, destiny then urged him to love boldly, unencumbered by societal perceptions, for the one he cherished was, indeed, a girl. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Sumo. "It is indeed a delightful night, enveloped in serene silence. The girl I cherish lies upon her bed, peacefully indulging in slumber. A gentle smile graces her lips as she breathes in the sweet fragrance of dreams, seemingly lost in a delightful reverie. Her long eyelashes flutter softly, casting delicate shadows upon her cherubic face, stirring a profound emotion within Li Linyun's heart. In this moment, the youth, who remains oblivious to the nature of love, is filled with tender affection, giving love a tangible form. Little Mo, regardless of whether you are a boy or a girl, such distinctions are trivial. For no matter the circumstances, I shall always remain by your side." Chapter 62. A date, yet interrupted by a roommate. Sumo was in a deep slumber, only stirring around 9 the next morning. Upon opening her eyes, her first instinct was to scan her surroundings, and, as expected, there was no sign of Li Linyun. With such late nights and early mornings, one had to wonder how his body could possibly endure it. Sumo recalled that during last year's sports meet, Li Linyun had clinched the championship in the 2-kilometer run, appearing remarkably unfazed afterward, which made her feel somewhat foolish for worrying. Descending to the hall, she found Li Linyun seated on the sofa, sipping freshly brewed coffee, a faint shadow of dark circles gracing his eyes. "Li Linyun, you didn't sleep well last night, did you?" This was the first time she had witnessed him looking so lackluster. "Yeah. I had a bit of insomnia last night," he replied, placing his coffee down and gently massaging his temples. The thought of Sumo being a girl had kept him wide awake in bed, and he feared his restless thoughts might get the better of him. It was an unavoidable predicament. How could any man resist when the one he liked lay beside him? "Let me brew you a cup of brown sugar water. It can help alleviate your stomachache," Li Linyun offered, rising from his seat, only to be halted by Sumo's interjection. "Wait a moment, isn't that something girls usually drink? And isn't it typically reserved for certain special circumstances?" She stammered, a hint of panic rising within her. Why was Li Linyun so suddenly intent on making her brown sugar water? Could it be that he had discerned something during Aunt Zhang's examination yesterday? However, seeing his calm demeanor reassured her that she was likely overthinking it. Aunt Zhang had mentioned that her stomach was feeling cold and that drinking some brown sugar water would warm her up, ultimately benefiting her health. As he prepared the drink, a slight smile tugged at the corners of Li Linyun's mouth. It had to be said, Sumo's acting was rather poor, as her anxiousness was clearly written all over her face. Approaching her with the prepared brown sugar water, he urged, "Drink it while it's warm." Sumo regarded him with a hint of confusion. Why are you being so considerate all of a sudden? Although Li Linyun had always treated her well, today felt distinctly different. "I've always cared about you," Li Linyun replied with a smile, handing her the brown sugar water. "Go on, drink up." As she accepted the drink, Sumo's conviction deepened that Li Linyun had indeed uncovered her secret. She lifted her gaze to meet his eyes, asking, "Do you know something?" Internally, Li Linyun felt a surge of delight. Sumo's words seemed to tacitly acknowledge her femininity. Yet, he maintained an air of feigned ignorance. "What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about." Relief washed over Sumo upon realizing that Li Linyun was unaware. The fear of being discovered had nearly overwhelmed her. By the way, where has Grandpa gone? Why isn't he at home? Li Linyun recalled the morning when he had come downstairs. His grandfather had greeted him with a warm smile and mentioned going out for a game of chess, urging him to take good care of Suemo. It appeared that Grandpa was intent on creating a private world for the two of them. Oh, Grandfather has gone to play chess with an old friend and may not return until noon. Suemo nodded, sipping her sweetened water slowly, suddenly recalling something. Right? You haven't taken me to buy figurines yet. Hurry! Let's set off now. Suemo exclaimed, standing up excitedly. Xiaoemo, finish your sweetened water first. No way. Be obedient. All right then. The two arrived at the anime-themed haven recommended by Lin Jun, often referred to as Hangzhou's own Akihabara. Upon entering the store, they disregarded badges, blind boxes, and capsule toy machines, as Sumo's gaze was captivated by the myriad of figurines. Wow! This Hatsune Miku figurine is stunning. And this Asuka, I've always wanted to buy her. So many Chikawa dolls, Xiaoba and Yusekiai are so adorable. Li Linyun followed behind Suemo, feeling indifferent towards the figurines, yet he found the Chikawa dolls quite charming. Moreover, Suemo had a fondness for little cats, which was typical for a girl, as she delighted in these cute trinkets. If you like them, then buy them all, Li Linyun suggested softly. Really? Then I won't hold back. Suemo replied joyfully, appreciating Li Linyun's generosity. Though she said this, she only picked Asuka and Yusekiai. Why did you only buy two? Li Linyun, aware of Sumo's shyness, attempted to grab the other two figurines she had left behind. No, two is enough. I'm very satisfied. Besides, if I buy them all, I would feel guilty. With Suemo tugging at his shirt, Li Linyun had no choice but to relent. After paying, as Suemo reached for the shopping bag, Li Linyun swiftly took it from her. Just focus on having fun. I'll carry the bag, he said. No, I'm not weak, and it's not heavy. In truth, Suemo had a tendency to be stubborn, instinctively refusing help the first time it was offered. Let me handle it. Carrying things can be distracting. Li Linyun extended his hand toward her. Suemo remained silent, handing the bag to Li Linyun, tacitly accepting his offer. As they strolled, they attracted many admiring glances from passers-by. Wow, look at that couple. Their looks are truly striking. They're a match made in heaven. I thought they were the protagonists from a romance novel. This is too perfect. Hearing the comments from others, Suemo felt a tinge of embarrassment. She stole a glance at Li Linyun, relieved to find he seemed unfazed. At that moment, Suemo spotted a snack shop ahead, with a long queue at the entrance. She tugged at Li Linyun's sleeve, pointing at the shop. Li Linyun, let us go grab something to eat. I'm hungry. All right. Wait here for a moment while I queue, Li Linyun replied. Let us go together. It'll be a bit dull if I wait here alone. The two positioned themselves at the end of the line, engaging in light conversation as they waited. As they finally reached the front of the line, Li Linyun purchased 2 servings of pan-fried buns and 2 bowls of beef soup. The aroma wafting through the air was simply delightful. Suemo, unable to contain his eagerness, took a bite of the bun, and rich broth flowed forth, an exquisite taste. Eat slowly, you might choke, Li Linyun cautioned, lifting his bowl and blowing gently on the soup. Here, have a sip. Suemo tasted the beef soup, feeling a warm sensation envelop him. Thank you. It's truly delicious. Why are you being so polite with me? Li Linyun chuckled, then suddenly noticed a small droplet of broth at the corner of Sumo's mouth. He reached out and gently wiped it away. You don't mind it being messy? A tissue would have sufficed. Sumo's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he lowered his head and hurriedly took a few bites of the bun to mask his inner shyness. What on earth, Suemo? Why are you blushing so? Are you really about to lose your composure? A familiar voice chimed from behind, prompting Suemo to turn around. Oh no, why are all 3 of my roommates here? Chapter 63. Could it be that Li Linyun has feelings for me? Suemo felt a rush of heat to her cheeks, unable to bear the scrutinizing gazes of her roommates. Under ordinary circumstances, being caught by them would be bearable, but the predicament was compounded by the fact that she was currently dressed in women's attire. She wished desperately for a crevice in the ground to swallow her whole. Why did this have to happen at such a moment? The embarrassment was overwhelming. Isn't this Su Xiaomo? She has become even more beautiful after just a few days. Oh, you're blushing? Come, let me take a closer look. Her roommates appraised her with keen interest, noting her long hair and feminine garb. To be honest, Sumo's male attire was already strikingly attractive. But now, clad in a dress and sporting a wig, she appeared stunningly beautiful without the need for any makeup. She resembled a modern-day Shishir. As the ancients said, Shishir looks exquisite with both light and heavy makeup. If only Xiaoma were to adorn herself with a splendid visage, she would indeed be 100 times more alluring. The thought excited them, and they couldn't help but indulge in their imaginations. No wonder the second one had not sought a girlfriend. It seemed he had been captivated by Sumo's enchanting female form. Li Linyun remained non-committal. After all, they spoke the truth, and there was no need for him to refute it. All right, let us not tease Xiaoma too much. She is already quite bashful. Hearing Li Linyun come to her defense, Sumo cast him a grateful glance, which only incited further teasing from her roommates. We all understand, we all understand. Indeed, just let it go. Second, after the playful banter subsided, they finally turned serious. Hasn't a wonderful film been released recently? Would you care to join us? Sumo recalled the movie they mentioned. It was based on the manga Listen to Your Heart by Fujimoto Ju, and she found it quite captivating. Moreover, it had been a while since the five of them had gone out together. It was the perfect opportunity to enjoy a film. Seeing her enthusiasm, Li Linyun nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the cinema, they collected their tickets and entered the screening room to await the film's commencement. Due to purchasing tickets at different times, Sumo and Li Linyun found themselves seated a bit apart from Zhao Wen and the others. We're quite far apart. Just enough not to be a nuisance, one of them remarked. Xiaoma, take care not to let the second take advantage of you while we're away. Sumo shot them a fierce glare, though in truth, the effect was more adorable than intimidating. It was truly exasperating to be treated like a plaything by her boisterous roommates. She too had feelings after all. As the lights dimmed, the once bright cinema plunged into darkness. The screen illuminated, and once her eyes adjusted, Sumo could discern her surroundings. Just before the film began, she leaned towards Li Linyun and remarked, "This film is adapted from a comic. The original work is incredibly moving." Intrigued by her words, Li Linyun inquired, "Is it truly that touching? The kind that could bring one to tears?" "Ahaha. Perhaps not to that extent." Sumo shyly scratched her face, recalling how she had actually shed a few tears after watching the film. The adorable sight of her bashfully averting her gaze, coupled with her evasive eyes, made Li Linyun realize that Sumo had indeed been moved to tears. "The movie has begun. Let us focus," Sumo said as she turned her attention to the screen, her profile captivating Li Linyun. He sat quietly, his gaze irresistibly drawn to her. Her beautiful eyes, glistening with unshed tears, reflected the images on the screen, rendering him unable to look away. It was quite challenging to concentrate on the film with such a stunning person beside him. Although he hardly paid attention to the movie, instead mesmerized by Sumo's profile, he could still recall the general storyline since it revolved around everyday life. In essence, it depicted a tale of youthful love, creativity, and self-expression. The film's closing scene featured a boy and a girl sitting together on a tram, listening to a song the boy had composed for the girl. While the world overly analyzed and mythologized the boy's song, only the girl understood its true meaning. Yet she did not love him. This scene was imbued with poetic resonance and left ample space for the audience's imagination and contemplation. One must admit, even through his discerning lens, it was indeed a rare gem of a film. As the credits rolled, Sumo remained lost in its depths, unable to extricate herself. "That was truly touching." She sighed softly. "Indeed," Li Linyun replied, noticing the faint redness around her eyes. When Sumo turned to him, she realized he was observing her. Remembering how close she had been to tears, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Why are you looking at me?" she asked. Li Linyun chuckled softly, gently wiping away the moisture at the corner of her eye. "Why are you on the verge of tears again? Didn't you already know the plot?" "I'm not about to cry. It feels like there is some sand in my eye," Sumo insisted, trying to sound brave. "Is that so? Would you like me to blow on it for you?" Li Linyun played along with her act.
No.
"That's unnecessary. I can just rub it out myself." Suemo hurriedly waved her hand, fearing that if her roommates saw her, she would be deemed quite the spectacle. After the movie concluded, the 5 of them gathered at the ticket booth. By the way, when are you letting Suemo return to school? Classes resume the day after tomorrow's sports event, Li Linyun remarked, not wishing for Suemo to return to her dormitory. On one hand, he was reluctant, and on the other, he was aware that Suemo was a girl. Although he was unaware of why she resided in the boys' dormitory, Zhao Wen and the others had not realized her true gender either. However, after living together for a while, the risk of exposure was inevitable. Hey, I'm going back tomorrow. Besides, can't I choose when to return? Suemo complained, sounding as if she were Li Linyun's possession. Li Linyun found himself at a loss for a reason to prevent Suemo from returning to the dorm. In that case, he would have to accompany her back to sleep in the dormitory. I suppose I'll stay in the dormitory too for a while, Li Linyun declared, only to be met with incredulous stares from the group. Oh my dear, must one truly go to such lengths in the pursuit of love? The mere thought of darting between the company and the school is utterly exhausting. Not to worry, my father has granted me a few days off, during which I am not permitted to attend the office, Li Linyun remarked. Upon hearing that Li Linyun intended to return to the dormitory, Suemo remained silent, yet her heart raced uncontrollably. It is worth noting that, in the past, there were instances when he would not return to the dorm for a month or 2 at a time. Today, however, he unusually expressed a desire to stay for a while. Reflecting on her time pretending to be Li Linyun's girlfriend, she recalled how he was not only considerate and gentle towards her, but at times, he would even take advantage of her kindness. Sumo's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and she felt as though steam might erupt from her head. An odd thought crossed her mind. Could it be that, during this period of feigned romance, Li Linyun has developed feelings for me?
Suemo covertly glanced at Li Linyun,
only to inadvertently meet his gaze. Whether it was merely her imagination, his eyes seemed to shimmer with affection. Li Linyun, you truly are hungry. I am your brother after all. Chapter 64. Suemo was undoubtedly below. As Li Linyun emerged from the bathroom after his shower, he beheld Suemo tightly wrapped in a blanket, resembling a frightened kitten, her small face adorned with an expression of wariness. Little Mo, why do you wear such a look? Am I truly that intimidating? Li Linyun chuckled ruefully, feeling a touch of hurt. Ayun, I wish to pose a few questions, and you must answer me truthfully, Suemo stated, gazing earnestly at Li Linyun. Yes, go ahead and ask, Li Linyun replied, having a general idea of what Suemo wanted to inquire about. After all, it was glaringly evident that he had been excessively kind to her upon realizing she was a girl. Suemo hesitated, opening her mouth several times to pose her question, only to swallow the words back each time. No, I cannot bring myself to ask. Who would inquire if their brother has feelings for them? How peculiar that would be. Feel free to ask anything. I assure you, I will share everything, Li Linyun encouraged, observing Sumo's indecision with a smile. Indeed, girls tend to be shy. Such inquiries were difficult to articulate. What I truly wish to ask is. Suemo fell silent, wishing she could slap herself in frustration. Ah, Suemo, you fool. What on earth do you want to ask? You do not harbor feelings for men, do you? Suemo blurted out, her mind momentarily blank as she posed this rather bold question. Li Linyun was taken aback, caught between laughter and disbelief. Little Mo, why do you ask that? He had expected her to inquire if he liked her, not this instead. Because you have been exceedingly kind to me, and it feels somewhat abnormal, Suemo mumbled, lowering her gaze. Li Linyun felt a surge of joy within. Evidently, Suemo was not entirely oblivious to his affections, which was precisely the reaction he sought. Rest assured, I am indeed fond of girls, he replied with a smile. But from the implication of your earlier words, do you believe I have feelings for you? That was not my intention. Sumo's face flushed crimson, her voice dwindling to a whisper. You silly Ayun, please do not say that aloud. It is rather embarrassing. Very well, let us retire for the night. We have an early class tomorrow, Li Linyun declared, reclining on the bed with his bare torso on display, his well-defined abs prominently visible before Suemo. I must ask, could you please put on a shirt? Suemo pouted, feeling a twinge of jealousy over Li Linyun's physique. Little Mo, why are you behaving like a girl? After all, we are both boys, so what does it matter? He teased. Just mind your own business. It's up to you, she retorted. A peaceful night passed. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, the two prepared to return to school. Grandpa Li, initially reluctant to part with them, brightened at the prospect of Li Linyun stating he would be living at school to fully immerse himself in campus life alongside Mo. Their early class was contemporary literature. Though rising early proved challenging for everyone, the classroom gradually filled as students sought prime seating for a quick snooze and to indulge in their mobile phones. Two individuals entered the classroom and soon spotted Zhao Wan and his companions. However, due to the seating arrangement of 4 per row, they could only take seats in front of them. No sooner had they settled down than they heard their roommates' soft complaints from behind. I say, Xiaoma, how can you be so inconsiderate? When you're alone with the second one, you let him see your long hair, and now that you're back at school, you switch back to short hair. Indeed, we haven't had enough of it yet. Although you have the best relationship with Xiaoma, you shouldn't deny your brothers a glimpse. Well, Xiaoma did mention she was reluctant to present herself as a girl in front of anyone but me, Li Linyun remarked with a smile. At this, the three turned their gazes towards Mo, who was blushing with indignation at Li Linyun's words. Don't say such things. When did I ever say that? It seemed that Li Linyun had become quite the tease, much to Sumo's chagrin. After scolding Li Linyun, she turned to her 3 roommates and said, all right, don't make it difficult for me. If it weren't for helping him, I wouldn't be wearing women's clothing. After chatting for a while longer, the class bell rang, and the teacher hurried in. Mo had intended to pay attention in class, but the surrounding gazes made her somewhat uneasy. It must be said, beauty possesses its own allure. The girls around her were staring, not knowing whether they were daydreaming or contemplating something else entirely. Wow, this young man is even more beautiful than a girl. I adore these delicate and soft boys. His name is Mo, right? How wonderful it would be if he could be my partner. He could be both a sister and a boyfriend, hee. By the way, the boy sitting next to him is quite handsome too, and they seem to have a great relationship. Do you think they might be involved? Oh, I want to see Mo beneath him, crying out. Listening to their conversations, Mo couldn't help but facepalm. What on earth were these girls thinking? Suddenly, she felt someone tugging at her shirt. Looking up, she saw a girl in front of her, blushing fiercely, holding a note. In confusion, Mo opened the note, which read, Classmate Mo, may I add you on WeChat? She shook her head helplessly, intending to decline politely, but before she could, Zhao Wan snatched the note from her hands. What are you doing? Give it back, Mo exclaimed. Hold on, don't be anxious. I know you're not good at rejecting people. I'll handle it for you, Zhao Wan replied. After reading it, a smirk crept onto his lips as he wrote something on the note and passed it back to the girl. Upon receiving the note, the girl glanced at it, her face turning even redder, and she hurriedly turned away, unable to meet Mo's gaze. A sense of foreboding washed over Mo. What did you write? Zhao Wan chuckled and said, I wrote, sorry, Mo already has a boyfriend, he's sitting right next to her. Zhao Wan, you rascal. Li Linyun silently laughed, thinking Zhao Wan had quite the knack for mischief. Perhaps he should casually find a reason to send him a generous red envelope. Sumo's face flushed a deep crimson, and she cast a furtive glance at Li Linyun beside her, who was observing her with a bemused smile. Her heart raced with anxiety. You still find this amusing? If others take it seriously, how will I ever face anyone again? Mo lightly tapped Li Linyun. Despite her lack of intention, it might have appeared flirtatious to onlookers. Mo, I assure you, I will not speak of this, the girl requesting WeChat said. She glanced at Mo, then at Li Linyun, and a knowing smile spread across her face, completely shedding her earlier bashfulness. It was clear to everyone that Mo must have been the one below. Mo was at a loss for words. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Must you continue to jest at my expense? Chapter 65. Attending the ball ever since Li Linyun moved back to the dormitory, Mo felt as though she was on the verge of becoming a socially inept individual, incapable of managing her own life. Each morning, upon opening her eyes, a steaming, fragrant breakfast awaited her at the table, and not once did it repeat in its offerings. If there were any commonality among the meals, it was their exquisite taste and luxurious ingredients. To appease Zhao Wen and his companions, Li Linyun also brought them breakfast, though it was far less extravagant than Sumo's. After all, how could she demonstrate her special affection for Suemo otherwise? If it were merely breakfast preparation, Suemo wouldn't have felt herself slipping into a state of dependency. Even laundry, a mundane task, was meticulously arranged by Li Linyun, who, fearing the cleanliness of the school's washing machines, had the garments sent to a professional laundry service. However, items such as socks and underwear were something Suemo would never entrust to Li Linyun, no matter the circumstances. Initially, she felt a bit awkward and embarrassed, but over time she gradually became accustomed to it. Since the day Li Linyun returned to the dormitory, 2 weeks had passed, and only a week remained until the final exams. In the days leading up to exams, Suemo transformed into a diligent scholar, immersing herself in the library from 8 in the morning until 8 in the evening. This time, however, she was not alone. Li Linyun accompanied her. Sipping the milk tea Li Linyun had purchased and perusing the study notes she had organized, Suemo experienced the revelation that studying could be so effortless. Li Linyun, I remember you used to study business administration. Why did you switch to Chinese language and literature? Suemo inquired. Li Linyun pondered for a moment and replied, well, I initially thought that studying it would be quite beneficial for managing a company. Then why did you stop? The courses were too vague and superficial. Moreover, my father could explain in 2 sentences what the teachers took an entire class to convey, so I felt it was of little use. Suemo nodded, recognizing that he was the head of the entire Li family conglomerate. After all, no matter how knowledgeable the instructor might be, they would merely be showing off in his presence. Let us conclude our study session early today. It's essential to balance work with rest, Li Linyun suggested as she began to pack Sumo's belongings. Glancing at the time, Suemo realized it was nearly dinner. Just as she was about to express her desire to indulge in hot pot, Li Linyun spoke first. Tonight, Xia Wanning is hosting a ball, and I would like to take you with me. Is that all right? Well, I suppose it's fine, but I'll have to wear a dress again. Suemo pouted slightly, appearing somewhat reluctant. Ayun, can I wear men's clothing this time? Li Linyun nodded in agreement. I'll defer to your wishes, but remember, your identity is that of my girlfriend. Although it was a pity not to see Suemo in a formal gown, making her happy was the priority. That's all right. I can wear a wig. There's no rule stating that your girlfriend cannot don men's attire. Suemo replied, her face radiating joy. Humph, at last. I can avoid wearing a dress. With my striking visage, I am certain that donning male attire will garner more admiration from young ladies than Li Linyun. It is a rare opportunity to attend a ball in such attire. Should I not procure a few exquisite pieces? Li Linyun suggested. Indeed, please select for me. I trust your discerning eye. In the Burberry boutique, Li Linyun had set aside several outfits. Since attending a soiree necessitates appropriate attire, he calmly approached the storage area while the attendant busied themselves measuring Suemo, retrieving an elegant British-style suit, which he donned with practiced ease. Before the full-length mirror, Li Linyun meticulously adjusted his cuffs. The reflection revealed a handsome and poised figure, exuding an air of sophistication. His expression remained as serene as a tranquil ancient well, seemingly impervious to any disturbances that could disrupt his inner peace, nor would anything alter the calm demeanor etched upon his face. Li Linyun, how do I look in this ensemble? Upon hearing Sumo's voice, the placid well rippled with a hint of amusement. When his gaze fell upon Suemo, a spark of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Before him stood a refined young gentleman, adorned in a tailcoat with a gracefully elongated hem. Noticing Li Linyun's silence, Suemo anxiously raised a hand, adjusting his collar and tugging at the tailcoat's hem. Is something wrong? Do I appear peculiar? Not at all, in fact, fits you splendidly. Li Linyun's gaze lingered on Suemo, whose already fair complexion appeared even more luminous against the tailored tailcoat. The elongated hem accentuated his long, straight legs, while his hair, gathered at the back, swayed gently as he walked. By the way, could you please hand me a pocket square? We are to attend a ball shortly, Li Linyun addressed the attendant. Receiving the pocket square, He skillfully folded it and tucked it into Sumo's tailcoat pocket. What is this for? Sumo inquired with curiosity. It serves as decoration. Such is the nature of a ball, filled with numerous ceremonial practices that may seem unnecessary yet must be observed. Li Linyun explained as he adjusted Sumo's collar and cuffs. Oh, so this is what they call high society. I must admit I am not well versed in these etiquettes. I hope I do not embarrass you, Sumo expressed with concern. Fear not. I will guide you through it all, Li Linyun reassured him with a smile. Moreover, with your striking looks and this impeccably fitted tailcoat, who would doubt your understanding of etiquette at the soiree? Sumo found Li Linyun's reasoning sound. Indeed, a handsome exterior could be quite disarming. Oh, then I shall endeavor to appear more refined. As they sat in the car, Li Linyun imparted various nuances of ball etiquette to Sumo, such as holding drinks in the left hand, returning utensils to their rightful place after serving oneself, and extending invitations to dance with grace and poise. Sumo, however, had no intentions of dancing as he lacked the skill, and thus only retained the dining etiquette in his memory. Dressed in such dashing attire, Sumo felt a sense of confidence that rendered her impervious to any concerns about her appearance. She believed she could do no wrong. The vehicle arrived at an opulent mansion. Previously, when she had heard from Li Linyun that Sister Wanning resided in a villa community, Sumo had envisioned the ball taking place there. Indeed, it seemed that affluent individuals owned multiple estates. Upon entering the resplendent hall, guests mingled, their glasses clinking, while attendants gracefully navigated the crowd with trays of beverages. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, illuminating the grand space in radiant light. Perhaps it was due to Li Linyun's esteemed status, or perhaps it was simply their striking appearances, but as the two stood at the entrance of the hall, they had already captivated the attention of all present. Chapter 66. Soaked among the guests at this soiree, Li Linyun's status was undoubtedly the most distinguished, with numerous attendees approaching him to extend their greetings. Curiosity surrounded Sumo, who stood beside him. Strikingly beautiful, she appeared to be a girl, yet she donned a gentleman's tailcoat. Li Xiao, may I inquire who this is? At last, someone posed the question. This is my girlfriend, Sumo. Li Linyun replied with a smile, introducing her to those present. Following this, he gazed intently at Sumo. Hello, everyone. I am Sumo, she greeted with a smile, nodding at the surrounding guests. Her smile was pure and elegant, reminiscent of a jasmine blossom unfurling in the morning light, fresh and exquisite. The crowd was taken aback. The usually indifferent Li Xiao had a girlfriend? Moreover, she was publicly accompanying him at the banquet, which conveyed a clear message. Realizing that this stunning girl, with a smile as enchanting as a flower, might very well be the future mistress of the Li family, many felt compelled to engage her in conversation to leave a lasting impression. Naturally, the discussions revolved around Li Linyun, with him handling most of the exchanges while Sumo simply smiled beside him. Sumo's demeanor and actions did not strictly adhere to the formalities of the ball, yet her ethereal presence led others to interpret her apparent disregard for mundane conventions as a sign of sophistication. Having skipped dinner, as Li Linyun mentioned there would be ample food at the dance, Sumo's stomach was growling with hunger. Gently tugging at Li Linyun's sleeve, she said, Ayun, I am quite hungry. I wish to get something to eat. Alright, the food area is on the second floor. Would you like me to accompany you?
No.
It would be impolite to leave them here. Besides, I will only take a little and return shortly. Sumo informed the group she had a matter to attend to and cheerfully made her way upstairs. Amidst shifting lights and intertwining shadows, Sumo walked alone, utterly oblivious to the gazes of others. She grabbed a plate and began searching for the dishes Li Linyun had recommended, quickly filling her plate with food. Forgetting about etiquette, she prioritized satisfying her hunger, especially at a banquet hosted by Sister Wanning, who surely wouldn't want her to go hungry. After placing her plate on a corner table, Sumo requested a cocktail from a server. Although her tolerance for alcohol was not great, she figured a small glass of cocktail would be manageable. She speared a slice of watermelon with her fork and savored the sweet juice that burst in her mouth. Next, she sampled a piece of roasted suckling pig, the meat delicate, tender, and succulent. However, upon tasting the steak, Sumo frowned. Why is this a bit undercooked and bloody? It can't be only medium rare. She was not accustomed to consuming anything with blood. Wastefulness was shameful. She decided to make do. In another room, Xie Wanning lay dejectedly on the sofa, lacking interest even in her once-beloved dance. Wanning, if something is troubling you, do speak up. Your father and I can help ease your burdens, can't we? Xie Zhaojun observed from the side, having never witnessed his daughter in such a state of despondency, his heart heavy with concern for her. Dad, there are things you'll never understand. You'll comprehend when you reach my age, she replied. With a sigh, Xie Zhaojun urged, All right, let us not dwell on your sadness. Come downstairs and make an appearance. I recall that you have a good rapport with Lin Yun's girlfriend. Perhaps you could join them to lighten your spirits. Fine. Xie Wanqing rose from her seat, aware that as the host of the evening's ball, it would be rather inappropriate for her to remain absent. As she descended the staircase, many greeted her, to which she merely nodded absent-mindedly. A server offered her a glass of champagne, which she accepted with casual grace. Gently swirling the goblet, she inhaled the fragrant aroma of the champagne before taking a delicate sip. If only I could encounter Momo. Though she is likely with Li Lin Yun at the moment. Lost in her thoughts, she inadvertently collided with someone, spilling champagne all over the individualist's tailcoat. I'm so sorry, I was distracted. Xie Wanqing quickly apologized, retrieving a handkerchief to dab at the champagne stains on the stranger's attire. Upon raising her gaze, she was taken aback by the striking beauty before her. Skin as pale as snow, exquisite features, and a slender physique reminiscent of a tragic hero from a comic book. Clad in a tailcoat, Xie Wanqing instinctively assumed the person was male. A blush crept onto her cheeks. Could a boy truly possess such beauty, nearly rivaling Momo? Su Mo felt a pang of sympathy for the elegant tailcoat, particularly as it had been a gift from Li Lin Yun. When she looked up, she noticed that the person in front of her wore a nearly white, pale pink dress, adorned with delicate lace trim. The fitted waist accentuated her curves alluringly. Wanqing Jie, you look stunning tonight. Ah, it's Momo. Why are you dressed like this? Xie Wanqing exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise at the revelation that the beautiful figure before her was Su Mo. With such a face, she could shine as either a boy or a girl. I accidentally stained my outfit and borrowed a tailcoat from Li Lin Yun, Su Mo explained. What do you think? Does this ensemble make me look dashing? Very handsome, indeed. Far more so than that scoundrel Li Lin Yun, Xie Wanqing replied, glancing at Su Mo's plate with a chuckle. You certainly have quite the appetite, but it seems you're not particularly fond of steak. Yes. It's a bit undercooked. I really can't manage to eat it. Su Mo shrugged helplessly. Then allow me to request the chef to prepare you another, thoroughly cooked portion, Xie Wanqing offered, signaling to a passing server. No, I'm already full. Besides, this wet attire is rather uncomfortable. Then come to my lounge to change. I have several lovely dresses there, located at the end of the left corridor on the 3rd floor, Xie Wanqing invited. Ah, are there no other options? Su Mo hesitated, recalling that dresses were typically designed to accentuate feminine allure, feeling somewhat reluctant to wear one. One ought to don an evening gown for the ball. Moreover, Momo, given your exquisite beauty, Li Lin Yun must be eager to behold you in such elegant attire. Sensing Su Mo's reluctance, Xie Wanning invoked the name of Li Lin Yun. Unable to withstand Xie Wanning's persistent coaxing, Su Mo reluctantly followed her to the dressing room. Upon glimpsing several evening gowns belonging to Xie Wanning, Su Mo was suddenly seized by an urge to flee. One gown was pure white with a plunging neckline. The hem was long, yet it featured a thigh-high slit reminiscent of a qipao. Another was a soft blue evening gown. Although it offered ample coverage at the chest and thigh, it was backless. Sister Wanning, Su Mo pondered, observing Xie Wanning's impeccably modest gown, and couldn't help but suspect that she had deliberately concealed the more conservative options. Chapter 67. Interrupting the spell, what's wrong? Aren't these two dresses quite beautiful? Xie Wanqing inquired, her expression one of confusion. They are indeed lovely, Su Mo replied, but wearing them would be rather embarrassing. Despite her words, she diligently began to make her selections. After careful consideration, she ultimately opted for the light blue backless evening gown. After all, with just a backless design, Li Linyun would likely remain oblivious to her true identity as a girl. However, the other dress was a different story. Its plunging neckline would leave no room for doubt to anyone with eyes. Holding the gown up in front of the full-length mirror, she found it fit her quite well. Satisfied, she nodded and was about to change when she noticed Xie Wanqing gazing at her intently, anticipation written all over her face. "Wanqing, I need to change. Could you step outside, please?" "Oh, all right." Xie Wanqing replied, disappointment evident in her voice as she retreated. Sighing, Su Emo thought to herself that she should have installed a camera in the dressing room. After figuring out how to wear the evening gown, she removed her tailcoat and was about to swap it for the dress when the long silent system suddenly spoke up. "By the way, host, have you not noticed anything amiss?" "Huh? What's wrong?" Suemo asked, her expression blank. "If it's just a backless design, then the binding cloth would be visible as well," the system pointed out.
Jolting Suemo to realization.
"Oh right, what should I do now? I don't have any clean clothes left." "Quite simple, just don't wear that item," the system suggested. "You?" Suemo's cheeks flushed. "What kind of ridiculous suggestion is that?" "Fear not. I have strapless lingerie available, so you need not worry about any wardrobe malfunctions," the system reassured her.
Fine, sumore lented.
"I suppose I'll forego the binding. After all, I can just claim to be rather unremarkable. Li Linyun likely wouldn't notice." She set the binding aside on a nearby chair and turned to face the mirror. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and her mouth formed a gnaw shape. What's happening? Why the sudden change? While not voluptuous, there was a noticeable development. At least beneath her clothing, a distinct curvature was apparent. This starkly contrasted with the flatness she had experienced just a month prior. No wonder she had felt a persistent heaviness in her chest lately. "System, explain this to me. Is this your doing? How can someone develop so quickly?" Didn't TI mention that the ultra-smooth binding has a breast-enhancing function? You have been wearing it all along. I assumed you wanted an increase," the system replied. Suemo recalled, but in her haste to conceal her identity, she had forgotten about that aspect. "Never mind. I'll just say I used some padding." Approaching the mirror, she admired her snow-white skin, which glimmered with a lustrous sheen. The reflection of her exquisite form was almost too perfect, provoking a strange wave of thoughts within her. In the absence of opportunities for mischief, the quiet of the lounge tempted Suemo, who found herself hesitating. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door, startling her. Emo, have you finished changing? The ball is about to commence," came the voice of Xie Wanqing from outside. I'm almost ready, Wanqing Jie. Please wait a moment," Suemo replied, her voice trembling with guilt. "Oh, I'll wait a bit longer then. By the way, Li Linyun should be busy now. Why don't we dance together? Let's talk about it later." "I don't know how to dance," Suemo said, her heart gradually calming after being interrupted by Xie Wanqing. She felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she covered her face. "What am I doing?" Imagining such things in Wanqing Jie's lounge. With her enthusiasm waning, Suemo hastily donned her evening gown, made a quick adjustment, and stepped out of the lounge. Upon seeing Suemo in her light blue evening dress, Xie Wanqing's face lit up with astonishment. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall over her delicate collarbone, and her fair back, exposed to the air, bore graceful lines exuding an enchanting allure. For some reason, a blush crept onto Sumo's cheeks, reminiscent of a ripe peach. Emo, I almost don't want to return you to Li Linyun. With a look like that, what man could possibly resist? Xie Wanqing thought of embracing Suemo but remembered she was already Li Linyun's girlfriend, so she merely brushed her fingers through Sumo's hair. Yet again, it's a day filled with envy and jealousy towards Li Linyun, Suemo remarked. "Didn't you say you wanted to dance with me? Why are you sending me back to Ayun?" In truth, Suemo felt apprehensive about facing Li Linyun, fearing he might uncover her secret. Moreover, given her alluring appearance, she was nearly unable to restrain herself, worried that he might be swayed by her charm. Xie Wanqing sighed. "He just called to ask where you were. As your sister, I can't deceive him." Suemo then realized her phone had been on silent, showing several missed calls from Li Linyun, clearly indicating his concern. "Where is Ayun now?" she asked. "He's in the living room on the first floor." Given his urgency, he must want to dance with you, Xie Wanqing replied. Don't be upset, Wanqing Jie. Today you are the host of the banquet, so you must enjoy yourself, Su Mo encouraged, taking Xie Wanqing's hand and leading her downstairs. Feeling the softness of Xie Wanqing's hand, she paused momentarily, then smiled. Although it seemed unlikely they could be together in this life, being good friends might not be so bad after all. The dance floor was alive with the exuberance of youth. Men in suits embracing women in evening gowns, reveling in the festivities. Li Linyun, holding a glass of wine, appeared out of place amidst the lively scene, feeling rather bored and disconnected from the celebration. His striking visage and subtly cool demeanor captivated numerous young ladies still in search of a dance partner, who repeatedly extended invitations to him, all of which were gracefully declined. Where could Xiao Mo be? Perhaps I should venture upstairs to seek her out. As Li Linyun glanced upward, he caught sight of Su Mo descending the staircase in a delicate light blue gown. Her complexion resembled the blush of peach blossoms, and her eyes sparkled like water. With slender fingers gently grasping the hem of her dress, her porcelain skin radiated a soft, rosy hue. Her cherry-red lips, adorned with a charming smile, were untouched by cosmetics, yet she appeared as ethereal as a fairy from a painting, gracefully making her way down the steps. The fairy's lips parted slightly. Ayun, would you accompany me for a dance? Chapter 68. Heels? I have no desire to wear them. The individual before him possessed an ethereal beauty that rendered Li Linyun momentarily incredulous, as he reached out his hand in disbelief, questioning whether he had succumbed to an illusion. However, Su Mo reciprocated by placing her hand atop his outstretched palm. The soft sensation of her touch confirmed the reality of the moment. As Li Linyun beheld Su Mo, adorned in an exquisite evening gown, she radiated an irresistible allure. Her delicate, refined nose, bright and captivating eyes, and luscious cherry lips complemented her snow-white complexion, harmonizing beautifully with the pale blue of her dress. To describe her as breathtaking would be a gross understatement. After gazing at Su Mo for an extended period, Li Linyun became aware of the changes she had undergone. Why are you wearing those? He inquired. Su Mo, momentarily taken aback, took a moment to comprehend his words. Isn't it to uphold your image? Although I'm merely playing the role of your girlfriend, I certainly do not wish for rumors to circulate about the Li family's young master being associated with someone lacking in assets, she replied, a hint of annoyance in her tone. Don't be upset. Xiao Mo, were you hoping I would accompany you for a dance?
Li Linyun Karya.
Recalling that Su Mo had never struck him as one adept at dancing. Humph. I have no desire for you to join me on the dance floor. Perhaps you should reflect on your own conduct first, she retorted, turning her head away with a haughty demeanor. Were it not for the insistent demands of this bothersome system, which had compelled her to engage in a so-called friendship dance with Li Linyun, she would have had no inclination to dance at all. Observing the couples on the dance floor, she noted that they were either cheek-to-cheek or embracing one another intimately. What kind of friendship is this? She thought. Is it truly impossible? Li Linyun's voice carried a note of disappointment. Do not assume that such sentiments will soften my heart, Li Linyun. Shouldn't it be you who extends the invitation to dance? Upon hearing this, Li Linyun, reminiscent of a prince inviting his beloved princess, extended his hand. Miss Su, may I now invite you to dance with me? Will you accept? Su Mo stifled a laugh, finding it amusing that Li Linyun addressed her as Miss Su, which made their interaction seem quite romantic. I accept. With her consent. Li Linyun took her delicate hand in one of his and gently embraced her slender waist with the other. As he felt her softness against him, he noticed his heart racing. Ayun, but I'm not very skilled at dancing, she confessed. Fear not, we can take it slow. I shall guide you, he reassured her, encircling her waist and holding her hand while stepping into the foundational movements of the waltz. On the first beat, I step left while you step right. With that, he moved his left foot forward, prompting Su Mo to step back with her right. On the second beat, I step right while you step left. Li Linyun continued to lead her through the steps. On the third beat, we bring our feet together. Initially, Su Mo stumbled through the movements, inadvertently stepping on Li Linyun's toes several times. Yet, within mere minutes, she had begun to master the dance with surprising finesse. As time passed, her dance became increasingly graceful, each step imbued with a unique aesthetic charm. When she reached the final few steps, even Li Linyun could not help but regard her with newfound admiration. Xiaomo, I never imagined you could dance so beautifully. Have you studied dance before? Not at all. Perhaps I am simply quite clever, Suemo replied with a proud smile on her delicate face. However, it was evident that Suemo was a tad too jubilant. Just as the dance was concluding, a minor misstep disrupted her balance, causing her to gasp and fall directly into Li Linyun's embrace. The soft warmth enveloped him, and he could detect the subtle fragrance of Suemo, mingling with the sweet aroma of her breath. Suemo felt the curious gazes of the onlookers, and embarrassment washed over her. To salvage the awkward moment, she took the initiative to link her arm with Li Linyun's, offering an apologetic smile to those present. Li Xiao and Miss Su are truly a match made in heaven, someone exclaimed loudly. This proclamation prompted applause from the crowd, accompanied by heartfelt blessings. Feeling a bit shy under the collective attention, Suemo leaned closer to Li Linyun's ear and suggested, "There are far too many people here. Let us find somewhere else to rest for a while." Li Linyun nodded in agreement and led Suemo away from the ballroom. He brought her to a lounge on the 3rd floor, but upon opening the door, they discovered Xie Wanning inside, fiddling with a pair of ultra-thin high heels. "Sister Wanning, why are you still here?" Suemo inquired curiously, recalling that they had descended together earlier. "I just returned as well, and there was no one to dance with me. The ones who approached me were merely sycophants. It was quite dull," she said, glancing at Suemo and Li Linyun with a smile. "You two waltzed quite splendidly. Why not continue dancing?" "Ah, Sister Wanning, you saw that?"
Sumo exclaimed.
"Did you also witness my unfortunate tumble into Li Linyun's arms?" "Indeed, but why aren't you wearing high heels, Mo? With your long, slender legs, it would be a pity not to." As she spoke, she produced a pristine pair of creamy white high heels. "Here, this is a gift from me to you. Would you like to try them on now?" Suemo shook her head, though the shoes were indeed beautiful. "If I wore them, I would struggle to walk properly." Mo, have you never worn high heels before?" Xie Wanning asked excitedly, as if she had stumbled upon a remarkable revelation. What was wrong? Seeing Wanning's enthusiastic demeanor, Suemo suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Xie Wanning turned to Li Linyun. "Brother, would you like to see Mo in high heels? I can guarantee it will look stunning. Moreover, since it would be her first time, she would surely be unsteady, providing you the perfect opportunity to hold her close."
Sumo felt flustered.
She had not anticipated Sister Wanning employing such mischievous tactics. "Ayun, you surely wouldn't want to force me into something I dislike, would you?" She gazed at Li Linyun, only to find an expression of great anticipation on his face. "After all, this was a gift from my sister. Perhaps you should try it on." "Ayun, I truly misjudged you." Observing the eager expressions on the faces of the brother and sister, Suemo felt utterly despondent. "High heels and such, I have no desire to wear." Chapter 69. You have truly become a girl. Speak up, Mo. Would you prefer us to assist you, or will you obediently remove it yourself? Xie Wanning exclaimed, her hands rubbing together in excitement, her gaze fixated on Suemo as if she wished to devour her whole. Although Li Linyun remained silent, the smirk on his lips was unmistakable. Observing the two of them, Suemo felt an unsettling fear that what would be shed might extend beyond mere shoes. Is it possible to not take anything off?" she stammered, clutching her fingers nervously. "That won't do." Xie Wanning pouted playfully, stepping forward, eager to take matters into her own hands. "Calm down, Wanning. Perhaps it's better to let Ayun handle this." Suemo tightened her grip on her collar, apprehensive. "Why? Just because Li Linyun is your boyfriend? Mo, you are incredibly biased," Xie Wanning exclaimed in distress. "It's not just that. If it were Li Linyun, he would merely change into high heels without any further actions. I can hardly imagine what might occur if it were Xie Wanning instead." "Very well, then I shall assist you in removing your shoes," Li Linyun said, advancing step by step, while Suemo retreated until her back pressed against the wall, leaving her with no escape. "Ayun, perhaps I should handle it myself." Suemo raised her eyes, gazing at Li Linyun with a pleading expression. "That won't do. Allow me to help you with this," Li Linyun replied, his smile deepening. Once she had donned the high heels, Suemo felt an overwhelming shyness wash over her, rendering her weak in the knees. Xiaomo, why not stand and take a few steps to test it out? As Suemo rose, her already long legs appeared even more elongated in the heels. The white straps of the high heels accentuated her fair instep exquisitely. She gently rested her hand on Li Lin Yun's shoulder and attempted to walk a couple of steps, finding it surprisingly stable. Then, releasing her grasp from his shoulder, she tried to walk independently. Her steps were a bit unsteady, yet she managed to keep her footing. A sense of pride swelled within her. It was said that walking in high heels for the first time was exceedingly difficult, yet she found it not so challenging after all. Could it be that she truly possessed a natural talent for femininity? While she felt confident she wouldn't stumble, there was still a subtle discomfort. Looking at the beautiful heels adorning her feet, she inquired, "What shall we do next? What else is there to do? The ball is nearly over. Soon we shall make an appearance downstairs. Then it will be time to wash up and retire for the night," Xie Wanning replied. Xie Wanning's gaze remained fixated on Suemo, who, clad in a sultry evening gown and elegant high heels, was nearly rendering her senseless with admiration. A glance at Li Lin Yun revealed that his eyes were also glued to Suemo, causing her heart to race. Oh no, oh no. Mo looks so stunning tonight. Upon returning home, Li Lin Yun will surely be unable to resist. This cannot happen. Mo is still so young. Even if they are a couple, Li Lin Yun must not engage in such actions with her. Ahem. Mo, why not stay the night with your sister? Suemo was momentarily taken aback, contemplating whether to spend the night with Sister Wan Ning, when Li Lin Yun spoke first. No, that won't do. Xiaomo has classes tomorrow morning. If she sleeps with you, she will undoubtedly be late.
Sumo woura pasel d'expression.
But there are no classes tomorrow, she thought. Why would Li Lin Yun deceive Sister Wan Ning? Xie Wan Ning sighed, unable to counter this, knowing all too well that she often stayed up late. As she set her phone down to prepare for bed, her father was already getting ready to leave for work. Mo, I can't save you this time. You must take care of yourself tonight, she said with a hint of concern. As the dance party neared its conclusion, the two accompanied Xie Wan Ning for a brief appearance before departing without lingering. Upon checking the time, they realized they had missed the school's curfew and decided to spend the night at the villa in the city center. Since both Suemo and Li Lin Yun had returned to school previously, Grandpa Li had gone home to keep his wife company, who had difficulty moving. The journey was not long, and soon the two arrived at the villa. I'm utterly exhausted. Ayun, I'm heading upstairs for a shower, Suemo exclaimed. You're still in high heels. Do you need assistance?
Li Lin Yun inquirat.
Suemo shook her head. No, I'm fine. I've gotten used to it. Climbing the stairs is a breeze. However, just as she confidently ascended the steps, her foot slipped unexpectedly, causing her to lose her balance and tumble sideways. Seeing Suemo fall, Li Lin Yun's heart tightened, and he rushed over to help her up. Are you all right, Xiaomo? How could you be so careless? Ouch. That hurts. I think I twisted my ankle. And why is there water on the stairs? Li Lin Yun glanced at the water stains on the stairs, deducing that the housekeeper must have cleaned not long ago. Just hold on. I'll carry you upstairs. There's some medicinal oil in the room, he said gently. Wait a moment. Before Suemo could respond, he unhesitatingly scooped her up in a princess carry. A wave of shyness washed over her, yet a deeper sense of despair loomed. Why was this happening? Suemo felt her sparkle fade as she reflected on the events of the evening. First, the embarrassment of changing into heels, then being carried like a princess by her good friend. These occurrences forced her to confront an undeniable truth. No one saw her as a boy anymore. With a sigh, she lamented, Suemo, you have become an unequivocal girl. Chapter 70. Shall we bathe together? Suemo initially believed this would be an embarrassingly awkward situation. However, as the red flower oil was being applied, she realized her concerns were unfounded. Li Lin Yun's expression was remarkably serious, akin to a physician tending to a patient with bruises. After applying the oil, Li Lin Yun blew gently on her ankle, sending a ticklish sensation through Suemo that caused her cheeks to flush slightly. Observing Sumo's bashful demeanor, Li Lin Yun couldn't help but recall the earlier moment when he assisted her with her high heels, momentarily lost in thought. Own. You can let go now, Su Mo said with a hint of melancholy as Li Linyun lingered, unwilling to release her. It was only then that he realized his lapse in propriety and hastily withdrew his hand. I apologize, Xiao Mo. I was a bit distracted. Su Mo retracted her foot and couldn't suppress a light laugh. Thank you, Ayun. Thank me for what? For applying the red flower oil? Li Linyun inquired, gazing at her. Not that, Su Mo shook her head. I wanted to express my gratitude for your recent care. Buying me breakfast, attending classes with me, accompanying me to the library for study sessions, and being more anxious about my injury than I was. As she spoke, Su Mo gazed at Li Linyun with a warm smile. Thank you for always being so kind to me. Li Linyun was momentarily taken aback. It was rare for Su Mo to express such heartfelt sentiments. But I can't shake the feeling that you've always treated me as if I were a girl. Is that so? Perhaps you're overthinking it, Li Linyun deflected. He hadn't anticipated that Su Mo's intuition would be so accurate. However, considering he was aware of her true identity, it was impossible for him to regard her as a boy any longer. Clearly you do, Su Mo puffed out her cheeks. Aren't you a neat freak? Yet you still let me sleep in your bed. And you often stare at me. As her words trailed off, her voice grew increasingly soft. Cough, cough, don't overthink it. It's just because you're tidy. The actual reason was his affection for Xiao Mo, but revealing that now felt premature. So Li Linyun concocted a rather clumsy excuse. I don't care. Right this moment, you must treat me like a brother. Otherwise, I shall ignore you from now on, Su Mo declared, lifting her chin with a proud expression. Do you really mean that? Li Linyun raised an eyebrow. Su Mo nodded resolutely. Of course, I, Su Mo, am always true to my word. Very well then. With that, Li Linyun stood up and approached the bed. Just as Su Mo wondered what he intended to do, he suddenly lifted her off the ground. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Who carries a brother like a princess? Su Mo protested, her face flushed with embarrassment at Li Linyun's unexpected action. Are we not brothers? Given your injured foot, is it unreasonable for me to carry you to the bathroom? Li Linyun stated impassively, though internally he was elated. That is not unreasonable, but once we reach the bathroom you must set me down, she stipulated. Upon arriving at the bathroom door, Li Linyun indeed gently placed Su Mo down. All right, I'm gonna shower now, you should leave, Su Mo urged. This won't do, your foot is twisted. What if you fall again?
Li Linyun remarca earnestly.
Oh, that's unnecessary. It would be too embarrassing, Su Mo replied, her cheeks flushing deeper. Did you not ask me to treat you like a brother? There is nothing to be embarrassed about, Li Linyun said as he stepped into the bathroom. Su Mo bit her lip, recalling her own words about being treated as a brother, and resolved not to be shy. Gathering her courage, she followed him inside. Li Linyun adjusted the shower temperature and filled the bathtub with water, then turned to Su Mo with a gentle smile. All right, you can undress and get in now. Ah, Su Mo was taken aback. You're not going to step out? Li Linyun nodded, unfazed. Indeed, I must stay here to ensure you don't fall again. If you don't mind, how about we bathe together? Su Mo felt a pang of dread, akin to lifting a rock only to drop it on her own foot. Realizing that Li Linyun had no intention of leaving, panic set in, and she nearly burst into tears. Ayun, please step outside. Let us just forget what I said earlier. Seeing Su Mo's flustered and adorable demeanor, Li Linyun couldn't help but smirk as he leaned closer. You no longer want me to treat you like a brother? Then how should I regard you? Su Mo was startled by his sudden proximity, her face turning crimson. Whatever you want, just get out. With that, she pushed Li Linyun forcefully towards the door. The bathroom door slammed shut, and soon after, the sound of water echoed. Gazing at the closed door, though it was not locked, Li Linyun fell into contemplation. The following morning, Su Mo's foot still ached, but by afternoon, it had improved enough for them to return to school. With no classes, they went straight to the dormitory. Ayun, you don't need to support me. I can walk on my own, Su Mo said, pouting. Very well, but do be careful not to injure yourself again, Li Linyun replied, gradually releasing his grip but keeping his gaze fixed on her, anxious she might stumble. Zhang Yang, Su Bin, and Zhao Wen observed the pair's affectionate demeanor, exchanging knowing glances.
Ayun?
Little Mo calls him Ayun? Wow, such intimacy. They must be together now. Su Mo suddenly realized she had grown accustomed to calling Li Linyun Ayun. Hey, you're overthinking it. I could just as easily call you Xiao Yang, Xiao Bin, and Xiao Wen. SNT that similar? Not at all. Ignoring the trio, Su Mo headed towards the balcony to collect the clothes she had hung out to dry the day before. Noticing her slight limp and recalling how Li Linyun had been supporting her, along with her calling him Ayun, the three modern-day Sherlocks quickly sensed something amiss and regarded Li Linyun with suspicion. Old two, you didn't do anything strange with Su Mo last night, did you? What was it like? Li Linyun paused, startled. How did they know he had switched Sumo's heels? Nothing is amiss. Please do not overthink it, Li Linyun stated with utmost seriousness, though a hint of unease betrayed his words. Having shared 2 years as roommates, Zhao Wen and the others immediately discerned that he was being disingenuous. It appears that the second brother has indeed engaged in some peculiar antics concerning Xiao Mo. By the way, second brother, could you perhaps record a video next time? Li Linyun looked at them in confusion. It's merely a change of high heels, and yet a video is necessary? Chapter 71. Anticipation for summer vacation. As the days passed, the final examinations drew nearer. Within the confines of the dormitory, one could sense the limitations of human capability. From my brief existence, I have gleaned that the harder one studies, the more likely unforeseen circumstances may lead to failure. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Zhang Yang was utterly bewildered by Zhao Wen's nonsensical remarks. I mean, I'm not going to be a person anymore, boss. With Zhao Wen's antics taking a turn for the absurd, Su Mo cast him a disapproving glance, exclaiming, if you don't focus on your studies, you'll surely fail. Hey, don't be so arrogant, Su Xiaomo. The backless sweater we ordered will arrive tomorrow. Let us see if you can still maintain that attitude then. It had been so long that Su Mo had nearly forgotten about it. Sensing the eager gazes of her peers, she felt unable to refuse outright and directed a pitiful look towards Li Linyun. The impact of her gaze was undeniable, compelling Li Linyun to relent, unwilling to force her into wearing the backless sweater she despised. Moreover, now that he realized Su Mo was a girl, he was loath to increase her exposure to potential embarrassment. Focus. The dormitory will be conducting inspections in the coming days. It would not be wise to be caught by the dorm supervisor. As for why he did not suggest returning the sweater, Li Linyun harbored a personal motive. Perhaps one day he could coax Su Mo into wearing it for him. Ah, you traitor. The group deflated like punctured balloons. There was little they could do. After all, Sumo's partner had spoken, and he had even covered the cost of the clothing. At that moment, Subin interjected, let us set this aside for now. What do you all plan to do during summer vacation? What else? Playing on my phone until 3:30? Gaming and watching shows. I wake up at noon. It's quite the lifestyle, Zhao Wen replied. You seem to be living quite well, Zhao Wen. As for me, I'll have to work a summer job once I'm home. Zhang Yang sighed. What do you think about being a security guard? Sounds good. Just sitting in a gazebo enjoying the air conditioning, came the reply. I am a security guard, fond of small bear biscuits. I work only to clock out, and I have an affection for the resident Xiao Dan. The trio turned their attention to Su Mo and Li Linyun. What are you two lovebirds planning for the summer? Traveling the world? Su Mo, already weary of the inquiry, replied, I don't have any specific plans. I'll probably just stay home, maybe learn to cook or something. Curiously, she inquired of Li Linyun, what do you usually do during your holidays? Li Linyun pondered for a moment before responding. Previously, I would usually be at the company. When at home, I would exercise, brew a cup of coffee, and watch movies. Su Mo found his unpretentious response somewhat unexpected. I thought you would either be jet-setting around the world in a private plane or luxuriating on a yacht. I don't have a private plane, but I do possess a yacht, Li Linyun replied. However, it's currently rented out and 1 TB back for another 6 months. His extravagant revelation astonished Su Mo yet again. Owning a yacht was beyond her imagination, as she mused that selling 10 of herself might not suffice to afford one. Wow, you're surprisingly down to earth, she remarked, taken aback. Well, I actually look quite good in women's clothing. How about considering replacing Xiao Mo with me? Zhao Wen remarked. Li Linyun glanced at Zhao Wen's exposed hairy legs, and then at Sumo's slender calves peeking out from her cropped pants. Zhao Wen, I must say, You can't quite compare to Xiao Mo. Oh my, is this a declaration of love? A good man like Lao Er is truly a rarity in this world. Xiao Mo, you must cherish him well, Zhang Yang chimed in. Indeed, indeed, Subin echoed. Seeing this, Zhao Wen feigned a deep sigh. What is love in this world? That it compels one to pledge life and death? Alright, enough of that. You all should stop your ruckus, Su Mo interjected. Let's focus on our studies. Otherwise, you'll have yourselves to blame for the finals. Although the examination week had commenced, there remained one last English class to attend that afternoon. The classroom was noticeably more crowded than usual, as many who typically asked classmates to mark their attendance showed up to ensure they wouldn't fail. Good afternoon, classmates. This is our final English lesson of the semester. Today, we will primarily discuss essay writing, so I'll distribute this review material first. After handing out the materials, Chen Shui began her lecture. This essay primarily consists of several fixed sentence structures. For instance, young teachers like Chen Shui tend to be quite lenient. They do not wish for any students to fail, thus providing review materials a day in advance. The materials would include the original exam questions, and with diligent study for just one night, passing was usually a certainty. Students teetering around the passing mark clung to this lifeline, forsaking sleep and games to memorize as best as they could. As for the essay, merely attending one class wouldn't suffice. They would have to leave it up to fate. However, students like Su Mo, who consistently dedicated themselves to their studies, followed their usual routine, listening attentively during the lesson and relaxing with their phones when fatigue set in. After finishing her discussion on essays, Chen Shui allowed the class some self-study time. Glancing around the room, she soon spotted Su Mo seated in the back, alongside Li Linyun. Observing their close proximity, she couldn't help but smile knowingly. The dynamic of the aloof, domineering character and the sweet, charming, alluring counterpart was quite intriguing. She was thoroughly invested in their story. The bell rang, signaling the end of the semester's classes. Alright, that concludes today's lesson. Wishing everyone success in the exams. It is often said that spring brings drowsiness, autumn fatigue, and summer naps. Upon returning from class, the students were already feeling exceedingly sleepy and gradually made their way to bed. Su Mo and Li Linyun had their beds in the lower left corner, and previously they had slept with their feet facing each other. However, to facilitate conversation, they had recently begun sleeping head-to-head. By the way, Ayun, since you no longer need to go to the company, what do you wish to do during the break? Su Mo inquired. Li Linyun momentarily found himself at a loss for words. In truth, more than embarking on a luxurious cruise around the world, he longed simply to be with Su Mo. Perhaps we could travel. I heard there's south an ancient street near your home that has recently become quite famous. It is indeed quite delightful there. However, I have not visited since my university days. Su Mo cheerfully remarked, if you decide to come, do remember to call me. I would be delighted to serve as your guide. Yes, indeed, we could explore the night market together, where a plethora of delectable snacks awaits. I believe you would quite enjoy it. Absolutely. In that case, allow me the pleasure of treating you, as a gesture of hospitality. Li Linyun agreed, turning his gaze towards the window. On a summer afternoon, the sky was as blue as a sapphire. The sunlight poured in through the window, casting a warm glow. He had never envisaged having the opportunity to spend a holiday with Su Mo, and he suddenly found himself eagerly anticipating the arrival of summer break. What a splendid season it is, with many wonderful things about to unfold. Xiao Mo, he softly called out. In response, he heard Su Mo's gentle breaths. She had fallen asleep, a clear smile gracing her lips. Chapter 72. A bit overwhelmed in recent days, Su Mo has been leading a rather monotonous life, oscillating between the dormitory, library, and cafeteria. However, the presence of Li Linyun has added a delightful touch of amusement to her routine. Soon, the day of the examination arrived. This semester consisted primarily of assessment courses, with only 2 subjects requiring formal examinations. Having already completed the English test in the morning, only the final subject remained. In accordance with examination regulations, Su Mo and Li Linyun placed their mobile phones in the designated pouch outside the classroom before entering and locating their seats. Su Mo sat in the second-to-last seat of the first row, while Li Linyun took a position directly behind her. Zhao Wen and the others entered the examination hall, only to discover that they were not seated in the same row as Suemo and Li Linyun, which prompted their lamentations. Who on earth arranged the seating? Wasn't it always in an S shape before? Without the chance to copy, aren't we doomed? By the way, boss, you should manage to scrape through, right? Remember to share the answers with your brothers. Copying is fine, but you'll have to cover my internet fees tonight. Agreed. If we pass, I'll do more than just cover your fees. I'll even call you dad if you want. Hearing their banter, Suemo shook her head, reminiscing about their study sessions. Opening her review materials, she found only questions without answers, so she took out her phone to snap pictures of the questions. Unbeknownst to her, she inadvertently opened Douyin and ended up scrolling through the app for half the afternoon. Not being a prodigy, she hadn't reviewed anything before the exam. Even if her usual scores were high, her performance on the paper was likely to be dismal. It would be challenging for the teacher to salvage their grades. Meanwhile, Li Linyun was lost in thought, gazing at Suemo's delicate neck. Her skin was as pristine as snow, and the subtle rise and fall of her gentle complexion with each breath was irresistibly tempting, making one yearn to lean in and take a playful nibble. It was only when the examination bell rang that he slowly averted his gaze. Zhao Wen and the others wished to continue their conversation, but upon catching the stern glance of the teacher, they obediently fell silent. Perhaps due to diligent preparation, Suemo found the questions surprisingly manageable during the exam. An hour later, several students began to submit their papers early, including Zhao Wen and his companions, who signaled to Suemo and Li Linyun to hasten their submissions as they exited. Feeling confident about her performance, Suemo thought it wise to submit her paper early and return to pack her belongings, especially since she had a ticket for the following morning. Yun, I'm going to submit my paper now. Would you like to join me? Suemo inquired, only to find herself meeting Li Linyun's gaze, realizing he had been watching her intently for some time. Li Linyun smiled and nodded. The two stood, submitted their papers to the teacher, and then joined Zhao Wen and the others outside the examination hall. Suemo stretched and exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally finished. I feel so much lighter. Li Linyun agreed. Indeed. What are your plans now? I intend to head back to the dormitory to organize my things. Then we can all go out for a nice meal together tonight. What do you think? Li Linyun nodded in agreement. You all choose the place. I'll treat. Yay! We're in for a feast. Zhao Wen and his companions cheered. Upon returning to her dormitory, Suemo commenced the organization of her belongings. It was nothing more than her computer and some clothing. As for her quilt, Li Linyun would assist in sending it back tomorrow. While she was placing her garments into the suitcase, a delivery bag was tossed in by Zhao Wen. Suemo gazed at Zhao Wen in bewilderment, noticing his rather lewd expression. Here, your backless sweater, shipped discreetly. No one will know what's inside if you don't open it. No way. We agreed I wouldn't wear this. She cast a pitiful glance toward Li Linyun, seeking assistance once more. Oh, come on, you can't wear it? Don't let your dear Ayun see. Zhao Wen remarked. Anyway, it was bought for you by your dear Ayun, so it's entirely up to you how to handle it. Naturally, Suemo wished to discard it, yet thinking of how Li Linyun seemed eager to see her in it, she hesitated to part with it. Fine, it's not much, and it will fit, Suemo murmured. By the way, you're not planning on wearing it secretly at home, are you? Get lost. Dinner was reserved at a renowned French restaurant, known to require at least a month of advance booking. However, since this establishment was under the Li family's restaurant company, Li Linyun could go at his leisure. Although the five of them were dressed casually, the restaurant owner had been informed in advance, and thus the hostess greeted them with a smile, guiding them into the dining area. Due to the reservation system, the number of patrons was strictly controlled, resulting in a relatively sparse crowd at the moment. The restaurant boasted elegant and exquisite decor, with faux greenery adorned with light strips that harmoniously divided the space. The lighting was soft and perfectly balanced, while a pianist played Kikujiro's Summer, the soothing and romantic melodies resonating throughout the restaurant. The seating arrangement comprised only tables for 2 and 4, naturally dividing Suemo and Li Linyun at one table, with the other 3 at another. The service was prompt. From their seating to the arrival of the dishes, it took no more than 5 minutes. This is French blue lobster, each one delivered fresh that very day, the waiter announced. And this is Kobe beefsteak, the finest among steaks, tender and resilient, with each cow raised under stringent standards. Aside from Li Linyun, the others were unfamiliar with these dishes, yet they sounded exquisite and undoubtedly luxurious. Oh my goodness! This is too delicious! I never imagined I'd one day savor such fine cuisine. Indeed, it is a culinary delight, especially paired with this rather expensive bottle of red wine. Meanwhile, Li Linyun uncorked the wine and set it aside to breathe before pouring a glass for Suemo. Although she was aware of her poor tolerance for alcohol, the enticing flavor of the red wine proved irresistible, and she couldn't help but take a few sips. Noticing Li Linyun cutting her steak, seemingly not inclined to drink, Suemo inquired, "Ayun, aren't you having any?" Li Linyun shook his head. "I need to drive later, so I'll pass on the wine." With that, he speared a piece of the cut steak and offered it to Suemo. All right then. Suemo opened her mouth to accept Li Linyun's offering. This tastes amazing. I want more." As the evening wore on and the revelry continued, Zhao Wen, having savored his fill, turned to Li Linyun. "Old two, it's getting late. Shall we take our leave?" Li Linyun glanced at the time and nodded in agreement. The group departed from the restaurant. Zhao Wen and his companions hailed a cab to indulge in some online gaming, while Li Linyun and Suemo drove back to the campus. Predictably, Suemo was quite inebriated, seated in the passenger seat, clamoring for Li Linyun to accelerate, eager for a shower and slumber. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Li Linyun supported the unsteady Suemo as they made their way inside. The moment they entered, Suemo hurriedly gathered her clothes, preparing for a bath. Observing her swaying form, Li Linyun couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. "Be careful, don't fall," he cautioned. "Ayun, don't worry. I won tea." "Fall," Suemo reassured him, as she stepped into the bathroom, placing her wrap on the sink. After a dizzying shower and a quick blow-dry, she emerged from the bathroom. "Ayun, I feel a bit lightheaded. I'll head to bed now. Please wake me up at 8 tomorrow." Li Linyun cast a glance at Suemo, and in that moment, he felt as if his very breath was stolen away. Fresh from her bath, Suemo's skin glowed like freshly fallen snow, smooth and radiant, each inch shimmering under the light. Although he had seen her like this countless times before, the sight of her well-defined figure beneath her short sleeves captivated his gaze. It dawned upon him that during the ball, Suemo had not been artificially enhanced. She simply hadn't been wearing a wrap. Moreover, why was it that when they were alone in the dormitory, she conveniently forgot to wear one? Was it temptation? Surely, it must be temptation. Shaking his head, Li Linyun attempted to regain his composure. It must be the alcohol clouding her mind. That was the only explanation. He wished to steal another glance at Suemo, but found her already nestled in bed, fast asleep. He sighed, chastising himself for mistakenly believing that Suemo was tempting him. It was merely a fleeting whim of the mind. As he stepped into the bathroom to brush his teeth, something on the sink caught his eye. Picking it up, he felt its silky texture, accompanied by a faint, alluring fragrance. His heart raced as he pondered the implications. Could this possibly belong to Suemo? Panic surged within him. He was truly at a loss for composure. Chapter 73. Parenthood. Suemo had initially intended to take the subway to the train station, but upon calculating the time, she realized it was rather tight. Thus, she opted for a ride in Li Linyun's Maybach. Sitting in the passenger seat, she occasionally glanced at the focused driver, her heart racing with excitement. This reminded her of the morning after she had just awakened, when she discovered that she was not wearing a chest wrap. Startled, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The night before, it had been just herself and Li Linyun in the dormitory. Could it be that Ayun had removed her chest wrap? Wait, if it were indeed Ayun, had something indescribable occurred? Suemo dared not dwell on such thoughts and stealthily made her way to the bathroom, meticulously inspecting herself for any signs of unusual happenings. Finding nothing amiss, she sighed in relief, only to spot the chest wrap lying on the sink. Having indulged in alcohol the previous night, she could hardly recall whether Li Linyun had seen her without the wrap. She had researched online and, according to her findings, even if she lacked a certain endowment, it was still quite evident that she possessed curves. Stealing another glance at Li Linyun, she noted his unperturbed expression, which led her to believe her worries were unfounded. Sensing her gaze, Li Linyun inquired, "I say, Suemo, Why have you been staring at me since you got in the car? And nothing, she stammered. Ayun, what were you doing when I came out of the shower yesterday? Li Linyun recognized that Suemo had realized she had forgotten to wear her chest wrap and recited the response he had prepared. Oh, I was having a smoke on the balcony. I hadn't tea-smoked in weeks and suddenly felt the urge. Then, you didn't tea-touch the thing I left on the sink, did you? Suemo asked nervously. Given its conspicuous placement, Li Linyun had undoubtedly noticed it. She could only hope he did not recognize what it was. Caught off guard by her question, Li Linyun felt a twinge of guilt, yet maintained a calm facade. No, I didn't tea-touch it. By the way, what exactly is that? He had no intention of deceiving Suemo, but if she were to discover that he recognized it and had even picked it up, she might never speak to him again. Upon hearing Li Linyun's response, Suemo felt a wave of relief wash over her. She feigned composure and turned to gaze out the window. As long as he didn't know what it was, though, she reassured herself, her heart remained tumultuous. After all, that chest wrap had been placed in a very noticeable spot. Moreover, having known Li Linyun for quite some time, she sensed a hint of guilt in his demeanor, as if he were concealing something. Upon arriving at the high-speed rail station, Suemo was about to enter through the main entrance when Li Linyun stopped her. I've purchased you a business-class ticket. We can enter through the VIP passage. Oh, this is rather extravagant of you, Suemo remarked, waving goodbye to Li Linyun. Li Linyun watched as Suemo disappeared from view, a sense of melancholy swelling in his heart. Oh well, it won't be long before I see little Mo again. Suemo arrived at the business lounge. Though it was her first time in a business seat, she had seen videos before that revealed the lounge offered complimentary snacks and beverages. Having already had breakfast, she only took a box of ice cream. Just before the ticket check, a flight attendant graciously took Sumo's luggage and escorted her to the station. Could you please provide your ID? I will take you to the designated ticket check. Suemo handed over her identification card. I'm sorry, miss, but the gender on this ID states male. Did you perhaps take the wrong one? Suemo felt a wave of helplessness. Her worst fears had indeed come to pass. You may not believe me, but I am genuinely a boy, and the photo on the ID is truly me, she said, her voice lacking confidence. Oh really? The attendant looked at the girl. Boy? Before her, with skin as fair as frost and snow, and delicate features, she was stunningly beautiful. How could such a beauty claim to be a boy? Please believe me, I'm not lying, Suemo pleaded softly, employing a tone that was almost endearing. Although using this beauty to her advantage felt somewhat shameful, she feared that if this continued, she might miss her train altogether. All right then. But if the ticket machine's facial recognition doesn't work, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. Suemo sighed in relief and silently called out to her system. System, do you think I will pass the ticket check? Under normal circumstances it would be impossible, but I can make it happen if I take charge, the system replied. I can assist you, but you must promise to complete a task for me without any regrets. Understood? Fine, I promise I won't back out. Suemo did not hesitate much before accepting. Though she knew the task would likely be somewhat embarrassing, getting on the train and returning home was of utmost importance. The attendant placed the ID on the ticket machine and then instructed Suemo to scan her face. Oh, it actually passed the verification. The attendant couldn't help but wonder if the machine had malfunctioned. Following the attendant, Suemo arrived at the platform where the train was already there. Once on board, she quickly found her seat in the business cabin. The carriage contained only a few scattered passengers, either resting with their eyes closed or working diligently on their laptops. After stowing her luggage, Suemo took out her phone, prepared to don her headphones and listen to music before drifting off into a peaceful slumber. Just as she put on her headphones, a WeChat video call came in. Seeing the contact labeled Dear Mom, Suemo was startled and quickly switched to voice call. Hello? What is up, Mom? I just boarded the train and was about to sleep. To avoid her mother detecting anything amiss, Suemo forced her voice to sound masculine. Little Mo, why didn't you video call me? I wanted to see if my son has gained or lost weight lately. I have indeed slimmed down a bit. However, with my mother's delectable cooking, I shall undoubtedly regain the weight in no time. Suemo scratched his face, reflecting, Dear mother, I have not merely lost weight. I have transformed into a daughter. Oh my, when did your sweet tongue emerge? She teased. So, Have you found a girlfriend this semester? When will you bring a girl home for me to meet? Let us not dwell on that, Mom. My phone is about to die. Suemo swiftly ended the call. Bringing a girl home is out of the question, but returning home as a girl should suffice. I hope my mother will be pleased. Suemo reclined in his chair, utterly at a loss as to how to explain to his parents that he has become a girl. They always said that raising children is a significant endeavor. Well, now they have truly raised a daughter. I cannot be bothered to think any longer. After all, the boat will float when it reaches the bridge. The light vessel has already collided with the iceberg. It's best to simply indulge in a restful slumber for now. Chapter 74. Dishes prepared by the daughter-in-law? Dishes prepared by the son-in-law. The train is approaching Linhai Station. Passengers preparing to disembark are kindly requested to get ready. Upon hearing the announcement, Suemo slowly opened her eyes. Has it arrived so soon? After refreshing herself in the restroom, she gathered her belongings and followed the crowd out of the train station. The summer sun blazed fiercely in the sky, its heat almost unbearable. Although Suemo initially intended to take the bus home, the sweltering weather made her feel as though she might melt away with even a moment spent outdoors. Consequently, she decided to indulge in a taxi ride. Before long, a black sedan came to a halt before her. After placing her luggage in the trunk, Suemo entered the vehicle. Upon providing the last digits of her phone number, she glanced at the driver, who seemed vaguely familiar. Uncle Zhang? Suemo inquired uncertainly. The person referred to as Uncle Zhang turned to look at her, a puzzled expression on his face. Young lady, who might you be? After seeing the driver's face clearly, Suemo was certain it was indeed Uncle Zhang. It's me. Suemo, you were quite close with my father, going fishing together every day. You even held me when I was little. Surely you haven't forgotten? Uncle Zhang's eyes widened in realization. You are Suemo, the daughter of Su Minghui? Suemo nodded. It's been a year since we last met. Hasn't it? I suppose my eyes aren't what they used to be. I hardly recognized you. But how you've blossomed. You were always a delicate little girl, and now you resemble a stunning beauty after 2 years of university. Ah! Perhaps it's the good feng shui of the school, she replied with a laugh. Throughout the journey, Uncle Zhang engaged Suemo in pleasant conversation, but his inquiry about her romantic life left her momentarily at a loss. No, but there is a remarkably attractive girl who likes me, and I quite like her too. Uncle Zhang nodded. That makes sense. With your looks, you must have no shortage of admirers, unlike my own son, who hasn't even held a girl's hand yet. The girl Suemo was referring to was herself. How could one not appreciate their own charm? Surely that wasn't deceitful. The car soon arrived at the destination. After bidding farewell to Uncle Zhang, Suemo wheeled her suitcase toward home. This small county town featured numerous single-story houses lining the streets. As she walked, she occasionally spotted elderly individuals lounging in rocking chairs at their doorsteps. When encountering acquaintances, Suemo politely greeted them. Oh, that girl greeting me is quite lovely. I must find a way to introduce her to my grandson. What are you talking about? I senti that Su Minghui's son? What do you want your grandson to do with a boy? What nonsense are you spouting? Have you gone blind? Have your son get you a pair of reading glasses? As she crossed the intersection, the number of people on the street dwindled. With each step closer to home, a smile blossomed on Suemo's face. It had been so long since she last saw her parents, and she couldn't help but wonder how they had been. Overwhelmed with longing, she quickened her pace, eager to reunite with them. Upon arriving at the doorstep, Suemo discovered that the door was unlocked and thus stepped inside. The first floor was enveloped in silence, devoid of any sound. It dawned on him that his parents were likely still at work. Ascending to the second floor, he returned to his room. Knowing he would be home today, the bed had already been made. He placed his luggage beside the bed and immediately collapsed onto the soft mattress. Oh, how utterly delightful this feels. Suemo rubbed his small face against the freshly sun-dried quilt, which exuded a fragrant aroma. In a buoyant mood, his little feet swung playfully, emitting soft, contented sounds. Hearing the commotion from the room, Yu Wanchio, who was tidying up the bathroom, couldn't help but peek in, only to find Suemo joyfully rolling about on the bed. Oh dear. The bed that Mom just arranged is already in disarray. Observing her son's playful antics, Yuanchio couldn't suppress her laughter. Upon hearing her voice, Suemo froze, turning his head stiffly like a long-neglected wind-up toy. Before him stood a stunningly beautiful woman, her fair complexion untouched by age, who was none other than his mother. "Mom, your presence is making me feel rather embarrassed," Suemo pouted. Yuanchio gazed at Suemo, momentarily taken aback. His beautiful eyes met hers, his delicate skin as white as snow, with a dainty nose and lips as red as cherries. His exquisite tousled hair held an androgynous charm. After a brief pause, she spoke, disbelief lacing her words. "Is that you, Xiaomo? How have you become so handsome?" "Of course, I am your precious son. They say sons inherit their looks from their mothers. With you being so beautiful, how could I possibly be lacking?" Suemo replied sweetly. Yuanchio studied Suemo, suddenly realizing that his refined features bore a resemblance to her own youth, yet he surpassed her youthful beauty. She promptly sat on the edge of the bed and affectionately ruffled his hair. "Xiaomo, I've missed you dearly. You must have lost quite a bit of weight at school. Look at those slender arms, just like your father in his youth, when he had such robust arms and defined abs," Yuanchio remarked, playfully patting Sumo's chest. Why is it so soft?" Yuanchio exclaimed, gazing at her hand in disbelief at the sensation. Suemo felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Was he truly going to be discovered by his mother upon returning home? "Mom, what are you doing? By the way, where's Dad? He isn't still at work, is he?" However, Yuanchio dismissed her thoughts, attributing Sumo's softness to a lack of exercise. "Your father went grocery shopping. We're having boiled meat slices, crayfish, and your favorite braised chicken for dinner." Sumo's eyes sparkled with delight as he smiled broadly. "We're having such a feast tonight. Dad is really generous." "What of it? Your father spends quite a bit on smoking and drinking. Treating my precious son to some of his favorite dishes is nothing," she replied. Remembering that he needed to learn how to cook, Suemo suggested, "Mom, let me help you with dinner later. It'll be a good opportunity for me to observe how to prepare the dishes." Yuanchio recalled the culinary disasters Suemo had attempted in the past, such as the green cola chicken wings, the sweet and sour ribs saltier than dried fish, and the spicy stir-fried meat sweeter than honey. Couldn't help but smile wryly. "Xiaomo, dear, please heed your mother's words and simply watch quietly from the side.
Sumo pouted unhappily.
I merely wish for you to savor my culinary skills. I promise they will one day be delectable." All right, rather than your cooking, your mother is far more eager to taste the dishes prepared by her future daughter-in-law. With that, Yuanchio gazed at Suemo with anticipation. Suemo, feeling guilty, averted her eyes. "Oh, mother, it seems I shall have no opportunity to taste my future daughter-in-law's cooking. Perhaps we should consider enjoying the meals prepared by our son-in-law instead?" Chapter 75. Did my son go to Thailand? As the mother and daughter tidied up the room, the sound of a door opening echoed from downstairs. It seemed that your father had returned from grocery shopping. "Xiaomo, you continue cleaning while I head downstairs to prepare dinner," Yuanchio announced as she made her way down. "By the way, Mom, please make the crayfish with 13 spices. And for the boiled meat slices, use less chili. I've been feeling a bit fiery lately," Suemo remarked. It had been nearly a month since their last visit to relatives, and in order to avoid the excruciating stomach pains he experienced last time, Suemo thought it prudent to limit his intake of spicy food. "How have you changed during the holidays? Weren't you someone who couldn't live without spice?" Yuanchio chuckled as she descended the stairs. Once the room was in order, Suemo went to the bathroom to glance at himself in the mirror. What a beautiful face he saw, truly a paragon of femininity. Yet, as he scrutinized the stunning visage in the reflection, a frown creased his brow. His father had often remarked that he lacked masculinity, that he was not sufficiently virile. Now, with his current appearance, it seemed inevitable that he would once again face his father's disapproval. Yuanchio arrived downstairs and took the bag from Su Minghui's hands. "Darling, you must be sweltering in this heat. Please sit and rest. I'll handle the cooking. It is indeed quite hot. I've been sweating profusely," Su Minghui replied as he settled onto the sofa, dabbing his forehead with a tissue. "Xiaomo should be home by now, but I haven't seen him around. He's upstairs tidying up the room. He'll be down shortly." Knowing you bought so many of his favorite foods, he's probably overjoyed, she responded. Humph. If it weren't for you also loving crayfish and yellow braised chicken, I wouldn't have bought them just for that little rascal, Su Minghui retorted. In just a year or two he will graduate, yet he still hasn't found a girlfriend. Compared to me at his age, he is falling short. Alright. Let us not speak of Xiao Mo today since he just got back. I'm off to the kitchen now, Yuanqiu said, glancing back at her husband with a smile. As Su Minghui watched his wife bustling in the kitchen, a smile crept onto his face. Although he worked tirelessly every day, the thought of providing a happy life for his son and wife filled him with motivation. He still had to buy a house and a car for his little rascal and prepare the betrothal gifts. Relying solely on his current salary posed quite a challenge. Yes, I must strive harder at work to secure a promotion and raise before the year ends. In truth, had he remained at his previous job, he would have deemed a promotion and salary increase an impossible dream. The pay was average, and he was often required to work unpaid overtime, a truly exploitative situation. However, this year, through a friend's introduction, he joined a branch of a global top 100 enterprise headquartered in Hangzhou. Though the work was demanding, the salary was substantial, and even overtime was compensated at triple the usual rate. It was a refreshing change where employees were treated as human beings. Moreover, he had heard that the company's president was quite young, seemingly still in college like his own son. What a remarkable achievement! He vaguely recalled the name. Perhaps it was something like Li Yun, though he couldn't quite remember. As a series of thuds echoed from the staircase, Su Minghui knew that Su Mo was making his way down. Hey, slow down when coming down the stairs. Aren't you afraid of falling?
Observing Sumo,
Who was descending the stairs while smiling to herself. Su Minghui displayed a look of confusion. This young lady, how is it that you emerged from my son's room? Are you perhaps my son's girlfriend? Ah, no wonder you are my Su Minghui's son. He has managed to win over such a beautiful girl. Reminiscing about his own youthful days of poverty, during which he had charmed his wife with both flattery and wit, Su Minghui couldn't help but feel nostalgic. He truly resembles me in my prime, handsome and dashing. Yet, why does this girl bear some resemblance to my son? Could this be what they call a couple's resemblance? Su Mo, initially pleased to see her father after a long time, was about to call out to him when his words nearly caused her to stumble down the stairs. Father, you can't possibly not recognize your beloved daughter, Su Mo. Seeing this, Su Minghui chuckled heartily. Young lady, are you and my son conspiring to play tricks on me? Today is not April Fool's Day. I admit my son does have a somewhat effeminate demeanor, but surely he cannot be so strikingly beautiful. Feeling somewhat exasperated, Su Mo pointed to the beauty mark at the corner of her eye. Father, do you see this mark? Now do you believe me? I am truly your son. Su Minghui, of course, remembered Su Mo's beauty mark. Upon closer inspection, he realized its precise location was identical. Wah! What? How can this be? He pinched his thigh, and the pain assured him this was not a dream. It is often said that university is a beauty salon, a notion Su Minghui had previously dismissed. Now, confronted with such a vivid example, his very own son, he was compelled to accept the truth. He gazed at Su Mo with concern. My dear boy, although you haven't found a girlfriend, surely you haven't resorted to self-destructive behavior and traveled to Thailand, have you? Su Mo replied. Father, you truly are my biological parent. At that moment, Yuanqiu emerged from the kitchen. Observing the father-son duo staring at each other, she inquired with curiosity, What are you two discussing? Su Minghui pointed at Su Mo and exclaimed, Dear, come quickly and see. Who is this? I can barely recognize him. But this is our son. How could you not recognize your own child? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Minghui scratched his head. I've heard that girls change significantly by the age of 18, but I have never seen such a transformation in a boy. Just moments ago, I thought he had brought home a girlfriend. To be honest, I almost failed to recognize him myself. My son is becoming increasingly beautiful. Yuanqiu rested her chin on her hands as she gazed at Su Mo. If only our little Mo were a girl, how many boys would adore her? She could marry the most handsome and wealthiest one, and we wouldn't have to worry about her future. However, the condition is that he must treat you well. Otherwise, your father and I would never approve of such a union, Yuanqiu added. Su Mo could only roll her eyes in resignation. Observing her mother's earnest contemplation, it appeared as though she were genuinely envisioning the scenario of marrying a wealthy and handsome man. A gentleman who is both strikingly attractive and affluent, yet also kind to her? Wait a moment. Is this not a description of Li Linyun? Suemo couldn't help but feel a flush of warmth on her cheeks, for she had intended to find an opportunity to confide in her parents. Moreover, when Li Linyun comes to visit, she would undoubtedly extend an invitation for him to come to their home. She could almost picture the scene of his visit. The four of them seated on the sofa, her mother pouring a glass of water for Li Linyun, gazing at him with the discerning eyes of a mother-in-law assessing her prospective son-in-law. Then her father would clear his throat and inquire, "So, do you wish to marry my daughter? Show some sincerity." Following this, Li Linyun would grandly present an entire case of flying mutai and an assortment of exquisite red wines upon the table. "Uncle and aunt, I truly cherish Xiaomo. Should you consent to her hand in marriage, I would be delighted to gift you a riverside villa." Thus, she would find herself unwittingly wed to Li Linyun. The mere thought of it made Sumo's cheeks burn even brighter. Oh dear, it is imperative that her parents remain unaware of Ah Yun's wealth. Otherwise, the brotherly bond might be irrevocably altered. Chapter 76. In truth, I am your daughter, mother. You've piled so much food on my plate that I cannot possibly finish it, Suemo exclaimed, gazing at the abundant meat in his bowl, attempting to dissuade his mother. "Oh, you should eat more. Just look at how thin you've become," she replied. "In the words of the younger generation, you're like a slender pup. I prefer to call it being svelte, not a slender pup, which sounds rather unflattering." Suemo retorted helplessly. "I'm quite curvaceous, thank you very much." He anticipated the surprise on his mother's face when he eventually revealed that he was now a girl, particularly when she noticed he no longer wore a chest binder. The delightful dinner came to an end. Su Minghui settled onto the sofa, requesting Suemo to massage his shoulders. Sumo's hands were soft, applying just the right amount of pressure to alleviate his father's fatigue swiftly. "Father, your shoulders are so tense. Has the company been making you work overtime again?" Suemo inquired. With a chuckle, Su Minghui replied that he had changed companies and was now voluntarily working extra hours, earning a substantial amount in overtime pay. "Even so, you mustn't overexert yourself. You have so many gray hairs now," Suemo said, compassionately wrapping his arms around his father's neck from behind, his eyes glistening with moisture and the corners reddening. "Oh, you silly child," Su Minghui thought, feeling a pang of tenderness at his son's evident distress. He turned to wipe away the tears from Sumo's face, only to be met with a fragrance wafting from him. "Silly boy, you haven't taken to wearing perfume, have you?" Su Minghui asked, slightly irritated, for the scent was clearly not that of men's cologne. Although he would not criticize his son for resembling a girl, after all, appearance is innate, he could not condone his son indulging in what he deemed effeminate behavior. Noticing his father's displeasure, Suemo was taken aback, fearing an immediate reprimand. He quickly clutched his mother's arm for comfort. "Father, please do not say such things. I have never used perfume. This is merely the scent of my body wash. Wanchio, you have a better nose for this sort of thing. Can you tell if this boy is wearing perfume? So, I shall have to deal with him severely," Su Minghui insisted. Suemo, feeling anxious, shrank his neck and cast a pitiful glance at Yuanchio. "Mother, dear mother, your keen senses are crucial to my well-being."
Yuaniu leaned closer to sniff Sumo's neck.
"Indeed, there is a delightful aroma, a harmonious blend of rose's richness and jasmine's elegance. I have never encountered such a fragrance. Your father is being overly suspicious. This is likely just the scent of your body wash," she concluded, pondering the brand that could produce such a delightful fragrance. She resolved to inquire about it later. Hearing that it was not perfume, Su Minghui relaxed visibly. However, witnessing his wife being embraced by Suemo, he could not help but feel a twinge of envy. If only I had a daughter. After all, it is said that daughters are father's little warm blankets. Sons seldom exhibit such affection towards their fathers. Misunderstandings resolved, the family of three settled onto the sofa to watch television. The screen displayed a variety show, which Suemo found rather uninteresting, although his parents seemed quite enamored. As the boredom began to creep in, Suemo decided to open WeChat. The first message he noticed was from Li Linyun, inquiring if he had reached home safely. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Suemo scratched his face. He had promised Yun he would inform him upon arrival, but was sidetracked by his mother who had insisted on tidying up the room, causing him to forget. Yun, I am home now, no need to worry. After replying, he glanced at the messages in the dormitory group chat. Zhang Yang posted a photo in a security uniform, followed by Su Bin with a similar image. Zhang Yang exclaimed, "Starting tomorrow, we will be the most dashing men in the security industry." Zhao Wen commented, "Not bad, you both look spirited. But don't security companies typically not hire summer workers?" Zhang Yang and Su Bin replied, "Oh, we told the captain we're in for the long haul. When the time comes, we'll just say that our old sow at home is giving birth, and we need to go back to assist." Upon reading such a ludicrous excuse, Suemo couldn't help but chuckle. However, he mused that security jobs likely had a single day off, which would complicate their ability to meet their girlfriends. Suemo contemplated whether he should also seek a summer job to earn some money for things he desired. After some reflection, he decided against it. After all, there would be decades of work ahead, and there was no need to rush. Noticing Suemo's beaming expression while he perused WeChat, Yuanchio couldn't help but feel curious. Who could he be chatting with that brought him such joy? Surely it wasn't some beautiful girl. Suemo shook his head, saying, No, I'm just looking at messages from my roommates." Yuanchio felt a tinge of disappointment. He only chats with boys every day. When would he find a partner? By the way, in a couple of days, Ihue and Ishuan will be coming over to play, and as their older brother, you must take them out for some fun. Lin Ihue and Lin Ishuan are Suemo's cousins, and the three have grown up playing together. However, since Suemo started university, they could only spend time together during the summer and winter breaks. Suemo nodded, feeling a bit nostalgic for the two mischievous and adorable little ones. Yet, there was a pressing question: how to allocate the rooms at home. His parents would take one room, leaving two remaining. Originally, Lin Ishuan was supposed to share a room with him, but his once dashing cousin had now transformed into a cousin sister, making it impossible for them to share. Sharing a room with Lin Ihue was out of the question as well. He would undoubtedly be perceived as the lecherous cousin and promptly kicked out. It was worth noting that this girl held a black belt in Taekwondo. Suemo certainly did not wish to spend his summer vacation in a hospital. "Mom, I don't want to share a room with Ishuan, he snores every night." Upon hearing this, Yuanchio couldn't help but laugh. "You little rascal, how have you become so picky? Ishuan's snoring isn't a new issue. Why didn't you complain before? And if you don't share with Ishuan, does that mean you want to sleep with Ihue? Even though you're siblings at this age, there's still a boundary between boys and girls." "I can sleep in the living room," Suemo suggested. Suemo declared, "I shall sleep on the sofa. If that is not feasible, I can make do with the floor." Yuanchio gazed at Suemo with an expression of skepticism. "My dear child, what is it that has rendered you so peculiar today? In the past, you were reluctant to sleep in the living room, preferring to share a bed with Ishian." Gathering his resolve, Suemo thought it might be best to reveal the truth to his parents now, as they would inevitably discover it eventually. His heart raced with anxiety, and his words stumbled forth, "Mom and Dad, actually, I am your daughter, for I have transitioned into a girl." The couple exchanged a bewildered glance, momentarily taken aback, questioning whether their ears had deceived them. "Silly child, this is not amusing," the mother responded. "Indeed, I recall you distinctly having boyish traits. How could you possibly be a girl?" Taking a deep breath, Suemo rose to his feet and earnestly stated, "Mom and Dad, I am not jesting. I have truly become a girl. I understand this may be hard to believe, but please grant me a few moments to explain." Chapter 77. Our precious daughter. After listening to Sumo's explanation, the elderly couple's faces were left with nothing but astonishment. "So, you mean to say, Xiao, that you have actually been a girl since childhood, but due to this peculiar ailment you have developed male characteristics?" They gazed at the medical report Suemo had handed over, where the words gender dysphoria were prominently displayed. Although they had never heard of such a condition, a quick search online revealed numerous cases across the country. Suemo gently acknowledged with a soft her head bowed in shame, overwhelmed by guilt. Simultaneously, she harbored concerns about whether the report provided by the system would convince her parents. Alas, her father and mother would undoubtedly be heartbroken, having raised a son for so many years only to discover he had transformed into a delicate daughter. A mother knows her child best. Yuancho could discern that Suemo was not fabricating her story. However, this situation was so surreal that she decided to personally examine her daughter's body.
Xiao Montak.
Come with me to the bathroom. Let me take a look, Yuancho said, taking Sumo's hand and leading her toward the restroom. Mom! Please don't do this. It's so embarrassing. Suemo protested, her face flushed and unwilling. I've seen everything about you. What's there to be shy about with your mother? Yuancho insisted. Be obedient, let me check. Ultimately, Suemo succumbed to her mother's half-hearted request, and they entered the bathroom. Following her mother's instructions, she removed her short-sleeve shirt, revealing skin as delicate and white as sheep's fat jade, her shoulders finely sculpted and her waist slender. Yuancho noticed the binding cloth around Suemo's chest, and a flicker of understanding crossed her eyes. It appeared that Xiaomo was indeed a girl now. Upon confirming this truth, rather than feeling sorrowful, she found herself filled with joy. Gazing at her beautiful daughter, Yuancho felt an urge to touch her soft skin again. However, seeing Suemo with her head lowered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Yuancho refrained from further examination. All right, I finished checking. Let us step outside, she said. Suemo dressed silently and followed her mother back to the sofa, her feelings of guilt reaching a pinnacle. Afraid to witness the disappointment on her parents' faces, she kept her head down, akin to a criminal awaiting judgment. Su Minghui exchanged a questioning glance with his wife, seeking confirmation on whether Xiaomo was indeed a girl. When she nodded, the tension in his heart finally eased. Although he did not show it outwardly, he felt a surge of secret delight. I, Su Minghui, now have a daughter, and what a lovely daughter she is. He recalled previously referring to Suemo as somewhat effeminate, and an impulse to chastise himself surged within him. How could he have spoken such words about his own daughter? What an unworthy father he had been. Casting another glance at Suemo, who sat with her head bowed in silence, he felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. Having to endure such a situation alone, without the courage to confide in anyone, was undoubtedly burdensome. She might even face ridicule from classmates and roommates, mocked as a sissy or worse. Upon reflecting, he gently pulled Yuancho closer and whispered a few words. Then both turned their attention towards Suemo. Little Emo, please lift your head. Your father and I have something to say to you. At those words, Suemo trembled slightly, gradually raising her head, her eyes shimmering with tears. Little Emo, regardless of whether you are a boy or a girl, you will always be our child, our treasure. You need not feel guilty or fearful. Our love for you will never waver. Suemo had never imagined that her parents would accept her so swiftly, and she was moved to the point of tears turning into laughter as she hastily wiped her eyes. Yet, looking at the smiles on their faces, how could they possibly be so happy when their son had clearly transformed into a daughter? Mom and Dad, you truly are the best. Suemo nestled between them, joyfully embracing her mother's arm, resting her head on her shoulder. Yuancho playfully pinched Sumo's soft, delicate cheek. My precious daughter is simply beautiful, so fragrant and tender. Come, let me give you a kiss. As she leaned closer to Sumo's face, Suemo bashfully turned away. Mom, Dad is watching. Oh, does my precious daughter mean that I can kiss her when your father is not around? With her mother's relentless teasing, Suemo scratched her face in embarrassment. I promise next time, Mom. Observing the affectionate bond between mother and daughter, Su Minghui maintained a stoic expression, yet his heart was filled with jealousy. Wasn't it said that daughters are their father's little cotton-padded jackets? Why was he being overlooked? Yuancho noticed her husband's stealing glances and chuckled. Little Emo, look at your father. He is quite envious of my affection towards you. Dear, you need not pretend to be aloof. Come and hold our daughter's little hand. Realizing he had been caught, Su Minghui cleared his throat. Our daughter is indeed adorable and beautiful, but I wasn't really planning on holding hands. No, I truly wasn't. Suemo chuckled helplessly. Why are you being so proud? You're not some anime character with yellow hair and twin tails. Dad, I understand that you might need some time to adjust, but from now on, I will be your precious daughter. As she said this, she wrapped her arms around Su Minghui's, gently swaying. Seeing his daughter cling to him, Su Minghui could no longer suppress his smile. He affectionately ruffled Sumo's hair and remarked, "A little cotton-padded jacket is indeed wonderful. Unlike before, when you had no inclination to be close to your father. By the way, do others know about your transition to being a girl? Have any classmates at school mocked you unknowingly?" Suemo confidently shook her head. "No, not at all. I've concealed it quite well. No one has the slightest idea. Moreover, my roommates have been very kind to me, especially Lee." She paused, refraining from elaborating further. Su Minghui's eyes widened. "Wait, little Mo, are you still living in the boys' dormitory? Because they all still think I'm a boy. I haven't moved out." Su Mo replied, her voice tinged with guilt. "That is not acceptable, Xiao Mo. Are you aware of how unsafe this is? What if they discover you are a girl? What could happen? Something undesirable." Yuanqiu expressed her deep concern. In contrast, Suemo felt that her father's worries were somewhat excessive. She had faith in the character of her roommates. Moreover, they were individuals with ill intentions but lacking the courage to act upon them. After all, it had been quite some time, and they had never forced her to wear women's clothing. However, there was a Yun, who occasionally regarded her with an intense gaze. "Then, I shall move out next semester. Yet, renting a place can be quite troublesome. Perhaps it would be better to stay at a Yun's home." Chapter 78. What gift to bring after taking a bath? Suemo donned her favorite teddy bear pajamas, crafted from soft and comfortable fabric. Lying in bed, she stared blankly at the ceiling, recalling the joyous expressions of her parents from earlier that day, feeling a swell of emotion threatening to spill over. She had initially thought that her transformation from son to daughter would be difficult for them to accept, yet to her astonishment, they were genuinely delighted. Her father even sent her an extravagant red envelope containing 8,000 yuan, encouraging her to purchase several beautiful pieces of women's clothing. It was quite the contrast to the times when even changing her mobile phone required much persuasion. As she contemplated the differences between being a son and a daughter, her phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, she saw it was a video call from Li Linyun. A smile crept across her face, and she instinctively reached to answer it. However, she suddenly hesitated, her hand hovering in midair. Casting a quick glance at her chest, she recalled that her parents were now aware of her identity as a girl, and thus she had discarded the binding cloth. She hurriedly pulled a small blanket up to cover herself from the neck down before finally connecting the call. At the door, Yuanqiu stood holding a cup of warm milk, having heard that drinking a glass before bed could promote relaxation and sleep. She was about to knock when she overheard Sumo's cheerful voice on the phone. Curiosity piqued. She leaned her ear against the door. "Ahem, Xiaomo, please don't blame your mother. I'm not eavesdropping, just passing by." "Yes, merely passing by." "Ayun, when are you coming to my house to play?" Suemo asked with a radiant smile. Li Linyun opened his mouth to respond but was momentarily distracted by Sumo's face, which glowed with a healthy flush after her hot bath, adding an enchanting allure to her appearance. Strangely, her manner of speaking now seemed to carry the sweet charm typical of young girls, a demeanor he had never witnessed before. Noticing that Li Linyun had fallen silent, Suemo gently tapped the screen of her phone where he appeared. "Hey, Ayun, why are you so quiet? Like a statue?" "Oh, I just think your teddy bear pajamas look lovely," he replied, regaining his composure. "But I don't recall seeing you wear them in the dorm. Did you just buy them?" Delighted to hear that Li Linyun admired her favorite pajamas, Suemo beamed. "Not at all. I bought them last year during the new year. But I've been afraid to wash this type of fabric, worried I might ruin it, so I've left it at home." As she spoke, she continued to tap the image of Li Linyun on her phone. "I say, Xiaomo, why do you keep tapping your phone? Did it upset you?" Li Linyun inquired, puzzled. Seeing the bewildered expression on his face, Sumo's smile widened, blooming like a flower in spring. "Humph. I'm inseparable from my phone. How could I bear to hit it? I'm merely tapping on a certain blockhead in the phone, who still hasn't told me when he'll come over." Li Linyun realized she was clearly referring to him, though he wondered why she was playfully hitting the phone. It seems that such interactions often occur between couples. Is Xiao Mo hinting at something? "The way you express yourself makes me almost envious of your phone," remarked Li Linyun. "Recently, there is a meeting to be held, and I need to discuss some matters with the people in the company. It should be about a week from now, and I will have the time to visit you then. A week later, Suemo pondered. By that time, Yixian and Yihui would likely still be at my house. Ayun, my younger siblings, will probably be at home too, so you might have to share a room with my brother. Suemo said bashfully, aware of Li Linyun's cleanliness obsession, uncertain whether he would agree to share a room with Yixian. Li Linyun was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't they shared a bed at his place? Why would it be different at Sumo's? However, he quickly understood. After all, Sumo's parents would be home, and they surely wouldn't allow him to share a room with her. What's the big deal? It's a minor issue, Li Linyun replied nonchalantly. Since he was Sumo's brother, he would likely become his brother-in-law in the future. By the way, what are your parents and siblings like? Since I'll be visiting your home, I must bring a gift. Let me think. Suemo contemplated. My father enjoys cigarettes and liquor, but he mentioned today that he wants to quit smoking, so I'll just bring him some alcohol. My mother seems to have developed a fondness for flowers lately. Perhaps you could buy her some beautiful and easy-to-care-for plants, Suemo suggested. As for Lin Yihui and Lin Yishuan, although Suemo was unsure of their specific preferences, she reasoned that since they were still in high school, boys generally liked games and basketball, while girls would likely appreciate a beautifully packaged skincare set. She advised Li Linyun to consider these options. After jotting down these ideas, Li Linyun noticed Suemo starting to yawn, prompting him to remind her to get some rest. After hanging up, feeling quite fatigued, Suemo decided to go to bed early. Yu Wanqiu, noticing the room had fallen silent, understood that Suemo was resting and quietly returned to her own room. The one whom Xiaoemo referred to as Ayun must be a boy. They seemed to share laughter, and their relationship appeared quite close. Yu Wanqiu thought happily, sensing that Suemo and this Ayun shared something unique. Could they be more than friends? That would be wonderful, as she had worried that after so long as a boy, Suemo might still prefer girls. Observing his wife, who was smiling continuously, Su Minghui felt perplexed as he prepared for sleep. At the Li family villa, Li Linyun stood on the balcony, contemplating how to surprise Suemo. He hadn't inquired about her desired gift because he already knew her preferences. If he were to ask, it would spoil the surprise. Moreover, he had recently consulted Sun Hongfei regarding gift-giving for girls. Li Linyun recalled Sun Hongfei's advice. If you wish to gift something to a girl you like, do not ask her what she wants or likes. Instead, simply buy it and present it to her, saying, "This is for you. I believe you will enjoy it." A look of surprise adorned Xiaomo's face, prompting Li Linyun to imagine the scene and smile gently, undoubtedly finding it endearing. As noon approached, the glaring sun streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Sumo's face. She gradually awakened and glanced at her phone, startled to discover it was nearly 11 o'clock. In a panic, Suemo dashed to the bathroom to freshen up. Once she had completed her morning routine, she paused at the staircase and peered into the living room, only to find her father comfortably seated on the sofa. A wave of dread washed over her. Her father had always disapproved of her lounging in bed, and she was certain a scolding awaited her. With a sorrowful expression, Suemo descended the stairs. "Father," she greeted timidly, lowering her gaze in anticipation of reprimand. To her surprise, her father did not unleash his anger. Instead, he chuckled and remarked that lunch would not be served for a while yet, suggesting she have some bread to tide her over. Feeling a mix of trepidation, Suemo finished her bread while occasionally stealing glances at her father's expression. Noticing his persistent smile, her anxious heart began to settle. "Father, you haven't been possessed by anyone, have you?" Suemo inquired, sipping her water with curiosity. "Goodness, silly girl, what are you talking about? You must be exhausted after such a long journey yesterday." "It's perfectly fine to sleep a bit longer," her father replied with a chuckle. Suemo pouted, realizing this was clearly a special privilege reserved for her as his daughter. "Oh, by the way, Yixian and Yihui are coming over this afternoon. Make sure you prepare accordingly." Suemo nearly sputtered her water in surprise. "Why the sudden announcement? My wrap is still wet." Chapter 79. Who are you? Beautiful? Upon exiting the train station, Lin Yishuan and Lin Yihui hailed a taxi, heading directly to Sumo's residence. "Ah, I have missed Emogu so much. At last, I will have someone to accompany me in watching shows and playing games, Lin Yixuan remarked, crossing his legs. Sister, do you miss Mogu? Who would miss him? If it weren't for our parents being away, I wouldn't be spending the summer with him, Lin Yihue retorted with a huff. Lin Yixuan glanced at his elder sister, who was adorned in a pristine white JK uniform paired with a black pleated skirt, her legs clad in black knee-high socks. She wore a pair of black loafers, and her hairstyle was meticulously arranged. She looked every bit the quintessential beautiful girl. However, only Lin Yixuan knew that she typically lounged at home in pajamas and flip-flops, her hair untamed. It was evident that she had dressed up specifically to see Mogu. His sister was indeed quite the proud one. Oh, how amusing! I recall someone who used to cry every day in her childhood, declaring she would marry Mogu when she grew up. After learning that cousins cannot marry, she would weep and even threaten to go on a hunger strike. How pitiable! Lin Yixuan teased. Upon hearing Lin Yixuan's words, a faint blush crept across Lin Yihue's fair face. She turned her head, shooting him a glare, her tone tinged with embarrassment and irritation. Stop talking nonsense. That was just childish folly. As she spoke, her fingers unwittingly clenched the hem of her skirt. Moreover, we were so young then, completely oblivious. Now, my feelings for him are purely familial. Noticing his sister's reaction, Lin Yixuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Ah, this die-hard brother complex of yours is quite adorable. Who knew you could blush? Enough pretending. I know you miss Mogu too. If you were to ignore him when the time comes, he would undoubtedly feel disheartened. I would never ignore him, Lin Yihue replied, determined not to witness Sumo's sorrow. As the streets outside receded, both siblings felt their excitement build in anticipation of the impending reunion. Meanwhile, Sumo stood on the balcony, touching the chest wrap that had just dried in the morning sun, still damp to the touch. Furrowing her brow, she felt a pang of frustration about what to do. To be frank, she did not wish for Yixuan and Yihue to discover that she was now a girl. After all, in their eyes, she had always been the dashing and charming cousin, capable of caring for others. Truly the most perfect older brother in the world. But now their handsome brother had transformed into a girl. Surely, these two little ones would be heartbroken. The thought of her dear younger siblings wearing such sorrowful expressions made Sumo's heart ache. No, she must maintain the guise. Even if she were to eventually tell Yixuan and Yihue, it could not be at this moment. Thus, she consulted the system. System, can you provide me with another chest wrap? Though it was merely a chest wrap, its technological sophistication was remarkable, requiring the host to complete tasks to acquire additional items. Sumo paused, realizing that Yixuan and Yihue were nearly home, leaving her no time to undertake any tasks. Seemingly aware of Sumo's predicament, the system remarked, I can grant you an advance, but the task's difficulty will consequently escalate. No, it cannot possibly require me to don women's attire in front of my younger siblings. Can it? If that is the case, Sumo mused, she might as well confess outright. Course not, dear host. You are simply too adorable for me to allow you any distress, the system responded. Now, take heed of the forthcoming task name. I shall only state it once. Sumo obediently perked up her ears. The task was announced. With parents away, feeling the heat alone, secretly donning a backless sweater at home. The task's requirements were as the title suggested, to wear the backless sweater gifted by her roommates while her parents were out.
Sumo nodded.
Acknowledging that although the task's name was rather outrageous, the content was somewhat acceptable. After all, it was merely a matter of secretly wearing a backless sweater, and no one would witness her. However, the system's subsequent words made her realize just how naive she truly was. Upon successful completion of the task, the reward will be mastery in culinary arts. However, due to the increased difficulty, you must take several selfies in the backless sweater and send one to a crush of yours.
Sumo.
Upon hearing the system's additional requirements, Sumo's expression was a blend of shock and embarrassment, her cheeks flushing crimson. Taking selfies was one thing, but sending one to a crush. System, you are being utterly unreasonable. And besides, I don't even have a crush.
Sumo protested.
Really? Just last night? Didn't you have a sweet phone call with Li Linyun? The system teased. Your tone of voice then was simply delightful, reminiscent of a love-struck young girl. Reflecting on her conversation with Li Lin Yun from the previous night, Su Mo couldn't help but smile, recalling how she had playfully called him a silly fool. Oh no, this really did resemble the behavior of a girl in love. I don't, she retorted, blushing fiercely. It's completely platonic with Li Lin Yun. After a brief chuckle, the system ceased its commentary and simply presented Su Mo with a new crop top, as if to say, deny it all you like. I see through everything. Why must everyone ship me with Li Lin Yun, even the system? Su Mo pouted in annoyance, her expression akin to that of a small cat. Having donned the new crop top, Su Mo proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After all, her parents typically returned home around 6 o'clock. While the three of them usually dined a bit later, she was concerned about her younger siblings, Yi Hui and Yi Xian, feeling hungry. Thus, this caring older sister decided to prepare an early meal for them. After placing enough rice for 5 into the rice cooker and rinsing it 3 times, she set it to cook and then reclined on the sofa to scroll through Douyin. Just as Su Mo was merrily engrossed in a lengthy comic explanation, a knock echoed from the door. Oh, they're here, Su Mo exclaimed, glancing at the time. Yi Xian and Yi Hui should be arriving shortly, and it was likely them at the door. Hastily striding to the door, I flung it open, revealing before me the 2 siblings, Lin Yihui and Lin Yishuan. It had been quite some time since our last encounter, and I couldn't help but notice that Hui Hui had become increasingly adorable, while Yishuan seemed to have grown more handsome as well, evoking a wave of nostalgia within me. Yishuan, Yihui, you have finally arrived. It's sweltering outside. Do come in and take a seat. As they beheld the strikingly beautiful older sister before them, the siblings exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily questioning whether they had mistakenly approached the wrong residence. Yet, she accurately called out their names, leaving them somewhat perplexed. Excuse me, who are you? This is Su Mo's home, right? Are you perhaps my brother Mo's girlfriend? Yishuan inquired, marveling at the exquisite beauty of this potential sister-in-law. Mo was indeed fortunate. Hui Hui, somewhat incredulous, could hardly believe that her cousin, who had been single for 20 years, might actually have a girlfriend, and such a breathtaking one at that. Among all the beauties she had encountered, this one undoubtedly ranked first. But she is merely a fraction more beautiful than me. Why on earth would Su Mo brother be drawn to her? Hui Hui thought, her competitive spirit ignited. Seeing that they had failed to recognize her, I couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. You two, it's only been half a year since we last met, yet you no longer recognize me. I am not Su Mo's girlfriend. I am your brother Mo, Su Mo. Chapter 80. It truly is Mo Gu. Upon hearing the beautiful lady before him declare that she was not Mo Ji's girlfriend, Lin Yishuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Since she was not his sister-in-law, did that not imply that he could pursue her? However, her assertion that he was Mo Gu elicited a hearty laugh from Lin Yishuan, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I must concede that while Mo Gu possesses a somewhat androgynous charm, were he to don women's attire, he would certainly exhibit a degree of beauty. Yet, dear sister, you look so splendid in men's clothing. I eagerly anticipate seeing you in a dress, where you would undoubtedly resemble a celestial being. After making this remark, Lin Yishuan cast a flirtatious glance at the lady who introduced herself as Su Mo. Upon hearing Lin Yishuan liken her to a girl, Su Mo clenched her petite fist in indignation. How dare this fellow, who previously boasted of his handsome appearance, reduce his compliments to mere flattery? Lin Yishuan, you have shown a lack of virtue first. Do not blame me for my lack of justice. This world shall be safeguarded by my dark wings, Su Mo proclaimed with a hint of adolescent bravado. Lin Yishuan found himself momentarily speechless, his embarrassment palpable. Had he not recited such a remarkably cool yet juvenile phrase before Mo Gu? How did this enchanting sister come to know of it? Noticing the awkward expression on Lin Yishuan's face, Su Mo felt a sense of satisfaction and continued. The world is on the brink of becoming a sea of blood. The time for awakening is nigh. O dark power that resides within me, I wish to bring a sliver of light to this world. Please, stop, Lin Yishuan pleaded, his face flushed from having his embarrassing past revealed. Are you truly my Mo Gu? He gazed incredulously at the beautiful sister before him, her features exquisitely delicate, adorned with a charming, triumphant smile. Upon closer examination, she did bear a striking resemblance to Mo. However, after merely half a year apart, how had Mo transformed into such a stunning figure? He found himself nearly captivated. Mo, don't you feel any shame in mimicking Yixuan? Lin Yihue remarked, staring at Su Mo with disbelief. As a girl, it was disheartening to realize that she was not as attractive as her own cousin. Nevertheless, in her current form, Su Mo could easily captivate both genders. Lin Yihue's gaze remained fixated on Sumo's face, and before long, her own cheeks flushed crimson. What's wrong, Hui? Your face seems a bit red, Su Mo observed, concerned that her lovely younger sister might be suffering from heatstroke. She reached out to gently touch her forehead. Caught off guard by Sumo's intimate gesture, Lin Yihue stood frozen, her beautiful visage aglow with color, nearly transforming into a steam maiden. Su Mo was taken aback. Why was her face growing increasingly flushed? Could it truly be heatstroke? Mo, it's alright, you look so lovely now. My sister must just be feeling shy. Lin Yixuan interjected. Upon hearing this, Su Mo noticed Lin Yihue's averted gaze, which indeed resembled a typical reaction to shyness. Hui, hearing her name spoken so tenderly by Su Mo, Lin Yihue stammered, Why you? Don't touch me. I'm not shy at all. Overwhelmed by shyness, she impulsively pushed away Sumo's hand and, blushing, darted to the sofa. It was inevitable that Su Mo felt a twinge of hurt at his beloved sister's rejection. His expression a portrait of dejection. Yixian, have I been rejected by Hui? He lamented. Perhaps my sister is just unaccustomed to seeing you after such a long time. Do not worry, Brother Mo. This situation will surely improve in a few days. Lin Yixian reassured him, surprised by his sister's intense reaction and eager to comfort Su Mo, who appeared so pitiful. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Yihui cradled her face in her hands, her mind consumed by thoughts of Sumo's gentle demeanor. Regret washed over her. After such a long separation, they finally had a chance to grow closer, and she questioned why she had rebuffed Sumo's gesture. His hands were so cool and soothing. Reflecting on the sensation of Sumo's touch, Lin Yihui recognized a hint of her own infatuation. She could hardly blame herself. After all, it was Sumo's striking good looks that captivated her. When Yu Wanqiu and Su Minghui returned home, they were taken aback by the scene in the living room. The three siblings were seated on the sofa, with Sumo's face displaying a trace of grievance, while Lin Yihui held her face in her hands, her cheeks still flushed. What happened, Xiao Mo Yihui? Yu Wanqiu inquired with concern, her gaze flitting between the two adorable siblings. Oh, it's nothing, Mom. Let's eat. Hui and Yixian are both hungry, Su Mo replied, assisting his parents in retrieving takeout boxes. Since they had returned a bit late, they settled for a quick meal. However, Yu Wanqiu resolved to teach Lin Yixian and Lin Yihui how to cook, as she felt her precious daughter Su Mo was simply too gifted. After dinner, as was their custom, Yu Wanqiu and Su Minghui went for an evening stroll. Su Mo retreated to his room for a shower, while Lin Yixian sat on the living room sofa engrossed in a video game. Lin Yihui also occupied the sofa, contemplating how to seize an opportunity to apologize to Su Mo. After showering, Su Mo retrieved a package from his suitcase, containing a backless sweater purchased by Zhao Wen and others. Once ensuring the door was securely closed, he opened the parcel. Upon seeing the garment, Su Mo was momentarily speechless. This is rather provocative, he thought, beginning to doubt whether the spirited Li Linyun could truly resist the temptation. After changing into the outfit and snapping a couple of rather audacious selfies, Su Mo, hands trembling, opened the chat window with Li Linyun. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and sent the daring photos. I'm sorry, Ayun. Please withstand this temptation. Chapter 81. It must be the wrong approach. Within the conference room of the Li group, Li Linyun found himself somewhat distracted, his thoughts consumed by the upcoming summer he would spend with Su Mo absently. He listened to a report from one of his subordinates. This is the collaboration proposal I have put forth. I wonder if you find it satisfactory, Mr. Li. Shaken from his reverie, Li Linyun replied, Yes, this collaboration proposal is quite commendable, so we shall proceed with. At that moment his phone screen illuminated. Glancing at it absent-mindedly, he noticed a message from Su Mo. Li Linyun picked up his phone, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He hadn't expected a message from her at this moment. The others exchanged curious glances, wondering what kind of message could elicit such joy from the usually composed Mr. Lee, coupled with the rumors of Mr. Lee attending a ball with his girlfriend. Could it be that the future Mrs. Lee was reaching out? Opening the chat with Sumo, Lee Linyun was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he was merely imagining things due to his longing for her. It must be that I am approaching this incorrectly. How could Sumo possibly send me a selfie in a backless sweater? He pondered, noting the provocative pose. Exiting WeChat, he re-entered and clicked on the chat box once more. To his astonishment, he was greeted by 2 selfies of Sumo, revealing her clad in that very backless sweater. His gaze became fixated. Surely this was intended for me, wasn't it? His heart raced as he swiftly closed the screen, as if afraid others might glimpse it. Mr. Lee, is there something of great importance? One subordinate inquired. Feeling somewhat flustered, Lee Linyun cleared his throat. It's nothing. We shall adopt the recently proposed collaboration for this endeavor. Today's meeting concludes here. With that, he rose first, departing the company to drive home. Upon arriving home, eager to privately admire the intimate photos, another message from Sumo arrived. Sumo, Ayun, remember to delete our chat after you've seen it. If I find out you've saved it, I want to speak to you again. Lee Linyun. But you sent it to me voluntarily. Why can't I keep it? It's undeniably beautiful. Sumo. There's no reason. It simply must not be saved. Sumo. Angry cat emoji. Lee Linyun. Alright, I absolutely want to save it. Please don't be upset. Sumo. That's more like it. Lee Linyun found himself perplexed. If she didn't want him to save it, why would she send such photos? Moreover, hadn't she always concealed her identity as a girl? Why wasn't she wearing a wrap when taking the picture? Was Sumo teasing him with a game of push and pull? He glanced again at her stunning photos. Although she insisted he not save them and delete their chat history, surely it wouldn't hurt to admire them on his phone before visiting her home. In the living room, Lin Yihue noticed that Lin Yixuan had gotten up to use the restroom and realized that her opportunity to apologize to Sumo had finally come. She stealthily made her way to the second floor, standing for a moment outside Sumo's room. Not hearing any sounds from the room, she couldn't help but wonder if Sumo had already fallen asleep. Gently pressing the doorknob, she discovered the door was not locked. It was of no consequence. She merely wished to apologize to Mo, with no intention of intruding upon his slumber. Taking a deep breath to calm her anxious heart, she firmly pressed the doorknob and pushed the door open. Upon glancing inside, Lin Yihue was momentarily rendered speechless. She swallowed hard. What a beautiful back, and that waist seemed exceedingly slender. It felt as though she could encompass it entirely with both hands. Just then, hearing the sound of the door, Sumo, who was preparing to change, turned around in confusion. Their eyes met. In a moment of panic, Lin Yihue slammed the door shut. What on earth? Why was Mo wearing a backless sweater? Wasn't he that something only girls wore? Could it be that Mo harbored some peculiar preferences? Lin Yihue shook her head. Although Mo did have a somewhat delicate appearance, she doubted he would possess such eccentricities. It must be that her approach was flawed. She pushed the door open once more. Sumo remained clad in the backless sweater, but this time, it was facing Lin Yihue directly. His face bore a hint of embarrassment. Hui, can you let me explain? This situation is not what you think it is. Mo, you need not explain. I understand everything. Lin Yihue interrupted him. Though you possess a rather effeminate appearance and seem to have a penchant for cross-dressing, my kind heart assures me that I shall not judge you. Casting another glance at Sumo in his backless sweater, she suddenly felt as though she had discovered a new world. Oh dear. This is overwhelming. Even knowing that Mo is a boy, I cannot help but find him extraordinarily beautiful, and that slightly bashful, adorable expression. How utterly enchanting. Mo, where did you acquire that faux chest? It looks astonishingly realistic. Seeing her reaction, Sumo quickly stepped back. Hui, please let me explain. Explain what? There's nothing to explain. Mo, you wouldn't want others to know about this, would you? With that, Lin Yihue seized Sumo's hands, easily restraining him with just her right hand. Hui, what are you doing? Mo attempted to break free but found himself utterly immobilized. Mo, have you forgotten I'm a black belt in Taekwondo? With your feeble demeanor, you stand no chance against me. Lin Yihui couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why did this seem so authentic? Mo, what is this? Mo sighed. Hui, I've told you, this is real. Noticing Lin Yihui's bewildered expression, Mo hesitated for a moment before retrieving a medical report prepared by the system from the bedside table. Lin Yihui took it and glanced over it. After reading, she gasped and covered her mouth in disbelief as she stared at Mo. Is this true? Do uncle and aunt know about this?
Sumos chaili nadid.
Sighing, he thought to himself that Hui would surely be heartbroken. He resolved to comfort her thoroughly afterward. Upon learning that Mo had transformed into a girl, Lin Yihui initially felt a twinge of sadness. However, upon contemplating that they are all girls, wouldn't they be able to share a bed? Mo, may I sleep with you tonight? Lin Yihui said with a cheerful smile. Mo? All right. Very well. But Hui, please refrain from being too familiar with me. But why is it that upon discovering I am a girl, each of you seems increasingly delighted? Ishwan. Oh Ishwan, you are the only one left. I hope you feel a twinge of sorrow for me. At this moment, Lin Ishwan stood at the doorway of Sumo's room. Although he could not discern the conversation, the two appeared to be enjoying themselves immensely. He originally intended to share a room with Mo, but since his sister had claimed it, he quietly made his way to another room. Brother Mo, I cannot rescue you. May you find solace in your own fate. Chapter 82. Chef Mo. In the morning, sunlight poured into the room. As Mo opened her eyes, she discovered Lin Yihui draped over her like a sloth, mumbling something incoherent.
Montag, Zista.
Fearing to disturb Yihui, Mo gently pulled her hand away. She ventured into the kitchen, even though her parents had sent money for breakfast. She intended to prepare a meal for Ishwan and Yihui herself. They all believe I can only concoct dark cuisine, but with my newfound culinary expertise, I shall astonish you all. As she rummaged through her mind for culinary skills, Mo found herself overwhelmed by choices. She decided to consult Li Linyun about breakfast for inspiration. Mo. Ayun, what did you have for breakfast today? Li Linyun. Image Li Linyun. Caviar with freshly baked whole wheat toast, lemon juice grilled chicken breast, and a cup of black tea. Mo shook her head, realizing she should not have asked Li Linyun. Just obtaining caviar seemed impossible. Opening the refrigerator, she discovered several slices of toast and decided to make toasted bread with fried eggs. Spotting mung beans and lotus seeds, she resolved to prepare a bowl of refreshing mung bean soup to combat the summer heat. Mo soaked the mung beans in water, cleaned them, and placed them into a pot with ample water. She began boiling the mung bean soup, first bringing it to a boil over high heat before reducing it to a simmer. Meanwhile, she prepared the toasted bread with fried eggs. After half an hour of bustling about, Mo wiped the beads of sweat from her brow, feeling quite satisfied with her simple yet exquisite breakfast. The skills awarded by the system were indeed useful. Despite her previous culinary endeavors resembling those of Raiden Shogun, she now surpassed the ordinary standard. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was already 9:30. Just as she was about to wake Lin Ishwan and Lin Yihui, the two came down the stairs together. As they descended, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, prompting Lin Ishwan to hasten to the kitchen. What on earth smells so divine? Mo, what did you buy for breakfast? What do you mean bought? I made this myself, Mo replied, slightly annoyed. Staring at the beautifully plated toasted bread with fried eggs and vibrant mung bean soup, Lin Ishwan looked incredulous. This must have been prepared by Auntie. Your cooking typically resembles a dark, bubbling mess, akin to that of Raiden Shogun. Consuming it could result in foaming at the mouth. Mo playfully struck his head with her chopsticks. Ouch! That hurt! Mo, what was that for? Lin Ishwan protested. Less chatter and taste my culinary skills. Mo glared at him, with one hand shielding his head, fearing another strike. Lin Ishwan cautiously took a spoon with the other hand and sampled the mung bean soup. To his surprise, the moment he tasted it, his eyes lit up. Wow, this is delicious. Mo, did you really make this? He exclaimed, taking another bite of the toasted bread. The exterior is delightfully crisp, while the interior remains exquisitely soft, infused with a tantalizing hint of butter. How delightful! Is this still the Sumo I know? Lin Yixuan was truly astonished. Sumo's culinary skills had surged remarkably. In just a brief half-year, his prowess had transitioned from that of a novice to a master chef. Observing Lin Yixuan relish the meal, Lin Yihui also eagerly took a taste. This is genuinely delicious. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Truly, Sumo is not only handsome but also a remarkable cook. He embodies the perfect blend of elegance and domesticity. Could this be what they call a feast for the eyes? Witnessing the two little ones enjoy their meal so heartily, a smile graced Sumo's face as well. Do you like it? If you do, let Chef Sumo prepare dinner for you later. In the past, their heads would have shaken in unison like a rattle. However, after savoring this breakfast, their responses were now vigorous nods. Sumo's joy deepened, his smile blooming like a flower. That enchanting grin, with the allure of captivating the entire world, radiated charm. The delicate curve of his cherry lips seemed to evoke an irresistible desire for a tender kiss. Lin Yixuan felt a rush of warmth to his face, nearly overwhelmed by the urge to blush. He lowered his head and obediently resumed his breakfast, daring not to gaze at Sumo again. He sensed that the current Sumo was exceedingly enchanting, almost unbearable. Spending too much time with him would surely challenge his own inclinations. One couldn't help but wonder how Sumo's roommate coped, being in such close proximity daily. Surely even the strongest of hearts would falter. Yixuan. Upon hearing his name called by Sumo, Lin Yixuan glanced over, feeling slightly guilty. What is it, Sumo? Can you ride an electric scooter? Would you accompany me to buy groceries at noon? Oh, come on. In this sweltering heat, why not just call for takeout? We could have food delivered instead. Lin Yixuan protested, shaking his head vigorously. Do you think this is your big city? There are hardly any delivery options here. Where would we find takeout? Sumo playfully tugged at Lin Yixuan's ear. Just accompany your Sumo. You know I can't ride an electric scooter. I'll make your favorite cola chicken wings for dinner. All right? With his ear being tugged, Lin Yixuan felt no pain. Rather, he found Sumo's hand to be soft and gentle. Fine. But let me clarify that I'm not doing this for the cola chicken wings. I simply tend to listen to you, Sumo. When Lin Yixuan was younger, he dreamed of having a beautiful girl seated on the back of an electric scooter, basking in the envy of passers-by. Although Sumo is not a girl, his beauty could easily mislead others, allowing Lin Yixuan to fulfill a fragment of that dream. Lin Yihui, overhearing their exchange, realized that Sumo had no intention of revealing his true gender to her brother. A smile crept across her lips. It seemed that, compared to Lin Yixuan, Sumo indeed preferred the company of his sister.